Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 351. Who are you kidding? So you're asking me if I'm willing to forgive Brachio I org tilde nim now, right? Yes, Kaiser answered, eyeing Sejun's reaction. Why did I even ask? He regretted inwardly. Depending on Sejun's response, he would either be hated by Eileen alone or both Sejun and Eileen. And if Sejun hated him, there was no way to appease Eileen's anger. All because I was tempted by the VIP status of Dragon Market. While Kaiser was internally reproaching his own rashness. Of course, I do. Fortunately, Sejun forgave Brachio. From Sejun's point of view, it was more dangerous to just send Brachio back. She might hold a grudge and try to kill him again. It was safer to make a contract that included an agreement not to harm himself. Really? Kaiser's voice brightened upon hearing Sejun's response. Of course, I can't just forgive her like that. I almost died, so I need to be compensated for my life. Of course. Of course, someone who targeted our Sejun's life must pay. How much do you want? Let's settle it simply at 500 billion tower coins. Sejun coolly responded to Kaiser's question. The value of Sejun's life had increased significantly over time. Understood. But if I make this deal with Brachio, you'll make me a VIP at the Dragon Market, right? Kaiser asked, his voice slightly strained. Anyone could see he desperately wanted it. Isn't this working too well? He hadn't expected the response to Dragon Market VIP status to be this fervent. He'd have to mention later that there are higher tiers like VVIP and Platinum. It seemed like a very bad situation would arise if he even joked about saying no. Of course, unable to bear the consequences of a refusal, Sejun nodded. Great. Ha. Just wait a bit. Kaiser quickly conveyed Sejun's demands to Brachio. Shortly after, Sejun, instead of 500 billion tower coins, Brachio is suggesting settling with these 50 orbs. Lacking 500 billion tower coins, Brachio proposed an alternative, and a statue of a black dragon spat out grape-sized green orbs. Though Kaiser would have cut off any tacky item, the one Brachio offered was something Kaiser saw as truly necessary for Sejun. Chuck. Sejun grabbed the green orb to examine it. Power, extra life can absorb the vitality contained in the green life orb. Would you like to absorb it? No, he hadn't agreed to the deal yet, so he didn't permit it. However, he now knew that he could absorb the vitality. Let's see. Sejun examined the green orb. Green life orb, an orb created from the abundant life force gathered at the Green Tower. Contains the massive life force of the Green Tower. Usage restrictions, stamina over 1500, magic power over 1500. Grade, SS. The orb contained about 3 times more life force than the life orb he had obtained from defeating the Mantis Queen. It seems the Green Tower is overflowing with life force. Sejun understood the environment of the Green Tower by reading the description. That naturally explained why Ophelia had harvested tasteless crops. Too much nutrition had made them tasteless. Kaiser tilde nim, I'll make the deal. Ha. Wise decision. As Sejun accepted the deal, Kaiser handed him the green life orb and looked at him with eyes full of expectation. From now on, for 30 days, you, Kaiser tilde nim, are a VIP of the Dragon Market. Ha. Thank you. Kaiser hurriedly flew away to brag to the other dragons. Then, the tower's administrator says that she also wants to become a VIP of the Dragon Market. Eileen spoke up. Eileen, you can't. Sejun rejected Eileen's request. The tower's administrator feels disappointed by your words. Eileen, you and I are part of the team that runs the Dragon Market. So, you can't be a VIP. We are a team. The tower's administrator nods, agreeing that your words are correct. The tower's administrator strongly insists that you and she are a team. After finishing the conversation with Eileen, absorb. Sejun absorbed the life force contained within the green life orb. Then, power, extra life absorbs the life force contained in the green life orb. Along with the message, green energy was absorbed into Sejun's hand, and the green orb vanished. The life orb is 100% complete. 1 life orb of power, extra life has been filled. The life orb is 100% complete. 2 life orbs of power, extra life have been filled. The life orb is 23.5% filled. Suddenly, 2 life orbs of power, extra life were filled. 1 green life orb had given him 2 additional lives. He. For Sejun, who had been completing the life orb by 0.2% daily, this was very welcome news. Beneath the land where the 9 towers and the 10th tower stood, It's hard, but let's hang in there a little longer. Flamey, tired, encouraged herself to exert more effort as she moved her gigantic roots. Flamey's roots extended to several towers. The fiery energy absorbed by the roots connected to the red tower flowed to the roots connected to the blue tower, and the life force absorbed by the roots connected to the green tower flowed to the roots connected to the dying brown tower, which lacked life force. The roots connected to the purple tower detoxified poison and burned it. The other towers were issues beyond Flamey's control, so she simply extended her roots there. Thus, Flamey was taking care of 5 towers. Hee. This will make things a bit easier for Master later, right? For Sejun. Around Flamey's gigantic roots were ents that possessed much stronger and larger energies than what could be seen in the tower, assisting Flamey. While tending to the towers like this, Flamey, I can't do this anymore. I need the Master's touch today. Exhausted, Flamey declared a break and decided to seek out Sejun. Simultaneously, the movement of energies through the roots also stopped. And in the meantime, the situation in the brown tower and green tower worsened significantly. Fortunately, thanks to the flame bean, drought-inducing watermelon, and detoxifying green onion, the situation in the red tower, blue tower, and purple tower did not worsen significantly. Zelga, go back and grow watermelons again. Yes. I will enjoy the potatoes. Blue tower's tower farmer Zelga is being sent back. Zelga, holding a boiled potato dearly, returned to the blue tower. As Zelga left, meow, it's a pity, meow. Theo felt dejected as he couldn't eat the giant grilled fish. I'll grill some fish for you later. Pooh hut. All right, meow. He quickly regained his energy at Sejun's words. And, Chairman Park, let me borrow this, meow. Theo, who needed to burn Sejun's treasures for better efficiency, picked up one of the gold lumps he had given to Sejun. All right. I'll lend it to you, Pooh hut. Thank you, meow. Thus, Theo borrowed wealth from Sejun. Puff, Pooh hut. Now I am truly Golden Cat Theo Park, meow. He shone brilliantly as he burned the gold. HMPH. I can shine brightly too if I eat sunflower seeds. Crunch. Reacting to Theo's boast, Arjux ate the sunflower seed he had been saving for later, causing his body to light up. Krueng. Quenji wants to shine too. Quenji looked on enviously at Theo and Arjux. But Quenji, you can eat a lot instead. Krueng. That's right. Quenji can eat a lot. Quenji's expression brightened immediately upon hearing Sejun's words. King. Hey. It's blinding. Just then, Fenrir covered his eyes with his paws due to the light emitted by Theo and Arjux, making Quenji feel even better. The light only hurts the eyes. Then, Master! Flamey called out to Sejun from the palm of Veronica, who was approaching from a distance. And, hop! As she got closer, she jumped towards Sejun. Flamey, you're here? Sejun caught Flamey and gently stroked her slightly withered leaves. Hee. Yes. Enjoying Sejun's touch, Flamey felt rewarded for her hard work. However, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 activates. While touched, the apple tree's leaves heal slightly. Seeing the message, Sejun became worried about Flamey. Vice Chairman Theo, heal Flamey, please. Pooh hut. Leave it to Golden Cat Theo Park, meow. Kook. Theo, emitting golden light, worked hard alongside Sejun to heal Flamey's leaves. Despite Sejun and Theo's diligent healing for an hour, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 activates. While touched, the apple tree's leaves heal slightly. They were not fully healed. The healing power of the two was too weak compared to Flamey's newfound enormous strength, even in her small body. What's going on? Hee. Master, I'm fine now. Just as Flamey, who felt a prick of guilt, tried to escape from Sejun's hands. It can't be, meow. My pride as Vice Chairman Golden Cat Theo can't allow this, meow. Chairman Park, lend me some wealth, meow. All right, whoosh. With Sejun's permission, Theo burned the gold from Sejun's void storage. Talent, burning power of treasure with worthless wealth. This time he infused the power into healing instead of attack. Kook. Pooh hut. This time it's a complete recovery, meow. Theo, glowing as bright as the sun from the wealth he burned, pressed down on Flamey's leaves with his brilliantly shining golden paws. Flamey's branches and leaves were dyed with the golden light flowing from his front paws. Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 activates. While touched, the apple tree is fully healed. While touched, the apple tree grows slightly. Flamey's leaves were healed. At that moment, the land of the tower and the spaces between the 9 towers briefly glowed golden. Hee. Thank you, Theo Tildenim. Flamey thanked Theo and, after thoroughly enjoying Sejun's touch, returned. A little later, Vice Chairman Theo, did you burn all the wealth in the storage? As Sejun entered the void storage to prepare lunch, he discovered that the wealth he had accumulated in the corner of the storage was completely gone. Theo had burned all the wealth in the void storage to heal Flamey. Pooh-hoo hut. That's right, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, know that I'm great, meow. Theo, thinking Sejun was praising him, spoke arrogantly as usual. I burn wealth well, meow. However, what? It wasn't a compliment, it was not praise, meow. It wasn't a compliment, meow. Yes, meow. Then praise me quickly, meow. I need Chairman Park's praise, meow. Theo boldly lay on his back on Sejun's lap, showing his belly. Praise and pet me, meow. All right. Good job. Although Sejun was annoyed that all the wealth was burned, he praised Theo for healing Flamey and stroked his belly. Then, next to Sejun, Quenji and Arjux also lay down and showed their bellies. Shush. Shush. Sejun busily alternated his hands, petting the bellies of all three. King. Hey. Those hands should only be used for petting me. Fenrir got angry at Sejun. All right. Let's eat, Blackie. Sejun quieted Blackie by giving him dried sweet potato and continued petting the three bellies for a while. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't receive money from Brachio. Sejun suddenly realized this. If he had received 500 billion tower coins from Brachio, Theo would have burned them all just now. As Sejun was smiling, you have overcome misfortune with a mental victory. Your soul feels fulfilled. Mental strength increases by 5. The message appeared. Who are you kidding? Sejun got furious at the message. Chapter 352, Is my face really that rotten? In the administrator area of the Black Tower. Grandma Brachio, I'm only forgiving you just this once. Ho ho ho. All right. I've stamped this, so you can stop being angry. Brachio pointed to the contract that stated she wouldn't harm Sejun as she replied. All right. You can choose from here. Proudly, Eileen handed over a paper she had written herself, listing Sejun's crops along with their options and prices. Oh. There are so many types. Having only thought about black beans and samyangju, Brachio was surprised by the dozens of crops available and soon became excited. If you like sweet things, I recommend the sweet potatoes or corn. If you like something nutty, peanuts are also good. Eileen recommended various crops to Brachio from beside her. Really? Can I try some? That's difficult. But if you buy a lot, I'll throw in a little extra service. Though the conversation sounded like one between earthly aunties, it was actually a dialogue between dragons. A short while later, for now, I'll take 1 black bean and 10,000 bottles of samyangju, and 10 of each of the other crops. Brachio decided to buy different types of crops to try and judge them. Yes. Just a moment. Sejun, we have an order. Eileen hurriedly conveyed Brachio's order list to Sejun. A short while later, here you go. These 100 honey jellies are a service bonus. Having received the crops from Sejun, Eileen passed them to Brachio. Thanks. Here's 120 billion tower coins. Keep the change to buy something delicious. Thank you. Have a safe trip home. Grandma, come visit again. Ho ho ho. Sure, Brachio smiled warmly at Eileen as she saw her off. Indeed, there's nothing like pocket money to get on good terms with kids. After Brachio left, Kikiki. Sejun. I sold a lot. Eileen proudly boasted to Sejun about her sales performance. Slurp. Coo. Good. Very good. After lunch, Sejun sipped his own brewed coffee, smiling contentedly. Then, you have consumed a medicine that tastes bitter. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina has been activated. Stamina increased by 3. A message appeared. Hee hee. I can totally handle this level of bitterness. I'm an adult, after all. Ultimately, Sejun failed to make tasty coffee but got used to the bitterness. While enjoying his coffee, the tower's administrator informs you that your crops were sold for 120 billion tower coins. Eileen filled up Sejun's previously empty storage, boosting his mood further. 120 billion? Wasn't it 115.5 billion? The tower's administrator says Grandma Brachio told her to use the change to buy something delicious. The scale of dragons was indeed massive. Giving 4.5 billion tower coins just to buy some tasty treats. Really? Then Eileen can keep the change. The tower's administrator says since it's earned from your crops, it's also yours. Such honesty, not pocketing even a single tower coin. Excellent. Very excellent. Eileen, is there anything you'd like to eat? Touched by her diligence, Sejun asked Eileen. The tower's administrator says she's happy if you're happy, so it's fine. Even her words were too lovely. The tower's administrator has contacted hatchlings through magic to come and browse at the dragon market, so there might be an increase in customers. Moreover, her promotional skills were incredible. She was bringing hatchlings? Of course, hatchlings have no money. They barely go out yet. But if hatchlings move, their parents or other adults must move with them to protect them. And parents have money. So, if the hatchlings that come with their parents throw a fit once they are on the ground? Hee. Game over. Should I later create a book for the hatchlings called 54 Ways to Open Your Mom and Dad's Wallet and send it to them? Chairman Park. Your face is getting very rotten, meow. Sejun, with a wicked smile at the thought of duping the parents of hatchlings, was immediately noticed by Theo, who started kneading Sejun's face. This little brat. Even Sejun had to admit he looked a bit rotten just then and couldn't get mad. But this is outrageous. How dare someone who cleaned out my storage call me rotten? This calls for retribution. Bu. Sejun put his mouth on Theo's belly and blew raspberries on Theo's belly. Meow. Stop it, meow. Chairman Park, I'll cure that rotten face of yours, meow. As Sejun played with Theo. Ku hey. Ee. Quenji and Arjuk sneaked up, baring their bellies, waiting for their turn. Then, King. Hey. You should only swear loyalty to me. Fenrir mistook the belly raspberries for a pledge of loyalty. A little later, our Blackie is getting belly raspberries too. Bu bup. Sejun made his way from Theo, through Quenji and Arjux, to finally Fenrir, giving each a raspberry on the belly. Key hit. King. Hee. Good. Since you pledged loyalty to me last, you're my underling now. While Sejun was busy giving belly raspberries to Fenrir. Kaiut. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Iona flew in and wrapped herself around Theo's tail. Pooh hut. Iona's here, meow? Kaiut. Yes. Theo tilde nim, why didn't you take this? Iona pulled out a small pouch slightly larger than her hand. Meow? What is that, meow? Kaiut. It's the golden statues we picked up from the Kaiman kingdom. Meow? Right, meow. I forgot about this, meow. When Theo opened the small pouch that Iona handed him, a huge amount of golden statues poured out of the pouch. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, meow. It's the gold you love, meow. Thanks to this, Sejun's void storage was filled with even more wealth than before, and Theo's treatment significantly improved. Hee. Our Vice Chairman Theo, is there anything you'd like to eat? Sejun massaged Theo's legs and asked. Pooh hut. I'm full, meow. But I want something else, meow. Oh? What? I want to massage Chairman Park's rotten face, meow. Is my face that rotten? Pooh hut. Yes, meow. Freshly rotten, meow. What does freshly rotten even mean? Alright, go ahead and massage. Got it, meow. Sejun lay down and entrusted his face to Theo's front paws. Kook. Can't tolerate the rotten face, meow. Theo massaged Sejun's face with a solemn expression as if vanquishing a mighty evil. While Theo was diligently massaging Sejun's face, Chairman Park, can I burn some of the wealth, meow? Seeming to lack power, Theo considered burning the wealth to gain more power. However, no, there was no way Sejun could allow it, having seen Theo burn away all the wealth in one go. Understood, meow. Theo was disappointed by Sejun's answer. A little later, Kuru. As Sejun fell asleep. Kaiut. Theo tilde nim, you can burn this instead. Iona handed over her own money to Theo. Pooh hut. Thanks, meow. Burning 10 billion tower coins, Theo kneaded Sejun's face with his shining golden paws. 99th floor of the Brown Tower. Great Brown Dragon, the land is starting to rot at an accelerated pace. Oric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, shouted towards a statue of the Brown Dragon made of stone. How far has the rot spread? A firm voice emanated from the Brown Dragon statue. It was Grave Runmar, the leader of the Great Brown Dragons. The rot has currently reached the 61st floor of the tower. What? It's already at the 61st floor. Grave, who had received a report just a few hours ago that the 60th floor had started to rot, was greatly shocked. A whole floor has rotted in just a few hours. This was faster than he had anticipated. As the flustered Grave hurried to observe the situation on the 61st floor through a crystal orb, the rate of rot on the 61st floor gradually started decreasing. Underground of the tower's land. Now that I've rested, maybe I should get back to work. Flamey started her work with a shout. Red tower, blue tower, green tower, brown tower, purple tower. Flamey started transferring energy through the roots connected to the 5 towers once again. Thanks to Theo-Nim, the roots have fully recovered and I feel so energized. Transferring energy has become much easier. Thanks to Theo burning all of Sejun's wealth to heal her roots, the damage that had unknowingly accumulated in the roots was completely healed. I think I can extend the roots a bit more. Crack! Flamey connected one more gigantic root to each of the 5 towers. Sejun opened his eyes. As he slightly lifted his head, Krueng! On his chest, Fenrir, tucked in the sling bag, was sleeping while licking his lips dreaming of eating something. Gorarong! Kurarong! On his knees, Theo, who was making biscuits in his sleep, and Iona, who was wrapped around Theo's tail, were also asleep. And Krueng! Ararong! On either side, Quenji and Arjux were cuddling up to Sejun's sides, sleeping. Just hearing their sounds conjured images of them in his mind. I slept way too deeply. Sejun lowered his head again as he spoke. Then, Sejun felt something was off with his senses. Everything felt too cool and clear. He was breathing more freely, and things in front of him appeared more distinct. Sounds were clearer too. Quack! He could even hear the mushroom ants working outside, and he seemed to know how far away they were. He opened his status window to check if anything had changed, but nothing was different. What's going on? Is my face really rotten? Did Vice Chairman Theo cure it so it improved? Sejun wondered as he looked at Theo, who was snoring away. No, Sejun shook his head in denial. He couldn't accept that his face was rotten. Kuru. Firmly denying it, Sejun fell back asleep. An hour later, Ki-Ying. Fenrir stretched lazily as he emerged from the sling bag and, dang, stepped on Sejun's chest as he made his way to Sejun's face. King! Hey! Wake up! I'm hungry. Fenrir climbed over Sejun's face, demanding food. Sejun woke up to a pungent smell. King? You're awake? Hurry up and give me food. Fenrir, having caught Sejun's eye, hurriedly sat on his face, making Sejun inhale an even stronger stench. Come to think of it, have I ever given Blackie a bath? Holding his breath, he pondered whether he had ever bathed Fenrir and realized. I haven't. Fenrir had never taken a bath. Grab! Blackie, let's take a bath today. Sejun grabbed Fenrir by the scruff of the neck and declared. King! Let go of me. Instinctively sensing he should escape, Fenrir struggled to break free from Sejun's grasp. Of course, it was futile. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, taking a bath. Meow, Kaiut. I love bathing with Theo-Nim. Krueng. Quenji is good at playing in the water. Quenji, too excited, ended up combining bathing and playing in the water. I don't need to bathe because I'm clean, but if it's with Sejun Hyung, I read in a book that giving each other back scrubs while bathing makes you closer. The group, including Sejun holding Fenrir, headed to the bathhouse. Come to think of it, it's my first time actually using the bathhouse. Since the dragons had taken over the fountain, Sejun felt pressured and built a separate bathhouse. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, Hey. Quenji was the first to enter the tub and soaked himself in the warm water. Slap! Theo clung to Sejun's knees. Naturally, Iona was with him, as it was a package deal. And, when will I get to scrub Sejun Hyung's back? Arjux was only looking for an opportunity to scrub Sejun's back. Of course, if Arjux used his strength to scrub Sejun's back, it would likely peel off the skin, so Sejun would never entrust his back to Arjux. Splash! Sejun entered the water first. King! No! I don't want to. He scooped water with his hand and splashed it onto Fenrir's body, who was resisting. Then, King? It's warm and nice? Fenrir calmed down. After a while, as he overcame his fear of water, Kiki hit. King! He! Hey! Look! Behold the noble swimming of this noble wolf. Thump thump. Fenrir began to dog paddle. Chapter 353, He. What a commendable slave. He. Shake. While Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir were playing in the water, Sejun was humming a tune and busily shaking a tumbler in the cooking area. And then, "Is it ready?" He poured the liquid from the container into a cup and drank it. It was a thick yellow liquid, banana shake made by mixing bananas and milk. Although he couldn't achieve the taste of the ones he had outside, he still wanted to enjoy the feeling of drinking banana shake after a bath. "Is it a bit less sweet?" Glug. Sejun added a dollop of honey to the banana milk and drank it again. Good." With the addition of honey, the sweetness intensified, creating a delicious banana shake. After making enough banana shake for everyone and cooling it down, he put it in the void storage and headed back to the bathhouse. "Now that I think about it, my senses aren't as sharp as earlier." Sejun noted that his senses had dulled a bit compared to earlier. Breathing became slightly difficult, and his vision seemed blurred, and the ability to visualize just by hearing sounds had disappeared before he knew it. He might not have noticed before, but having experienced enhanced senses once, Sejun clearly distinguished the difference between before and after. "What's going on?" While Sejun was puzzled, "Meow. Chairman Park, your face has rotted again, meow." Theo, hanging on Sejun's knee, pointed at Sejun's face with his front paws and exclaimed, 100 billion tower coins won't be nearly enough, meow. Theo shook his head in resignation, seemingly dejected. It was somewhat annoying. No, it was just plain annoying. This damn cat. So, Sejun pinched Theo's cheeks as a form of punishment. "Chairman Park, it hurts, meow. Are you going to say it's rotten again or not? I fond tea, meow. I can't lie in front of you with you gweet knees, meow." Theo responded decisively to Sejun's question, unable to lie in front of Sejun's great knees. "Then change it from rotten to something else. That would be." Theo pondered for a moment. "All right, meow. From now on, instead of rotten, I'll say a decade, meow." "No, just don't change it." Sejun had gotten used to rotten, and he didn't want to adapt to decade. Ultimately, Sejun gained nothing from the exchange. Moving back to the bathhouse. "King, kiki king. King. Huff, huff. Today too, I was majestic." After tiring from swimming, Fenrir came out of the bathhouse and, unable to support his wet weight, flopped onto the ground. "King, king. It's tiring. I want to sleep now." Fenrir closed his eyes. "However, Blackie, you haven't even washed yet, why are you coming out?" Fenrir, who hadn't washed yet, was not supposed to leave the water. Sejun dipped Fenrir back into the tub and scrubbed his body with his hands. "Kiki king, hee hee. King, king. Hee, hee. That feels cool. Scrub more." Fenrir entrusted his body to Sejun and was experiencing paradise. A short while later, Kirarong. Fenrir, with the moisture wiped off by a towel, collapsed onto a dry towel and fell asleep snoring. "Okay. Next, Krueng. It's Quenji's turn now." At Sejun's call, Quenji stood in front of him, raising his hands in a cheer as Sejun scrubbed and washed his body. "Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It feels great." Quenji was ecstatic under Sejun's touch. After Sejun finished washing all of Quenji's body, all done, Sejun covered Quenji with a huge towel and wiped all the moisture from his body. "Quenji, wait quietly next to Blackie." "Krueng. Understood." Quenji settled on the dry towel next to Fenrir. "Hyung. It's my turn now." Next in line, Arjux also cheered and stood in front of Sejun. Sejun carefully wiped Arjux's body along the direction of his scales with his hands. "I have to be careful." Unlike Fenrir and Quenji, Sejun was extremely cautious. He must never accidentally move his hands against the direction of the scales. Dragon scales are so sharp that the skin would just get cut off. Thus, Sejun carefully washed Arjux. Done. After removing the moisture from Arjux, Sejun said, "Arjux, you wait too." "Yes, Hyung." Responding to Sejun, Arjux sat down next to Quenji. "Krueng." Before long, Quenji, unable to resist the post-bath drowsiness, started nodding off. "Okay, next is Snap." Sejun grabbed the scruff of Theo, who was busily licking his hind leg fur with a seductive pose. "Meow? Chairman Park, what is it? Meow? What do you mean, what?" "It's time for a bath," Sejun replied as he dunked Theo into the water. Theo, due to his water attribute talent, could absolutely avoid getting wet, which made him smell worse than anyone. "Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will never get wet, meow." Theo scoffed at Sejun's words. Indeed, Theo's fur remained completely dry. However, Sejun had an invincible weapon to disable Theo's waterproof ability. If you take a bath, you get an extra day of exclusive lap privileges. "Got it, meow." Naturally, Theo chose Sejun's lap. Simultaneously, Theo released his waterproof ability, and his fur dissolved in the water like paint. Sejun scrubbed and washed Theo's body and, while at it, washed the sleeping Iona who was on Theo's tail. Kayut kayut kayut. Even in her sleep, Iona made content sounds under Sejun's touch during the bath. However, meow, if I could just endure this, he could monopolize Chairman Park's lap for another day, meow. Theo grimaced, hoping for the bath to end quickly. Done, get off me, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo turned on his waterproof ability again and shook off the water. Vice Chairman Theo, go rest with Iona. Got it, meow. Theo climbed onto a dry towel as Sejun began washing himself. Like that, when the bath was over. What? They're all sleeping? Gorarong. Kurarong. Krueng. Erarong. Kirurong. Everyone was sleeping well, stacked on top of each other. Q. Good. Eileen, you have some too. The tower administrator says thank you. The tower administrator says it is sweet and delicious. Unable to wake the sleeping ones, Sejun shared the cool banana shake with Eileen. And then, at this rate, you guys are going to catch a cold. Sejun spoke while embracing everyone in his arms. Ah, will only I catch it? I worried needlessly again. No. Blackie can catch it, because Blackie is weaker than me. He. Feeling inexplicably happy, Sejun chuckled as he headed to the bedroom. Green Tower 99th floor. Thud. What is it? Why isn't that Park Sejun giving me any work? Ophelia planted carrot seeds into the ground with irritation. She was annoyed when Sejun gave her work, but now that he wasn't giving her any, she was annoyed about that too. It felt like she was being ignored. My farming skills are so good. Grow. With confidence, Ophelia used her skill on the carrot seeds. Crunch. The carrot seeds quickly took root and grew. Shortly after, all right, time to harvest. Swoosh, swoosh. Ophelia pulled up the carrot stems that had grown tall above the ground, each pull yielding a carrot the size of a radish. Carrots, being root plants, didn't fail to produce like cherry tomatoes might. However, they still lacked flavor. Ahoom. If you try this, you'll see how skilled I am. Transport. Ophelia, feeling proud, sent 1,000 of the carrots she harvested to Sejun, paying 8 million tower coins for inter-tower transportation. Krueng. It's the smell of pancakes, yay. Quenji, awakened by the delicious scent, got up from the bed. Sniff, sniff. Following the scent to the kitchen, Quenji found Sejun cooking pancakes for dinner. Quenji, you're up? Krueng. Krueng. Yes. It was a sweet sleep. Quenji responded with a beaming smile to Sejun's question. Dinner's ready. Can you bring the others? Krueng. Krueng. Got it. Leave it to Quenji. A moment later. Float. Float. Quenji used telekinesis to bring the sleeping ones to their places at the table. Then, meow, ooh. It smells delicious. King? Is it time to eat? One by one, they woke up to the scent of food, stretching and getting ready to eat. You're hungry, right? Let's eat quickly. Sejun placed plates with pancakes and glasses filled with banana shake in front of everyone. Krueng. Thanks for the food. Hyung, I'll eat well. King. King. Hey. I'm sitting here. Hurry up and give me mine. Fenrir barked, eagerly making it known that he was waiting right below them. All right, let's feed our Blackie too. Sejun served mini 5-stack pancakes and a small bowl of banana shake for Blackie. And so, the meal began. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Dad the cooking genius made something amazing again. Quenji took a sip of banana shake, looking at Sejun thinking, as expected of our dad. Ooh he. As expected of Sejun Hyungnim. Arjux looked at Sejun with admiration, respectfully calling him Hyungnim. And then, King. King? King. Hey. You can't run away anywhere. You remember I saved you, right? You're my servant forever. Fenrir kept a watchful eye to make sure his skilled servant wouldn't escape. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'm hungry too, meow. Here. Sejun fed Theo homemade churu with his left hand while starting to eat his pancakes with his right. Then, flash! 1,000 agility carrots infused with vitality have arrived. A bright pillar of light fell in front of Sejun, revealing 1,000 radish-sized carrots. Thanks to that, Sejun's pancake was completely smashed. What the? Sejun frowned as he examined the carrots that had suddenly appeared before him. Agility carrots infused with vitality. These are carrots that have grown quickly by absorbing high amounts of magic power and vitality. They are cultivated by a novice farmer who barely knows the devise in farming, hence they lack flavor. Consumption permanently increases stamina and agility by 1. Cultivator, Green Tower's Tower Farmer Ophelia. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade, C. Green Tower's Tower Farmer Ophelia? Last time, it was said she didn't even know the farmed in farming, but now it seems she at least knows the FA. Did she actually improve? But why did she send these to me? Sejun pondered Ophelia's intentions for sending him the carrots. The first thought that came to mind was, carrot terrorism? Since it indeed ruined his dinner, it seemed like an act of terrorism. Moreover, sending tasteless carrots that only boost stats seemed like a message saying, eat these tasteless carrots and get stronger, you weakling. Wow, this really annoys me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Retribution it is. Just as Sejun was about to unleash a fiery retribution on Ophelia, who hated heat, the slave of the Green Tower is asking if you acknowledged her farming skills. Ophelia spoke to him. I did. Very much so, and he was about to scold her for it. The slave of the Green Tower asks why you won't give her work despite seeing her farming skills. Ooh? Why am I not giving you work? Isn't it obvious? Because you're really bad at it. The slave of the Green Tower is infuriated. Why? It's the truth though? Ophelia was enraged by Sejun's words. The slave of the Green Tower says she cannot accept this and challenges you to a contest to see who can farm better. She challenged Sejun to a farming contest. All right. If that's what you want. Sejun was confident, especially if the contest was about farming. A quest has occurred. Quest, the foolish slave of the Green Tower has challenged you, an excellent farmer, to a farming contest. Win the contest. Defeat, release of the slave of the Green Tower. Victory, extend slave period by 500 years. A quest message appeared alongside Sejun's words. To think she's willing to work 500 more years as a slave on her own. He. What a commendable slave. Sejun chuckled contentedly and walked out of the cooking area. Chapter 354, I'll teach you a lesson with carrots. What do you want to compete in? The slave of the Green Tower confidently says that she can handle anything. What's with this confidence? Sejun couldn't understand Ophelia's confidence, but, then, whoever harvests the tastier carrots wins. A competition is ruthless. He decided to win right away. I'll teach her a lesson with carrots. I've suffered from tasteless carrot terrorism, but this is a lesson with delicious carrots. Ho ho. Isn't this too generous of me? While Sejun was basking in his own coolness, the slave of the Green Tower happily agrees. Ophelia accepted the challenge. Okay. Then I just need to send you 1,000 carrots I harvested too, right? Sending even 1 carrot would ensure his victory, but he decided to treat her to 1,000 delicious carrots, considering she'd be serving him for another 500 years. Sejun entered the huge storage behind the kitchen area, followed closely by Quenji, Arjux, and Blackie. The storage behind the kitchen was a newly built building due to the increasing amount of harvested crops. Inside, there were several compartments each filled with different types of crops. There's a lot stacked up here, Sejun remarked as he saw the crops harvested by the tenant mushroom ants filling up each warehouse. Other cat interns and employees were trying to sell them vigorously, but there was a limit to their bundle capacity. Sejun silently stroked Theo's head, who was clinging to his knee. It was about time for him to head down. Then he remembered, the god of abundance, Leah, mentioned that a piece of the door connecting to the 10th tower is on the 80th floor, so he needed to obtain the land deed too. Meow? Chairman Park, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Meow? Ooh? It's nothing. Something's fishy. Meow. Ah. This isn't the time. Distracted by Theo's suspicious gaze, Sejun quickly headed to the carrot storage and started packing 1,000 carrots of agility to send to Ophelia. Guys, pick the ones with the least remaining shelf life. Since it was just a competition to send tasty carrots, there was no need to send ones with a longer shelf life. Besides, a dragon would eat 1,000 carrots in less than 3 days. Pooh hut. I'm a good picker, meow. Quenji. Quenji is good at it too. Yep. Hyung. I'll do my best. Kihihit. King. Hee. It's food. Upon Sejun's instruction, the group picked carrots with less than a week of shelf life remaining and packed them into boxes. And then, Blackie, who told you to eat? King. I picked this one myself. Fenrir was caught red-handed by Sejun while eating the carrots and was confined in the sling bag, where he nibbled on carrot pieces cut by Sejun and fell asleep. A while later, transport. After packing the carrots for Ophelia into boxes, Sejun used the tower transport. However, transporting 200 carrots of agility, 100 kilograms, to the Green Tower. Would you like to proceed with the transport? Sejun could only transport 200 carats. Ooh, thinking about it, the capacity of the temporary storage was 100 kilograms, but how did Ophelia manage to send 1,000 carats? Ophelia had unconsciously poured her magic power into it, increasing the transport capacity. However, unaware of such a possibility, Sejun, with his modest magic power, couldn't do the same. Does she have a bigger temporary storage than me? Sejun thought that Ophelia had a larger storage than him. A slave having a bigger storage than himself. How presumptuous. His pride was unintentionally hurt. I should take this opportunity to expand mine too. So, he began to expand his temporary storage. You can expand your temporary storage capacity to 200 kilograms for 1 billion tower coins. Would you like to expand? Yes, expanding your temporary storage capacity to 200 kilograms using 1 billion tower coins. You can expand your temporary storage capacity to 300 kilograms for 1.5 billion tower coins. Would you like to expand? Yes. Sejun continued to expand his temporary storage capacity up to 1,100 kilograms, surpassing Ophelia. Ophelia's carats were big, weighing 1 kilogram each. He. Does this mean I win both in the competition and in capacity? Sejun was pleased with himself. Transporting 2,200 carats of agility, 1,100 kilograms, to the Green Tower. Would you like to proceed with the transport? Transport. Sejun packed an additional 1,200 carats with a short shelf life, sending a total of 2,200 carats to Ophelia. How would you like to pay the 8 million tower coins for the inter-tower transportation cost? You have options of prepayment or collect on delivery. Collect. Prepayment. Sejun was about to send it as collect on delivery, but chose prepayment instead. He showed his generosity for a commendable slave who self-extended her slavery from 300 years to 800 years. 99th floor of the Green Tower. HMPH. How dare you challenge me with carats? Ophelia snorted at Sejun's words. She had harvested over 100,000 carats so far, and she had never tasted any carrot better than those she grew herself. So, she thought that's just how carrots were supposed to taste. A short while later, 2,200 carats of agility have arrived. With a bright pillar of light, the carrots appeared in front of Ophelia. Fat. What? These are much smaller than mine. Ophelia scoffed as she looked at the carrots sent by Sejun. Such small carrots, perhaps because he was a trivial being, even the size was trivial. She was sure of her victory without even tasting them. But I should at least taste them. Ophelia picked up one carrot and bit into it. Crunch. Crunch. What? What's this? Carrots shouldn't taste this good. As Ophelia ate Sejun's carrots, all her standards for what a carrot should taste like shattered. Then what were all the carrots I harvested until now? As Ophelia was lost in thought. Crunch. Crunch. Her mouth did not stop, and quickly one carrot disappeared. Carrots were supposed to taste this good. She couldn't understand. What difference was there between her and the tower farmer of the Black Tower that made the carrots taste so different? But she had to admit it. My carrots were garbage. Crunch. Ophelia nervously chewed on Sejun's carrots, muttering to herself. And then, you have lost the farming contest. You have failed the quest. As a penalty for quest failure, 500 years are added to your period of slavery. Ophelia became Sejun's slave for 800 years. You have won the farming contest. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, 500 years are added to the Green Tower slave's period of slavery. He. Nice. Sejun smiled as he checked the message. Considering the expected lifespan of a human, Sejun would likely die before Ophelia completes her 800 years of slavery, but having more of anything is always better. Ah, right. Slave, plant this. Sejun took out a pile of tenacious mugwort seeds from the void storage. These were harvested from mugwort flowers while picking mugwort on the 62nd floor of the tower. The 62nd floor has ordinary soil, so the effects weren't great, but since the Green Tower is a place overflowing with vitality, he thought growing mugwort there would produce special effects. Transport. So, he sent the mugwort seeds to Ophelia. Of course, this time he sent them with payment on delivery. Sending it prepaid twice in a row would spoil her. After sending the mugwort seeds to Ophelia. Alright, guys, let's sleep. Sejun finished his day and went to sleep. The next morning. Here. Have a safe trip. Meow? Why are you giving this to me, meow? Theo, who had been diligently helping Sejun since morning, packing crops into several leather pouches. Theo asked in a voice filled with a sense of betrayal as Sejun handed those leather pouches to him. Give 1/3 each to the Kingdom of Cove and the Red Ribbon Kingdom, and sell the rest on the 4th floor of the tower. Meow? Are you sending me to work? Meow? Yes, I don't want to go alone. Meow. Let's go together. Chairman Park. Theo resisted being away from Sejun's lap and threw a tantrum, but, no. I have things to do. Sejun flatly refused. He planned to use the last remaining land deed from the 73rd floor of the tower that he received from Black Rabbit. Instead, let's go together up to the 73rd floor. Pooh hut. Okay, meow. Theo, happy to be with Sejun a bit longer, smiled and replied. After persuading the simple Theo, Sejun had breakfast and, stay inside. He put his party in the void storage and unfolded the land deed. And then, the summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 73rd floor farm has been activated. Sejun and his party disappeared from the Black Tower. Crunch. Ahee. Why is this carrot so tasty? Swoosh. Ophelia, who had lost the farming contest and had 500 years added to her slavery, was eating Sejun's carrots and foolishly laughing as she scattered the mugwort seeds he sent on the floor. Despite being furious for having her slavery extended, the deliciousness of the carrots kept making her laugh. Then, Ophelia, come up here for a moment. Brachio called Ophelia. Yes, I'll come right now. Ophelia hurriedly moved to the administrative area of the Green Tower, the 99th floor of the Green Tower where Ophelia had left. Wriggle. The casually thrown mugwort seeds began to squirm and take root in the ground. Grandma, you called for me? Ophelia asked Brachio, who had called her. Yes, my child. Come and try this. Brachio took out crops she had bought from the Black Tower, including cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, 10 of each. Ooh! Among them, Ophelia noticed an orange crop that looked similar in size to the one she had just seen. Crunch! When she tasted it, it was exactly the same. Grandma, is this crop grown by the Black Tower's tower farmer? Ooh! How did you know that? Ooh, why didn't you call me sooner? If she had eaten these sooner, she wouldn't have competed in farming with Sejun, and then she wouldn't have added 500 years to her slavery. Feeling unjustly treated, Ophelia's eyes moistened. Crunch. Yet, Ophelia didn't stop eating the carrots. I feel wronged, but it's delicious. Thanks to that, her lips curled up while her eyes were tearful, making Ophelia's expression strange. Ophelia, are you okay? Brachio looked seriously at Ophelia. Could it be that our granddaughter had gone mad from the shock of becoming a slave? Yes, Grandma, I'm fine. Fortunately, Ophelia soon returned to her normal expression, reassuring Brachio. You have arrived at the 73rd floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the 99th floor, the top floor, to the 73rd floor. You have descended 26 floors. Title, Retrogressor effect is activated. All stats increase by 26. Sejun, upon arriving at the 73rd floor of the tower. Like a sunfish, he quickly scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. However, thud! Before he could finish surveying the area, something struck Sejun's back forcefully, sending him rolling across the ground. Power, unbreakable body is activated. Consuming magic power to protect the body from breaking. There is not enough magic power to protect the body. Dragon Tribe skill Dragon Scale is activated. The Great Black Dragon Kaiser Scale is destroyed. 1 life orb is consumed. Powers and magic activated consecutively to protect Sejun. What's that? As Sejun was sent flying, he spotted the creature that had attacked him. It was a grey monster made entirely of rock. It was a fragment of Kruger, the destroyer of mountains, 7th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. At that moment, clank! King! How dare you attack my servant? I'll protect my servant. Fenrir opened the void storage onto Kruger's head and lunged towards it. And then, how dare you touch Chairman Park? Meow. I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Krueng! You hit Quenji's dad. Quenji is angry. How dare you hit Sejun Hyung? I'm going to smash you to pieces. Outrunning Fenrir, who was leading the charge, Theo, Quenji, and Arjux all attacked Kruger. Chapter 355, He. Sweet! How dare you challenge me, Kruger, the 7th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, and the destroyer of mountains. Kruger prepared for battle by fiercely slamming his fists together with a loud bang. Bang! It's time for Meow Storm Fist, meow. Meow. Theo was the first to launch thousands of invisible magical blades at Kruger. He's strong. Although invisible, Kruger felt the immense power approaching and thrust his hands into the ground. If it were just his own power, he couldn't have been blocked, but with the power of that fragment he was unstoppable. It was the black orb that he obtained by chance some time ago, although unsure why it was here. A red mist emerged from the black orb embedded in his chest, supplying Kruger with the lacking power of destruction. Mountain lifting. As Kruger raised his hand, a mountain rose from the ground. King! King! Hey! That's mine! Core! Core! Come to me! As Fenrir saw his core fragment embedded in Kruger's chest and yelled, Theo's Meow Meow Storm Fist collided with the mountain raised by Kruger. Quagwang! Theo's attack shattered the mountain, scattering huge boulders in all directions. Thump thump! Fenrir, floating in the air, sprinted forward, stepping on the surfaces of the flying rocks. Since Kruger, also an apostle of destruction, had it, the core did not respond to his call. Then, Krueng! It's time for Quenji's Storm Fist. Quenji, seeing Theo's attack blocked, thrust his fist toward Kruger. It was a perfect punch from Quenji, smoothly executed from his legs to his waist to his fist. Whether he learned it from someone or it was instinctive, there was not an ounce of excess movement. He. Not bad. Mountain shattering. Kruger laughed and thrust his fist forward in response. Krueng! A massive collision of forces. This time, a strong wind blew. Fortunately, Fenrir had managed to embed his dragon claws into Kruger's back before that. Kwang! Though buffeted by the strong winds, he didn't fly away. King! Hey! Kruger! Give me back my core! As Fenrir embedded his dragon claws, he moved gradually towards the chest of Kruger like climbing a cliff. Since Fenrir had such negligible power, Kruger didn't even realize something was hanging on his body. Creak! Though Quenji's attack cracked Kruger's body, no message of enemy defeat appeared. Moreover, as the red mist seeped into the cracked rock, the fissured parts quickly healed. While Theo and Quenji were attacking Kruger, Arjux, unseal, Sejun, who had engraved the black dragon tattoo on his left arm with Kaiser scales and charged 2 power, extra life using the green orb of life, shouted. And, full body armor transformation, he quickly took out the dragon warrior helmet with the black dragon tattoo engraved on it and put it on. Defense of the dragon warrior. 2 black dragon tattoos. 3 extra lives. Power, indestructible body couldn't be used because he had almost depleted his magic power just before, but with this, he was nearly fully armed. Just as Sejun finished arming himself. You're dead now. How dare you hit our Sejun Hyung? As the seal was released, the transformed Arjux emitted a white breath of rage toward Kruger. Kwoo! Due to slightly recovered power of light, the breath shone a bit brighter than before. Ooh? Why is there a white young dragon in the Black Tower? Kruger momentarily wondered as he saw Arjux shooting the breath at him. It doesn't matter. I'll just kill it. Destructive mountain shattering. Soon, grinning, he gathered strength from his whole body and thrust his fist towards Arjux's breath. Krueng! A massive explosion occurred as the 2 forces collided. At that moment, Ki-he. King! He. My core! Pop! Having eagerly crawled to Kruger's chest, Fenrir pulled out his core fragment with his front paws, and it dropped to the ground. Who? Fenrir's core? Suddenly, as the source providing him strength disappeared, Kruger's power weakened, and the balance of power was disrupted. The breath quickly approached Kruger. It's over. When Sejun sensed Kruger's impending doom. Who? Sejun spotted something that shouldn't be in Kruger's chest. Blackie? Why are you there? Designate Blackie. The 4th summon target has been set on the Dragon Horn summoning bracelet. Sejun hurriedly set Fenrir as the summoning target on the Dragon Horn summoning bracelet he wore on his right arm. It was really fortunate that he hadn't filled all 5. Summon Blackie, summoning the designated target. King? Quagwang. Fortunately, the moment Fenrir was summoned under Sejun's feet, Arjux's breath engulfed Kruger. Gord Arjux Mamib has slain the 7th apostle of destruction, the mountain-destroying rock Kruger. You have gained 10 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience points acquired by Gord Arjux Mamib. Arjux Mamib is your slave. You have gained an additional 2.5 million experience points, which is 25% of the experience points acquired by Arjux Mamib. Phew. It's over. Sejun was relieved to see the message that the enemy had been defeated. Arjux, scout the surroundings, please. Yes. Hyung. He gave Arjux, who had been unsealed after a long time, a bit of free time. And, Blackie, who told you to be in such a dangerous place when you're just a sunfish? Sejun began scolding Fenrir as he grabbed him and made eye contact. King! Hey! Let go! I need to find my core. Fenrir barked back, making eye contact with Sejun. Who? Are you getting angry with me now? King! Let go! I said I need to find my core. As Sejun and Fenrir had their non-communicative exchange. Krueng. I need to put a bit more force into it. I should get more special training from the Minotaur uncle. Quenji said, punching the air. The perfect punch he threw earlier had been learned from the Minotaur King. Quenji had recently been learning fighting techniques from the Minotaur King. Pooh hut. It ended without spending any money, meow. Next to such Quenji, Theo, who had been contemplating whether he needed to spend Sejun's money, was happy that the battle ended without the need to do so. Chairman Park hates it when I spend too much money, meow. While Theo didn't understand why he hated spending money since it could be earned quickly, he refrained from doing anything Sejun disliked as much as possible. Just as Yoren, who generates gold by just eating and touching things, couldn't understand Theo who makes money through effort. Theo, who naturally finds ways to make money due to his fortune, couldn't understand why Sejun tried to save money. I should find out what Chairman Park likes, meow. As Theo was about to look around where Kruger had vanished to see if there was anything to pick up. Thud. Meow? What's this, meow? The lucky golden cat. Theo picked up a black orb that flew in front of him. It was Fenrir's core fragment that had flown up due to the explosion and fallen down. Pooh hut. This is a fragment of Fenrir's core, meow. Theo put the core fragment in his bundle. It was to hide the energy because Blackie would ask for it as soon as he saw it. Chairman Park. I found something good, meow. Theo ran towards Sejun with excited steps. Blackie, are you going to glare like that again? King times. Hey! Why are you getting angry? As Sejun's expression turned sour, Fenrir bowed his head and timidly peeked at Sejun's face. King! Hey, calm down. Fenrir tapped Sejun's hand with his front paw, asking for reconciliation. Next time, don't go to such dangerous places, okay? As Fenrir seemed to reflect on his actions, he was given a final admonition by Sejun, who then put him down on the ground. King! King? King? My core! Who? Why can't I feel it? As soon as Sejun put him down, Fenrir hurried to the place where Kruger had vanished. Chairman Park, I found something good, meow. Theo, running past Fenrir, took out Fenrir's core fragment from his bundle and handed it to Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. This is a 0.5% fragment. Sejun praised Theo. Eileen, please purify this. The tower's administrator says, leave it to her. After Sejun handed Fenrir's core fragment to Eileen. King? King? Who? I just felt the energy here. Fenrir, feeling the energy of his core fragment, returned to Sejun and looked around, but couldn't feel the core's energy anymore. King? My core fragment. Fenrir's ears drooped sadly, and his tail curled up as he became gloomy. Blackie, are you hungry? Sejun put such Fenrir in a sling bag and fed him a piece of dried sweet potato. Then, chomp, chomp, chomp. As the sweetness spread in his mouth, his teeth moved on their own. Even if sad, the dried sweet potatoes were delicious. Hee. King. Hee. I don't need a core fragment of that level. Fenrir decided to just give up on this core fragment. Green Tower, 99th floor. Hee. That was delicious. Sejun's farming skills are really incredible. I need to work hard too. Ophelia, having eaten Sejun's crops and resolved to improve her farming skills, returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Who? What's all this? Ophelia exclaimed upon seeing the land covered in red and blue. There were two types of plants, one with red leaves and the other with blue leaves. Could it be that these are the mugwort I planted? Since the only seed Sejun gave her was mugwort, she couldn't think of anything else. But why are there two colors? Ophelia, intrigued, cut the blue mugwort with her farming knife. You have harvested vibrant magical mugwort. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Vibrant magical mugwort? Ophelia examined the options of the mugwort. Vibrant magical mugwort. This is mugwort that grew by absorbing the overflowing magic power of the Green Tower. It absorbs all sorts of things from the soil, which greatly changes its properties depending on the soil. When consumed, it replenishes 1% of depleted magic power. The bitterness is reduced, and the sweetness is enhanced. Cultivator, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, A. Interesting. Ophelia then harvested the red mugwort. You have harvested Vibrant Life Mugwort. The Vibrant Life Mugwort had the effect of absorbing vitality and replenishing it. Because the 99th floor of the Green Tower had more vitality than magic power, it replenished 3% of vitality, higher than the Vibrant Magical Mugwort. The taste, like the vibrant magical mugwort, had reduced bitterness and enhanced sweetness. He. With this, even Sejun will have to acknowledge me. Having checked the options of the mugwort, Ophelia hurriedly harvested it. She wanted to quickly send the harvested mugwort to Sejun to show that she too could farm well. As Ophelia was busily harvesting mugwort, who? This one is white? Ophelia discovered a white mugwort and cut it with her knife. You have harvested medicinal mugwort. Medicinal mugwort? As Ophelia was about to check the options for the medicinal mugwort, you have achieved the accomplishment of creating a new variety in the Green Tower. A message appeared. Wow! It's a new variety. Ophelia, harvesting a new variety for the second time, cheered. The first new variety failed to cultivate as it didn't bear fruit. He. I need to cultivate this one well. Since an exclusive cultivation right is created for a new variety, Ophelia naturally thought it was hers. However, a slave's accomplishment is the master's accomplishment. What? It took it away from me. Water. Her cheer quickly turned into crying. And then, thud, you have harvested Korean blackberries. Your slave Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower has harvested the new variety of medicinal mugwort. A slave's accomplishment is your accomplishment. You have achieved the accomplishment of creating a new variety in the tower. As a job trait, all stats increase by 10. Sejun, who was harvesting Korean blackberries on the 73rd floor farm, achieved the new variety achievement not for the blackberries but for the medicinal mugwort. He. Sweet. It was another honeysweet day for Sejun. 5/5. TL note, I have good or bad news, however you guys see it is up to you, but this novel is finally complete in raws, with a total of 723 chapters. There will be more side stories after a few weeks, but as of now, it's not clear how many. So, based on the currently translated chapters, 357 chapters are left to be translated. Chapter 356, I never thought I'd live up to 800 years. Transport. Curious about the options of the new variety, Sejun used 8 million tower coins for inter-tower transport. Then, part. A bright pillar of light fell in front of Sejun, revealing heaps of red and blue mugwort. And on top of the pile of red and blue mugwort, there was a single white mugwort placed alone in a noble manner. Is that the medicinal mugwort? Sejun picked up the white mugwort to check its options. Medicinal mugwort? This mugwort has grown by absorbing the overflowing life force and magic power of the Green Tower. It cannot grow anywhere that doesn't overflow with both life force and magic power. When consumed, all stats increase by 20. When consumed, lifespan increases by 3 months. Only up to a maximum of 1,000 years. As the medicinal mugwort has strong medicinal effects, it is recommended to consume only one per day. It tastes extremely bitter. Usage restriction, stamina over 1,000, magic power over 1,000. Cultivator, Black Tower's Tower Farmer, Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. He. I never thought I'd live up to 800 years. It seems like Ophelia must be a really responsible dragon. She even sent these to make sure he could live the 800 years. Although it was described as extremely bitter, having trained daily with bitter coffee, he wasn't afraid. Thank you, Ophelia. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Ophelia, who was going berserk with her breath attacks in the Green Tower, and inspected the red and blue mugwort. Oh. The red mugwort restores consumed life force, and the blue mugwort restores consumed magic power. These are like potions. Was she looking out for him in case he died before completing the 800 years? Ophelia, I didn't see it before, but you're really kind. Sejun thought of Ophelia not as a farmer but as a responsible and kind green dragon and decided to take more care of her in the future. If Ophelia knew, she would blow her top. Then should I send more mugwort seeds to improve her farming skills? As if taking care of her meant giving her more work, Sejun sent a lot of mugwort seeds to Ophelia. After checking the options of the mugworts, chew. Sejun picked up the vibrant life mugwort and the vibrant magical mugwort and put them in his mouth and chewed them to replenish his depleted life force and magic power. A life orb could save his life, but it wouldn't fully restore Sejun's overall life force, only about 10%. Thus, being a safety-first person, Sejun quickly filled up his life force and magic power. He never knew when or where he might face a life-threatening situation. I was just being cautious earlier, and still I nearly died. Gulp. Sejun swallowed the mugwort, recalling the moment he was hit by Kruger. You have consumed vibrant life mugwort. 3% of your consumed life force has been restored. You have consumed vibrant magical mugwort. 1% of your consumed magic power has been restored. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina has been activated. Your stamina increases by 1. It was bitter, but the sweetness was stronger, making it bearable to eat. Plus, there was a stamina boost of 1. He. Sejun chuckled contentedly as he continued to eat the mugwort. Krueng. Dad, does it taste good? Hyung, is it tasty? King? Hey. Are you eating it all by yourself? Seeing Sejun's expression, his companions showed interest and ate the mugwort. And their reactions were divided into 2 types. Ku hey. Krueng. He. It's bitter, but sweet. It's like kudzu honey. Yeah. It's bittersweet. Quenji and Arjux managed the slight bitterness and enjoyed the sweetness. Quek. King. Ehup. Hey. This is really bitter. It doesn't taste good. Fenrir could not forgive even a hint of bitterness. King? Hey. Why are you eating that? You shouldn't eat that. When Sejun ate something that didn't taste good, Fenrir tried hard to stop his servant, but, Blackie, eat this and stay still. The roasted sweet potato jerky became more important than stopping the servant. Chomp. He focused on eating. After Sejun ate 20 pieces each of the red and blue mugwort, you have consumed vibrant life mugwort. 2.7% of your consumed life force has been restored. You have consumed vibrant magical mugwort. 0.9% of your consumed magic power has been restored. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina has been activated. Your stamina increases by 1. The efficacy of the mugwort decreased by 10%. The effect decreased due to continuous consumption of the same crop. Although the effect diminished with each intake, Sejun kept eating. After eating about 30 pieces of mugwort, his mouth completely adapted, and the talent a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina did not activate. He tried rinsing his mouth with water, but it was useless. All right. It's full. After eating 100 pieces each of the red and blue mugwort, his life force and magic power were fully restored. The amount recovered by the mugwort was low for magic power, but that was due to his inherently high basic magic power recovery rate. But this would be hard to eat in a hurry, right? To fully recover, one would need to eat 2 fistfuls of mugwort at once. When Sejun's life force and stamina dropped, it was often in urgent moments. There was no time to leisurely chew on mugwort. I should try making it into a juice so I can drink it later. As Sejun thought of more convenient ways to consume mugwort. Click! He opened the golden box of abundance, took out the black beans inside, and put in the medicinal mugwort. Ophelia had harvested the medicinal mugwort before its seeds could develop, leaving no way to obtain seeds. If he left it in for just 1 day, more medicinal mugworts would be produced, so he planned to put it in once every 4 days to secure 4 days' worth of medicinal mugwort. After storing the golden box of abundance and the remaining mugworts in the void storage, Sejun went back to harvesting Korean blackberries with his companions. You have harvested Korean blackberries. Your job experience have increased very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV state has increased very slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. While Sejun and his companions were busy harvesting Korean blackberries, meow meow meow, Sejun heard Theo's humming. Clearly, Theo was still playing around despite him saying to go down for work. Vice Chairman Theo, it's time to go. Sejun expressed his discomfort by shaking his leg as he spoke. However, Pooh Hut. Where are we going, meow? Theo looked at Sejun with an innocent expression, having forgotten about his own work. Hey! It's time to go to work. Or else you'll be demoted. Finally, the angry Sejun resorted to drastic measures. Meow. I remembered, meow. Vice Chairman Theo will do a good job, meow. I'll work really hard, meow. Frightened by the mention of demotion, Theo hurriedly gathered his belongings. The threat of demotion was very effective. Chairman Park, then I'll be off, meow. All right. Be careful. Sejun saw off Theo, who was leaving in a hurry. He should have done it sooner. With Theo gone, Sejun diligently harvested the Korean blackberries. I'll make blackberry wine with these. He. It would surely be popular among the dragons. 50th floor of the Blue Tower. Already on the 50th floor, Zelga, wearing a blue hood, appeared. Zelga had planted seeds of the drought-inducing watermelon, restoring lands that had been submerged in water, and in just 1 day, he had descended from the 70th floor to here. All right. I need to plant these quickly and move down. As Zelga was about to plant the drought-inducing watermelon seeds in the sea, Kugung. Water erupted, revealing a giant green serpent, the 12th apostle of destruction, the serpent that summons tsunamis, Leviathan. Coo. Be swallowed by the giant tidal wave. The sea roiled as dozens of tidal waves, each 10 meters high, surged towards Zelga. HMPH. How dare a water snake attack me with water? Ridiculing Leviathan's attack, Zelga took off the hood he was wearing to prevent the moisture from leaving his body. Splash! Riding the currents, Zelga entered the water and rode the swift currents, diverting the tidal wave. He swiftly moved, diverted the approaching tidal waves, and in an instant, he was in front of Leviathan, parting the sea. Along with the sea, Leviathan too was split in half. Zelga was stronger underwater, as befitting a merman. After defeating Leviathan and submerging the drought-inducing watermelon seeds, you have planted the drought-inducing watermelon seeds. The drought-inducing watermelon seeds absorb water without regard to others. The seeds quickly absorbed the water, and the sea disappeared as he hurriedly harvested the drought-inducing watermelons. And then, you have planted the water-absorbing watermelon seeds. He planted the water-absorbing watermelons. The sea had disappeared, but with lots of rain still falling from the sky, if left alone, the water would fill up again. Okay. This should be enough. Having planted the water-absorbing watermelon seeds all around, Zelga went down to the 49th floor. Dadada. Theo quickly left to do the work. For now, I should go to the 79th floor, meow. He was feeling bored and decided to stop by the Kingdom of Cove and bring along Pio, and he could also check if there was anything to take from the royal palace. As Theo was heading from the 73rd floor to the 79th floor of the tower through the merchant's passage, meow, he picked up a black orb that had fallen on the ground. Theo picked up Fenrir's core fragment from the ground as if it were just a pebble. His luck was good today as well. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park will be happy if I give it to him later, meow. Theo placed Fenrir's core fragment in his bundle and continued up the tower. A while later, Pooh-hoo-hut. I've arrived, meow. Theo arrived in Ebro, the capital of the Kingdom of Cove. Where is Pio, meow? Theo looked around, searching for Pio. Pio! Pio! From afar, he heard the loud cry of Pio. Pooh-hoo-hut. Over there, meow. Theo ran towards the direction of the sound. At the playground of Sky School, the messenger bird school, the messenger bird Pirururu Yotra has achieved excellent grades. Pio, who graduated top of his class in messenger bird training, was receiving an outstanding trainee certificate from the headmaster of the messenger bird school. Pio! Pio! I'm Pirururu Yotra, messenger bird from 55th trainee class. I will become a great messenger bird in the future. Having received the certificate, Pio shouted loudly and returned to his seat. It wouldn't be so bad just being a messenger bird. Lately, Pio had been contemplating his career path a lot. Whether to stay in the Kingdom of Cove and comfortably work as a messenger bird or to make painstaking efforts to become the right front paw of the Great Black Dragons. Subordinate, the Golden Cat Theo Park, even though it's not guaranteed. Well, Theo Tildenim probably wouldn't care about someone like me anyway. After the graduation ceremony, Pio left the school gates with other messenger birds he had trained with. Then, Pio, I'm here, meow. Theo called out to Pio while waiting at the school gate. Pio! Pio? Theo Nim. Did you come to see my graduation ceremony? Flap flap. Excited by Theo's appearance, Pio flew around him frantically and asked. That? Yes, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, knew today was the graduation of my right front paw. Pio. Theo tried his best to tell a lie that he wasn't even good at, as he couldn't lose the trust of his right front paw. Pio? I'm Theo Tildenim's right front paw. Pio was surprised by Theo's answer. Theo had already considered Pio his right front paw, but Pio was the only one unaware of it. Pooh-hoo-hut. Yes, meow. Pio is my right front paw, meow. And once you're my right front paw, you're my right front paw forever, meow. You can't escape, meow. Theo sternly warned, fearing that Pio might refuse. Pio! Pio! Of course! Since I'm Theonim's right front paw, I'll forever be Theonim's right front paw. Indeed, I should definitely be Theonim's right front paw. Pio firmly decided on his career path. After finishing this conversation, Theo said, Pooh-hoo-hut. Pio. First, lead me to the king, meow. Pio. Pio. Yes. Follow me. Pio took the lead to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Cove. Theo was planning to look for the land deed for the 80th floor that Sejun wanted, as well as gather a lot of wealth. Now that I think about it, I didn't see my left front paw this time, meow. Theo thought about his left front paw, which had been missing for some reason. Although he doesn't know it yet, Theo's left front paw was urine. Chapter 357, Hey! Don't run away. On the 79th floor of the Black Tower, the Rainbow Castle in the Kingdom of Cove. Pio! Pio! Louis Nim! I have brought Theo Tildenim. Pio had brought Theo to King Louis. Theo Tildenim, welcome. Pooh Hut. Louis, nice to see you, meow. The two of them faced each other. But what brings you here? Chairman Park asked me to give this to you, meow. Theo handed over bags full of crops that Sejun had sent to Louis. Chairman Park? Ah. You mean the Great Black Dragon? Although Louis was initially confused why the Great Black Dragon was referred to as Chairman Park, he fortunately understood that they were the same. Oh. Thank you. We were running short on food lately as many birds were born. Pooh Hut. Be very grateful, meow. With great excitement over Louis' thanks, Theo completed his first errand for Sejun. Do you have the land deed for the 80th floor of the Black Tower, meow? He started on completing the second errand. The land deed for the 80th floor? Yes, meow. Chairman Park wants it, meow. I'm sorry. We don't have it now, but if you give us some time, I'll mobilize all the resources of the Kingdom of Cove to secure the land deed for the 80th floor. Okay, meow. Then I'll just go see the treasure vault today, meow. Yes. I will guide you to Theo Tildenim's treasure vault. When Louis was guiding Theo to the treasure vault he gave last time as a reward for the mother tree. Theo Tildenim, where are you going? Pooh Hut. Is it not there, meow? Theo began heading in a different direction from where Louis was guiding him. I feel the pull over there, meow. The place he headed to had a more splendid door than the treasure vault Theo originally received. It was Queen Prana of the Kingdom of Cove's treasure vault. This is. Arriving in front of the treasure vault, where Prana kept her most cherished treasures, Louis was flustered. Pooh Hut. Open it, meow. Theo boldly asked Louis to open the door. Just, wait a moment. Opening it himself could lead to a huge nagging from his wife later. Louis hurriedly sent a soldier to Prana. Theo Tildenim is here. Theo Tildenim, please take whatever you desire. Prana personally came and gladly opened the treasure vault. Got it, meow. Theo entered the treasure vault and came out with a brown bead. Phew. As Theo came out with just one item, Prana quietly sighed in relief. She said to pick freely, but she didn't really mean it. Theo carefully packed the gift for Sejun in his bundle. See you again, meow. Come on, Pio, let's go, meow. Pio. Yes. Goodbye. Theo and Pio headed down to the 55th floor of the tower. Meow meow meow. Pio. Pio. Thus, they sang a song as they went down to the 55th floor. Meow, Pio. Theo Tildenim, there's a fork in the road. A fork appeared in front of them. Pooh Hut. It's this way, meow. Theo sensed the aura of wealth and took the right path, and white snakes began to appear. Once again, they were inside Jormungander's belly. And, Kuik. Kuik. From afar, the familiar sound of a pig being strangled could be heard. Theo was heading towards Uran, who unknowingly was both a slave baiter, a cash dispenser for Theo, and he doesn't knew it yet, Theo's left front paw man. Pooh Hut. Time to make money again, meow. Come on, Pio. Theo laughed brightly as he ran towards the source of Uran's screams. Quenji, good job. Sejun patted Quenji on the head as they finished harvesting Korean blackberries together. Arjux was spending his free time under the guise of scouting the surroundings. From time to time, Arjux's loud roars could be heard, which seemed like it would bring many workers to work on the farm. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Is it lunchtime now? Quenji looked at Sejun with hopeful eyes. It seemed like he wanted something. Yes, it's time for lunch. Quenji, what would you like to eat? Krueng. As expected of the gourmet genius Quenji. Even though Sejun never mentioned Sakgaretiok, he combined Mugwort and Garetiok. Got it. Land moving. Upon receiving the order, Sejun used Mila's hoe to strike the ground, quickly constructing a building made of dirt. A kitchen was created in an instant. Not just from the outside, but inside it was exactly like the kitchen on the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun went inside the kitchen, took out the cooking tools from the void storage, and began to cook. First, he separately washed the red and blue mugwort in water, briefly blanched them in boiling water, and then squeezed out the water. He did it himself because if he left it to Quenji, it wouldn't be water but juice that would be extracted. Ah, Quenji, could you squeeze this? Instead, Sejun gave Quenji the vibrant life mugwort that wasn't blanched, as Quenji watched drooling by his side. Since it came up, he thought of making mugwort juice as well. Krueng. Do I just squeeze it tightly? Yes, very tightly. Krueng. Leave it to Quenji. Quenji vigorously nodded at Sejun's words, placed the vibrant life mugwort between his front paws, and began to press hard. Then, the red mugwort juice started to fall into a glass bottle. It didn't drop by drop, but flowed in a stream. And the mugwort left in Quenji's hands was so thoroughly squeezed that it turned into powder. Ah. If I let Quenji handle it, it will turn into powder, not juice. Sejun had a significant realization. Krueng. Dad, is this enough? Quenji asked, brushing off the mugwort powder stuck to his hands. Yes, that's perfect. A juicer couldn't even squeeze that well. Indeed, my son is excellent. Then I'll leave it to you. Sejun entrusted Quenji with the mugwort juice and finally chopped the squeezed mugwort with a knife. He then added rice flour and water to the chopped mugwort and kneaded it. Since the mugwort was naturally sweet, he added only a little salt, no honey. A short while later, done. Sejun finished the dough and began to steam the red and blue dough separately. Now, putting this steamed dough into a black noodle press and having Quenji press it would complete the garetiok. Then, who? Sejun Hyung. Are you making garetioks? Arjux had returned. As much as he enjoyed his free time, he wouldn't pass up lunchtime. Yes. You came just in time. Guys, gather around. Sejun called everyone. And, wash your feet and stamp them here. He made a separate mugwort dough into the shape of a hotiok and had them stamp it. It was a suggaretiok. Krueng. Is this a slave contract? Quenji, who had some experience receiving footprints on slave contracts, looked at Sejun with serious eyes. Dad, are you making Quenji a slave? No. And Quenji, who told you to make such a scary face at your dad, huh? You can't do that. Sejun spoke sternly to Quenji while holding the red mugwort juice that Quenji had squeezed. Though he hadn't checked yet, since the mugwort was squeezed to the point of becoming powder, the effects should still be there. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji is sorry for doubting Dad. Fortunately, upon hearing Sejun's words, Quenji quickly apologized and stamped his footprint on the suggaretiok. Ahihi. Sejun Hyung, does that mean all the ones I stamped are mine? Arjux was energetically stamping his footprint on the suggaretiaks. Krueng. These are all Quenji's because they got Quenji's stamp. As Quenji and Arjux busily claimed ownership by stamping their footprints on the suggaretiaks. Alright, let's get Blackie to stamp too. King? Another bath? After Sejun washed Fenrir's front paw with water, press. He stamped Fenrir's footprint onto a small-sized suggaretiok made especially for Fenrir. King? King? This is soft? Is it edible? Fenrir tried to eat the soft suggaretiok dough, but Sejun blocked his mouth with a dried sweet potato. After stamping the footprints, the suggaretiaks were placed in a steamer. Let's check the options for this. While waiting, Sejun checked the option of the mugwort juice that Quenji had squeezed. Mugwort juice of life. 1,000 vibrant life mugworts that absorbed the overflowing vitality of the green tower were squeezed solely by force by the novice herbalist, reducing the effect of the mugwort juice by half. Consuming 1 milliliter restores 5% vitality. The flavor has been concentrated, making both the sweetness and bitterness stronger. Volume, 100 milliliters. Producer, herbalist Quenji. Shelf life, 300 days. Grade, A. Fortunately, the effects were as Sejun expected. Although the effects were reduced by half, it didn't matter since there was plenty of mugwort. Green Tower farmer Ophelia Iorg has harvested 1 vibrant magical mugwort. The Green Tower's temporary storage now holds 11,251 vibrant life mugworts and 1,076 vibrant magical mugworts. Ophelia was still harvesting diligently. To think Ophelia was this grateful that she is working so hard for my longevity. I should send her some delicious food later. Sejun decided to treat Ophelia to some food later and divided mugwort juice of life in portions of 20 milliliters. He mixed one of them with water in a 5-to-1 ratio and tasted it. It was too sweet and the bitterness was also strong. It was difficult to handle the taste of 200 mugworts concentrated in 100 milliliters of water. So he added more water. After adding water several times to find the optimal mixing ratio, 20 milliliters of mugwort juice in 500 milliliters of water turned out to be the most palatable mix. However, it tasted like slightly bitter sugar water, which was quite disappointing. At that moment, Krueng, Dad, the garetioks are done. Quenji, who remembered the smell of the cooked garetiok from before, called Sejun. Okay, Sejun hurriedly took the garettiok dough out of the steamer and placed it in the black noodle press that Quenji was holding. Krueng! Quenji applied strength and began to press out the garetioks. And, you have achieved the achievement of making the first red rice cake of life in the tower. I'll keep the new dish name in English rice cake instead of garettiok. I know a lot of you are already confused with garettiok and I don't want to confuse you guys anymore. You have achieved the achievement of making the first magical blue rice cake in the tower. As the red and blue rice cakes were produced, new cooking achievements were unlocked, improving the effects of mugwort by 5%. Sejun cut the continuously coming out rice cakes into bite-sized pieces, generously dipped them in honey, and fed them to Quenji, Arjux, Fenrir, and himself. The honey used was regular honey, not kudzu honey, to not overpower the taste of mugwort. Delicious. The rich aroma of mugwort filled his mouth immediately upon chewing, and the honey seeped between the chewy rice cakes, creating a great flavor and taste. While eating the rice cakes, the sakgaretti-arcs were completed, and everyone enjoyed eating their own footprint-stamped sakgaretti-arcs. As lunchtime ended, abundance, the power abundance, is applied to the Korean blackberry tree. The amount of fruit to be harvested next time from the Korean blackberry tree will double. Before leaving, Sejun used his power to increase the next harvest of the Korean blackberry tree. Abundance uses vitality, but Sejun's vitality had also increased over time. Gulp. You have consumed mugwort juice of life diluted with water. Vitality is restored by 20%. He drank the diluted mugwort juice of life to recover vitality. Abundance. You have consumed mugwort juice of life diluted with water. Vitality is restored by 1%. He used the power while chugging the juice like plain water, while Sejun was increasing the yield of the Korean blackberry tree. Krueng. If you work here, you'll get 10 peanuts and 5 tower coins per day as wages. But you'll have to work hard in return. Quenji and Arjux explained to the big-footed squirrels who arrived late after Arjux about what they would earn and what they needed to do if they worked on the farm. After a while, guys, let's go home now. Arjux, guide us to the waypoint. Sejun asked Arjux, who had been scouting, for the location of the waypoint. Okay. Hyung, the waypoint is to the west. But, there's a strange lake to the east. A strange lake? Yes. The lake is made of milk. I drank a lot from it, but there's still plenty. Ooh? A milk lake? That reminded him of what he had heard from the raccoon tribe during the previous harvest festival. They said there was a milk spring where they drew milk to make cheese. Let's go. Toryong. Sejun quickly called Toryong and headed towards the milk lake. Is it real? He had believed the raccoon's words, but it didn't feel real until he saw the milky-colored milk lake. Real milk really does come from the ground. Sejun collected milk from the milk lake. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's milk. Drink as much as you want. Keep drinking. Krueng. Krueng. Okay. Quenji will drink a lot. King? Should I quench my thirst too? While the three of them were eagerly drinking the milk, after some time, Sejun, who was scooping milk, and the three who were drinking milk slowly moved forward. The milk was rapidly decreasing. King? King, why are we moving forward? Hey! Don't run away. Thud thud. Fenrir energetically chased after the dwindling milk. Gurgle. Naturally, the culprit was Quenji. As after a long time, Quenji had been allowed to drink without any limit. As a result, the milk lake finally hit the bottom. Unfortunately, it was a lake that no longer produced milk. Krueng. Did Quenji do something wrong? Quenji looked crestfallen and checked Sejun's reaction. No, it's okay. I scooped a lot of milk. Sejun consoled Quenji while showing him the dozens of glass bottles filled with milk. It's just milk. They could find a larger milk lake later. King. Hey! I'm thirsty. However, Fenrir, who had chased after the dwindling milk without getting a single sip, barked while looking at the glass bottles filled with milk. Chapter 358. Would you like to receive the voice message orb? Silver Towers Administrator Area. Tyr, just go away. I'm not interested in Dragon Market or whatever it is, Chrysella Hizron, the leader of the Great Silver Dragons, said in a dispirited voice. Chrysella had been in a state of shock and secluded herself in her cave after her daughter Stella died without leaving a body after the attack by Halfers. And, Chrysella, how long are you going to just lie there like that? Come on, let's get some fresh air and just use the Dragon Market once. Tyr, beside her, was vigorously promoting the Dragon Market, trying to become a VIP member. These days, Tyr had been unable to move the dragon statues inside the Black Tower. If he moved even a little. Oh. Is that the normal grade Tyr here? PFFFF Tyr, how does it feel to live as a normal grade? I wouldn't know since I'm a VIP, because Kaiser and Ramtur, who had become VIPs of the Dragon Market, would rush over and tease him. I will definitely become a VIP of the Dragon Market. Thanks to that, Kellyan and Tyr were working hard to become VIPs themselves. Phew. Fine. But if I go to the Dragon Market, you're going to leave me alone and leave from here. Okay. I will. Fortunately, Tyr succeeded in persuading Chrysella to move. Kugugum. Traveling on Toriong's head to the waypoint. Krueng. Aralong. Quenji and Arjux, who had drunk a lot of milk, were sleeping leaning against Sejun's body and Jajap. 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 King. It might run away again. I need to drink it quickly. Fenrir was hastily drinking the milk in the bowl as if it might escape. Unlike Quenji and Arjux, whose mouths were white from the milk, Fenrir, whose mouth remained clean, looked at the milk bottle and barked. Blackie, didn't you get any milk? King. King. Yes. It all ran away. Sejun realized the situation and gave Fenrir the milk. Pooh hut. As expected, I have the qualities of a great detective. As Sejun watched Fenrir eagerly drink the milk, he thought that being a detective might be his true calling. Maybe he should open a detective office next to his house as a side job. While Sejun was indulging in these needless fantasies. Cake. Cake. Fenrir, who was hurriedly drinking milk, suddenly choked and coughed. Take it easy, there's plenty. Sejun patted Fenrir's back and said. Thanks to that, Fenrir quickly stopped coughing and kihihit. King. King. He. This feels good. The white liquid is tasty. After drinking 2 bowls of milk while being patted by Sejun. King. King. Hey. I'm full, rub my belly. Fenrir, with a bulging belly, entrusted it to Sejun's hands and fell asleep. Krueng. Aralong. Kirarong. As the trio snoring served as a lullaby, Sejun began to nod off when, Master, we have arrived. Toriong informed them that they had reached the waypoint on the 73rd floor of the tower. Ooh? Already? Just as Sejun was about to fall asleep, he reluctantly placed Fenrir into a sling bag to move. It's tight. The previously roomy sling bag seemed to have shrunk and was about to burst. King. In the cramped space, Fenrir wriggled and stuck out his legs to find a comfortable position to sleep. Due to this, all 4 legs stuck out of the sling bag, resembling a roasted chicken pose, but it definitely looked more comfortable inside the bag. How cute! Sejun playfully touched Fenrir's tongue sticking out as he slept with his pink tongue slightly sticking out and then carried Quenji and Arjux in his arms as he descended from Toriong's head. Upon doing so, welcome! Seeing Arjux sleeping in Sejun's arms, boss of the 73rd floor, giant flying squirrel quarrels were startled and opened the way to the waypoint. Black Tower 73rd floor waypoint has been saved. Sejun registered the waypoint and returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Yoren. Where are you, meow? Hurry over here, meow. Theo, who disliked going far, called for Yoren as he moved. Theo Tildenim, save me. From a distance, Yoren came running, calling out Theo's name, with 50 bandits chasing behind him. He had been swallowed by the fragment of Jormungandr and then encountered bandits inside, who were now chasing him. It was double the misfortune for Yoren, but, Pooh hut. Pio, bring out the slave contract, meow, Pio. Pio, yes. Theo Tildenim. For Theo, it was double the happiness. Pooh hut. I am the subordinate of the great black dragon, deadly dragon clawed, golden cat Theo Park, meow. Hurry and stamp the contract, meow, don't be ridiculous. HMPH. Great black dragon? We don't care about such things. The bandits kindly charged at Theo's self-introduction. Thud. Pooh hut. You just tried to take my life, meow. Now, pay 250 billion tower coins for the life of the vice chairman Theo, meow, the humble. Theo, who had easily subdued the bandits, demanded half the price of Sejun's life. I couldn't be on par with the great chairman Park, meow. As a result, the bandits stamped the slave contract with an additional clause stating they had to repay 250 billion tower coins, making Theo even happier. Pooh hut. Yoren, hand over the money, meow. Yes. Here it is. While Theo was withdrawing money from cash dispenser Yoren. Theo Tildenim, all the stamps have been collected. Theo had collected the stamps of all 50 bandits on the slave contract. Good job, meow. Meow. After praising Theo swung his front paw and used the one meow slash. Clink. As the fragment of Jormungandr disintegrated, white coins started to drop. Theo, pick up the coins, meow. Theo. Yes. Following Theo's command, Theo swiftly flew to collect the coins and put them in Theo's bag. Pooh hut. Let's go, meow. Theo, along with Urin and Theo, led the slaves towards the 55th floor of the tower. Upon reaching the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the tower, Chairman Park said to give this, meow. But where did the black rabbit go, meow? Theo asked as he pulled out a leather pouch filled with crops from his bundle. Black rabbit was nowhere to be seen. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. HMPH. Don't know any fool with such a name. Instead, there was only Choo-choo, who was very upset. It was clear the two had fought. Theo was curious about why they fought but chose not to ask. He thought it would be too much trouble, so he hurriedly left the castle. Father Rabbit, here are the slaves, meow. Put them to work, meow. Then I'm off, meow. After handing over the slaves to the rabbit couple's farm, he rushed to the 4th floor of the tower for Sejun's final errand. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Moo. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. As Sejun arrived at the 99th floor of the tower, the Minotaur King, who was guarding the waypoint, greeted him. Millimeter whom? Everything okay? Moo. I heard the Black Rabbit came to the farm. The Black Rabbit? What? Did he bring more tenant farmers? As Sejun pondered why Black Rabbit had come, clank, Krueng. Minotaur King uncle. Quenji opened the void storage and excitedly charged towards the Minotaur King. However, Krueng. The Minotaur King deftly sidestepped Quenji's charge. It seemed he could no longer endure getting hit like he used to. That's understandable. Minotaur King, I understand. Sejun himself had felt threatened by even the lightest touch from Quenji after about a month of acquaintance. Of course, there was a significant difference in the strength directed at the Minotaur King and Sejun, but they shared the same pain. That feeling must be the same. It must be. Krueng. Minotaur King uncle, I need special training. Moo. Moo. Okay. Get in position. In the meantime, the two had taken positions to begin punching training. Thus, Quenji was training under the strongest being of the Black Tower, the Minotaur King. He was just growing and it seemed like the next strongest in the Black Tower was already guaranteed, but it looked like he would become the strongest in the Black Tower even sooner. Toryong, let's go. Sejun went back to the farm so as not to disturb Quenji's training. And then, Kwang! As expected, it seemed Sejun wasn't able to use his strength properly, as a tremendous explosion started to sound. A moment later, Payak! Uncle, I'm here. As he neared home, Black Rabbit, with his hammer on his back, rushed out to greet Sejun at the farm. Black Rabbit, what's the matter? Since no other rabbit's farmers were visible who would become tenant farmers, Sejun asked. Then, Payak! Just... Black Rabbit faltered in his response. It was clear he hadn't come for nothing, but he seemed reluctant to speak, so Sejun didn't ask further. Black Rabbit, help me with harvesting the cherry tomatoes. Payak! Sejun, along with Black Rabbit and Arjux, harvested the cherry tomatoes on the farm. Tap! Tap! You have harvested magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 increases very slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun harvesting cherry tomatoes. Black Rabbit, from now on, call me little uncle. Got it, Payak? Payak? Really? Is that okay? Ehehe. Of course. I'm Sejun Hyung's younger brother after all. Arjux's voice trying to act as an uncle to Black Rabbit reached Sejun's ears. As they farmed together, it was time for dinner. Dinner was a carrot soup, which Black Rabbit loved. Payak! Uncle, it's really delicious. Tap! Tap! After eating the carrot soup, Black Rabbit excitedly thumped his feet. It was natural. The carrot soup Black Rabbit had eaten before barely had any ingredients. But now, with all the necessary ingredients like flour, butter, milk, and cheese, it couldn't taste bad. Of course, the reaction of the three who ate Sejun's cooking every day was not much different from Black Rabbit's. Krueng! It's delicious! Quenji, who had returned from special training, expressed his excitement by punching the air after eating the soup. Guang! But why was there a loud noise from afar? Ehehe! Hyung, it's too delicious! Arjax wagged his tail in bliss, and J-Jap. 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 Kihihit. King. King. Hee-hee. Exciting. It's yummy. Fenrir, after taking a few mouthfuls of the carrot soup, barked in excitement and repeated eating the soup. There's plenty more, eat up. As Sejun watched the four of them enjoy his cooking, your soul is filled with pouring praise. Mental strength increases by 2. Along with the message, his mental strength increased. Hee. Good. Sejun chuckled and began eating the carrot soup. Just then, the 10th Tower's assistant, the great silver dragon Stella Hizron, has sent you a voice message orb. 1 million tower coins are required to receive the voice message orb. Would you like to receive the voice message orb? A message appeared in front of Sejun. The 10th Tower's assistant? A voice message? Sejun didn't pay much attention to the fact that it was a dragon. Since there were many dragons around him, he thought there might be dragons in the 10th Tower as well. Even more so since there was very little information available on finding the piece of the door that leads to the 10th Tower. Are they trying to give me a hint? I'll accept it. Although he didn't like the rudeness of sending it at the recipient's expense, but thinking that it might be helpful, Sejun decided to accept the voice message orb. Then, you have paid 1 million tower coins. You have acquired the voice message orb. A transparent orb appeared on Sejun's palm. Voice message orb. This orb can store a voice message for 10 seconds. When magic power is infused, the stored voice can be played. It contains a recording of the voice of the great silver dragon, Stella Hizron. Usage restriction, magic power over 100. Grade, D. So, I just need to infuse magic power? As Sejun infused magic power into the orb. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you come to the 10th Tower yet? And tell my mom that I'm alive. Stella's voice could be heard, cramming everything she had to say into the 10 seconds. As Sejun was listening to Stella's voice. Tyr, this is the Black Tower, right? Yes. The Dragon Market here. Phew. Okay. I'm only going to stay for an hour anyway, alright. Let's go in. Stella's mother, Stella Hizron, had arrived at the Black Tower. Chapter 359, I like the name already. No. Am I not going because I don't want to? How can I go when there's no door? Upon hearing Stella's voice message, Sejun spoke with a sense of injustice. It's not like she helped him with anything. He had passed the trial alone and was searching for the door alone. Yet she's only getting angry. He wanted to ignore it, but her last message saying, "Tell my mom I'm alive," weakened Sejun's heart. The word mom was really, but there was a problem. How would I know who Stella Hizron's mother is? Even if he wanted to pass the message, he couldn't since he didn't know who Stella's mother was. Eileen, do you know a dragon named Stella Hizron? So he asked Eileen. But, the tower's administrator says she's not sure. Eileen, being young, did not have a wide network among dragons. The tower's administrator says, looking at the surname Hizron, Stella seems like a great silver dragon. Oh. Eileen, that's amazing. The tower's administrator smugly says that much is nothing to her. Sejun, although he already knew, feigned surprise to make Eileen feel good. The tower's administrator asks, isn't Stella a female name though? The tower's administrator narrows her eyes and tells you to truthfully report how you knew the name Stella Hizron. Ah, that's... Sejun had nothing to hide, so he told Eileen everything as it was. Then, the tower's administrator says it's outrageous that she asked you for a favor while making you pay her money. The tower's administrator says she never doubted you. Eileen quickly changed her stance. He knew she totally suspected him. The tower's administrator asks you to wait a little. The tower's administrator says she will use her information network to find out about the dragon named Stella Hizron. Alright, Kaiser Nim, seems like you will likely get called. It was clear who Eileen would inquire, so Sejun replied with a hidden smile. Just in case, you also listen to the voice too. Sejun sent the voice message orb to Eileen. Then he ate the remaining carrot soup, finished his work, and fell asleep. Black Tower Administrator's area. Sejun, just wait a bit. I'll ask my grandfather who Stella Hizron is. As Sejun predicted, Eileen was about to call Kaiser. Then, Eileen, are you busy? Ooh? Grandpa Tyr? Tyr with his purple hair and a silver-haired woman entered the administrator area. Eileen, greet her. This is Stella Hizron, the leader of the Great Silver Dragons. Tyr introduced Stella. Hello, Stella Nim. Yes, Stella trailed off. Seeing Eileen reminded her of her deceased daughter, and it was hard for her to compose herself. Stella Nim, do you know a dragon named Stella Hizron? Eileen asked, assuming the leader of all silver dragons would know. Yes. How do you know that name? Chrysella asked in a startled voice, not expecting to hear her deceased daughter's name here. Ah. Our Sejun told me. Sejun? Chrysella, Sejun is the Black Tower's tower farmer. All the crops sold in the dragon market are grown by him. Aren't you curious about what kinds of crops are sold at the dragon market? Tyr elaborated, hoping Chrysella would become curious about the dragon market. But how does this guy, named Sejun, know my daughter's name? Chrysella ignored Tyr's explanation and pressed Eileen. Our Sejun, not just some guy. Eileen snapped back defensively at Chrysella's words. Boo! I'm angry. Eileen puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish to show she was upset. Ah, Eileen, I apologize. I take back calling him that guy. But how does Sejun know Stella? Chrysella quickly apologized to soothe Eileen's anger. Well, that's because Aunt Stella sent this to our Sejun, Eileen said, showing the voice message orb that Sejun had sent. When Eileen infused magic into the orb, hey! What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you come to the 10th tower yet? And tell my mom that I'm alive. Stella's voice came out. This voice is Stella? Chrysella immediately recognized the owner of the voice as her daughter and played the voice message orb several times, listening to Stella's voice. When did Sejun receive this? Just a moment ago. Then, our Stella is in the 10th tower and not dead, Chrysella said in a moved voice. And Eileen, watching Chrysella closely, hee. This is a great opportunity for our Sejun. It seemed like she could fill up Sejun's vault that she managed. Chrysella nim, our Sejun spent a lot of money to receive this voice message orb. So she mentioned Sejun's efforts and decided to recover the money he spent to get the voice message orb. Really? How much did it cost? 10 billion tower coins, multiplied by 10,000 times. Eileen boasted a large amount. She was going to be a very great dragon. All right. I'll compensate you for all of it. No. From now on, whenever you receive a voice message orb from Stella, bring it to me, and I'll give you 10 billion tower coins. Chrysella, why don't you take this chance to use the dragon market too? Using the dragon market will help Sejun. Seeing the opportunity, Tyr spoke again about the dragon market. Becoming a VIP of the dragon market wasn't far off. Understood. I owe Sejun as well. Thus, influenced by Tyr's words, Chrysella became a member of the dragon market. Chrysella nim, please sign this contract here. While Eileen was getting Chrysella's signature on the contract for dragon market membership. Mwah ha ha ha. Sejun, Tyr nim? Tyr woke up the sleeping Sejun to receive a 30-day VIP trial membership at the dragon market for having enrolled Chrysella. And as he hurried back to the fountain, Tyr, hidden among the cornfields, Kellyan called out to Tyr in a quiet voice, who was of the same normal grade until just a moment ago. Kellyan, I'm a VIP at the dragon market now. Guys, Kellyan is here. Tyr called Kaiser and rammed her. Tyr, you traitor. I was going to become a VIP first and make fun of you. After glaring at Tyr, who became a VIP before him, Kellyan quickly hid himself. Red Tower 42nd floor. Block the cactuses. Yes. Following Udon's orders, other dwarf subordinates began to fight the cactuses. Beanie's flame beans have been planted. In the meantime, Udon diligently planted the flame beans. The effect of the flame beans was remarkable. As soon as they were planted, the surrounding heat significantly reduced, and the desertification stopped progressing. Thanks to this, Udon had been planting flame beans from the 48th floor down, and was currently on the 42nd floor. Then, Udon nim, it's the flame cactuses. Cactuses spewing out blue-colored high-temperature flames approached. Prepare the firebombs. Yes. Following Udon's orders, dwarfs holding pots with fully grown flame beans stepped forward. Then, F-whoop. 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 The flame beans' head spat out flame bean seeds towards the cactuses. The flame beans could shoot their seeds at enemies and explode them when threatened. Udon discovered this during a battle with the cactuses, and since then they had been carried the flame beans in pots. Bang! Boom! Hundreds of seeds collided with the cactuses, exploding instantly and completely annihilating them. And then, your crop has killed a monster. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Your crop has killed a monster. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Udon gained experience points for killing monsters. Poo-ha-ha-ha. This is quite convenient, Udon said with a laugh. If Sejun had known that Udon was reaping such benefits from his crops, he would have immediately sent a new variety. However, Sejun was unaware that Udon was benefiting. All right. Upon waking, during sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. You have 3 life orbs. You cannot produce any more life orbs. Your magic power has accumulated 0.1 over 24 hours. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. The messages appeared before Sejun. That's a pity. Sejun spoke upon seeing the message that he couldn't create more life orbs. Even though it was only 0.2%, it was a shame to waste it. Then, the tower's administrator says she have found out who Stella Hizron is. The tower's administrator says Aunt Stella is the daughter of Chrysella Hizron, the leader of the Great Silver Dragons. Eileen, who had been waiting for Sejun to wake up, relayed the information she had discovered. Daughter? The tower's administrator confirms. The tower's administrator also says that Grandma Chrysella has agreed to give 10 billion tower coins each time you pass on a voice orb message from Aunt Stella. 10 billion? Not 1 million? Spending 1 million tower coins to receive 10 billion tower coins was a highly profitable deal. The tower's administrator says that Grandma Chrysella has also said she will give 10 billion tower coins if you can deliver a voice message to Aunt Stella. Along with Eileen's words, a voice message orb appeared. It was a higher grade voice message orb than the one sent by Stella, capable of recording up to 1 hour. Am I supposed to deliver it? Can that work? I've never tried it, so I'm not sure. Deliver to Stella Hizron of the 10th tower, deliver to the 10th tower, deliver to the 10th tower. He tried saying a few activation words, but there was no response. Time for breakfast. Sejun neatly gave up and headed to the kitchen. While he was making breakfast, Chairman Park, I'm back tilde meow. Theo flew towards Sejun's face. Yeah, Sejun didn't dodge and opened his face to Theo. His lips touched Theo's pink belly. Boop 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 boop. Meow. It's ticklish, meow. Sejun blew air from his mouth to detach Theo. As a result of long learning, this was the least troublesome way to get Theo off. Vice Chairman Theo, did you do well? As Sejun looked at Theo hanging from his knee. Pooh hut. Yes, meow. I did very well, meow. Theo bragged boastfully. He was usually smug, but today the intensity of his smugness was even greater. It seemed he had something he was confident about. Look at this, meow. Then Theo turned his bag inside out, shaking it vigorously. Out poured gold, tower coins, and grapeseed oil. He had collected them quite diligently. Well done, but this much wouldn't usually make Theo this boastful. Sejun, who knew Theo well, was puzzled. Pooh hut. There are still 2 left, meow. Theo held up each of his front paws, one at a time, displaying the items. In his left front paw was a black bead, and in his right, a brown bead. Fenrir's core fragment? Sejun recognized the black bead and commented. Pooh hut. Right, meow. Go ahead and check it, meow. Okay. Prompted by Theo, Sejun examined Fenrir's core fragment and found that it contained as much as 2% of Fenrir's power. The thought of some other monster picking this up was dizzying. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. Sejun vigorously patted Theo's head as he praised him. Pooh hut. I know, meow. I always do well, meow. Theo was simply delighted by Sejun's praise. As usual, there wasn't a hint of modesty, but that was part of Theo's charm. Check this out too, meow. Theo then handed the brown gem to Sejun. Jewel of the Earth. I like the name already. Sejun picked up the Jewel of the Earth and examined it. Chapter 360, May you go to a good place. Jewel of the Earth. The soul of an Earth attribute god, sealed after being devoured by Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and first seat of Apostle of Destruction, is contained in this jewel. If the Jewel of the Earth absorbs enough power of the Earth, the soul of the god sealed within the jewel will be released. Once unsealed, the god will repay the favor. Creator, Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and first seat of Apostle of Destruction. Grade, immeasurable. Seems like the first seat of Apostle of Destruction really is powerful. Sejun, having learned how the Jewel of the Earth was made, said, to eat a god's body and seal its soul. I hope I never encounter it, but if I do, I'll run without looking back. Unaware that this first seat of Apostle of Destruction was now snoring away sprawled out on his own bed, Sejun read on. The god repays the favor once its seal is broken? That sounds good. A god that repays favors. He was really looking forward to the reward. As expected of Vice Chairman Theo. Bringing a jewel sealed with a favor-repaying god. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. Your exclusive right to my knee has been extended for another week. Pooh hut. Pooh hut. Pooh hut. At Sejun's words, Theo couldn't hold back his laughter and just kept laughing. Meanwhile, Sejun, who had attached Theo to his leg, went outside and buried the jewel of the earth halfway into the ground. Since it needed to absorb the power of the earth, burying it seemed to make sense. After waiting for about 10 minutes, jewel of the earth, 5% unsealing in progress. Sejun's guess was right, the seal began to break. It was easier to unlock the god seal than he had thought. That was quick. Eileen, please purify this core fragment too. The tower's administrator says you can leave it to her. Sejun, rising from his spot, asked Eileen to purify a fragment of Fenrir's core contained 2% of its power. Just then, the medicinal mugwort. Heading back to the kitchen, Sejun remembered the medicinal mugwort inside the golden box of abundance. He needed to take out the mugwort and put in the transcendence black beans. So he opened the void storage and went inside. Click! He opened the golden box of abundance, took out 5 pieces of medicinal mugwort, put in the transcendence black beans, and closed it again. Having secured for more pieces of medicinal mugwort in just one day, Sejun boldly put one into his mouth. And he regretted it. This bitterness wasn't something one could get used to like coffee. He had underestimated it. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina is activated. Stamina increases by 9. Messages appear before Sejun's blurry vision. 9. An unprecedented level of bitterness. This was another level of bitterness. From now on, mugwort before bed. Thud. Sejun fainted from the intense bitterness. Chairman Park, did you faint again? Meow? Theo, grabbing Sejun's arm, dragged him to a sunny spot and laid him down. Squish. Squish. He began massaging Sejun's face. As Theo was massaging Sejun, King? King? What? I can't feel my core energy suddenly. Fenrir, sensing his core fragment's energy, came out and looked around. Then, King, there's a place open with lots of yummy things. Fenrir found the void storage that Theo had left open. Kihihit. King. Hee. This is fun. Fenrir entered the void storage and started his snack tour. Shortly after, Chairman Park, are you awake? Meow? Squish. Squish. As Sejun woke up, Theo asked while massaging his face. Then, Payak? Uncle, are you awake? Krueng. Dad, are you up? Hyung, are you up? Sejun Nim, are you awake? While eating the breakfast prepared by Sejun, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica asked, yeah, how long did I faint? Not long at all, meow. It hasn't even been an hour, meow. Really? The duration of unconsciousness was shorter than expected. What about Blackie? I saw him go into the void storage earlier, meow. Theo answered Sejun's question. He must have gone to eat more dried sweet potato. Sejun decided to let Fenrir be. No matter how greedy he was, 3 dried sweet potato slices were Fenrir's limit. There wasn't going to be any major trouble. Regaining consciousness, Sejun quickly ate breakfast. Transport. 23,817 vibrant life mugworts and 21,183 vibrant magical mugworts have arrived. Sejun had brought in the mugwort harvested by Ophelia, covering the transport costs between the towers. And then, Quenji, squeeze. Krueng. Understood. He began making mugwort juice with Quenji. Meanwhile, Arjux was sent to the White Tower to manage the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. While Sejun and Quenji were making mugwort juice, it has been confirmed that Veronica, the tower farmer of the Purple Tower, has planted poisonous potatoes without permission. According to the laws of the tower, the Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun will now have the Purple Tower's tower farmer Veronica as his slave for the next 100 years. Since Veronica, the tower farmer of the Purple Tower, is already your slave, the slave period will not be extended. A message appeared before Sejun. It seems it went well, Sejun remarked upon seeing the message. Veronica had used the land deed of the Purple Tower given by Sejun to return to the Purple Tower and plant the poisonous potato as directed by Sejun. Although they had a subordination contract, Veronica had to become a slave within the system for Sejun to be able to send her to the Purple Tower and summon her back to the Black Tower. Sejun did not want to waste the land of the Purple Tower, which was abundant in toxicity and ideal for growing detoxifying green onions and poisonous potatoes. Moreover, since the administrator of the Purple Tower, Tyr, had permitted it, there was no reason to hesitate. The poison of the Purple Tower was easily dealt with by consuming plenty of detoxifying green onions. Shortly after, Krueng. All done. Sejun and Quenji had finished making the mugwort juice. Technically, Quenji did the squeezing while Sejun just clapped and praised him from the side. but in spirit, they were together. Anyway. With Quenji's strength and Sejun's encouraging collaboration, 2.3 liters of vibrant life mugwort juice and 2.1 liters of vibrant magical mugwort juice were produced. While making the juice, Quenji's proficiency improved, slightly enhancing the medicinal effect of the juice from 50% to 55%. Krueng. Then, Quenji will check the herbs and go for special training with Uncle Minotaur King. After finishing the mugwort juice, Quenji got up to go check on the herbs in the western forest. Meanwhile, Black Rabbit had also gone for training with the Minotaur King after breakfast. Did you pack the snacks properly? Krueng. Yes. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. I filled the snack pouch completely. Quenji showed off his bulging bag full of snacks. Good. Have a good trip. Sejun saw Quenji off towards the western forest. I should make the mugwort juice potion. He diluted 1 L of vibrant life mugwort juice with water at a 25:1 ratio and transferred it into several small water bottles. And then, abundance, power, abundance is applied to the corn. The next yield of corn will be doubled. Sejun used the power on each and every corn stalk in the cornfield. Normally, he would have run out of vitality quickly, but, gulp, you have consumed water-diluted mugwort juice of life. 1% of vitality is restored. Now that there's mugwort juice potion, Sejun can continuously replenish his vitality as if receiving a blood transfusion. Thanks to that, he was able to effortlessly use his power on all the crops in the field. Abundance, power, abundance is applied to the corn. The fertility of the cornfield is doubled. Finally, as the yield doubled and the consumed vitality was also doubled, so replenish it he used 1/4 of the prepared mugwort juice potion. Specifically, he used 1/8 of it on the crops to double the yield and the remaining 1/8 to increase the soil fertility. Sejun's field already had high fertility, so it required a lot of life force to increase it further. Of course, it wasn't all good. I'm thirsty again. Drinking a lot of water meant frequent trips to the bathroom. But it was a minor inconvenience he was willing to tolerate if it meant doubling the harvest. After his bathroom break, Sejun checked the jewel of the earth buried in the ground. Jewel of the earth, 98% unsealing in progress. The seal was almost completely undone. He. What will the god give? Pooh hut. Chairman Park, let's ask for something expensive. Meow. While Sejun and Theo discussed eagerly, the seal on the jewel of the earth has been lifted. The god Perilous, the god of pebbles sealed within the jewel of the earth, is released. The soul of the god sealed within the jewel of the earth found its freedom. Eh? The god of pebbles? Chairman Park, what are pebbles? Meow? Is it something good? Meow? Theo asked excitedly to Sejun, who had a slightly bewildered expression on his face. The god of pebbles, Perilous, repays the favor to the one who freed him from his seal. Right. Just because it's the god of pebbles doesn't mean his favor will be measly. It should be fine. Sejun brainwashed himself with hope as he focused on the message. However, the god of pebbles, Perilous, repays the favor by paving a 3.3 square meters path with pebbles. Perilous, the god of pebbles, betrayed Sejun's expectations. Who wants pebbles randomly paved on a path? If you're going to pave it all. Just 3.3 square meters. Just give me the money instead. TL, it's 1 pyong, which is equal to 3.3 square meters. Having repaid his favor, the god of pebbles, Perilous, has left. As if knowing Sejun would be angry, Perilous, the god of pebbles, left quickly as if running away. Seed headquarters store. You're back? While Perilous was examining his body. Perilous? Are you really the god of pebbles, Perilous? Silas, the god of fine sand, who was passing by, shouted when he saw Perilous. Silas, nice to see you. Perilous greeted Silas as if they had just met yesterday, despite being sealed away unconscious for a while. On the other hand, Perilous, I'm really glad to see you. Silas, who had not seen Perilous for thousands of years, excitedly grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously, expressing his joy. Where are the other gods? What am I thinking? Let's go. I'll guide you to the other non-combat gods. Silas quickly took Perilous to Leah, the god of abundance, leader of the non-combat gods. It's not like meeting the other combat gods would do any good since they would only increase his worries. Thus Perilous met with Leah. Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower freed me from my seal. He is a good farmer who knows how to create fertile land. Perilous told Leah and the other non-combat gods how he was unsealed. As expected of Sejun, Park Sejun fighting, Park Sejun fighting. The non-combat gods chanted Park Sejun fighting, Park Sejun fighting. Perilous also joined the other gods in cheering. By the way, I wonder if the reward is sufficient. It was quite unreasonable for me too. Perilous worried whether Sejun would be satisfied with the favor he repaid. Up Pebbles? As Sejun looked up at the sky with a hollow expression. What are these, meow? Theo looked at the 3 colored pebbles, shining with a radiant light, laid across 3.3 square meters of the path. Their colors were extraordinary. Pooh-hoo hut. The pebbles are expensive, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, the god repaid you richly, meow. Intuitively realizing the pebbles on the ground were valuable, Theo called Sejun with an excited voice. The god of pebbles, Perilous, and next time we meet, I'll be the one to seal him, her. They're valuable? Sejun was grinding his teeth at Perilous, who ran away after throwing the pebbles, but upon hearing Theo's words, he hurriedly checked the pebbles. Ruby gemstone, sapphire gemstone, emerald gemstone. They weren't just ordinary pebbles, they were made of gemstone raw materials. May you go to a good place, Perilous nim. Sejun smiled brightly as he wished Perilous well. And then, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, has prayed for you. Your divinity increases by 10. Thanks to Sejun praying for him, Perilous' divinity increased. Chapter 361. Hee hee. I won't get caught this time. Hee hee hee. Vice Chairman Theo, pack them carefully so they doesn't get scratched. Sejun cautioned Theo as he looked at the gemstone pebble road laid by the pebble god, Perilous. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, no worries, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, have very soft and squishy paws, meow. Theo confidently showed his pink jelly pads in response. Really? Whom? Let's see how soft and squishy they are. Sejun pretended to check and touched Theo's paw pads. Feeling the soft sensation, the corners of his mouth curled up without him realizing it. Thus, Sejun enjoyed a brief healing time and then seriously started picking up the gemstone pebbles with Theo. A short while later, there are 1,000 ruby gemstone, 1,000 sapphire gemstone, and 1,000 emerald gemstone. Sejun checked the number of gemstones they had collected. A total of 3,000 gemstones. The pebble god, Perilous, was indeed a god overflowing with love. Pooh-hoo hut, Chairman Park, can I burn the pebbles, meow? Theo, his eyes shining towards the gemstones, asked Sejun. Sure. Having brought the jewel of the earth, Theo had enough shares in the gemstones and gladly gave one of each type of the 3 kinds of gemstones to Theo. The largest size. There was not much difference since the sizes of the pebbles were similar. Pooh-hoo hut. Burn brightly, meow, whoosh. Theo laughed as he burned the 3 gemstones at once. As the size of the gemstones decreased, Theo's body glowed even brighter. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I've become stronger, meow. Face towards me, meow. The brightly glowing golden Theo lifted his front paws and leaped towards Sejun's face. And then, squish. Squish. Theo clung to Sejun's face and earnestly started massaging. Today was the day he'd finally rid Chairman Park's rotten face, meow. Thus, Theo massaged Sejun's face until the golden light disappeared. However, meow, I failed, meow, I couldn't root it out, meow. Looking disappointed as if he hadn't achieved what he wanted, Theo returned to Sejun's lap. This guy? As the owner of that failed face, Sejun felt displeased. But it does seem like my senses become a bit sharper when I receive Theo's massage. During Theo's massage, Sejun recalled having a wider field of vision, better hearing, and an enhanced sense of smell. However, he also smelled Theo's pungent paw odor more distinctly. Definitely, his senses were heightened during Theo's massage. Maybe the rottenness Theo mentioned was not about appearance but related to nerves. Haha. That's right. My appearance can't be ugly. Sejun arrived at a satisfying conclusion. However, you have overcome an unfortunate reality with a mental victory. Your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength increases by 5. The system informed him as if to make a point. How is this a mental victory? Sejun ranted at the unresponsive system for a while. Abundance. Power. Abundance is applied to the sundred red pepper. The amount of yield that the sundred red pepper will bear next doubles. Sejun went to the sundred red pepper field and used his power on it. So Tyr also became a VIP of Dragon Market. When Tyr became a VIP, Kaiser felt a sense of fear. The Dragon Market VIP trial lasts for 30 days. And Tyr became a Dragon Market VIP a day later than him. That means, even if it's just for a day, there will be a time when Tyr's rank is higher than his own. Moreover, what if Kellyan becomes a VIP at Dragon Market even later? Then Kellyan will be the only one left as a Dragon Market VIP, mocking him, Tyr, and Tyr, who have been downgraded to regular status. That can't happen. Just the thought of it was too dizzying. It was a case of reaping what one sows, but he didn't want to accept that outcome. I need to find a way to extend the Dragon Market VIP period. Not wanting to be downgraded to a regular member, Kaiser went to find Sejun. As Kaiser went to find Sejun, Kellyan, the only one with the normal grade, was leaving the Golden Tower. TCH. After drinking my alcohol and rejecting that sly Artemis bastard, Kellyo failed in his Dragon Market business pitch to Artemisyol, the leader of the Great Golden Dragon clan. Now the only ones left are the Great Brown Dragon. Kellyan flew toward the Brown Tower to meet Grave Runmar, the leader of the Great Brown Dragons. I need to go to the bathroom. Sejun, who had consumed a lot of mugwort juice potion while using his power at the Sundred Red Pepper Field, went to the bathroom. And on the way out of the bathroom, "Ooh? Why is it like this here?" Sejun spoke as he looked at the ground around where the jewel of the earth had been embedded. He couldn't feel any vitality in the soil. The cherry tomatoes planted nearby had all withered away. Earlier, when it said it absorbs the power of the earth. Did it absorb all the vitality? Abundance. Sejun used his power to restore the vitality of the land. Power, abundance is applied to the land. The land becomes twice as fertile. Abundance. Only after using the power 5 times, the stems of the cherry tomatoes finally regained their health. Gulp. You have consumed water-diluted mugwort juice of life. Your life force is restored by 10%. Sejun drank the mugwort juice potion to recover the life energy he had used. At that moment, Sejun. Kaiser came looking for Sejun. Kaiser tilde nim. Hello. Yes. Our Sejun is working hard. As expected, our Sejun is very diligent. Oh, your face looks a bit better too. What's this? Why so many compliments today? As Sejun looked at Kaiser with suspicion. Pooh hut. Kaiser tilde nim. That's because I, Vice Chairman Theo, have been keeping Chairman Park's face from rotting for a while. Meow. Theo boasted about what he had done to Kaiser, who appreciated his efforts. I see. Theo must have worked hard. Pooh hut. That's right. Meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, have had a very hard time because of Chairman Park. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, be quiet. Sejun told Theo to be quiet, gritting his teeth. Understood. Meow. Theo, who always listens well. In response to Sejun telling him to be quiet, Theo rubbed his face against Sejun's lap and acted cute. But Kaiser tilde nim, what brings you here? After watching Theo's cute behavior for a moment, Sejun asked Kaiser. I came to ask if there's a way to extend the Dragon Market VIP period. A way to extend the Dragon Market VIP period? Yes. Kaiser waited eagerly for Sejun's answer with eager eyes. That's easy. If your total purchases for the month exceed 300 billion tower coins, the Dragon Market VIP period automatically extends for 30 days. Really? Is it that easy? Yes. Kahawaha. Kaiser was overjoyed at Sejun's words. 300 billion tower coins was an amount he could reach by purchasing just 3 black beans. By diligently purifying fragments of Fenrir's core and clearing the red mist outside, he could earn enough within a month. This meant he could be a VIP at Dragon Market for life. I won't have to worry about being ridiculed by Tyr or Kellyan, as Kaiser felt relieved. And if the total cumulative purchase exceeds 5 trillion tower coins, you can become a VVIP, which is a higher tier than VIP. What? Vivip? Kaiser was shocked at Sejun's words. A rank higher than VIP? It was exhilarating. He wanted to quickly surpass the other dragons in rank and look down on them. Kahawaha. Sejun, I'll buy 3 black beans for now. Though Kaiser had 400 billion tower coins, he refrained from spending his entire fortune impulsively. Money must be spent strategically. Whether the monthly cumulative purchase was 300 billion or 400 billion tower coins, the VIP period would extend for the same 30 days. So, he spent exactly 300 billion tower coins to extend his Dragon Market VIP period for another 30 days. Then he quietly flew towards the fountain, making sure other dragons didn't notice. Brown Tower Administrative Area. Kellyan, what brings you here? Grave Runmar, the leader of the Great Brown Dragons, asked as he saw Kellyan who had come to see him. Whom? We aren't friends who meet only when there's trouble, are we? I've even brought some Samyangju to drink with you. Kellyan began his pitch for Dragon Market as he brought out the liquor. A little later. So, I've been having a lot of worries lately. Yes. You've had it tough. I understand how you feel. I know. Our White Tower too. Kellyan responded empathetically to Graves' words and filled his empty glass. This time, it felt promising. It didn't seem like he would just drink and refuse like Artemis had. But, I mustn't be hasty. If he failed here, becoming a VIP at Dragon Market would be out of reach. He had to be very careful. So, he got Grave to drink a little more. Grave, there's a place called Dragon Market. There, you can find. He introduced the Dragon Market, which sold crops with various abilities. He explained that he and Kaiser were buying crops that offered the powers of light and darkness. Ramtur, Kin, and Brachio were buying crops that absorbed overflowing fire energy, water energy, and vitality. And Tyr was buying crops that detoxified toxins accumulated in the body. Dragon Market? There's really such a place? Grave, who had been troubled by issues in the Brown Tower, showed immediate interest. Especially since the situations in the Red, Blue, and Green Towers were similar to that of the Brown Tower, he was even more intrigued. It's true. And I'm sure there's a crop in Dragon Market that can solve the problem of the Brown Tower, Kellyan confidently stated. Sejun will somehow take care of it. Kellyan had known Sejun for a long time. Sejun always seemed prepared, pulling out the necessary crops as needed. Then let's head out right away. Okay. Follow me. Kellyan flew to the Black Tower with Grave, who would help upgrade him to become Dragon Market VIP. After Kaiser left. Having quickly settled lunch with Eileen's meatball piece, Sejun stopped while strolling through the farm. Slurp. Sejun took a sip of the coffee he was holding in his right hand while looking up at the blue sky. Ah, this is relaxing. He indulged in some rare alone time. Gorarong. Of course, it wasn't completely alone since Theo was sleeping on his lap, having eaten his fill of churu. Well, he would feel lonely if he were truly alone, so this was just perfect. The 5 colored beans are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your agility stat potential increases from 1651 to 1652. While Sejun was enjoying his leisurely coffee time and providing his crops with the sound of his footsteps. Clank. Ki-he-hit. King. He-he. This is fun. Fenrir, who had woken up feeling great after a feast of dried sweet potatoes in the void storage, dashed out. He had 5 pieces of dried sweet potato snacks stuck in his mouth. You can't even eat them all. Sejun got up to take the snacks from Fenrir's mouth, as it was obvious that he would come complaining of a stomachache later. Just then, crash! A glass bottle that Fenrir had been playing with earlier rolled out from the void storage and shattered on the floor. King! That was what I was playing with earlier. Realizing he had done something wrong, Fenrir hurriedly hid his body. However, being a hunter and never one to hide, Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and the first seat of Apostles of Destruction, was not used to concealing himself. Blackie, what did you do inside? Sejun caught him easily since Fenrir was only hiding his eyes with a 5-colored bin leaf. And then, since you broke the glass bottle, I'm confiscating these. King, those are mine. As a punishment for causing the accident, Sejun took 4 of the 5 pieces of dried sweet potatoes that Fenrir had been munching on. SSSRK. A noise came from the spot where the glass bottle had broken. Ooh? When Sejun looked towards the sound and saw a brown bin pod at the end of the 5-colored beans, fully matured and ready to be harvested. What is this? Sejun picked the brown bin pod. You have harvested a kidney bean of soil fertility. A message appeared. Kidney bean of soil fertility? It was a bin with a name he had never seen before. It was a new variety. And then, was that the mutagen elixir? Sejun realized what had been in the glass bottle that just broke. My 300 billion tower coins. Thud. Thud. Meanwhile, Fenrir quickly moved and hid again. Ki-he-hit. King. He-he. I won't get caught this time. Fenrir, covering even his ears with a leaf, was confident he had hidden perfectly. Chapter 362, I wish Leah Tildenim would come once more. Sejun first checked the options for the kidney bean of soil fertility. TL, in previous chapter 1 translated it as mental strength bean, but I have changed it to kidney bean of soil fertility. The previous translation was also correct, but the Korean term used had more than one meaning, and based on below context it's the other meaning and not the previous one that I had translated earlier. Kidney bean of soil fertility, beans grown in the Black Tower. They are delicious and full of nutrients. Cultivated by a farmer familiar with farming, they have improved in taste and efficiency. Especially, they grow well even in barren lands and have an outstanding ability to restore the vitality and fertility of barren lands. When consumed, muscles develop well in the body. However, excessive consumption may lead to overdevelopment of muscles. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, A. True to the name of the kidney bean of soil fertility, they had an excellent ability to enhance soil vitality. However, since most of Sejun's fields were well maintained and had high vitality, it says eating this helps build muscle well? Sejun focused on the consumption options. As soon as he saw it, he thought of where to sell them. Straight to earth. Millions of fitness enthusiasts would eagerly buy them, so sales were guaranteed as long as he had the goods harvested. He. This is going to be a big hit. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it smells heavily of money, meow. Theo chimed in at Sejun's remark. Ha. Indeed, Vice Chairman Theo. Please sell it well in the future. Pooh hut. Just leave it to me, meow. Thus, Sejun and Theo laughed ominously while looking at the brown beans. To make money, we need to plant them first. Sejun planted the kidney bean of soil fertility in the vacant spot of the golden tree stump pot of abundance. Initially, there was a 10x growth speed option, but now the pot had used up all the power of abundance, making even 2x growth speed difficult. So far, Sejun couldn't fill the power of abundance due to the threat to his life using power, abundance. But, ha. Now, I have mugwort juice potions and 3 life orbs. Sejun's basic vitality had also greatly increased, and he had 2 safeguards. Chairman Park, I'm ready too, meow. No. He had 3. Squeeze. Theo was diligently massaging Sejun's legs. Abundance. Sejun held a mugwort juice diluted in water in his right hand and placed his left hand on the golden tree stump pot of abundance, using the power. And, gulp. You have consumed water-diluted mugwort juice of life. Your life force is restored by 10%. You have consumed water-diluted mugwort juice of life. Your life force is restored by 10%. He drank the mugwort juice potion in advance to prepare for the draining vitality. The power, abundance, is directly affecting the golden tree stump pot of abundance. The power of abundance is filled in the golden tree stump pot of abundance. Sejun's vitality was consumed, activating the power. As expected, vitality continued to drain. However, it was more than expected. His vitality decreased faster than it could be replenished by the mugwort juice potion. You are running out of vitality. A life orb is consumed. One of the life orbs was quickly shattered as the rapidly depleting vitality was instantly replenished. Fortunately, no more vitality drained after that. You have overcome a deadly crisis. Talent, sturdy vitality causes your stamina to increase by 1. Phew. That was a bit dangerous. Sejun breathed a sigh of relief as he read the message that his stamina had increased after overcoming a deadly crisis. Then, flash! The golden tree stump pot of abundance began to shine golden again. The power of abundance was recharged. He. Sejun transferred crops for which he urgently needed seeds to the pot. After finishing the work, all right. Shall we catch the troublemaker now? Sejun tried to find Fenrir but, Blackie, are you here? He discovered Fenrir in the 5-colored bin field, covering his eyes and ears with bin leaves and sticking his butt out, laughing mischievously with a PFT. Is that your idea of hiding? Sejun burst into laughter at Fenrir's hidden appearance. He cautiously approached and started poking his exposed butt that Fenrir had pushed out. Then, King, I'm going to get caught at this rate. Fenrir, using his front paws, covered his eyes and ears even more diligently. It seemed he thought that covering just his eyes and ears would allow him to hide. He. So, finding it amusing, Sejun continued poking his butt, which initially made Fenrir flinch a few times, but later, thinking he wasn't caught, he no longer reacted. Krueng. Instead, the sound of Fenrir's snoring was heard. Blackie, are you sleeping now? Sejun was so dumbfounded that he lost any desire to scold him. No. The desire to scold him seems to have already disappeared when he was poking his butt. You'll catch a cold like this. Sejun picked up Fenrir, who was sleeping with bin leaves covering his face, and placed him in the sling bag. By the way, the sling bag had been enchanted by Eileen to expand the interior space by 1.5 times for the enlarged Fenrir. It was only slightly expanded because enlarging it too much could cause Fenrir to get stranded inside the sling bag. So, with Fenrir in the sling bag and Theo hanging on his leg, Sejun headed to the sticky corn field. Along the way, he found the road that had been covered in gemstones by perilous, now cleared of all the gems. Still, since we received something, we should at least make a memorial for the benefactor. Land moving. Feeling a bit sad about the cleared road, Sejun used his skill while striking the ground with Myla's hoe. Then, Kugugum, a square stone filling a 3.3 square meter area of the road, rose. And, Vice Chairman Theo, your claws. Got it, meow. Parching. Holding Theo's front paw. Sack. Sack. He engraved letters onto the center of the stone using dragon claws. Perilous Road, to Perilous, the god of pebbles who gave us gems and left. He was a good god. In honor of the benefactor, the road was also named Perilous Road. Perilous Nim would be satisfied with this, right? Sejun, with a satisfied expression, passed by Perilous Road and moved towards the sticky corn field. Queck! Queck! The mushroom ants thoughtlessly passed through the now deserted Perilous Road. Abundance. Having arrived at the sticky corn field, Sejun drank the mugwort juice potion and used the power on the corn. When he had used the power up to the middle of the field, Sejun Kellyan, who was hiding somewhere, appeared and quietly called Sejun. Kellyan Nim. Hello. Yes. Sejun do you have any crops that can revive dead lands? Kellyan had come looking for Sejun, worried that there might not be any crops that Grave could buy. If there are no crops for Grave to buy, he won't join Dragon Market, and Kellyan can't become a VIP of Dragon Market. Crops that can revive dead lands? Yes, there are. Crops that grow well in dead lands and restore fertility. At Kellyan's question, Sejun thought for a moment and then recalled the kidney bean of soil fertility he had seen earlier. The description clearly stated they grew well in dead lands and had outstanding ability to restore fertility. Oh. Really? Ha ha ha. I knew there would be. Kellyan, laughing heartily at Sejun's answer, hurriedly looked around and lowered his voice. But I don't have them now. I just planted them, so you have to wait. What? How long? Well, even if it's fast, it will take about 5 days. -5 days. That much. I'll have to give him more alcohol. What? Never mind. Then keep up the good work. Let's see about these guys. Just a little more patience now. Having heard the answer he wanted, Kellyan again hid his body to avoid other dragons. As Kellyan disappeared, can't I get one more golden box of abundance? While talking with Kellyan, Sejun felt inconvenienced by the slow rate of securing seeds. Or maybe upgrade the box of abundance. It was fast enough already, but as the number of crops needing to be multiplied increased, he felt constant regret. I wish Leah Nim would come once more. Sejun briefly thought of Leah, the god of abundance. Abundance. The power, abundance, is applied to the sticky corn. The amount of the next harvest to be borne by the sticky corn doubles. He used his power again to increase the yield of the sticky corn. Having used all his power on the sticky corn while drinking the mugwort juice potion, abundance. Finally, he enhanced the vitality of the field itself and then, now it's time to prepare dinner. He headed to the cooking area to cook. Shortly after, Payak. Uncle, we're here. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is here. Black Rabbit and Quenji, who had received special training from the Minotaur King, returned together. Then, the slave of the White Tower wishes to return, saying it's time to leave work and wants to return. The slave of the Purple Tower wishes to return, saying their work is done. Messages from Arjux and Veronica, who wanted to return to the Black Tower, appeared. Everyone seemed to have a ghostly sense of dinner time. Seed Shop Headquarters. The Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower has built a temple for you. Your divine power increases by 15. 5 of the tenant mushroom ants of Tower Farmer Park Sejun have passed through your temple. Your divine power increases by 0.0005. Park Sejun, you even made a temple for me. Perilous, glowing faintly from the increase in divine power, was moved while looking at the message. Sejun had created Perilous Road to honor the patron Perilous. It was registered as Perilous Temple, and since then, whenever someone passed the road, divinity flowed into Perilous. To think divine power could increase like this. It was a shocking event for Leah and the other non-combat gods, who had previously only increased their divine power through tower coins. I'm jealous, so envious. Thanks to this, Perilous received the envy of Leah and the other non-combat gods. Receiving prayers from Park Sejun. Park Sejun had built a temple for him. And the steady divinity received from that temple. I also want a temple built by Park Sejun. As Leah looked at Perilous with envy, the Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower wishes for your descent. Your divine power increases by 2. A message appeared before Leah. Oh. Park Sejun wishes for my descent. Leah, the god of abundance, was delighted to see the message. Above all, she was especially happy that her divine power increased by 2. To think he wanted my descent this bad that my divine power increased by 2. Technically, he wanted her to come and give him another golden box of abundance or upgrade it, but since he wished for her descent, Park Sejun is waiting for me, I must prepare to descend myself. King of Farming. Leah quickly issued an oracle to her believer, the King of Farming, to go find Tower Farmer Park Sejun. This time, she also planned to ask him to build a temple for her too. Black Tower 4th floor. O Leah, goddess of abundance. Today too, I diligently. Today, as usual, the King of Farming grew grapes, made grape wine, sold it to hunters, and made money, offering prayers to Leah. On earth, Halfas had summoned all the locusts, only for them to be annihilated by the golden bat, leading to the extinction of the locusts. Thus, the demand for sturdy blade green onions had greatly decreased, but the demand for grape wine remained steady since the blood-sucking leeches were still around. Then, my child, Leah responded to the prayer of the King of Farming. Should I offer prayers once every 2 days? Recently, Leah had been responding to his prayers so frequently that the King of Farming, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, thought it might be time to reduce his prayers. It is time. Time. It hadn't been long since he returned from meeting Sejun. When Leah spoke again about the time, the King of Farming asked with a slightly anxious voice. For some reason, he had a sad premonition that he would have to find Sejun again. And, yes. Since Park Sejun wishes for my descent, go find him right away. The sad premonition was accurate. The King of Farming packed the holy grape seed oil and went up the tower. Chapter 363, Making Maju. 10th Tower 1st floor. How dare you ignore my words? Stella spoke in an angry voice. She, the great silver dragon, sent a voice message directly, and they still haven't come? Whatever the 10th Tower's trial is, passing the trial means they have sufficient ability to come to the 10th Tower. Moreover, he broke through the final trial with overwhelming results and even received the qualification to ascend to the 2nd floor as an additional reward. Yet he still hadn't come. He ignored my voice message, growling. Stella gritted her teeth. Judging by his reaction, there was a high probability he hadn't even informed his mother that she was alive. Should I send it again? Sigh, it's bothersome. Stella sighed heavily. Gathering the materials to create another voice message orb was going to be quite troublesome. Black Tower 99th floor at dawn. King. Fenrir, who had woken up, crawled out while wriggling inside his home, the sling bag. Kihihit. King. Hee, I'm the most diligent. Proud of being the first to wake up, Fenrir looked down on Sejun, Theo, Black Rabbit, and Arjux, who were still sleeping. But considering that Fenrir had been asleep since last evening, it wasn't diligence. He simply wasn't sleepy because he had slept a lot. King. You guys, I am the great Fenrir, the first seat of the Apostles of Destruction, the wolf who hunts gods. While Fenrir was quietly barking to boost his self-esteem. King? This is faint, but it feels like my core's energy. Fenrir sensed a fragment of his core. More precisely, it felt similar to the energy of the core he had dug up and eaten before, which lacked the energy of destruction. My core! Fenrir hurried down from the bed and ran outside. Thump! Thump! Following the energy, he saw the golden tree stump pot of abundance. King! There it is! Fenrir barked upon seeing the crops planted in the pot. Though magic seed sowing LV9 was supposed to infuse the seeds with a tower farmer's energy to repel monsters. King! My core! Some of Fenrir's core power had been infused into the energy, attracting him instead. The ability proved much more a loss than a gain, as it failed to repel monsters and only attracted Fenrir. Kihihit! King? Hee, what should I eat first? Fenrir eagerly climbed onto the pot, contemplating which crop to devour while looking at the planted crops. In that moment of consideration, but the butler planted these with effort. He felt his butler might get upset if he secretly ate them. Moreover, it would taste better if the butler cooked these rather than eating like this, right? It seemed tastier to eat what the butler had cooked. Thus, Fenrir decided to be a considerate owner, mindful of his butler's feelings. It definitely wasn't because it would taste better. It was because he was generous. I really am a good owner. Fenrir praised himself and moved to the sweet potato field. And after digging up some fresh sweet potatoes, delicious, crunch. Crunch. He ate one on the spot and took the rest to his secret storage. Dig. Dig. When Fenrir dug the ground, there were also dried sweet potato and other snacks he had hidden earlier. Having securely hidden the sweet potatoes in his secret storage, Fenrir then covered them back with soil. They'll never find this. Confident that he had perfectly hidden the sweet potatoes, he returned to bed and fell asleep again. Several hours later, Dada, Quenji, who ran to Sejun as soon as he woke up. Krueng! What is this smell? He tracked the scent of sweet potatoes coming from somewhere other than the field. And then, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng! Hee hee hee. It's food. Quenji had discovered Fenrir's secret storage. Yawn, Mio, Payak. Sejun woke up and stretched outside. Theo, Black Rabbit, and Arjux followed suit, stretching themselves. Kirarong. Fenrir, perhaps tired from his early morning activities, was still in dreamland. At that moment, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Good morning, Dad. Quenji greeted Sejun with a very lively voice. Did Quenji have a good dream? Usually, before breakfast, his voice should be about 2 tones lower, but today it was strangely high. Just wait a moment. Sejun went into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. After eating breakfast, Arjux, go back. Veronica, go back. Sejun sent Arjux and Veronica to the White Tower and Purple Tower for work. Krueng. Quenji is going too. Payak. See you later, Quenji. Krueng. Okay. Quenji and Black Rabbit also left the farm to meet later at the location of the Minotaur King. Once everyone had left, click, Sejun took 4 out of the 5 transcendent black beans from the golden box of abundance. Then he went to the brewery to start making alcohol. The dragons had been buying samyangju steadily, and the stored samyangju was running out. So, he cooked the rice and cooled it down before mixing it with nuruk and placing it in 100 jars as the base of the brewing process. No. There was still one more task left for today. Fermentation. Using fermentation LV1. Fermentation LV1 slightly speeds up the fermentation process. Fermentation LV1 slightly deepens the flavor. Your proficiency in fermentation LV1 slightly increases. Sejun used the fermentation skill on each of the jars. A moment later, fermentation. Using fermentation LV1. Your proficiency in fermentation LV1 has been filled and the level increases. When Sejun used the fermentation skill on the 100th jar, the level of the fermentation skill increased to 2. Hee hee hee. Nice. Nothing had changed because the level increased, but looking at the 100 jars in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. When the alcohol in these 100 jars is ready, it would yield 10,000 bottles of samyangju. Then the money. Should I make some more? Sejun spoke with greed. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, let's make more. Meow. Theo egged Sejun on. Should I? With the dragon market customers increasing, it seemed not a bad idea to prepare more samyangju in advance. Sejun was busily preparing the base for another 200 jars. Keying. Fenrir, who had just woken up in bed, stretched as he got up. King. I'm hungry. Driven by hunger, Fenrir went looking for Sejun. He's working. Sejun was busily brewing alcohol in the brewery. Usually, he would have had no choice but to call Sejun and ask for food, but, kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. I am Fenrir, the attentive owner. And I have a secret storage. Not anymore. Thump. Thump. Fenrir happily ran towards his secret storage. The location of the secret storage was right next to the creator's tablet in the front yard of Sejun's house. However, King? Who is it? He realized someone had tampered with his secret storage. There were signs of digging. King? 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 How dare someone touch the secret storage of Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and first seat of the Apostle of Destruction? For every single item stolen, 100 hits. I won't let it slide if I catch you. Dig dig dig. Fenrir furiously dug at his secret storage with his front paws, vowing revenge, and checked how much had been taken. King? Why has it increased? Contrary to Fenrir's thoughts, there was more food in the secret storage than he had put in. Moreover, there were other snacks that weren't originally there, such as rice cakes and dried persimmons. At that moment, King? This is? Fenrir found a rice cake stamped with Quenji's paw print. It turned out Quenji, who had discovered Fenrir's secret storage, had taken out food from his own snack bag to fill it up. That bear guy was a good one. King? But what should I do now? He had said 100 strikes for each stolen item, but if they put food in like this, do I get hit? Fenrir, calculating in his simple way, thought about it. King? No. After thinking for a moment, Fenrir remembered Quenji's formidable strength and shook his head. King? Let's just spare him once. Deciding to spare Quenji, Fenrir took out 2 pieces of dried sweet potato and then covered the secret storage again. And then, chomp! 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 He ate the dried sweet potato diligently and fell asleep again. Kirarong. He's still sleeping. Isn't he hungry? Having finished preparing the base for 300 jars and stepping out of the brewery, Sejun looked at Fenrir snoring on the ground. Somewhere in between, he had gotten up and snacked on his own because his belly was full again. Sejun picked up Fenrir and placed him in the slingback. Chairman Park, I'm hungry, meow. Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's leg, said. All right. Let's eat. Sejun sat on the chair with good sunlight and, NOM. You have consumed Eileen's healthier meatball piece. You must eat all the remaining pieces to gain its effects. 99 pieces remaining. He ate the meatball given by Eileen and fed Theo some churu while he sat on his lap. Slurp. 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 Theo eagerly licked up the churu. Then, Pio. Theo tilde nim. From afar, Pio rushed over, urgently flying towards Theo. Pio was with Uran to inform Theo when Uran, who brought misfortune, was in danger. The fact that Pio had arrived meant, meow? Could it be that Uran is in danger, meow? Pio. Yes. It meant that misfortune had befallen Uran. And then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm off to make some money, meow. For Theo, it meant an opportunity had arisen. He quickly followed Pio and went down the tower. As Theo departed, I should get back to work too. Sejun stood up and went to the kitchen and started boiling 5 colored beans. He had been putting off a task for a while. That was making maju. Maju 1 was essential for making soy sauce, chili paste, and soybean paste. Sejun filled a black pot with 5 colored beans and water, infusing the handle with magic power to boil the beans with strong fire. In the meantime, he made ropes with green onion leaves to tie the maju. After a few hours of boiling the beans until they could be easily crushed with hands, he scooped out the beans and drained the water. When all the water from the beans was drained, Payak. Uncle, I'm here. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is here. Just in time, the helpers arrived. Just in time he was a bit of a stretch since he had been waiting for them. Hey kids, come on over. Sejun assigned Black Rabbit the task of mashing the beans and Quenji the task of pressing the mashed beans into square mold to make maju. Summon, Arjux. Summon, Veronica. In the meantime, he summoned Arjux and Veronica to help with the work. Veronica tied the maju Quenji made with rope, and Arjux was instructed to hang the tied maju from the kitchen ceiling. And then, fermentation. Sejun used the skill on the secured maju to enhance its fermentation speed and flavor, albeit slightly. Having finished making the maju, done. Guys, let's eat. Sejun and his companions ate dinner. It was another peaceful day for Sejun. Black Tower 15th floor. Good. I've climbed quite a bit. The black skeleton, king of farming, climbed the tower in search of Sejun, avoiding monsters or pretending to be dead. Now, just 84 more floors to go. Sigh. A sigh escaped him involuntarily. At that moment, hand over everything you've got. Suddenly, 5 robbers surrounded the king of farming and looted everything he had. And then, I like the look of you. Join our crying skeleton gang. The robbers, liking the appearance of the king of farming, invited him to join their gang. What? I'd rather not. The king of farming tried to refuse, but there are no refusals. The robbers pressed a knife to the king of farming's neck. He really felt like crying now. Okay. With no other choice, the king of farming joined the crying skeleton gang with a crying face. Chapter 364, it's 50-50, meow. Youngest, let's head to our hideout first. Times yes. Seeing the other skeletons immediately pulling out their swords when he didn't answer right away, the king of farming quickly responded. As he followed them, fortunately, we're going up at least. Watching them ascend the tower, the king of farming felt slightly relieved. Then, listen carefully, youngest. In truth, our crying skeleton gang is a secret organization that aims to overthrow the bone caste system and helps the skeletons suffering from it. TL, bone rank caste system explained in chapter 150. The eldest of the crying skeleton gang, with a dog bone head, proudly explained their identity. Overthrow the bone caste system? Secret organization? What does that have to do with me? At the dog bone head's words, the king of farming became so dumbfounded he wanted to cry. He had to carry out Goddess Leah's orders, but it seemed he was getting entangled in something strange. Noticing the king of farming's troubled expression, seeing your crying expression, the youngest must have experienced something sad due to the bone caste system too. Indeed, he has the face of someone who's been wronged by the bone caste system. The other members of the crying skeleton gang looked at the king of farming's face and were convinced he was one of their comrades. No, I'm not, the farming king inwardly shouted as he trudged behind them. When they arrived in front of a dilapidated castle on the 20th floor of the tower, this is our hideout. Open the door. I, Koto, have returned, the eldest with dog bone head shouted. Krueng. Dad, good night. Payak. Uncle, I'm going to sleep too. Exhausted from their intense training, Quenji and Black Rabbit went to bed right after dinner. And, Hyung, I think I need to release magic power in the tower. Please send me back. Sejun and Nim, I still have tasks left to do in the tower too. Arjux asked to be sent back to the tower to raise the magic power concentration on the 99th floor of the White Tower, while Veronica wanted to go back to plant the detoxifying green onion. All right. After sending the two back, the only one left by Sejun's side was Fenrir, who until just a moment ago was sleeping and had now woken up brimming with energy. Kihihit. King. Hee. This is delicious. Fenrir ate a few bites of the bean soup Sejun made by mixing milk and beans, and intermittently did joyful jumps as he ate energetically. Hee. He's eating well. Sejun watched Fenrir enjoy the bean soup with a pleased smile. Your soul is filled with the outpouring of praise. Mental strength increases by 1. You have reached 100 mental strength stat points. Your very faint will is starting to have a very subtle influence on the world. Mental strength increased by 1 and reached 100. What? My very faint will has a very subtle influence. Just say it's too trivial to make any difference. Sejun, who had been deceived by hopeful messages several times, didn't fall for it this time. Still, he did hold a celebration for reaching 100 mental strength stat points. Here, take this gift for being the 100th customer. King. Yellow and chewy thing. Thanks to this, Fenrir received a piece of dried sweet potato. After giving the gift to Fenrir, Sejun took a walk around the farm to help with digestion. Then, the tower's administrator says that the purification of Fenrir's core fragment is complete. Eileen sent Sejun the purified fragment of Fenrir's core. Eileen, thank you. Receiving the core fragment, Sejun immediately checked its options. Purified fragment of Fenrir's core. This is a fragment of Fenrir's core, the god-hunting wolf and the first seat of Apostle of Destruction. Contains 1% of the complete core's power. The power of destruction within has been completely removed, and the power that was in the core has been greatly reduced. Upon consumption, all stats increase by 100,000. If there are other fragments of Fenrir's core nearby, they will be attracted to each other. Usage restriction, all stats must be over 500,000. Grade, unmeasurable. Wow times. Usage restriction requiring all stats to be over 500,000. This wasn't on a scale that he could reach through his own efforts. I should give it to Blackie as a toy. So, he decided to give it to Fenrir, who gets excited whenever he sees a black orb, to use until he found a purpose for it. Since it couldn't be swallowed due to the usage restriction, it seemed like it would make a good toy. Eileen, but did you detect any other powers of destruction? The tower's administrator says that's right. Initially, Eileen had easily detected the power of destruction, so it seemed like beginner's luck that she thought the rest of the core would be quickly found. The tower's administrator says that the power of destruction is definitely detected on the 80th floor of the tower. As expected, I'll need to go to the 80th floor of the tower. Sejun hoped that Theo would bring him the land deed for the 80th floor. Just when Sejun was hoping Theo would do his best. King. My core. Feeling his core fragment, Fenrir, with a dried sweet potato in his mouth, hurriedly ran to Sejun. Blackie, did you come looking for this? Here, go play with it. When Sejun willingly gave the core fragment. King? I ran over in a hurry for now but... He's giving it this easily? Fenrir was slightly taken aback. Moreover, he was torn between what to hold in his mouth, the dried sweet potato or his core fragment. If I discard this yellow and chewy thing and bite the core, the butler guy might feel slighted. This was clearly a test from the butler, curious to see how much he valued his food. Kihihit. King. Hee. The butler guy is somewhat clever. But I am Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. Such a test was too easy for him. Fenrir opened his mouth wide and bit into both the dried sweet potato snack and his core fragment at once. And, after gazing at Sejun for a moment, he ran off somewhere. Why is he acting like that? After Fenrir disappeared, the magical peanut are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Magic power stat potential rises from 2891 to 2892. Sejun continued to walk around the farm. Shortly after, thump. King. I'm sleepy. A drowsy Fenrir staggered back. His core fragment, now slobbery from how much he had chewed and sucked on it, was still in his mouth. Blackie, shall we go to sleep now? Sejun picked up Fenrir and put him into the sling bag. Kirarong. Fenrir immediately fell asleep. Phew. I should sleep too. Sejun yawned deeply as he headed to bed. For some reason, his expression looked very solemn. And, I have insomnia. And if I eat this, I can sleep soundly. Holding medicinal mugwort, Sejun hypnotized himself into believing he was an insomniac, explaining why he had looked solemn. He had steeled his resolve to eat the terribly bitter medicinal mugwort. All right. Let's go. Knowing that delaying would only make it harder, Sejun immediately chewed and swallowed the mugwort. Gulp. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter-tasting medicine. Talent, the medicine that's bitter is good for stamina activates. Stamina increases by 9. Exactly what I need to sleep well. Thud. After eating the mugwort, Sejun sank into slumber. Theo Nim, it's over there, Pio shouted while looking at a fork in the merchant passageway connecting the 70th and 60th floors of the tower. But why does Uran always wander around like that, meow? Theo suddenly became curious and asked Pio as they entered the fork. He himself could make money, so he couldn't understand why Uran, who was always in danger, kept moving around. Pio, I just found out too, he goes around collecting the money he lent or was scammed out of. Pio explained the reason why Uran was always busily moving around. Meow? Really, meow? He was going around collecting money, meow. Although he often spent more money traveling than he recovered, Uran stubbornly pursued and retrieved his money. However, Uran, having a gullible nature, only succeeded in getting his money back in about 1 out of every 100 attempts. For the other 99 cases, he either went and got scammed even worse, or ended up lending even more money. While they were discussing why Uran traveled around the tower, Theo Nim, save me! Uran's voice could be heard from afar. Pooh hut. Uran, wait for me, meow, Pachink. Theo unsheathed his dragon claws. One meow slash, meow. He slashed the air with his front paws, taking down the Jormungandr fragment. Clang. Pio, pick up the coins, and Uran, hand over the money, meow. Pio, yes, I will give it to you. Theo quickly finished up the cleanup. Pooh hut. Uran, lead the way, meow. What? Vice Chairman Theo, no, I will help Uran collect his money, meow. Theo, sensing a strong scent of money from Uran today, decided to help Uran collect his money together. Kuik. If Theo Nim helps, that would be really great. The next bastard we're going to see borrowed 100 billion tower coins from me claiming he runs a sword farm and grows swords. At Theo's words, Uran excitedly chatted about how he was scammed. I can see all too well why you got scammed, meow. Theo realized that deceiving Uran was a faster way to make money. But, Chairman Park said to earn money honestly, meow. Remembering Sejun's words, he decided to earn money honestly. Pooh hut. Uran, it's going to be 50-50 split, meow. What? Where, meow? Hurry up and lead the way, meow. Yes. It's on the 40th floor. Urged by Theo, Uran hurriedly led the way. All right. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. 0.25% of a life orb has been completed. Your magic power has accumulated 0.1 over 24 hours. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. Messages appeared as soon as he opened his eyes. He. Nice. Pleased with the efficiency, Sejun smiled contentedly and got out of bed. Shuck. He marked the date on the wall and started the morning of his 383rd day in the tower. All right. Everything's fine. He first went to the kitchen to check if the maju was fermenting properly and was about to start cooking when the tower's administrator says that Grandma Brachio has come to buy your goods. The tower's administrator asks you to package 20,000 crops each. Eileen spoke to him. Last time, she bought 10 of each crop, but it seemed she ran out quickly. Really? All right. Sejun went to the storage and sent 20,000 crops each to Eileen. After he finished sending all the crops, the tower's administrator says that Grandpa Kin has come to buy your goods. This time, the leader of the Blue Dragons, Kin, came and bought 30,000 crops and 1,000 bottles of Samyangju. Sejun sent the goods again. There are a lot of customers this morning. Sejun took a brief rest and then, when Sejun came out of the void storage with 4 out of 5 black beans from the golden box of abundance, Sejun. Ramtur came looking for Sejun. Ramtur tilde nim. Hello. Oh, do you have black beans? Yes. How many do you need? Just give me 3. Okay, that will be 300 billion tower coins. Right. Here it is. Sejun handed over 3 transcendence black beans to Ramter and received a money pouch. Ramter tilde nim, since your cumulative purchase amount this month has exceeded 300 billion tower coins, your Dragon Market VIP status is extended for 30 days. Ooh? Extended. From his reaction, it seemed like Kaiser was the only one who knew about it. Well, he had expected as much. Yes. The monthly cumulative purchase amount. So Sejun explained how the VIP period could be extended and how cumulative purchase amount exceeding 5 trillion tower coins could qualify someone to become a VVIP. Poo-ha-ha-ha, there was such a thing. Amused by Sejun's explanation, Ramter laughed heartily before quietly departing so that other dragons wouldn't notice. However, Eileen, from now on, please inform customers who visit the Dragon Market about how to become Dragon Market VIPs and VVIPs. Sejun, finding it tedious to explain every time, asked Eileen to take care of it. The condition to become a Dragon Market VIP, apart from promoting the Dragon Market, was set so that one could achieve it by reaching a total cumulative purchase amount of 1 trillion tower coins. The tower's administrator says she understands. Thanks to this, all dragons using the Dragon Market became aware of the VIP and VVIP grades and how to maintain these statuses. Chapter 365, This is a locked room case, meow. 40th floor of the Black Tower. Theo tilde nim, over there, leading the way, Euron pointed towards a shabby farm in the distance. Meow? Is it for real, meow? Where Euron pointed, 10,000 swords were orderly embedded upside down in the ground. There really was a sword farm. And believing in the ridiculous idea that swords could be grown, a single weasel was energetically running around, watering the swords. It was still unclear whether this was a scam or just a failed business venture. However, from afar, the swords looked severely rusted to the extent that they appeared red. Then, Theo tilde nim, look over there. They were originally the size of daggers, but it seems they've almost fully grown now. Euron spoke in an excited voice as he looked at the 10,000 rusted long swords stuck in the ground. Thanks to that, Theo became certain again. Euron got scammed, meow. Swords growing, meow? That made no sense. He's a real sucker, meow. I want to easily make money by scamming Euron, meow. In Theo's mind, 100 ways to easily obtain gold through scams came to mind. But, I can't do that, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the assistant to the great detective Sherlock Sejun, meow. I cannot compromise with crime, meow. Thinking of Sejun, Theo steeled his heart once again. While Theo was steadying his momentarily shaken resolve. Hey! Tolt! Euron called out authoritatively to the brown weasel, Tolt, who owed him a 100 billion tower coins. Since he came to collect the money, Euron was in a dominant position. At that moment, just when Euron called him, Tolt tripped and fell to the ground. Who? Tolt, are you okay? Euron's voice became softer, thinking it was his call that made Tolt fall. He was now talking in a lowered voice. No, it's fine. But? Euron, did you come to collect money? As you can see, my situation is. Tolt clutched his leg, making a pitiful expression. Well, I guess so. When will it be possible then? Euron, now in a lower stance, asked Tolt when he could get the money. Well, there seems to be a lack of fertilizer, so the swords keep rusting, until a few days ago, 10 of them were legendary grade swords. I think I need to buy more fertilizer. A legendary grade? Then how much money would you need to buy fertilizer? Euron got excited at Tolt's words. Now it was Euron who became desperate. No, how can I have the nerve to? No, it's okay. Just a little more and there will be 10 legendary swords. I'll lend you a bit more money. In exchange, sell those legendary swords to me. Whom? If Euron really insists on lending me more, just 20 billion tower coins. Is that enough? I'll just lend you 50 billion tower coins. At Euron's words, Tolt's mouth corners slightly rose before quickly dropping. I feel so bad about this. I'm always just receiving help. We all help each other out. And later, you agreed to sell those legendary swords to me, right? I will even give you a proper price for them. Euron comforted Tolt, who felt apologetic. A true sucker was right here. 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Let's go. Payak. Krueng. At Sejun's command, Quenji and Black Rabbit responded loudly and followed after Sejun. Today, they had not gone out in order to help Sejun harvest walnuts. Hiya! Thump! Sejun kicked the walnut tree with his foot. Then, you have harvested a training walnut. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting skill LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. You have harvested a special training walnut. With each message, walnuts fell to the ground, some of which were special training walnuts. Payak! It's a race, Quenji. Krueng. All right. Quenji will win. Black Rabbit and Quenji quickly picked them up. Thump! Thump! In the meantime, Sejun kept kicking the walnut trees to drop more nuts. Due to Sejun's weak strength, he had to kick each tree at least 10 times. While he was kicking a tree, thunk! Ooh! Among the falling walnuts, a red walnut caught his eye. It's a new variety. Sejun had a hunch, but no additional message appeared. What's this? Something like a special training walnut? Curious, Sejun picked up the red walnut from the ground and checked its options. Hell training walnut. A walnut grown in the tower with a rare chance of appearing and is delicious from absorbing sufficient nutrients. This walnut has a harder shell than the special training walnuts. Each time you crack the shell, your strength increases by 50. It tastes even nuttier. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. Hell training? Even harder than special training walnuts? Sejun, whose competitive spirit was aroused by the description, put strength into his hand holding the hell training walnut. Crack! The hell training walnut endured at first, but as Sejun, with a strength in the 1400s, applied more force, the red walnut shell cracked, making a crisp sound. You have cracked the shell of the hell training walnut. Strength increases by 50. It's definitely nuttier, Sejun remarked as he cracked the red shell and ate the contents. Thump! Thump! Sejun continued to kick walnut trees and harvest walnuts. A little while later, done. After dropping all the walnuts, Sejun, along with Black Rabbit and Quenji, began collecting them. From 9 walnut trees, he harvested 7 hell training walnuts. Given that a single tree yielded about 1,000 walnuts, it was indeed a rare occurrence. As Sejun was picking up the walnuts, crunch, crunch, the sound of cracking walnuts could be heard from somewhere. Ooh! Sejun followed the sound and saw. Hee. King. Hee. I'll become stronger if I crack this. Fenrir was cracking training walnuts with his dragon teeth. Even though his strength only increased slightly, it was significant for the sunfish Fenrir. King. Good. On to the next one. Instead of eating the cracked walnuts, Fenrir rushed towards another one. Then he bit into a special training walnut. Crunch. His weak dragon teeth couldn't crack the hard shell of the walnut. King? Why won't this crack? I am Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. Despite Fenrir's threats and efforts, the special training walnut remained intact. Just another day for the hapless Fenrir. Blackie, crack this one instead. Amused by Fenrir's foolishness, Sejun sneakily swapped the special training walnut with a training walnut. Crunch! King! I knew I am strong. Thanks to this, Fenrir was brimming with confidence again today. While Yoren was voluntarily offering to pay 50 billion tower coins to Told. That cunning guy, meow. Theo saw through the cunning behind Told's cute face. How? Well, his face just looked like that. On top of that, the meticulous acting of deliberately falling when Yoren called earlier. It seemed getting a confession out of him would be quite tricky, but, pooh-hoo-hut. No need to worry, meow. At times like this, Detective Sherlock Sejun said to scold with evidence, meow. Theo had once heard about advanced investigative techniques while playing detective with Sejun. Pooh-hoo-hut. It's time for Assistant Theo's sun to shine, meow. Pio, listen carefully, meow. This is a locked room case, meow. Theo stretched out his right front paw towards his right front paw man, Pio, and exclaimed, Pio? A locked room case. Upon hearing Theo's words, Pio looked around. There's no locked room here? That's right, meow. Chairman Park said that most cases happen in locked rooms, meow. Now, let's find that locked room, meow. Theo's method of searching for a locked room was baseless. Theo started scanning the surroundings with his front paws mimicking binoculars. Pio! Ah! So we need to find a locked room. Pio also tried to mimic Theo's front paws with his wings and started searching for the hidden locked room. Then, pooh-hoo-hut. Found it, meow. Luckily, Theo actually found a real locked room. Creak! As Theo opened the entrance of the locked room disguised as a rock. Hey! Told, did that pig leave? Hee. That pig, I bet he can't even imagine that we're keeping watch at the entrance. That pig should at least say something if he's coming. Look, how hastily we planted long swords because of that pig. Told, how much did you manage to swindle off this time? Thinking Told was back, the weasels eagerly chatted, proudly confessing their crimes. Inside the locked room, the table was laden with food and drinks, seemingly for a party, and gold scammed from urine was everywhere. Hey! Told, why aren't you answering? Yeah, why are you so quiet? Usually, Told would quickly come down to brag about how he scammed urine, but his silence made the weasels look toward the entrance. However, Pooh Hut. Instead of Told, it was Theo looking down at them with a sly grin. The locked room became quiet, as the weasels hastily tried to reach for their weapons. You'll get in trouble if you attack, meow. Snap. Theo unsheathed his dragon claws and struck the air towards the locked room, making a thud sound as a fist-sized hole formed in the wall. The hole was so deep that its end was not visible. It was one of Theo's new skills. One meow punch. Gulp. The weasels froze, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent and there was nowhere to escape in the locked room. Pooh Hut. All of you, come out, meow, as Theo watched the weasels coming out of the locked room. Pio. Stamp it. Pio took out slave contracts and collected the weasels' prints. Pio. Theo Tildenim, I got them all. Once all the poor prints were collected, a total of 107 slave contracts were completed. Now go back and bring the gold, meow. Yes. The enslaved weasels obeyed Theo's command and went back into the locked room to start filling Theo's bag with gold. Thank you. I'll make sure to grow legendary grade swords and pay back all the money I borrowed. Yes, please do. Of course. You can count on me. Told, having received 50 billion tower coins, patted the anxious Uran's shoulder and spoke. The power dynamics were completely reversed at some point. I can scam him again by promising to sell legendary grade swords. As Tolt was smiling bitterly and planning his final big score. What? Tolt's eyes widened as he saw the companions Uran had brought along, tying up his colleagues like dried fish on a string and dragging them over. Why are you guys there? I'm doomed. The moment Tolt saw his colleagues captured, he turned to flee without a second thought for anything else. But his body wouldn't move. Kuik. Kuik. Instead, rough breathing was heard nearby. At some point, Uran had grabbed Tolt's shoulder tightly. Just as Tolt realized he was doomed, seeing Theo dragging the weasels, Uran intuitively understood that he had been scammed. Though he still didn't know exactly what scam he had fallen for. After capturing Tolt and making him confess the scam and getting the print on the slave contract. Pooh Hut. Uran, hand over 75 billion tower coins, meow. Theo charged Uran a 50-50 fee, including the 50 billion tower coins he had just been scammed out of. Yes, here you go. As expected from Theo Tildenim, Uran handed over the money, looking at Theo with respectful eyes. Pooh Hut. Uran, next slag no. I mean, guide me to the next guy who owes you money, meow. Having received 75 billion tower coins and gaining 108 weasel slaves, Theo called out cheerfully. Yes. The next one we're visiting sold me a tree that grows tower coins for 300 billion tower coins. Uran led Theo to the next scammer who had sold him the money-growing tree. Chapter 366, Pooh Hut. Just as Sherlock Sejun said, the culprit came back to the crime scene, meow. TL, Hanguk, 20th floor of the Black Tower. Hey, youngest. Do you know why I, a lower bone rank, aim to overthrow the bone rank caste system? Koto, the leader of the Crying Skeleton Gang and the master of that shoddy skeleton castle on the 20th floor, asked the king of farming. Chak, as he gently placed his right hand on the sword handle. No. I don't know. How would I know that? The king of farming shrank his neck, intimidated by Koto's actions. Honestly, he wasn't curious at all. He is a priest tasked with following the orders of the goddess of abundance, Leah. He didn't have time to casually join a revolution right now. Just let me go. The king of farming swallowed what he really wanted to say. After all, a sword could fly towards his neck if he did. Of course. You're the youngest. You wouldn't know. Then why did you ask when you knew? Listen carefully, youngest. Koto began to explain with a voice filled with nostalgia. It was exactly 77 days ago. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, the Wizard Tower opening ceremony was held. Since Iona, the destructive wizard, invited them, most of the named monsters in the Black Tower attended. They couldn't refuse, for fear of what might happen later. Koto wasn't personally invited, but he attended the ceremony to serve Kerr, the ruler of the 93rd floor of the tower, and his son Burr, who were nobles. And that's where I met him. Ordered by higher-ranking skeletons, Koto commanded a common bone to offer bones. However, During a scuffle, I ended up losing my right arm bone to that common bone, and I was severely beaten with my own arm bone. TL, if you don't remember, the bone cast is like this: sacred bone, true bone, noble bone, common bone, mixed bone and true bone, and above are called nobles. Later, other noble and higher bones intervened, but they ended up pulverized by a bear following the common bone and are still recovering. At first, I was angry about being hit by the common bone, but seeing other noble and higher bones turn to dust opened my eyes. Koto said he realized then. What does it matter if he's a common bone? If one is strong, that's all that matters. Such an outdated bone rank system is unnecessary. Thus, after returning to the 20th floor, Koto formed the Crying Skeleton Gang and began gathering like-minded comrades. That common bone was him. He executed the noble and higher bones and then vanished. And this right arm is the glorious arm he swung then. Would you like to touch it? Clatter. Koto proudly extended his right arm. He wanted to say no, but saying no would surely provoke Koto to draw his sword, so the king of farming merely pretended to touch Koto's right arm. How is it? Koto asked with anticipation. What? What is it? Doesn't it ignite your passion for overthrowing the bone rank system? Yes, the safe answer was predetermined. Thus, the king of farming learned the story behind the founding of the Crying Skeleton Gang. Soon, we will attack Noble Door's skeleton castle on the 76th floor to overthrow the bone rank system. Koto shared his future ambitions. At that moment, Koto _Nim, floor climbers are approaching. A lookout from the Crying Skeleton Gang reported the approach of hunters. Great! Let's show the skills of our Crying Skeleton Gang. Yes, clatter! Clatter! Following the shout, Koto and the other 4 subordinates collapsed their bodies. They were pretending to be dead. Clatter! Clatter! The king of farming hurriedly followed suit and pretended to be dead as well. And, who beat him up? He resented the common bone who walked around with a bear, making Koto harbor such odd thoughts of overthrowing the bone rank system. 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have harvested 20 power sweet potatoes. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 1400 experience points. Sejun finished harvesting walnuts and was now harvesting sweet potatoes. And next to him, Black Rabbit and Quenji sat on the ground with a thud, wrapping the sweet potatoes Sejun had harvested with leaves and putting them into the campfire. They were in the process of making more roasted sweet potato snacks as their supply had run out. Kai hit. King. Hee. I'm also making the yellow and chewy thing. To help make roasted sweet potato snacks, Fenrir also pulled on a sweet potato vine planted in the ground with all his might. However, snap! The vine snapped before the sweet potato could come out, and Fenrir, unable to control his own strength, rolled around for a while. King! I won't give up. Fenrir refused to give up. Fenrir rolled on the ground a few more times. King! I'm good at digging too. Thinking this wouldn't do, he started digging up sweet potatoes from the ground. His whole body turned completely black from the dirt. A bath was definitely in order. As everyone was busy with their tasks, gurgle, queuing. Dad, Quenji is hungry. Quenji's stomach clock signaled it was lunchtime. We'll have some roasted sweet po. Just as Sejun was about to suggest eating roasted sweet potatoes, 10 plump drought-inducing watermelons have been stored in the temporary storage of the Blue Tower. The temporary storage of the Blue Tower is full. A message appeared. It seemed that Zelga had harvested the drought-inducing watermelons. Given that the storage was full with just 10 watermelons, they must be quite heavy. Watermelons. Transport. Curious about their taste, Sejun immediately transported them. Transporting them from the Blue Tower, which was as far as the Green Tower, cost him 8 million tower coins. Shortly after, poof! A bright pillar of light fell in front of Sejun, and 10 huge watermelons appeared. Wow! They're really big. Sejun was startled by the watermelons that were 3 meters in size, but the surprise was brief. Crack! Sejun brought over the amplifying greatsword and sliced one of the watermelons in half. Though the length of the sword was 2 m long, the sword energy effectively compensated for the lack of length and cut through the watermelon. It was the effect of intermediate swordsmanship LV5. Then, he cut the half watermelon into smaller, bite-sized pieces. Due to its enormous size, he had to cut it into hundreds of pieces. Though there was an option that said consuming it would raise all stats by 20, it was far too much for him to eat alone. He decided to make watermelon punch later, and with that cooking skill will allowed him to gain effects proportionate to the amount eaten. But today he simply enjoyed the natural taste of the watermelon. Quenji, eat this. Sejun gave an uncut half of the watermelon to Quenji, who could eat a lot. Coo hey hey hey. Queuing. Hee hee hee. Good. Crunch. Crunch. Quenji happily dug into the watermelon following Sejun's suggestion and went inside the watermelon. Let's eat too. Sejun shared the bite-sized watermelon pieces with Black Rabbit and Fenrir. Payak. Uncle, it's super sweet and refreshing. King. 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 Sweet. Refreshing. Delicious. Try some too, Eileen. Sejun sent a whole watermelon to Eileen and enjoyed the delicious watermelon with his companions. After filling up their stomachs with watermelon, please try this. He gifted one drought-inducing watermelon each to Kaiser, Ram-Tur, and Tia. It was meant as a suggestion to use these in the future. Oh. Is this only for VIPs? As expected, being a VIP sure is nice. Ha ha ha. Poor Kellyan. Kellyan was nowhere to be found, so he only gave it to the three of them, but he didn't bother to mention it. I'll have to send some through Arjux later, after giving the dragons the watermelons. Now. Let's take a bath. Sejun took his group to the bathhouse. Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Fenrir had all eaten watermelons, getting their fur sticky with juice, making it clump together and look messy. King. Hey! Look at the majestic swimming of the noble Fenrir. Thanks to that, they could watch Fenrir dog paddle joyously splashing water everywhere. 35th floor of the tower. Theo Tildenim, we are here. Uran brought Theo to a tree growing atop a sharp cliff. Uran, where is the scammer, meow? Theo looked around and asked. I don't know where the scammer is, so we came here. This is the tree I was scammed with. Uran pointed at the tree and explained. Still, the fruit tastes quite good. Ooh hee hee. Despite being scammed out of 300 billion tower coins because of the tree, Uran praised the taste of its fruits with a laugh. It seemed like having an ultra-positive mindset might be one of the essential conditions for being a sucker. Then, poo-hoo-hut. Uran, that's the spirit, meow. Because the culprit is bound to come back to the crime scene, meow. Theo, following what he learned from Detective Sherlock Sejun, exclaimed as he recited this. So, search the area, meow. Theo formed round glasses with his front paws and searched the tree, and Pio. Yes, yes. Pio and Uran, taking the lead from Theo, also formed glasses with their wings and hooves to search the tree. However, Uran hadn't mentioned one thing. It had been about 10 years since he was scammed. Even if the culprit had come, they would have long gone by now. So, there was nothing to find by searching the tree. But, poo-hoo-hut. Found it, meow. Theo, luckily, discovered the use of this tree. Chairman Park will like this, meow. Theo enthusiastically started collecting the jujubes from the jujube tree into his bundle. As Theo picked the jujubes, Pio and Uran also stopped searching and followed Theo in picking them. While they were all happily picking jujubes from within the tree, look! This is the tree that bears gold. A cunning voice came from beneath the tree. A tree that bears gold? This is a jujube tree, meow. When Theo looked in the direction of the voice, a grey skunk appeared. Theo Tildenim, that's the guy who sold me this tree. Seeing the skunk, Uran signaled to Theo with his foot. 10 years. It was the right time for a scammer who had scammed Uran and disappeared to come out of their hiding to scam once again. Poo-hoo-hut. Just as Sherlock Sejun said, the culprit came back to the crime scene, meow. Theo confirmed once again that Sejun's words were the truth. Then, but where is the gold, ba? A familiar voice was also heard. It was Mima, the legendary merchant Golden Sheep. That's because it's not yet the season for the gold to bear. You'll have to wait a year. Is that so? Then let's talk again when the gold grows. Wait a minute. Although the scammer called out, Mima left the cliff without any hesitation, her footsteps sounding in retreat. As expected, she's not easily fooled. That pigback then paid right away. It seemed the scammer knew that fools like Uran, who are easily deceived, are valuable. As the scammer was acknowledging Uran's value, quick, thump! Uran, who had been hiding in the jujube tree, leaped to the ground. Found you! Siren! You scammer! He shouted towards the grey skunk Siren. Ah? Uran Tildenim, it's good to see you. Siren, a skilled scammer, was briefly flustered but soon embraced Uran as if truly pleased to see him. What? Pleased to see me? You dare say that after scamming me like that? Uran pushed Siren away as he yelled. Ah. I'm sorry. Actually, I mistakenly sold you another tree at that time and have been looking for you, Siren said in an apologetic tone. Really? Yes. Instead, I'll give you this tree that bears gold. You must have heard just before, but gold will grow in just 1 year from now. Sejun spoke as if he was giving Euron the tree, even though Euron had already paid for it. But? I didn't mention it to Matilda Nim earlier, but there is a way to make it bear gold tomorrow. Oh? Really? What is it? You bury 1 ton of gold in the ground. He began a new scam. Pooh hut. He's good, meow. Theo cheered for Sejun from atop the jujube tree, who was raising his commission. Swish. Next to him, Pio also pulled out a slave contract. Chapter 367, Pooh hut. With just this level of fart, it's impossible to beat Chairman Park's shit smell, meow. TL, Hangok, Black Tower 40th floor. A black pig stepped foot on the sword farm. However, there was no one at the farm. Even the usual places where weasels usually stayed were carefully inspected, but they were empty too. Is the rumor true? That Euron got money from Untold and the guys, and turned them into slaves. The rumor seemed credible enough to check since the scene corroborated the unbelievable rumor. If Euron managed to get 100 billion tower coins from Told, then the remaining money would be 49.9 trillion tower coins. Originally, Euron was just a pig born into an enormously wealthy family. From a young age, Euron showed potential as a pushover, readily lending money or getting scammed, with the amount growing over time. Before long, the amount Euron lent and lost to scams exceeded 1 trillion tower coins. Then, the elders of the family insisted that Euron's father, Uto, could not just let this go on. Though it was a trivial amount considering the family wealth, it was a scheme to build justification to usurp the next head of the family position. But Uto also thought it wasn't right to just leave Euron be for his future's sake. As the head of the demon family, I declare this. Euron, don't even think about coming home until you've recollected all the money you've lent and lost in scams. Thus, pretending to acquiesce to the elders' demands, Uto kicked out Euron, empty-handed, by the solemn command of the family head. The thought was that if the son suffered a bit, he would realize the value of money and his pushover nature would weaken. Of course, he didn't expect Euron to get back the entire 1 trillion tower coins. If Euron managed to bring back around 100 billion tower coins, he planned to persuade the elders and allow Euron to come home, pretending to give in. Of course, it would be tough for Euron alone, so he was prepared to send someone to help midway. However, Uto didn't foresee what happened next. Euron awakened the talent, Midas Touch, which could turn his weight in eaten food into gold. Thanks to this, Euron exploded with naivety and, far from retrieving money, he ended up lending more and getting scammed even further. Even if he wanted to help, Euron had become a full-fledged pushover too quickly, and it became difficult to approach him due to his misfortune. 10 years after Euron was kicked out from home, Euron, now bearing the empty title of a legendary merchant, needed to reclaim 50 trillion tower coins to return home. As a result, whenever news of Euron lending money or being scammed reached him, Uto regretted his decision and fell ill. So recently, he had been keeping news about Euron from reaching his ears. And this black pig himself was a tracker hired secretly by Euron's mother, Jaime, to hear news about Euron. That pushover young master finally managed to get some money back. Jaime Tildanim would be pleased. Black Pig Dave rushed to find Jaime with the information he had gathered. As Dave was about to deliver the joyful news about Euron to Jaime, "I've buried a ton of gold." Euron, still getting scammed, shouted after burying a ton of gold under the jujube tree, just as the grey skunk siren said, "All right. But the tree bears gold only when left alone, so let's leave now and come back tomorrow morning. I'll just do some pruning to ensure the gold grows well and then leave." Anyone could see it was a shallow ploy to take the buried gold once Euron left. Understood. Let's go, Theo Tildanim. Tomorrow morning, Euron responded as Siren suggested and called for Theo. Just then, Pooh hut. That's enough, meow, tack. As Euron was clearly getting scammed, Theo, having finished calculating his fee, performed a heroic landing with a triple flip in the air from the jujube tree. Pio, tack. Pio also followed Theo and landed in a heroic pose. Pooh hut. Euron, now half of that gold is mine, meow. Theo, having landed stylishly, pointed at the spot where the gold was buried and declared boldly to Euron. What? Why? Euron asked with a clueless expression. Pooh hut. Because Euron, you got scammed again, meow. Half the gold is a 50-50 fee, meow. It's not a scam. Slap. Come to your senses, meow. This is a jujube tree, meow. Gold can't grow on it, meow. Theo slapped Euron's cheek as he exclaimed. Ah, that's true. Gold on a jujube tree. I was scammed, wasn't I? Euron, still half doubting that he had actually been scammed. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Euron has been scammed, meow, as Theo informed Euron that he had been scammed. Hey! What bad luck! I was almost done scamming. Siren, who was interrupted by Theo's arrival, started to flee hastily. He ran exceptionally well, perhaps from much practice. Siren quickly distanced himself. Pooh hut. You can't escape from Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Let's go, P.O., meow. Theo vanished from the spot as he finished speaking, and he reappeared right beside Siren. Pooh hut. Caught you, meow, grab. Theo caught the fleeing Siren by the nape of the neck. It was Theo's fast-moving technique, meow blink, eek. Eat this. The grey skunk Siren, caught by the neck by Theo, powered up his buttocks using his escape technique. Then, pooong, a brown fart was released from Siren's buttocks. Kekak. This is a stench no one can overcome. Siren imagined Theo's face twisting in pain from the stench, smirking vilely. However, Pooh hut. Theo, hit directly by Siren's fart, was smiling calmly. What? How? Siren was astonished to see Theo unaffected by his escape technique. Is there something wrong with my fart? While Siren wondered if his fart smell was too weak, P-yak, P.O., following Theo, spat out curse words and quickly moved away. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with his own fart. Then, the guy must have no sense of smell. Otherwise, it made no sense for him to withstand his fart. It was bad luck. Of all people, he had to run into someone with no sense of smell. The worst possible match. Pooh hut. With just this level of fart, it's impossible to beat Chairman Park's shit smell, meow. But Theo scolded Siren with a tone as if saying, what are you trying to do with level of smell? Having endured many of Sejun's terrible shit smells to stay by his side, such a fart was nothing to Theo. What? There's a smell worse than my fart. Siren, who took pride in producing foul smells, looked incredulous at Theo's comment. Meow. Theo stretched his front paws towards the sky, and a gust of strong wind arose, blowing the stench away into the sky. P-yak. Theo tildenim, here you go. As the stench disappeared, P.O. flew over and delivered a slave contract to Theo. Pooh hut. Stamp it, meow. Theo pressed for Siren's footprint as he captured the scammer Siren. Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park is amazing, meow. Theo praised Sejun for making it easy to catch Siren thanks to his shit smell. Thus, Sejun scored a mysterious victory against Siren. However, it was probably best he didn't know he had won. Pooh hut. Euron, this time it's 0.5 tons of gold and 150 billion tower coins, meow. Yes. I'll give it to you. Euron took out the money and settled the account. What next, meow? Guide me, meow. With money earned and spirits high, Theo urged Euron. Yes. At Theo's urging, Euron started leading the way. Euron's next destination was originally the 31st floor of the tower. He planned to go after the scammer who had sold him a completely ineffective stone, claiming it was a charm that protected against scams, for 50 billion tower coins. However, seeing Theo's skill in reclaiming money, Euron gained courage. With Theo tildenim, we can get the money back from those guys. Thus, he decided to seek out those he had almost given up on getting money from and had blacklisted. I might even be able to go home now. Euron guided Theo with a bright smile. Pooh hut. I'll earn even more money and monopolize Chairman Park's knees, meow. Theo, buoyed by the expectation of monopolizing Sejun's knees for a long time, also followed with a bright expression. Pooh hut. Theo tildenim is smiling. He must be pleased with my assistance. Thanks to this, P.O. could also smile brightly. Black Tower 99th floor. Sejun, who took a bath, drank banana milk, and took a long nap. Transport. 25,000 vibrant life mugworts and 20,000 vibrant magical mugworts have arrived. He spent 8 million tower coins to bring mugwort from the Green Tower. Quenji, let's squeeze it. Queuing. Got it. Payak. I want to squeeze too. Quenji and Black Rabbit made mugwort juice. After producing 2.5 liters of life mugwort juice and 2 liters of magic mugwort juice. Here. Keep these. Use them when it's dangerous. He prepared 10 bottles each of life mugwort juice potion and magic mugwort juice potion, adding a bit of water to the 17 milliliters of mugwort juice to make it easier to drink, and handed them to Quenji and Black Rabbit. As Quenji's juicing skills improved, they could now recover 6% of life and magic power per 1 milliliter of mugwort juice. After preparing the mugwort juice potions for the two, Sejun mixed the mugwort juice with rice flour to make dough. Since the mushroom ants couldn't drink from glass bottles, he decided to make the juice into pills, which were easier to consume. He shaped the dough, now turned red with life mugwort juice and blue with magic mugwort juice, into bite-sized pieces. You have achieved the feat of making life mugwort pills for the first time in the tower. You have achieved the feat of making mana mugwort pills for the first time in the tower. Cooking achievement messages appeared. The cooking effect enhanced the effects of the ingredients, improving the effects of the mugwort pills. Use them when in danger. Quack! After distributing a total of 2,000 of both types of mugwort pills to the representative of the mushroom ants. King! Hey! Give me some too! Fenrir, who had gently sat in front of Sejun, barked, asking for some too. Do you want some too, Blackie? King! Give it here! All right. Sejun later gave some mugwort pills for Fenrir to eat. Chomp! P2E. King! King! This is bitter! I can't eat this! Fenrir, tasting the bitterness, spat out the mugwort pills and barked fiercely. He couldn't tolerate even a bit of bitterness. Pooh-hoo-hut. Indeed, you don't know the bitterness of life because you're young. After scoffing at Fenrir, the oldest apostle of destruction who couldn't handle bitterness, Sejun gave him a dried sweet potato to chew on. Chomp! 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 Kai-hit! King! Hee-hee! As expected, the yellow and chewy ones are the tastiest. While Fenrir enjoyed the dried sweet potato, Sejun prepared dinner. For dinner, he made rice flour dumplings mixed with the mugwort powder that Quenji had made while juicing the mugwort. Shortly after, Sejun skewered 3 mugwort dumplings each, piled them onto a plate, and brought it to the table. Next to the plate, he placed a bowl filled with bean paste and honey so everyone could dip their dumplings if they wished. With dinner preparations complete, summon Ajax. Summon Veronica. He summoned Ajax and Veronica, who insisted on eating dinner only in the Black Tower. Then, guys, let's eat. He called the group together for dinner. Queuing. It's so delicious. Of course, it's made by Sejun Hyung-Nim. Right. Sejun-Nim, your cooking is the best. Yeah. Eat a lot. Your soul is filled with overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. He. Sejun was encouraging his companions to eat more, observing the messages. King! I want to dip and eat too. Fenrir put the dumpling he was holding in his mouth into the bowl of honey. Naturally, the dumpling sank, and Fenrir put his face into the bowl to retrieve his dumpling, resulting in honey sticking all over the fur around his mouth. Kai-hit! King! Hee. It's delicious! Fenrir gleefully licked the honey off his face, savoring the taste. At that moment, Blackie, you need a bath. Seeing Fenrir, who quickly became a scruffy mess, Sejun commented, No. I just had one. Bath was one of the few words Fenrir understood. Fenrir sneakily buried his face among the dumpling skewers, hiding his body. Kai-hit! King! Hee. I won't get caught this time. Fenrir was confident as he hid again, perfectly covering his eyes and ears while hiding this time too, but, he. Blackie, are you hiding here? Sejun caught him by the nape and carried him off to the bath. King? I was sure I hid well, why do I keep getting caught? Today too, Fenrir was frustrated, not understanding why he got caught. Chapter 368, Just the Right Prey. TL, Hangak. Alright. Sejun opened his eyes on the bed. It took longer this time, he said, looking at his own knees. It felt empty without Theo. But habit is a scary thing, so Sejun got up as usual and added another mark on the wall to indicate another day's passing. It was the morning of day 384 in the tower. As Sejun moved, Payak, Hyung, King, awakened by the noise, Black Rabbit, Ajax, and Fenrir followed Sejun with sleepy eyes. As Sejun stood in front of the house basking in the warm sun, the 3 lined up beside him. Yawn, Payak, Kwaying. Together, they all stretched lazily together. For reference, Ajax had fallen asleep after eating rice balls, TL, Gyeongdan, with Sejun and taking a hot bath in the bathhouse the previous day. While the 4 were stretching, queuing, Quenji also appeared, stretching. Having gathered, the 5 dispersed to each attend to their own tasks. Sejun went to the cooking area to prepare breakfast, while Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Ajax harvested crops until breakfast was ready. Kai-hit! King? Hee. Is my secret storeroom okay? Fenrir headed to the Creator God's tablet to check his secret storeroom. But, King? Who is it again? There were signs that someone had tampered with his secret storeroom. Did that bear come again? Fenrir thought Quenji had visited again and, expecting an increased stash of snacks, dug eagerly. And as Fenrir expected, the amount of snacks inside the secret storeroom had increased. However, it wasn't Quenji's doing. The type of snacks was different. The storeroom was filled with carrots and cherry tomatoes. King? Who could it be? As Fenrir looked around to find the culprit. Payak! Black Rabbit gave Fenrir a thumbs up. Having a keen ear, Black Rabbit knew about Fenrir's secret storeroom and had filled it with his favorite snacks. Thanks to the kind older brother taking care of the youngest snacks, Fenrir was able to fill his belly with snacks before breakfast. King! King! I want some too. Give it to me. No. How are you going to eat this with that belly? Eat later. Instead, Fenrir couldn't eat the freshly baked warm pancakes for breakfast. King! Watching the pancakes cool, Fenrir decided to eat only a little snack before meals from then on and fell asleep. After finishing breakfast, Sejun took his group to the pineapple field. Ordinary pineapples could be harvested by Sejun alone, but today, they also needed to harvest the screaming pineapples. Now stronger, Sejun could sufficiently withstand the screams of the screaming pineapples. However, it was hard for Sejun alone to create a suppressed screaming pineapple as his strength wasn't enough to keep the screams contained. If they weren't going to eat them all today, post-processing was necessary. That's why he brought his strong companions along. Then, let's cut. Sejun and Arjux, who needed to raise their farming skills, harvested the screaming pineapples. Payak! Queuing! Black Rabbit and Quenji pressed down on the harvested pineapples to prevent them from screaming. Thus, the suppressed screaming pineapples harvested in pairs were piled up in one corner of the field. After the harvest, should we try one? Sejun grabbed a pineapple and cut it in half. Screech! The screaming pineapple let out a scream accompanied by a shockwave. Ooh! My ears are ringing. Is there a way to eat this quietly? It tastes good, but it was too noisy. So he suggested to the Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux that he would give them a golden spoon as a reward if they could find a way to eat quietly. If they gave the golden spoon to Sejun, they could ask him to make any dish they wanted. Then, go and research it. Sejun told the three and went to harvest ordinary pineapples. While Sejun was harvesting pineapples, Hyung! I found it! Arjux came to Sejun and cut a pineapple with a silence magic spell on it. The pineapple split quietly without any noise. However, thump! The shockwave remained the same. The shockwave is still there, so it's a fail. Ewing. Disappointed from failing, Arjux turned back. Payak! Uncle, I found a way too. Black Rabbit came running confidently. Then, after digging deep into the ground and burying the pineapple, pop! He struck the ground with a hammer. It was an advanced technique that precisely manipulated magic to impact only the pineapple. Gugang! The impacted pineapple exploded, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the trembling ceased, Black Rabbit dug into the ground and emerged with the pineapple split in half. There was a bit of vibration and the method was quite cumbersome, but it was relatively quiet. Let's put it on hold for now. So, they decided to see Quenji's method before making a final decision. Then, queuing. Dad, Quenji won. The golden spoon is Quenji's. Quenji, looking confident, handed Sejun the pineapple he held in his front paws. A pineapple that became delicious after being firmly silenced 3 times. Ooh? The name is different? The pineapple Quenji held had a different name from the others. Just from the name, it was clear what Quenji had done. He just suppressed it with strength until it quieted down. Still, it was effective as the name changed from screaming to became delicious. Let's see. Sejun checked the options of the pineapple. A pineapple that became delicious after being firmly silenced 3 times. A pineapple grown inside the tower that has absorbed plenty of nutrients and is tasty. The magic power that failed to explode 3 times lost its explosive nature and was absorbed into the pineapple's flesh, making it tastier. Consuming it increases magic power by 5. There is a low chance of awakening the talent, endure 3 times upon consumption. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, A. Wow, he could only express his amazement. So, it was possible. The screens had been sublimated into taste, stats, and talent. Quenji, you pass. Sejun handed the golden spoon to Quenji. Then, ku-hey-hey-hey. Queuing. He. Quenji wants to eat a bellyful of rice noodles. Quenji immediately handed the golden spoon to Sejun, asking for the food he wanted to eat. You want to eat rice noodles until you are full? Sejun stuttered at Quenji's request. How much do I need to make if Quenji wants to eat his fill? Quenji's eating quantity had decreased recently, but it was definitely not because he was full. He was restraining himself because he knew Sejun would struggle if he ate a lot. It was hard to imagine how much he could eat if he said he wanted to eat his fill. And didn't he see Quenji recently drinking an entire lake of milk? But he understood. How much Quenji must have wanted to eat his fill if he used the golden spoon as soon as he got it. Quenji, just trust Daddy. You don't need to do anything today. Just eat. If my son wants to eat, I can at least do that much. Fortunately, it was a soup dish. Sejun, with a determined expression, took out the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough and filled a giant black pot with rice flour. Filling the black pot used up 10 million tower coins. Arjux, seal release. Sejun released Arjux's seal. The giant dough needed giant strength. Arjux, knead it, okay. Hyung. Sejun instructed Arjux to knead the rice noodle dough and started preparing a large volume of broth. Hang in there. We're almost at the 40th floor. Yes, the crying skeleton gang, led by gang leader Koto, responded energetically, working hard to climb the tower for the great task of overthrowing the bone rank caste system. However, for the 6 from the lower floors, climbing to the 76th floor of the tower was a very difficult and dangerous journey. The path was treacherous and filled with dangerous monsters. But there was something even more challenging than the monsters. Boss, we don't have money to use the merchant passageway. It was money. A considerable sum was needed to use the fast and safe merchant passageway. Moreover, they were not registered with the Merchants Association, so the fee was higher. Originally, the money that the King of Farming had prepared to give to Sejun was substantial, so the crying skeleton gang, who had stolen it, should have had plenty of money. However, the crying skeleton gang ended up being robbed of all their money by other bandits along the way. If it was going to be stolen like this, why did they take my money? When his money went to other bandits, the King of Farming really wanted to cry. Thus, the crying skeleton gang became penniless. Perhaps due to their name, sad occurrences seem to happen frequently. We have no choice. Prepare for business. Since they were in the same trade, the bandits didn't take their weapons, so they could still do business. Hiding their bodies and starting their main business of banditry, the crying skeleton gang waited for someone to pass by. Then, a black orc passed in front of them. Boss, should we strike? Wait. As mentioned earlier, this area was dangerous for lower floor creatures because of the many dangerous monsters. They waited a long time for an easy target to appear. Payak! Uncle, over here! Black Rabbit had gone into the water to catch seafood to use for the broth. The Black Rabbit easily caught eels, octopus, squid, crabs, etc. as if scooping them up from a fish farm. And all of these were creatures that had lived in the dimensional sea for over 1,000 years. Sejun was able to obtain good quality seafood thanks to Flamey, who had herded the sea monsters towards the pond upon hearing that Sejun wanted seafood. Crunch! Crunch! Using the amplifying greatsword, Sejun prepared a large crab and made a crab shell pot, filling it with water to boil and adding other seafood and vegetables to make the broth. Fortunately, there were enough crabs to make as many as 10 crab shell pots. Once the broth preparation was complete, Arjux! Sejun called Arjux, who was far away preparing the dough. Okay. Well done. Arjux, seal. Having confirmed that the rice noodle dough was properly made, Sejun sealed Arjux. And then, press. Okay. Hyung. The rice noodle dough was placed in the black noodle press and pressed to extrude the noodles. The noodles quickly cooked as they entered the boiling broth. Nearly 100 servings of rice noodles went into the crab shell pot. However, slurp. For Quenji, 100 servings of rice noodles were just one bite. Arjux, press. Sejun quickly filled the remaining 9 crab shell pots with rice noodles, and Quenji followed, eating the noodles. It was a new concept for a noodle restaurant, where the noodles stayed still and Quenji moved around. Sejun and Black Rabbit adjusted the seasoning of the broth, adding more water, seafood, and vegetables as needed. Thanks to that, Quenji was able to enjoy delicious rice noodles until the end. When Quenji had precisely made 39 rounds, ku hey hey hey? Queuing. Hee hee hee? Quenji is really full. Quenji patted his stomach and wore a satisfied expression. And then, good work, Payak. Yeah, you too, Hyung. After making 39,000 servings of noodles and exhausting themselves completely, Sejun, Black Rabbit, and Arjux collapsed on the floor. I can't do this a second time. Just as Sejun was thinking about sealing the golden spoon for a while, the tower's administrator says that she found the power of destruction on the 44th floor of the tower. 44th floor? The 44th floor was where Sejun had registered a waypoint. Maybe it's time to go see the penguins again? Sejun said in an excited voice. If it was the 44th floor, which was about the middle of the tower, Theo might be nearby and could come looking for him, or he might go to him. Taoyong. Sejun rode Taoyong and moved to the waypoint with his companions. Black Tower 40th floor. Just the right prey. After waiting for hours for an easy target, Koto grinned upon seeing a yellow cat, a pink pig, and a fist-sized white bird approaching from a distance. Perfect! Crying pirates, move out! To demonstrate his bravery as the leader, Koto shouted and ran ahead. Pooh-hoo-hut! A sinister laugh came from the opposite direction, but he deliberately ignored it, assuming they hadn't been noticed yet. Chapter 369, Locusts Are Extinct? TL, Hangak, that's Theo Nim. The king of farming recognized Theo coming from afar. I'm saved. I can go to Sejun Nim. As the king of farming rejoiced at the sight of Theo. Perfect. The crying pirates, move out. Koto and his followers dashed forward. You fools. No, the king of farming was horrified watching them. Because he had personally witnessed Theo's strength while traveling with him up to the 4th floor of the tower. Clatter. Clatter. Nevertheless, having spent time together, he quickly ran to save Koto. If I speak up, Theo would surely listen. And then, I can't believe our youngest is so daring. Koto was pleased to see the king of farming rushing ahead. He intended to let him take it easy since it was his first time, but he was working so hard. I should let the youngest shine. With a pleased expression, Koto slowed down to allow the king of farming to take the lead. So the king of farming was at the forefront. When he got in front of the cat, instead of drawing a weapon, he tried to say something. Then, thump, clatter, clatter. The youngest was struck by the front paw of the yellow cat and shattered. Youngest. Crying skeleton gang. Let's avenge the youngest. Yes, Koto and the other 4 skeletons rushed out to avenge the king of farming. Splutter, clatter, clatter. They all ended up the same as king of farming. Meow meow meow. Pio. Pio. Kuik. Kuik. On the way to the target at the very bottom of Uran's blacklist. Clatter. Clatter. Pooh-hoo-hut. Theo laughed brightly seeing the skeletons running towards him with swords drawn. They're good slaves that work without food, meow. Pee-hit. Pio also prepared a slave contract, ready to stamp it whenever Theo instructed. And then, thump, splutter. Theo knocked out the skeletons as they charged at him. The first skeleton tried to say something, but Theo just knocked him out. I'll make them slaves and listen later, meow. Unfortunately, all the skeletons looked alike to Theo, so he couldn't recognize the king of farming. Pio? The thumb bone. Pio picked up the thumb bone from a shattered skeleton and stamped it on the contract. As Pio collected the finger bones of the skeletons and stamped the slave contract, gathering all the bones of the crying skeleton gang. Meow? Theo suddenly looked up with wide eyes, feeling extremely happy, his mouth corners lifted, and his tail flicking. Theo Nim, what's wrong? Chairman Park's knees are very close, meow. Responding to Uran's question, Theo shouted excitedly. Hurry and follow me, meow. Theo hurriedly ran towards where Sejun was. Pio. Yes. Theo Nim, let's go together. Pio and Uran ran after him. You have arrived at the 44th floor of the Black Tower. You moved from the 99th floor to the 44th floor of the tower. You have descended 55 floors. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 55. Sejun arrived at the waypoint of the 44th floor. Theo is nearby. Just as Theo felt Sejun's energy, Sejun also sensed Theo's energy. It seemed like he was coming closer to find him. Maybe about 30 minutes? While Sejun was calculating the time for Theo's arrival. Peng! Greetings to the Great Black Dragon. The boss of the 44th floor, Emperor Penguin Gem, greeted Sejun. Gem, anything unusual on the 44th floor lately? Sejun asked as he received Gem's greeting. Peng? Anything unusual? I don't think so. Gem thought for a moment before responding. Is that so? Taoyong. Yes, master. Upon Gem's response, Sejun decided to call Taoyong directly to search for the power of destruction. He chose the lake where the blue-backed penguins lived as their destination. Since he had come this far, he planned to catch freshwater shrimp to make both shrimp soup and shrimp sauce. Along the way to the lake. But why aren't these guys coming out? When Black Rabbit, Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir didn't emerge from the void storage, Sejun, curious about what they were doing, opened it. Then, Bererong, Kurong, Ererong. On the floor, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux were huddled together, sound asleep. Quenji was full, and Black Rabbit and Arjux seemed deeply asleep from exhaustion. He. How cute! It was a scene so adorable he wanted to capture it in a photo. Then, from the back of the storage, there was a rustling sound. It was obvious who it was. The culprit is the one not in sight. As Sejun quietly approached the source of the noise, Kai hit. King! He. I need to put all this in my secret storage. As Sejun had guessed, there was Fenrir, surrounded by heaps of dried sweet potatoes and other snacks. A few were already eaten, as his belly was quite bloated. Thus, Fenrir was happily gathering snacks. Our Blackie, what are you doing now? Frozen by Sejun's voice, Fenrir turned his head like a wind-up toy and then hurriedly ran away. But his heavy, thumping steps were no match for Sejun's grasp. He. Got you, you rascal. Fenrir was caught by the scruff by Sejun before he could get far. Blackie, you couldn't hold back and cause trouble again? Ooh? Fenrir had to endure a time of lecturing as he met Sejun's eyes. A little later. Ooh. This is all drooled on. After scolding Fenrir, Sejun cleaned up the snacks Fenrir had stashed away. King! My snacks! Unable to bear watching his snacks disappear, Fenrir buried his head deep into his sling bag and promptly fell asleep. Payak? Queuing? What are you doing, Hyung? In the meantime, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux, who had woken up, helped Sejun pack the snacks into a box. After finishing packing the snacks and moving on, they arrived at the lake farm. It's Sejun tilde Nim. Sejun tilde Nim has arrived. The blue-backed penguins warmly welcomed Sejun. We've here, meow. Theo, delayed by encounters with one fragment of Jormungandr and 5 robbers over 4 floors due to Uran's misfortune, finally reached the 40th floor of the tower. For reference, the Crying Skeleton gang was not included among the robbers. Pooh hut. Chairman Park's knees aren't far now, meow. Just as Theo was about to hurry towards Sejun. He. All right. Uran, with a slightly dazed expression, started muttering to himself and walked ahead. It was a scene Theo had seen many times. Pooh hut. I can give Chairman Park something even better, meow. Theo, laughing, followed Uran. Yes. Let's go kill a dragon together. Following Uran, just before he picked up a black orb. Slap. Uran, snap out of it, meow. Theo slapped Uran's cheek and quickly stuffed the black orb into his bundle. Eh? Theo tilde Nim? What just? I saved you, so pay up, meow. Okay. Thanks to Uran, Theo, who also made money and obtained a piece of Fenrir's core, had another exceptionally lucky day. Pooh hut. Let's go, meow. He quickly ran towards Sejun. Guys, herd them this way. Payak. Queuing. Yes. Hyung. At Sejun's call, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux vigorously splashed the water, driving the freshwater shrimp towards the net Sejun was holding. Sejun, waiting for the slower-than-expected Theo, continued catching freshwater shrimp. While catching freshwater shrimp, something obscured Sejun's view and stuck to his face. The familiar touch, the musky smell, and the energy, it was Theo. He had been quite far away just moments before, but suddenly, he was right here. Chairman Park, I'm here, meow, bub. Instead of responding, Sejun blew raspberries. Pooh hut. It tickles, meow tilde. While Theo twisted his body in laughter, Sejun grabbed him by the scruff and plopped him onto his lap. Then, snap. Theo clung to Sejun's knee. Vice Chairman Theo, did you have a good trip? Pooh hut. Yes, meow. Theo answered and diligently rubbed his face against Sejun's knee, and Sejun stroked Theo's head in response. Chairman Park, sit down, meow. Theo, puffing out his chest with an arrogant expression, said to Sejun. He has something. Recognizing Theo's expression, which he only made when he had something great, Sejun complied. All right. As Sejun sat on the floor as Theo said, Theo, standing on Sejun's lap, turned his bundle upside down and shook it. Then, money pouches and a black orb spilled out. Oh. This is? It wasn't just the money that surprised Sejun, but also the sight of a fragment of Fenrir's core. He had come here to search for this. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, please rub my belly, meow. Seeing the expression on Sejun's face, Theo confidently rolled onto his back, presenting his pink belly, certain he had brought something significant. It was a bit annoying, but since Theo had lessened his work, Sejun obediently rubbed Theo's belly while picking up and examining the core fragment. It's a 0.5% one. Eileen, please purify this too. Sejun entrusted the fragment of Fenrir's core to Eileen. While he was rubbing Theo's belly, Payak. Uncle, me too. Queuing. Quenji wants belly rubs too. Hyung. Rub my belly too. Suddenly at Sejun's side, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux also demanded their bellies be rubbed. Sejun pondered. He only had 2 hands. He couldn't stroke all 4 at the same time. If he only stroked 2, wouldn't the other 2 feel left out? Then, I'll just hug you all. Come here. As Sejun embraced all 4, initially, they fussed. Poo-hoo-hut, payak kaik, ku-hey-hey-hey, Soon, the 4 were engulfed in the warmth of Sejun's embrace, their laughter unceasing. Kai-hit. Even Fenrir, who was sleeping in the sling bag, felt more comfortable and curled his lips up in a smile. Sejun felt the same. As Sejun and his companions were enjoying their happy time. Pio. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Pio and Yoran arrived, leading Theo's slaves. On the outskirts of destruction. But what is Fenrir doing? Halfaz spoke while looking at the Black Tower. It had been 20 days since Fenrir entered the Black Tower, and there had been no contact. Normally, being a loner, it was typical for him not to keep in touch, but lately, there had been strange talk among the other apostles of destruction. They said that fragments of Fenrir's core were wandering around the Black Tower. Of course, since these were small pieces with little power, there wasn't much concern. He might be unlucky, but his skills were real. It was unimaginable that Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and the first seat of Apostle of Destruction, could die. But why is there no progress here? Halfaz, looking at the orb of Earth, which was only reddened at its tip, spoke in an annoyed tone. There were hundreds of orbs quickly turning red around Earth, even though only disasters were sent there. But Earth, peculiarly, was being consumed by destruction very slowly. It was almost at a standstill, even after he had sent his own fragment. Is there something there? Otherwise, there was no way that place alone could hold out so well. How unpleasant. Halfaz felt his pride wounded as the situation didn't improve even after sending his fragment. So, Halfaz decided to send a stronger fragment. It would mean a greater penalty, but it was tolerable. Of course, many sacrifices were needed for his own descent, so Halfaz was preparing to send a disaster to Earth. The first disaster, Locust, which required the least sacrifice and was most effective out of the 7 disasters. However, what? Halfaz found that the Locust could not be sent to Earth. Eek! Why can't it be sent? As Halfaz struggled to send the Locust to Earth, you have exterminated the first disaster, Locust sent by Apostle of Destruction. You have achieved a great feat that has never been accomplished before. As a reward for the great feat, the first disaster Locust can no longer invade Earth. Locusts are extinct? Sejun was reading the message that had appeared before him. Finally, all the locusts on Earth had been exterminated. Chapter 370, I am deeply disappointed. TL, Hanguk, Black Tower Administrative Area. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Delicious. Eileen was taking a break while searching for powers of destruction using the destruction detector and was enjoying some elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. At that moment, Wuong, the crystal orb vibrated. What is it? Eileen shoved the remaining cherry tomatoes into her mouth and checked the crystal orb. Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun has achieved a great feat by being the first in the dimension protected by the tower to exterminate the first disaster locust. One of the growth conditions of the Black Tower, achieving 3 great feats, has been fulfilled. One of the growth conditions of the Black Tower has been met. Ku-hey-hey-hey. That's our Sejun. Eileen grinned broadly as she read the alert on the crystal orb. 6 out of 8 conditions for the Black Tower had been met. Everything had been going well since she started working with Sejun. I too will become a noble and great black dragon worthy of our Sejun. So, Eileen decided to work even harder. And, Hakunoppa, I told you to come see the dragon market, why haven't you come yet? Don't tell me your parents said not to come? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed. To think that you, like me, can't even move against your parents' wishes, you are such a w.k hatch. Ling, Eileen began to write another letter provoking other hatchlings to come to the dragon market. By the way, Eileen was the youngest of the 9 dragon tribes hatchlings at 200 years old. The hatchlings who received Eileen's letter would likely come to the dragon market at least once to restore their pride. As a reward for the great feat, the crops grown by Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun can now absorb a very small amount of the power of destruction and convert it into nutrients. An additional reward message appeared. Being able to absorb the power of destruction and turn it into nutrients. It was a good reward, though only a small amount could be absorbed. I just need to plant a lot. Sejun decided to go back to the 99th floor of the tower and plant the Fenrir's core fragment in the ground to try to remove the power of destruction from it. And then, I've done something amazing. Sejun, who had eradicated the first disaster locust with green onions, wore a proud expression. At that moment, clatter? Sejun Tildenim, the king of farming, whose only skull was placed in front of Sejun, called out to him after overhearing Sejun talking to himself. Yuren was carrying the king of farming in a bag on his back, along with other crying skeletons. The king of farming spotted Sejun as soon as he regained consciousness and, clatter! Sejun Tildenim, I'm the king of farming. He announced his identity. Thanks to Sejun, the king of farming was rescued and explained why he was there. So you're saying you came to meet me on Goddess Leah's orders, but they robbed you of all your money and grapeseed oil, leaving you penniless. Clatter! Not they, it's the Crying Skull Gang. Clatter! And they didn't steal it, they used it for the Great Revolutionary Fund. Clatter! Clatter? Yes. For the great cause of overthrowing the bone ranking caste system. Koto and other subordinates protested fervently against Sejun's words. However, hack! Don't talk back to Chairman Park, meow, crack! Theo hit their heads, silencing the crying skeleton gang as their barely recovered skulls shattered again. But can you really summon Goddess Leah with that body? Clatter! It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Clatter! No, I need to be fully recovered to do that. Is that so? Then we'll have to wait. Even with Theo's healing magic, Quench's physical magic power massage, and Arjux's recovery spell were of no use because the bones needed to be intricately assembled. It seemed it would take about 5 hours to recover. But where are the money and grapeseed oil? They weren't with what Theo brought. Sejun watched as the king of farming's bone fragments were slowly being assembled and inquired about the items the king of farming had brought. Since the grapeseed oil was almost depleted, Sejun's attention was focused on the grapeseed oil. Clatter? Well, that's... The king of farming explained how he had been robbed of the money and grapeseed oil by another thief. Then, hack! Hack! How dare they touch Chairman Park's money, meow. Theo got angry after hearing what the king of farming said. The amount was small as 1 million tower coins, but the amount was not important. What mattered was that someone had touched Sejun's money. Only I, Vice Chairman Theo, can borrow and burn Chairman Park's money, meow. And they dared to rob that money, meow. Theo absolutely could not forgive them. Where were they robbed, meow? So, he asked the king of farming where the location of the robbery had occurred to recover Sejun's money. Clatter! It was near the merchant's passage on the 38th floor of the tower. The king of farming recalled and mentioned the location where he had encountered the thieves. The merchant's passage near the 38th floor of the tower. It was a vague description, but Theo had the slave baiter Yuren with him. Due to Yuren's sweet misfortune, the thieves would surely show up on their own. And he would catch those thieves and turn them into slaves, and recover Sejun's money and grapeseed oil. Chairman Park, I will go and get the money back, meow. Theo hurriedly prepared to leave. Given that it was the 38th floor, he could return within about 2 hours. Vice Chairman Theo, make sure to find the grapeseed oil too. Got it, meow. Pio, let's go. Yuren, you too, meow. Theo quickly moved out with Pio and Yuren. 3 hours later. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I have found the money and grapeseed oil, meow. Theo had encountered 10 teams of thieves and was delayed, but he managed to get the slave contract stamp from 100 thieves and returned. Indeed, the performance of the slave baiter was outstanding. Welcome back. We were just having dinner, though no one else was visible around except for Sejun and Fenrir, but, Payak. Delicious. Ku hey hey hey. Queuing. Hee hee hee. It's tasty. Ark. This is really spicy. But it's delicious. Sounds of Black Rabbit, Quenji, Arjux, and hundreds of blue-backed penguins enjoying the spicy homemade sujabi that Sejun made with freshwater shrimp could be heard. It was due to the special effect of camouflage from the freshwater shrimp. Poohoo Hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, want to eat grilled fish, meow. Theo quickly sat on Sejun's lap. I knew you would, so I already prepared it. Here, Poohoo Hut. This is grilled fish made with Chairman Park's sincerity, meow. Theo received the grilled fish that Sejun had worked hard to grill and began to eat it deliciously. Yuren, do you want to eat shrimp soup? And Pio, do you want to eat walnuts? Pip. Pip. Yes. I want to eat. Sejun offered sujabi to Yuren, who eats anything, and walnuts to Pio, who likes nuts. Okay. Just a moment. Blackie, the walnut cracker, let's get to work. As Sejun offered the special walnut of training to Fenrir, King. It makes me stronger. Crunch. Fenrir bit into the walnut and cracked it open. Crunch. Crunch. Here. Eat. Sejun cracked open 5 walnuts and scooped out the walnut inside the shell and gave it to P.O. King. Hey. You should give me something to eat too. All right, Blackie, eat this. In front of Sejun, Fenrir, who was eagerly barking at his food bowl, received some fish meat filleted by Sejun in his bowl. And, hey! You guys leave some for me. Sejun quickly scooped out the remaining sujebi from the nearly empty pot into a bowl and began to eat. Slurp. Ah, refreshing. Refreshed by the spicy and cool taste, Sejun sweated profusely as he ate the sujebi. After Sejun finished eating the sujebi, you have consumed the spicy and refreshing freshwater shrimp sujebi. Special effect, camouflage makes you invisible for 30 minutes. Triggered by the effect of camouflage, Sejun disappeared. A little later. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. I'm full. Now I need to ask my butler to pet my belly. Fenrir, having happily filled his belly with fish meat, looked around for Sejun. But, King? Where did he go? Thud, thud. Not seeing Sejun, Fenrir began earnestly running around searching for him. King. King? I can definitely smell him. Hey, where are you? Fenrir pressed his nose to the ground and earnestly tracked Sejun's scent. And then, thump. Fenrir, while still in camouflage, bumped into Quenge's behind and fainted. As expected, Fenrir was as fragile as a sunfish, just as Sejun had recognized. Queuing? Queuing. Blackie, what are you doing here? Daddy, Blackie is sleeping here. Quenge picked up the fainted Fenrir and delivered him to Sejun. Why is he sleeping here? Sejun placed Fenrir into the sling bag. Nobody thought that Fenrir had fainted. After Sejun had dinner, okay. You just need to add a bucket of shrimp and a handful of salt and sprinkle it on. While he and his companions were preparing shrimp paste by adding freshwater shrimp and salt to a jar. Sejun. I am deeply disappointed. Suddenly, the king of farming, whose bone assembly had finished, spoke with golden eyes, conveying Leah's feelings of being disappointment to Sejun. Ooh? What did I do? You built a temple for the god of pebbles, Peblos, didn't you? And you didn't build one for me? A temple? At Leah's words, Sejun fell into thought for a moment. Ah. Is she talking about the 3.3 square meter Peblos road? That was indeed all he had made for Peblos. But, seeing her call the road a temple, it seemed like they couldn't see this side at all from over there. I actually wanted to build your temple first, Leah Tildenim. But as you know, building a temple requires a lot of money, so he exaggerated a bit. Just using the land-moving skill, he could easily make something like a road. However, Sejun had a miraculous logic, using skills consumes magic power, using magic power makes him hungry, and filling his stomach requires money. Of course. Building a temple would indeed require a lot of money. Leah agreed with Sejun's words. Yes. But since Peblos Nim offered me wealth, I had no choice but to build his temple first. I see. Sejun, I will give you 5 bottles of harvest elixir as the cost for building my temple. Really? That's right. And over whom? I hope my temple is bigger than Peblos's and attracts more visitors. Ah, foot traffic is also important. Sejun, enriched by the good information from Leah. Of course. I'll build a massive temple for you in a better location than Peblos Nim's temple. 5 bottles of harvest elixir would be worth 50 billion tower coins. He could just pave a 16.5 square meter stone engraved with Leah's name on a path well traveled by mushroom ants and call it Leah Road. Sejun responded after making an estimate. Ah, but do you have any other divine items like the golden box of abundance? Sejun asked Leah if there were any more divine items. That. It's difficult now, so I'll give it to you later. Then for now. Leah, unable to admit she couldn't create it due to a lack of divine power, hastily tried to leave when, Hey! Aren't you selling any harvest elixirs today? Sejun quickly called Leah back, thinking of buying a large amount of elixirs since he had plenty of money. But, those 5 potions just now were all I had. Leah answered with a somber voice. Making elixirs required not only divine power but also time. Ah, then take this. Sejun, feeling uneasy about Leah's response, took out 50 billion tower coins and handed them to Leah. Why this? I'll take the temple costs later. Pay me back when you can. Oh. Thank you, Park Sejun. You are very kind. I will surely repay this favor. Leah spent all the time she could praising Sejun before returning. And, your soul is fulfilled by the high praise from the god of abundance, Leah. Mental strength increases by 10. Thanks to Leah's praise, Sejun's mental strength increased. He. I'll have to treat her well and earn more praises next time. Sejun, thinking that he should also receive praise along with wealth the next time he meets the gods, placed the harvest elixir in the void storage and then said, "Guys, let's go home." Taoyong. He called Taoyong and prepared to return home. The territory of the great golden dragon. Eek! A mere 200-year-old dares to call me, the great golden dragon a weak hatchling. Hocus, lying in a fluffy golden cradle, got worked up while reading Eileen's letter. HMPH. Hocus, will show how strong a hatchling I am. Hocus resolved himself as he got out of the golden cradle. And, wah! Mom dash. I want to go to the Black Tower. He started crying and whining loudly. Chapter 371, Pip. Today was another fulfilling day. TL, Hangak. As Sejun prepared to leave for the waypoint. Chairman Park, we'll go ahead, meow. Theo said to Sejun while holding the bundle. Pio and Uran, who had packed their luggage, were already standing behind Theo. Where are you going? Sejun, who thought they were leaving together, asked. Poohoo Hut. That's right, meow. We're going to earn some money, meow. Vice Chairman Theo. Theo explained that he was going with Uran to catch debtors and swindlers who were on Uran's blacklist. Uran, who needed Theo to collect the money, showed his blacklist to Sejun with a pitiful look. Wow. You've really been ripped off a lot. Sejun was shocked as he checked the amounts written on the blacklist. Among the 15 names on the blacklist, the amount next to the name at the very bottom was 1 trillion tower coins. And when Theo mentioned that they would split the money 50-50, as expected of Vice Chairman Theo. Great job. That's right, yes, we should help each other. Go ahead. Sejun urged Theo to leave quickly. Poohoo Hut. Got it, meow. We'll be back soon, meow. Okay. Have a safe trip. Theo, excited by Sejun's praise, rubbed his face vigorously against Sejun's knee one last time before leaving with Pio, Uran, and the slaves. Except for the skeletons. They were to descend to the 4th floor of the tower separately. Sejun instructed the crying skeleton gang, who had become slaves, to receive orders from the King of Farming and gave the King of Farming 5 dragon warrior helmets to protect themselves. Clatter. Then we'll be going too. The King of Farming, who had risen from the youngest of the crying skeleton gang to the highest position of power, led the crying skeleton gang and the 5 dragon warriors down the tower. As the King of Farming moved, so it was Sejun Nim, Dragon Tooth soldiers, Sejun, Queng. As the 3 connected in his mind, the King of Farming realized who the skeleton was that led Koto on the path to overthrow the bone caste system. 10th tower, 1st floor. All right. It's finished. Stella smiled as she completed the voice message orb. The surroundings had small hills here and there because Stella had dug around looking for materials to make the voice message orb. Whoom! Stella infused the orb with magic power and recorded her voice. And then, transport. She sent the voice message orb to Sejun. You could have said it a little more gently times. The administrator of the 10th tower, who had been listening, spoke with concern. The administrator was worried that the person who received Stella's voice message orb and had passed the trial of the 10th tower might get offended and not come. 99th floor of the Black Tower. On the way to the farm, riding on Taoyong. It'll be completely dark soon, Sejun said, looking at the darkening sky. A little later, Master, we have arrived. Have a good night. Yes. Good night to you too, Taoyong. Sejun, who had arrived at the farm, greeted Taoyong and Pyrolong, Kurong, Ararong, Kirarong. He put the already sleeping for into bed, and then Sejun lay down on the bed. Gulp. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter-tasting medicine. Talent, the medicine that's bitter is good for stamina activates. Stamina increases by 9. It's still really bitter as expected. Sejun fell asleep, ending the 384th day after eating medicinal mugwort. Snore. As everyone fell into a deep sleep, when the sky was completely dyed black, pip. Peace Bays, the nocturnal golden bat clinging to Sejun's shoulder, started its day. TL, Peace Bays is the name of golden bat that is being used from this chapter onwards. Peace Bays is the sound that the golden bat makes, which I have translated as pip. Good night, everyone. Peacebays greeted everyone quietly enough not to disturb the sleeping group. Pip pip. I'm hungry. Flap, flap. It quietly flew outside and headed to the kitchen. On the table in the kitchen, there were fruits that Sejun had prepared for Peacebays to eat. There were elixir cherry tomatoes, grapes, watermelons, and all the other fruits that Sejun was growing. Slurp. Slurp. Pip pip. It's so delicious. Peacebays filled its belly with fruit juice. It went to the pineapple field where the screaming pineapple field, cut a pineapple, and pressed down on the pineapple that was about to scream with its wings. Pip pip. Success! Peacebays was doing alone what it couldn't do with Sejun during the day because it was sleeping. Pip. I can only handle it once. As expected, Brother Quench's strength is amazing. Having made a single screaming pineapple silent once, Peacebays flew to a deserted cave in the east. Peacebays, seemingly familiar with the cave, went in without hesitation and settled in the center of a large open space. Then, pip pip storm fist. 1 pip slash. Pip pip who dash. It started its night workout using the skills it had learned from its older brothers. Peacebays drill storm. It practiced the combined skill of Theo and Quenji, inserting its own name. 1 pip fist. Pip pip destruction fist. Pip rush. Peacebays repeatedly used Theo and Quenji's new techniques, modifying them to fit its body, and then came out of the cave. It seemed the sun was rising as the sky was getting a bit brighter. I'm getting a bit tired. Peacebays hurried back to the farm, washed its body in the bathhouse. Pip pip. Blackie will love this. As an older brother wanting to prepare a snack for the youngest, Peacebays placed cherry tomatoes in Fenrir's secret stash. The cherry tomatoes Fenrir saw yesterday among the carrots and cherry tomatoes weren't placed there by the black rabbit but by Peacebays. There were too many who knew about the so-called secret stash. Pip pip. Today was another fulfilling day. Time to sleep now. Peacebays finished its day by clinging to Sejun's thigh and falling asleep in stealth mode. All right. Sejun woke up and sat up. During sleep, you have stored 10% of your life force. The life orb is 0.75% complete. 0.1 magic power has accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increased by 0.1. He he he. Sejun grinned widely at the message, marked the date on the wall, and strolled around the farm. At that moment, "Ooh? Why is this here?" Sejun said as he picked up a single screaming pineapple from the ground. Did I forget about it? Sejun put the pineapple into the void storage and continued walking. All right. This spot looks good. Land moving. Sejun laid stones on a 5-square-meter path frequented by the mushroom ants and created Leah Road. Leah, the god of abundance, who will enrich our pockets with the harvest elixir. She is a good god. He inscribed the benefactor's achievement on the stone, creating Leah Road. Since it was post-paid and he hadn't received the harvest elixir yet, he wrote will enrich instead of enriched to reflect the future. After making Leah Road, Sejun headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Someone had a good meal. Sejun confirmed the fruit remnants on the table and prepared breakfast. Meanwhile, Payak. Queuing. Yes. Good morning. Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux exchanged morning greetings as they woke up, and, Kihit. King? He. Is my secret stash still there? As soon as Fenrir woke up in bed, he excitedly ran towards his secret stash. And then, King? Who could it be this time? Fenrir began identifying suspects upon seeing his secret stash filled with cherry tomatoes. However, judging by the fact that they didn't give a thumbs up even after making eye contact with him, it didn't seem like it was the black rabbits doing this time. King. This place is no longer safe. Fenrir decided to create a second secret stash. A short while later, Arjux, have a good trip. Yes. Hyung, queuing. Quenji is going to gather herbs. Payak. Uncle, I'm going too. After breakfast, Arjux headed to the White Tower, Quenji went to the Western Forest, and the Black Rabbit left for the waypoint where the Minotaur King was. And then, Kihit. King. He. Secret stash number 2 will never be discovered. Leaving Fenrir, who was diligently digging to the right of the Creator God's tablet, Sejun moved to the largest cornfield on the farm. For reference, Fenrir's first secret stash was to the left of the Creator God's tablet. Eileen, can you give me the Fenrir's 0.5% core fragment? Arriving at the field, Sejun asked for the fragment of Fenrir's core that he had got yesterday. He planned to test whether the crops that received the Great Achievement reward after dealing with the locusts could truly absorb the power of destruction. The tower's administrator says okay. When Eileen responded and the core fragment appeared in Sejun's palm, he buried it shallowly in the ground. after burying the core fragment. Drip, drip. Sejun moved to the place where he had planted the thick darkness cherries and dropped a drop of the harvest elixir on the sprouts. Creak, creak. The cherries grew rapidly. Since he had also used power, abundance, the yield was expected to be high. Sejun then went to the place where the sunflower sprouts were growing. Abundance. Drinking a mugwort juice potion, he used the power on all the planted sunflower sprouts and drip, drip. He dropped a drop of the harvest elixir on 2 of the sprouts. And then, abundance. He used the last remaining drop of the harvest elixir on the kidney bean of soil fertility after using the power. Because the brown dragon customer was waiting. After using all the harvest elixir, he returned to the cornfield and took out the fragment of Fenrir's core. 0.49999%. How many 9s were there? Even a rough count showed over 20. The power of destruction had been absorbed, but only very minutely. It does work, but the effect was too weak. But at least the effect has been confirmed. Sejun decided to bury the piece of Fenrir's core in the ground again and observe it further. Of course, considering how excited Fenrir got over core fragments, Sejun surrounded it with thick stones and buried it deep to prevent Fenrir from taking it out. At that moment, King, I sense my core here. Thud. Thud. Fenrir, having belatedly sensed the core fragment, came running. But, King? Where is it? As the crops absorbed the power of destruction from the core fragment, it became impossible to pinpoint its exact location. King, I'll find it. Of course, Fenrir wasn't one to give up. But, Blackie, didn't I say not to play in the fields? Fenrir, who was digging up the field, got caught by Sejun and was forcibly put in the sling bag. King, I'll find it someday. With only its head sticking out of the sling bag, Fenrir kept staring at the cornfield until, Kirarong, it fell asleep. This bag is just too comfortable. While Sejun was carrying Fenrir and examining the crops that were rapidly growing as they absorbed the harvest elixir, the 10th Tower's assistant, the great silver dragon Stella Hizron, has sent you a voice message orb. To receive the voice message orb, 1 million tower coins are required. Do you wish to receive the voice message orb? A message appeared. Yes, I'll receive it. There was no reason not to receive it since delivering it to Chrysella would yield a 10,000-fold profit. 1 million tower coins have been paid. You have acquired the voice message orb. Eileen, please deliver this to Chrysella Nim when she comes. Sejun immediately handed the received orb to Eileen. The tower's administrator asks if you don't need to listen to it. Yes, I won't listen. It was obvious that it would be Stella angrily asking why he hadn't come to the 10th tower quickly. This way, he could avoid hearing Stella's wrath-filled voice. Sejun had made a very wise decision. Underground of the tower's land. Oh. This works. Flamey marveled as it absorbed the red mist through its roots. Sejun's great achievement was producing this effect. Since Flamey was also a crop nurtured by Sejun, it could absorb a very minute amount of the power of destruction. However, the scale of the very minute amount that Flamey absorbed was different. Great! Now I can go to other places too. Flamey began to extend its roots into areas it couldn't reach before because of the red mist of destruction. Chapter 372, didn't know he would plant them right away. TL, Hangak, White Tower's administrator area. Here. Drink up. Kahavaha. Yes. Let's drink. With a smile on his face, Kellyan poured Samyangju into Graves' empty glass. But despite Kellyan's smiling expression, his insides were rotting away. Of course, it was understandable. He had been sharing his precious Samyangju with Grave for 3 days already. While waiting for Sejun to harvest crops to revive the dead land, he had brought Grave to the White Tower and was drinking with him. By now, there were over 2,000 empty bottles of Samyangju rolling around. Stop drinking so much. Eat some snacks too. Kellyan sipped a bit of Samyangju and glared at Grave with a murderous look. But this clueless guy was just drinking straight Samyangju without even touching the snacks. To make him drink the Samyangju slowly, Kellyan had even brought out roasted frog legs, a snack enjoyed by the inhabitants of the White Tower. But after taking one bite of the frog leg and grimacing, Grave was only drinking Samyangju. Of course, he didn't eat the snacks himself either. But that was because his palate had been spoiled by Sejun's snacks. He used to enjoy those snacks with his drinks. But this guy who hasn't even tasted Sejun's snacks. Kellyan found Grave, who hadn't even tasted Sejun's snacks but was picky about his food, extremely annoying. While Kellyan was giving Grave a disapproving look, Kellyan, pour me another. Grave, having downed his Samyangju in one shot, held out his empty glass. The host had only sipped, yet this guy was doing shots. Really a clueless bastard. Kellyan, hang in there. The VIP status at the Dragon Market is not far off. Kellyan clenched his fists unconsciously and then relaxed them, steeling his resolve. Then, waha. Yes, drink up. Putting on a service smile, he poured more Sumyangju into Graves' glass. I should ask Sejun once more. At the same time, he sent the white dragon statue to find Sejun. 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have harvested thick darkness cherry. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun harvested cherries from 2 cherry trees that had rapidly grown using the harvest elixir. After a while, he. It's done. Sejun looked at the basket full of cherries with a satisfied smile. Thanks to using power, abundance. The harvest quantity had doubled, resulting in nearly 4,000 cherries. And then, your soul feels fulfilled from the abundant harvest. Mental strength has increased by 2. His mental strength increased. Material abundance enriched his spirit. Eileen, here are some cherries. After sending cherries for Eileen to eat, shall I try one? He put a cherry in his mouth. Then, you have consumed thick darkness cherry. A slight power of darkness accumulates in your body. Your destructive power has slightly increased. Messages appeared. Good. I've become stronger. Feeling very slightly as stronger, Sejun rotated his right arm. And then, Cura wrong. He. Super weakling Blackie, the gap between us has grown wider now. Looking down at Fenrir sleeping soundly in the sling bag, he felt smug. Sejun was very happy to have Fenrir, who was weaker than him. Sejun ate a few more cherries and then said, now, let's go harvest sunflower seeds. He headed to the lushly blooming sunflower field and began harvesting sunflower seeds. And following that, harvesting the kidney bean of soil fertility as well. Kaiser Tildenim, here are 3,500 thick darkness cherries. Sejun went to find Kaiser and handed over the remaining cherries. Ha. Thank you. Take this. Kaiser handed Sejun 3.5 billion tower coins. Each cherry was worth 100,000 tower coins. After delivering the cherries to Kaiser, where should I look for Kellyan? As Sejun was about to search for Kellyan, Sejun Kellyan, who had been hiding in the cherry tomato field, called out to Sejun in a quiet voice as he passed by. Oh, Kellyan Tildenim, I was just looking for you. Really? Could it be that the crop to revive the dead land is finally ready? Yes. Here, Sejun handed him the kidney bean of soil fertility. Oh. Finally, Kellyan, excitedly looking at the kidney bean of soil fertility, hurriedly swallowed them and sent them to his main body. And then, waha. Thank you, Sejun. Eileen. He called out to Eileen and disappeared. He intended to get a contract from Eileen and make a deal with Grave immediately. I guess I'll give him the sunflower seeds a bit later. It was obvious that he would rush back soon to increase his cumulative purchase amount. Sejun put the sunflower seeds in his pocket and, nom. You have consumed Eileen's healthier meatball piece. You must eat all the pieces to get the effect. 75 pieces remaining. He had a simple lunch with 3 pieces of meatball that Eileen had made for him. Slurp. Ah. Nice. While Sejun was taking a break, drinking coffee after his lunch. Congratulations, Grandpa Kellyan, on becoming a VIP of the Dragon Market. Kellyan handed the signed contract from Grave to Eileen and became a VIP of the Dragon Market. Waha. Thank you. Kellyan was delighted at Eileen's congratulations. But then, what? I'm not the 4th but the 5th VIP? Kellyan had to hear the shocking news. Yes. The 4th VIP is Grandma Brachio. Don't tell me. Brachio brought Artemis? No, Grandma Brachio's cumulative purchase amount at the Dragon Market exceeded 1 trillion tower coins, so she became a VIP. What? You can become a VIP of the Dragon Market with a cumulative purchase amount of 1 trillion tower coins. Yes. Haven't you heard? Now, if your cumulative purchase amount exceeds 1 trillion tower coins, you can become a VIP of the Dragon Market. How can this be? Kellyan, who had been hiding, finally learned that the Dragon Market regulations had changed. He also found out that if the cumulative monthly purchase amount exceeded 300 billion tower coins, the VIP period would be automatically extended by 30 days. And then, my Sumyangju. What pained him the most was the 2,100 bottles of Sumyangju he drank to keep Grave around. During that time, Grave had drunk an additional 100 bottles of Sumyangju. Black Tower, 50th floor. Theo and Pio followed Uran to capture the debtor at the bottom of the blacklist, arriving in front of a large castle. Theo Tildenim, it's here. Pooh-hoo hut. So this is where that guy named Groll lives? Theo smirked as he looked at the castle gate. Yes. Groll is the guy who borrowed 1 trillion tower coins from me. Initially, the debt was 1 million tower coins, but Yoren explained how he ended up lending Groll 1 trillion tower coins. Strangely, every time Groll put his arm around my shoulder and asked, "Do you have any money?" I found myself lending him money. Meow? P.O.? It was obvious to anyone that Yoren was being extorted, but Yoren looked genuinely confused. So nowadays, when I meet Groll, I don't carry any money with me. With an innocent expression, Yoren proudly shared his strategy for dealing with Groll. Such a temptingly naive pushover, meow. Theo was once again swayed by Yoren's gullibility. No, this wouldn't do, meow. Chairman Park wouldn't like this, meow. Hurry up and lead the way, meow. Theo urged Yoren, stealing his resolve. Yes. Let's go. Yoren stepped forward and knocked on the castle gate. Then, well. Look who it is. If it isn't my rich friend. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the massive door opened lightly, and Groll, a 10-meter-tall muscular hippopotamus, greeted Yoren. And then, my rich friend, do you have some money? I'd be pretty disappointed if you don't. Groll tried to place one of his fingers on Yoren's shoulder. It wasn't even an arm around the shoulder, just a finger. At that moment, Pooh-hoo-hut. Stop right there, meow. Theo blocked Groll's finger with his front paw and shouted, HMPH. This little. Groll scoffed and tried to shake off Theo's paw lightly, but, what kind of strength is this? Groll's finger didn't budge. Pooh-hoo-hut. Groll, do you have money, meow? No, I don't. Pooh-hoo-hut. Think carefully before you answer, meow. If I find it, it's 1 strike per tower coin, meow. Theo started to extort Groll. I really don't have any. Go ahead and search. Groll, still not grasping the situation, blatantly lied and raised his voice. But, Pooh-hoo-hut. Don't lie, meow. Theo wasn't just any ordinary cat. In an instant, he pulled out the money pouch hidden in Groll's clothes and checked the amount inside. Pooh-hoo-hut. 10 billion tower coins, so that's 10 billion strikes, meow. 10 billion meow slaps. Slap. Slap. What? Ugh. Groll, hit by Theo's hastily created new technique, the 10 billion meow slaps, which involved slapping 10 billion times, fainted. I could only hit him 100 million times, meow. What a shame, meow. Theo regretted not being able to complete the 10 billion strikes as Groll fainted before he could finish. Hit. Press. Meanwhile, P.O. stamped Groll's finger on the slave contract while he was unconscious. And then, Theo tilted him. Can I hit him too? Gaining courage from seeing Groll faint, Yoren bought the right to hit Groll 100 times for 10 billion tower coins from Theo. You bad guy. Why am I your friend? Who? Do you know how much I didn't want to lend you money? Thwack! Thwack! While Yoren, who claimed to have lent the money, was hitting Groll with all his might. Pooh-hoo-hut. Found it, meow. Theo found Groll's secret stash and split the 1 trillion tower coins with Yoren, 50-50. Pooh-hoo-hut. Lead me to the next closest debtor, meow. He. Yes. Feeling a bit relieved after hitting Groll, Yoren was confident that he could collect money from any opponent with Theo by his side. So he led Theo to Igwan, who was 5th on the blacklist. Next to the name Igwan, an amount of 4.3 trillion tower coins was written. Slurp. Sejun. As expected. Sejun, who was drinking coffee, put down his cup when he saw Kellyan, who had become a VIP of the Dragon Market, coming to find him. It was probably to extend his VIP period and to be the first to become a VVIP. Sejun sold 4,000 sunflower seeds, along with some Yangju and Transcendence black beans, to Kellyan for 300 billion tower coins. And then, hey guys! I'm here! I'm also a VIP too. No longer needing to hide, Kellyan shouted with a voice full of resentment as he flew to the fountain where other dragon statues were gathered. After finishing the transaction with Kellyan and about to start his afternoon farming, it has been confirmed that Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, has planted kidney bean of soil fertility without permission. According to the tower's laws, Brown Tower's tower farmer Auric will become a slave of the Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun for the next 100 years. Messages appeared. Oh, come to think of it, when Sejun handed the kidney bean of soil fertility to Kellyan, he didn't give permission to plant them. He certainly didn't do it on purpose to make a slave. I just gave them for him to check. I didn't know he would plant them right away. Thanks to that, Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, became Sejun's fifth slave. According to the job trait, you borrow 0.2% of Auric's stats, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower. Strength increased by 10, stamina by 7, agility by 17, and magic power by 16. Messages indicating the stat increase appeared. Oh my, I feel bad about this. Sejun felt sorry for Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower. But, he, laughter spilled from his mouth. It was indeed befitting of Chairman Park, who commanded Vice Chairman Theo. At that moment, you have achieved the feat of commanding 5 tower farmers. A message appeared that made Sejun laugh even more. Chapter 373, Am I Invincible Now? TL, Hangak, on the 63rd floor of the Brown Tower. On the ground where most of the land is rotten in a dark reddish color. Phew. Will this really work? A red goblin with red skin looked down at a brown bean and spoke. Even though the description said it could revive dead land, but he was skeptical about its actual effectiveness. It's what the great brown dragon Grave ordered. Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, brushed aside his doubts and planted the bean in the rotten land. And then, you have planted the kidney bean of soil fertility. You have planted crops belonging to Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, without permission, who holds the exclusive cultivation rights. According to the laws of the tower, Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, will be Park Sejun's slave for 100 years. A message appeared. No way. Have I been sold? Auric, seeing the message, thought that Grave had sold him into slavery. It was a reasonable suspicion since Grave had ordered him to plant the bean. Grave sold me, while Auric despaired over the fact that Grave had sold him. Wiggle. Wiggle. The kidney bean of soil fertility took root quickly in the rotten land without dying. As a reward for the achievement of the great farmer, the job trait that allows you to borrow the stats of slave tower farmers has been enhanced. According to the job trait, you borrow 0.3% of the stats of Arjux, the tower farmer of the White Tower. A rise from 0.2% to 0.3%, a 0.1% increase. It wasn't a large number, but in relative terms, it was significant. And then, wow! Am I invincible now? It was such a huge number that it made Sejun, the sunfish, say something reckless. Despite his overflowing confidence, Sejun didn't think about summoning Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower. For Sejun, who prioritized safety, doing anything alone was absolutely unthinkable. My total stats have increased by almost 1,000. After checking his stats and grinning with satisfaction, Sejun said, Blackie, you're in big trouble now. You absolutely can't beat me anymore. He gently scratched the belly of Fenrir, who was sleeping soundly in the sling bag. King. Be quiet. I'm sleeping, keep scratching my belly. Fenrir, disturbed by Sejun's voice, whimpered but fell back asleep as Sejun continued to scratch. At that moment, your soul feels fulfilled with your great growth. Mental strength has increased by 1. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Why only 1? I'm incredibly pleased right now. Sejun tried to explain to the message just how pleased he was, but the message didn't change. Che. You're as stubborn as a pumpkin. You don't understand my feelings. Grumbling, Sejun headed to the pumpkin field. HMPH pumpkin, no matter what you do, you're still just a pumpkin. He took out his frustration by harvesting the poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. Sejun held grudges. Done, after venting his frustration and finishing the pumpkin harvest. BZZZ. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Rub. The poisonous queen bee, who had completed her royal jelly-making practice, landed on Sejun's shoulder and rubbed her body against his cheek. Hi. Did you finish your practice well? BZZ. Yes. I made something amazing. The poisonous queen bee responded enthusiastically, drawing large circles in the air several times. I'm getting a bad feeling. Sejun began to feel uneasy looking at the poisonous queen bee. Just as strong denial is affirmation, the poisonous queen bee's strong confidence meant it was probably not going to taste good. Unaware of Sejun's worries, BZZ. This time, you will really like it. I finally developed my own special recipe. The poisonous queen bee exuded even stronger confidence. And a special recipe. It was very unsettling. BZZ. The great queen liked it too. Fortunately, this time the confidence was well-founded. Really? Let me take a look. Hearing that even the great queen bee liked it, Sejun quickly held out his palm. All the royal jelly made by the great queen bee had been delicious, so this should be fine too. BZZ. Yes. Here you go. At Sejun's words, the poisonous queen bee took out a golden royal jelly hidden in her fur and placed it in Sejun's palm. Sweet golden royal jelly. The color and name were already a pass. But complacency was dangerous. Checking the options was essential. This was how Sejun, as weak as a sunfish, managed to survive on the 99th floor of the Black Tower filled with strong. One of the secrets was Sejun's caution, who always knocked on a bridge before crossing it. Of course, the biggest secret to Sejun's survival was enticing the strong with food. Let's see. Sejun checked the options of the royal jelly. Sweet golden royal jelly. This royal jelly was made with a special recipe improved by the poisonous queen bee, based on the royal jelly manufacturing method taught by the poisonous queen bee. It is made with honey, so it is sweet. When consumed, all stats increase by 20. When consumed, your body will emit a sweet taste and smell for 1 hour. Creator, poisonous queen bee. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, day. Fortunately, the options were good and the taste was good too. Even though the body emitted a sweet taste and smell for an hour, it wasn't a life-threatening issue, unlike before. But, I haven't given her a name yet. We've been together for so long. Sejun felt a pang of guilt seeing that the creator was just labeled as the poisonous queen bee. And then, what should I name her? He hurriedly began to think of a name for the poisonous queen bee. Since she buzzes, so buzzy. Since she's a poison bee, so poison bee. Since she's the first poison bee, so first bee. Sejun could only come up with terrible names. After much deliberation, he decided on a name for the poisonous queen bee. All right. From now on, your name is Sweetie. Since honey is sweet, Sweetie it is. BZZZ. BZZZ? Really? Did you just give me a name, Sejun? Yeah. Do you already have a name? Does she have a name, and I just never asked? That thought made Sejun feel even guiltier. As Sejun felt embarrassed. BZZZ. 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 No. I don't have a name. I'm so happy to have a name. Fortunately, the poisonous queen bee, now Sweetie, liked the name Sejun gave her and rubbed her body against Sejun's face. And so, another victim was added to Sejun's naming spree. Ha ha. I really do come up with good names. Gaining more confidence, Sejun looked forward to the next time Sejun's naming shop would open. BZZZ. Sejun tildenim, Sweetie will go to sleep now. Sweetie, tired from making royal jelly since morning, went back to her hive. NOM. Sejun popped the royal jelly that Sweetie had given him into his mouth. He. It's delicious. The floral fragrance and honey sweetness lingered in Sejun's mouth, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. As the royal jelly melted away, you have consumed Sweetie's sweet golden royal jelly. All stats increased by 20. Your body will emit a sweet taste and smell for 1 hour. A message appeared. Thanks to giving her a name, the royal jelly's name had changed. But does my body really smell sweet? I can't really tell. Sejun sniffed himself to check. At that moment, Fenrir, who had been sleeping in the sling bag, opened his eyes wide. And then, King, I smell something sweet. A strong sweet smell. Sniffing around, Fenrir climbed up Sejun's body, following the scent. Lick, and started licking Sejun's neck vigorously. Ha ha. Stop licking. Sejun, feeling ticklish, hurriedly pulled Fenrir off. Then, lick. Fenrir turned his head and aimed his short tongue at Sejun's neck, persistently trying to lick him again. Hey, you'll break your neck at this rate. Sejun had no choice but to offer his hand to Fenrir, fearing he might get hurt. Kihihit. King. He. It's sweet. It's delicious. Fenrir was excited by the sweetness coming from Sejun's hand. Thank goodness others aren't around. If they were here. I guess I'm pretty lucky, as Sejun thought while watching Fenrir. You have overcome an unpleasant reality with a mental victory. Your soul feels filled with satisfaction. Mental strength has increased by 3. His mental strength had risen. This is really. He was increasingly dissatisfied with the system. A moment later, 1 hour has passed and the sweet taste and smell from your body have dissipated. As the effect of Sweetie's sweet golden royal jelly wore off. King. It's salty. Fenrir, who had been licking Sejun's hand, spat out his saliva. Damn Blackie. Sejun felt annoyed, thinking about how he had tolerated having his hand covered in drool. For dinner tonight, you'll get roasted sweet potato strips made from sweet potatoes harvested by Ophelia. He decided to get petty revenge using the tasteless crops from Ophelia. Black Tower, 3rd floor. Is this where the accident happened again? Michael McLaren, vice chairman of Gaggle, asked while looking at the site of the Experience Point Farm accident. Having rushed over from handling company affairs on Earth, his voice was full of irritation. Yes. As you can see, his subordinate answered in a subdued voice. Just by looking at the surrounding blood, one could tell. And the culprit behind this situation was a mutated cherry tomato with a giant 1-meter diameter cherry tomato head. Around its mouth hung the tattered clothes of hunters it hadn't fully consumed. These kinds of mutations had occasionally been appearing in the Experience Point Farm on the 3rd floor of the tower recently. How many times has this happened already? Didn't I tell you to burn them from a distance? Yes, but sometimes there are hunters who don't follow the control measures. This is frustrating. So, have you found the cause of these mutations? Well, we examined the tissues of the mutants, but there is no difference from other contaminated cherry tomatoes. Sigh. I got it. For now, burn everything and control it so they absolutely can't get close in the future. Yes. Burn it all. The subordinates, following Michael's orders, began to set the Experience Point Farm ablaze. Damn it. The board's pressure to expand the Experience Point Farm has been intense lately. Should I clear this place out? As Michael considered whether to clear the burning Experience Point Farm. Don't you need power? A whisper echoed in Michael's mind. Of course, I need power. Unstoppable, overwhelming power. Always desiring great power, Michael answered the whisper without hesitation. Then come find me. Where are you? If you focus on my voice, you will find me. Drawn by the irresistible voice, Michael felt increasingly compelled. The voice was coming from within the burning Experience Point Farm. Come and take me. Understood. Following the voice, Michael stepped into the Experience Point Farm. Though it seemed like he would soon be engulfed by the flames, a red mist parted the fire, greeting Michael. Guided by the red mist, Michael ventured deeper into the farm. Is this it? He discovered a single black orb lying on the ground. Yes. That is me. Pick me up, and you will gain immense power that no one can stop. Immense power, Michael muttered in a daze as he picked up the orb. Kahawaha. You are now the strongest. Together, we will kill the dragons managing the Black Tower and dominate it. The strongest. He. Yes. Let's kill the dragons together. As Michael picked up Fenrir's core fragment, his eyes turned blood red. And then, twitch. Twitch. The contaminated cherry tomatoes began transforming into mutants in response to Michael's aura. Black Tower, 99th floor. Before Sejun had his dinner, guys, gather around. He called Black Rabbit, Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica to stand in front of him. Now it should be safe, right? All right. Summon slave number 5. Sejun summoned Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower. A moment later, Khe. Master, did you call for me? A goblin with red skin appeared, rubbing his hands together eagerly and letting out a sly laugh. This is the final translated chapter. If you'd like to continue reading, please visit the website in the description. Typically, there are 5 new chapters released each week. Thank you for everything. This will be the final audiobook I upload, and I will be taking it down in about a week. Chapter 374, Theo Tildenim, Can I Have Just 100 Hits? TL, Hangak, Goblin? Seeing Auric rubbing his palms together and laughing slyly, Sejun instinctively stepped back and took a defensive stance. Hearing that sly laugh made him wary, thinking, is this sneaky creature trying to make me his slave? However, Keek. Master, what's the matter? Has slave number 5 done something to displease you? Seeing Sejun's defensive stance, Auric became flustered and rubbed his palms even more fervently. Did I mess up my first impression? What's going on? Sejun looked at Auric with puzzlement. This was the first time he encountered a being who so readily accepted being his slave. At that moment, King? Hey! Who are you? Since you're here, you should show your belly and greet the noble Fenrir Tildenim. Fenrir, who was in the sling bag, barked fiercely at the newcomer Auric. And then, for a sunfish to step up to protect me. I'll let this one slide. Sejun, misunderstanding Fenrir's intentions in barking at Auric, allowed Fenrir to avoid Ophelia's punishment of roasted sweet potato snacks. While various misunderstandings were unfolding, what's that smell? A delicious scent wafted into Auric's nose, who was still rubbing his palms fervently. It was the smell of the potato soup Sejun had prepared for dinner. Gulp. Without realizing it, Auric swallowed his saliva and looked towards the kitchen, from where the scent was emanating. It had been a long time since he had smelled something this delicious. Ever since the land of the Brown Tower started to decay, he had been grateful to fill his stomach with whatever food was available. But such a delicious smell! He couldn't resist. If he could just have a bite, he'd have no other wishes. Keek! Master, can I have some food? So, he rubbed his palms together even more slyly, with utmost sincerity. A while later. Slurp! Keek! Master, you must be a culinary genius. Your soul feels fulfilled from the overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. Slurp! Keek! I've never had such delicious food in my entire life. Your soul feels fulfilled from the overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. Slurp! Keek! I bet there isn't anyone in all 9 towers who can cook better than you, Master. Your soul feels fulfilled from the overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. Auric kept praising Sejun while drinking the potato soup. Initially wary because of Auric's sly smile and actions, Sejun realized, Auric, you were a good guy after all. I judged you too quickly by your appearance. Feeding him resulted in an increase in mental strength, making Auric a mental strength vending machine. Hee. Auric, do you want more? Reflecting on his mistake, Sejun offered more potato soup to the mental strength vending machine. No, Auric. However, Keek. Master, it's all right. I get full even with a small amount of food. Auric, cluelessly trying to appeal that he was a high-efficiency slave who could eat little and work a lot. The capacity of the mental strength vending machine was too small. Then it's time to switch tactics. Let's have some dessert now. Even when you eat a full meal, there's always a separate stomach for dessert. Keek. Oh. This fruit called watermelon is really sweet and delicious. Your soul feels fulfilled from the overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. Thanks to that, Sejun was able to raise his mental strength by 1 more while receiving Auric's high praise. Keek. Now I really can't eat anymore. After eating 2 slices of watermelon, the mental strength vending machine Auric exceeded his capacity and lay on the floor with his belly exposed. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Fine. I'll accept your greeting. Fenrir climbed onto Auric's belly, lifted his head, and showed who was higher in the hierarchy. And so, after the meal ended, Keek. By the way, Sejun Tildanim, how much did Grave Tildanim sell me for? Auric asked Sejun. Although he had been sold into slavery, Auric was curious about his worth. However, Grave Tildanim didn't sell you. You became a slave because you planted my crops. What? I had just asked Grave Tildanim to take a look, but you planted them. Auric had never been sold. He was simply unlucky. And then, damn it, bearing the brunt of this misfortune alone, Auric despaired at Sejun's answer. As soon as he became a slave, Auric had cursed Grave with all sorts of profanities, blaming him for selling him out. He even wrote it on the 99th floor of the tower for Grave to see clearly, so now if he ever returned to the Brown Tower, he would be greeted with a breath attack. Then. Sejun Tildanim, you won't send me back to the Brown Tower, right? Keek. After all, I am your slave number 5. Auric looked at Sejun with a sly smile and desperate eyes, but, no. You have to plant the kidney beans that Grave Tildanim is buying from me, you know? Auric was destined to return to the Brown Tower. Go back and wait there while eating this. Auric, return. Oh, but I can't. Sejun gave Auric the remaining watermelon and sent him back to the Brown Tower. After Auric left like that, queuing, Dad, good night. Quenty said goodbye to Sejun and went to sleep with Pink Fur. All right, guys, time to sleep. Sejun also took Black Rabbit, Arjux, and Fenrir to bed. Then, gulp, Sejun ate medicinal mugwort and fainted, falling asleep. His lifespan was extended by 3 months again today. The Grand Mansion of the Demon Family. Dave, is it true that our Uran got back 100 billion tower coins from Told and the guys? Uran's mother, Hamey, asked Dave, who reported Uran's information, in a voice full of disbelief. Yes, Hamey Tildanim, I personally confirmed it. And on the way here, I heard a rumor that young Master Uran got back 300 billion tower coins from the Grey Skunk Siren. Oh. Finally, our Uran. Hamey's eyes filled with tears at Dave's words. At that moment, but there's a rumor that a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon is by young Master Uran's side. Dave reported new information. A subordinate of the Great Black Dragon? Yes. He is known as Theo Park, the Golden Cat who has recently gained fame in the Black Tower these days. He's also called the Slave King. Dave, please continue to follow Uran for now. and also gather information about this Theo Park as well. Understood, Hamey tilde him. Then I will take my leave now. After Dave left, Yuto tilde. Our Uran, Hamey hurried to find her husband to share the good news. 53rd floor of the Black Tower. Uran, is this the right place, meow? Theo asked in a voice full of annoyance, thinking they had hit a dead end. Yes. I'm sure it's around here, but... Uran looked back and forth between Theo and the map, speaking with uncertainty. The map he bought from the information trader clearly stated that Lizaran, who borrowed his money, was here, but there was nothing around. Meow. This won't do, meow. I'll find it myself, meow. Theo placed his front paw on the ground and focused all his senses. And then, Chairman Park, help me, meow. With a sincere heart, he requested help from Sejun. At that moment, whoosh, a breeze blew, moving Theo's whiskers westward. Pooh hut. Chairman Park said it's that way, meow. Follow me, meow. Theo hurriedly ran west, and the others, clueless, followed him. Chairman Park, help me. Theo continued to seek Sejun's help as he moved in the directions of northwest, southeast. They arrived back at the place Uran had initially indicated on the map. They had come full circle, returning to the original location. Unaware of this, Chairman Park, help me, meow. Theo once again sought help from Sejun. At that moment, whoosh. Luckily, a breeze blew from top to bottom, causing his whiskers to point towards the ground. The map was accurate. It just failed to indicate that it was underground. It's here, meow. Theo shouted, pointing downwards, and then, meow. He pressed his paw firmly against the ground. Then, rumble. The immense strength transmitted from Theo's paw permeated the ground, causing it to collapse. It was the secret move of Vice Chairman Theo, called Meow Press Fist, created while pressing against Sejun's face. Theo tilde nim, there's a passageway here. As expected of Theo tilde nim, Pio and Uran shouted, looking at the hole revealed by the collapsed ground. Pooh hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow. Theo praised Sejun as he entered the passageway connected to Lizaran's secret hideout. That fool said he couldn't lend me a large sum because he didn't trust me. Do you know what I told him? No. The newly hired hostess shook her head while filling Lizaran's glass to the brim. I told him if he didn't trust me, he could keep my tail as collateral and lend me the money. What? Your tail? But even if our tails get cut off, they grow back. Exactly. But he didn't know that. Ha ha ha. As Lizaran was boasting about how he made a fortune. Rumble. The ground shook. What's going on? Hey, go find out what's happening. Yes. Lizaran commanded the mercenaries he had hired at a high price. A moment later, thud. Thud. There was a sound of something soft being hit, and then, pooh hut. Found it, meow. A yellow cat entered. Swish. Following the cat, a snow-white bird with a bundle of papers in its beak entered, and, Theo tilde nim, that's Lizaran. Lastly, Uran, the fool who had made him rich, entered. Uran? Yes. You scoundrel. Why did you deceive me? Uran shouted angrily at Lizaran. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? It's the fool's fault for being deceived, not mine for deceiving. Lizaran sneered at Uran. Hey, cat, think it over. I don't know how much that fool is paying you, but you'd make a lot more by just robbing him. He then tried to tempt Theo to steal Uran's money. Lizaran had a lot of money and valued his life, so he only hired strong mercenaries. However, this cat had easily dealt with the mercenaries. There's no chance of winning by force, so he tried to sow discord between Theo and Uran. But, shut up, meow, that was a very wrong choice. Whack! Theo quickly knocked out Lizaran, who was trying to shake his resolve. That was close, meow. It was the whisper of the devil, meow. As Lizaran fainted, Pio. Theo tilde nim, the stamp is done. Pio pressed Lizaran's thumb onto the contract. Meanwhile, Theo tilde nim, can I have just 100 hits? Pooh hut. 10 billion tower coins, meow. Yes. Uran handed the money to Theo and, you scoundrel. It's your fault for deceiving me, not mine for being deceived. Whack. Whack. He hit Lizaran. Uran seemed to be gradually showing signs of breaking away from being a sucker. Pooh hut. Now let's find the money, meow. Theo wandered around Lizaran's hideout, searching for the secret vault and opened it. However, there are only 2.1 trillion tower coins, meow. Lizaran had already spent 2.2 trillion tower coins. Smack! Theo woke Lizayan up and asked about the whereabouts of the money. Ha ha! I spent it all on having fun. I had a blast thanks to you. Lizayan sneered, saying he had spent it all on entertainment. There was no way to recover the money Uran had lent him. However, meow, after a moment of contemplation, Theo soon found a way to get the money back. As always. Pooh-hoo-heart. That looks good, meow. Theo smiled broadly, looking at Lizayan's teeth made of brown gemstones. There seemed to be at least 30 of them. Pooh-hoo-heart. Chairman Park will like this. Theo beamed at the thought of making Sejun happy. Chapter 375, Pooh-hoo-heart. Indeed, I'm a cat with a big heart, meow. TL, Hangak, why are you going to pull them out? Lizayan quickly covered his mouth as he saw Theo greedily eyeing his teeth. Pooh-hoo-heart. That's right, meow. If I take that, the god will offer money to Chairman Park, meow. God? Don't tell me you believe in the legend of the Jewel of the Earth. That's all nonsense. Lizayan shouted, realizing why Theo was trying to pull out his teeth. If you release the soul of the god sealed in the Jewel of the Earth, the god will repay you with grace. In the past, many had tried to release the soul of the god sealed in the Jewel of the Earth upon hearing that explanation. But while there were rumors of failures, there were never any of successes. That's why it became a legend. Because no one had done it. But, Pooh-hoo-heart. It's not nonsense, meow. Thud. Ooh. Lizayan fainted as he heard Theo's confident shout. Theo had moved behind Lizayan in an instant with cat-like swiftness and struck him on the back of the head. Although Theo's front paw looked like it was wrapped in soft fur, its power was anything but gentle. Boom! The 5-meter-tall, massive body of Lizayan collapsed, shaking the ground. Pop pop! Theo pried open the mouth of the now unconscious Lizayan and started extracting the Jewel of the Earth. It was easy since they were lodged between the teeth. It did smell, though. Pooh-hoo-heart. Compared to Chairman Park's poop smell, this is nothing, meow. Of course, to Theo, who had been trained by Sejun's poop smell, it was nothing. The harvested jewels, or rather, jewel teeth, numbered 31. Pooh-hoo-heart. This is worth 3.1 trillion tower coins, meow. Theo assumed that since Peblos had given a reward of around 100 billion tower coins, other gods would also offer a similar amount as compensation for being saved. So, he calculated each jewel of the earth to be worth 100 billion tower coins. The gods who wouldn't meet Theo's expectations in the future were to be pitted. Uran, take this, meow. Theo handed over 2.1 trillion tower coins stored in his bag to Uran. Since he had taken plenty for himself, he generously gave the money to Uran. Pooh-hoo-heart. Indeed, I'm a cat with a big heart, meow. As Theo was feeling proud of his generous act. What? I can have all of this? I'll give half to Theo Tildenim. It's 50-50, after all. Uran, not knowing the value of the jewel teeth Theo had kept, readily offered half of the money he received back to Theo. And, Pooh-hoo-heart. All right, meow. Theo was not a heartless cat who would coldly refuse a gift. Thanks to that, the formula in Theo's mind became split the money with Uran, the rest is all mine. Uran, take 100 million tower coins more, meow. Still, with a big heart, Theo gave up an additional 100 million tower coins, pocketing 1.0 for 9 trillion tower coins in his bag. Let's go, meow. After taking the money, Theo took the lead and went outside. Pio. Yes. Yes. Pio and Uran grabbed the legs of the unconscious Lizayan and dragged him outside. He. Lizayan, feel the wrath of my revenge. Here comes the sharp stone. Uran continued his petty revenge, dragging Lizayan along painful paths on purpose. Sejun, who woke up as usual in the morning and was strolling around the farm. Oh. The cabbage flowers have bloomed, Sejun said as he looked at the field where the wind cabbages were planted. Beside them, the radish and cucumber flowers were also in full bloom. I should harvest the seeds later. As Sejun decided on his morning tasks for the day, you have achieved the feat of making the first well-fermented 5-colored bin maju in the tower. The recipe for well-fermented 5-colored bin maju is registered at Cooking LV9. Your proficiency in Cooking LV9 has slightly increased. A message appeared. The maju, which had been fermenting while hanging from the ceiling of the cooking area, was finally complete. He. It's finally done. Seeing the message, Sejun grinned foolishly and hurriedly ran to the cooking area. Then, he carefully picked up the well-fermented, golden-hued, shimmering maju and checked its options. Well-fermented 5-colored bin maju. The 5-colored beans, which have absorbed ample nutrients in the tower, have been boiled, mashed, and fermented. During the fermentation process, the latent effects of the 5 colored beans have manifested. When consumed over a long period, the strength, stamina, agility, and magic power stats increase randomly. The effective ingredients increases by 5% due to cooking LV9. It has a unique smell but can produce a deep flavor. Chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 5 years. Grade, A. Aho! Random stat increase when consumed long term. Now that the maju was complete, he would make soy sauce, doenjang, and gochujang, the 3 essential sauces. Then I'll eat them almost every day. TL, doenjang equals soybean paste and gochujang equals red chili paste. He. This is great. Really great. Sejun smiled as he filled a prepared jar with maju and made a saltwater solution to pour into the jar. With this, the doenjang and soy sauce were complete. Later, after draining the water, what remains would be doenjang, and the liquid would be soy sauce. Since there wasn't enough chili powder yet, he'd make gochujang later. After finishing the work, time to make breakfast, Sejun began cooking. The breakfast menu was morning bread to dip in leftover potato soup from the previous day. Since he had prepared the dough the day before, all he had to do was bake it. TL, morning bread aka dinner rolls or morning bang. Sejun hummed as he cut the dough into appropriate sizes, rolled it into round shapes, and placed them in the brazier. A little while later, as the bread baked, the fragrant smell began to spread around the kitchen. And then, Piak, Uncle, good morning. Queuing, Dad, did you sleep well? Sejun Hyung, good morning. King, hey. I'm hungry. Give me food. Awakened by the delicious bread smell, the group happily gathered in the kitchen one by one. Just wait a moment. It's almost done. Sejun placed a plate piled high with bread in the center of the table and set bowls of potato soup in front of each person. In Fenrir's bowl, he tore up the morning bread into small pieces and mixed it with cooled potato soup before giving it to him. And then, let's eat now. With Sejun's words, the group began to eat. Piak, Uncle, the bread is so soft. The black rabbit excitedly tore the morning bread and stuffed the buttery-smelling pieces into his mouth. Queuing, Dad, it's so delicious. Quenji needs honey. Quenji, despite having potato soup to dip the bread in, persistently asked honey. As expected of a honey bear. And then, as expected, Sejun Hyung. Just as you said, dipping it in the potato soup makes it really soft and delicious. Arjux praised Sejun as he dipped his morning bread in the potato soup, just as Sejun had instructed. Lastly, Fenrir. Nominative nom. Not even sparing time to bark, he buried his face in his bowl, constantly moving his tongue. This is happiness. Sejun smiled happily as he watched his companions enjoy the food he made. However, happiness alone couldn't fill his stomach. What? Seeing the morning bread quickly disappearing from the plate, Sejun hurriedly began his own meal. He. This is happiness. With his belly full, the sense of happiness doubled. After breakfast, have a good day, everyone. Sejun saw off the black rabbit, Quenji, and Arjux. Time to work. As he was about to start his morning tasks, the tower's administrator says that Grandma Chrysella has bought Aunt Stella's voice message orb. Eileen sent money to Sejun. 20 billion tower coins? Sejun confirmed the amount and felt puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 billion tower coins? At that moment, the tower's administrator says that Grandma Chrysella promised to pay double if she handed over the voice message orbs without listening to the contents. Eileen explained why the amount had doubled to 20,000 times instead of 10,000 times. This condition was set by Chrysella after listening to the curse-filled voice messages recorded in the voice message orb from Stella. If this voice message orb were to be heard by another dragon, Chrysella couldn't let her daughter's marriage prospects be blocked and let her become an spinster dragon. Really? That's good. Sejun was pleased with Eileen's words. Since he hadn't planned on listening to the message anyway, it was not a bad deal at all. Thanks to this, Sejun gained an additional profit of 10 billion tower coins. Humming happily, he went to the field to harvest seeds from the cabbages, radishes, and cucumbers. 66th floor of the Black Tower, the headquarters of the Wizards Association. Knock, knock. Horus, an employee in charge of requests, carefully knocked on the door of the association chairman's office and waited. Recently, with the increasing number of strange phenomena in the Black Tower, the volume of exploration requests coming into the Wizard Association had surged, which had put Iona in a foul mood. I heard she's been sleeping well these days, so why is she like this? Horus wondered. Although the workload had increased, Iona hadn't been this angry in the past. as he pondered why Iona had become more sensitive lately. Kiyu, come in. Iona's reply came, starting with anger at Kiyu level 1. It wasn't a good start. Clearly, someone had already gone in before him and angered her. Lucky bastard. This is bad. Horus looked at the request form in his hand with a dark expression. It was a request for Iona, the head of the Wizard Association, to personally investigate the strange phenomena discovered on the 53rd floor of the Black Tower. With so much work already, calling the association chairman. Just thinking about the moment she saw the request, Horus could already hear Iona's voice escalating to Kiyu level 3, Kiyu. Moreover, the amount offered for the request was far below what it would take to call the association chairman. I really don't want to go in. Horus, feeling as if he was being dragged to a slaughterhouse, mustered up his courage and opened the door to the chairman's office. As he entered, hot air greeted Horus. It was the result of the angry Iona using magic. If it weren't for the dozens of layers of top-tier defensive magic surrounding the chairman's office, it would have already been destroyed. It's hot. Horus constantly wiped the sweat streaming down his face repeatedly as he waited for Iona, who didn't even glance at him, to finish processing the documents. After a moment, Kiyu, what is it? Iona, having finished a bundle of paperwork, looked up and asked. Her scrunched-up face was terrifying. See, Chairman, we've received a request for you, Horus answered in a trembling voice. Kiyu, did you just say a request for me just came in? Horus was surprised to see Iona's anger gauge rise faster than expected, even though he thought she would check the request before getting angry. Why yes. It's a request from the 53rd floor of the tower, Kayut. From the 53rd floor? Bring the request quickly. At the mention of the 53rd floor, Iona's face brightened instantly. What? Yes, but the nervous Horus didn't realize that Iona's anger had already subsided. After a moment, Kayut. I'll leave right away. Let them know that. Iona, who read the request form, shouted as she left through the window using a flight spell. Yes. Chairman. Have a long and safe trip. Horus waved enthusiastically at Iona. And then, what was that? Why didn't the chairman get angry? Once Iona was out of sight, Horus pondered why she hadn't gotten angry. But he couldn't find a clear answer. Meanwhile, Kayut. Theo Tildenim is still on the 53rd floor. If I hurry, I can see him. Confirming the tracking magic placed on Theo, Iona swiftly moved to meet him. 53rd floor of the Black Tower. Meow? Theo Tildenim, what's wrong? When Theo stopped just before entering the merchant's passage, Uran asked. I think I'll take a little rest here, meow. As Theo sat down to rest at the entrance of the merchant's passage, Pio and Uran also began to rest beside him. About an hour had passed since they started resting when, Kayut. Theo Tildenim. Iona flew in and snuggled up to Theo's tail. Meow? Iona, how did you know I was here? Kayut. I know everything. Theo looked startled, while Iona had a proud expression on her face. Theo Tildenim also knows that. Pio, stay still. Slap. Pio hurriedly slapped Uran's mouth. Uran, despite being older than the less than 6-month-old Pio, lacked situational awareness. Chapter 376, Uncle, don't get married. TL, Hangak. Iona, what are you doing here anyway? Theo asked Iona, who was wrapping his tail and smiling contentedly. Kayut. I came to solve a request. A request? Meow? Kayut. Yes. These days in the tower, though Theo didn't ask, Iona excitedly explained in detail why she had come down. It was a scene that the wizards of the Wizard Tower or the Wizards Association wouldn't believe if they saw it. Iona was known for her scowls whenever spoken to. Pooh-hoo-hut. I'll go with you, meow. After hearing Iona's explanation, Theo decided to follow her. Because the word red mist in Iona's explanation caught his attention. It must be a fragment of Fenrir's core, meow. There was nothing to lose since he could collect the Fenrir core fragment that Sejun was looking for and spend time with Iona. Kayut. Really? Iona was overjoyed at the prospect of Theo joining her. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Which direction should we go, meow? When Theo stood up and asked Iona, Pio and Uran also got up, ready to move. Kayut. It's that way. Iona pointed in the direction with her short front paw. At the end of that path was Boar City, a once flourishing city now in decline, once ruled by the great landlord Grid. Pooh-hoo-hut. Let's go, meow. Theo, Iona, Pio, and Uran set off towards Boar City. Black Tower, 99th floor. You have planted agility cucumbers in the magic-infused soil. Your job experience has increased slightly. Sejun was planting cucumber seeds after planting all the seeds of cabbage and radish he had harvested. He felt particularly motivated today. You have consumed Eileen's healthier meatball piece. You must eat all the remaining pieces to gain its effects. 69 pieces remaining. He continued working without taking a break, eating Eileen's meatball pieces for lunch. While Sejun was planting cucumbers, King! Hey! I'm hungry. Give me food. Fenrir, who had been sleeping in the sling bag, woke up and whined. Got it. Blackie, it's time to eat too. Sejun placed Fenrir on the ground, filled a bowl with milk, and gave it to him along with some dried roasted sweet potato pieces. Kihihit. King. Hee-hit. I'll hold it, so it can't escape. Perhaps due to the nightmare of the milk lake, Fenrir put his right front paw in the bowl to hold the milk in place. Slurp. 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 He ate the dried sweet potato pieces, occasionally wetting his throat with milk. Stay put and eat. Sejun warned the eagerly eating Fenrir and went back to planting cucumbers. After a while, you have completed a 16,528 square meter cucumber field. You have gained 10,000 experience points due to your job trait. A message appeared after Sejun finished planting the cucumbers. Ha ha ha. This is rewarding. As Sejun was smiling contentedly at the message. Huh? Where's Blackie? Fenrir was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only an empty bowl. While Sejun was searching for Fenrir, crunch! Fenrir was digging up and eating the radish seeds that Sejun had planted earlier in the radish field. Today, he wasn't in a generous mood. And then, Kihihit. King? He hit. Does it taste better because it has my core's energy? I should feed more cores of my core pieces to the butler. He realized that the seeds imbued with his core's energy tasted better when he ate them after feeding his core piece to Sejun. Hey! Who told you to eat the seeds? Sejun hurriedly grabbed Fenrir by the scruff and put him back into the sling bag. However, Blackie, you little rascal, how many seeds did you eat? Fenrir had already eaten 200 of the radish seeds Sejun had planted. King, I'm full now. I'm going to sleep. Kurong. Perhaps knowing that he would be scolded by Sejun, Fenrir quickly fell asleep to digest the core's energy. If you sleep like that, Sejun was annoyed with Fenrir, who had caused trouble and then fallen asleep, and tried to wake him, but seeing Fenrir's cute, peaceful face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Well, as long as you don't get sick. Sejun gently rubbed Fenrir's bulging belly to help with digestion. After a while, burp! Fenrir let out a hearty burp and grew slightly larger. Fortunately, the sling bag still had some room. But, Blackie, you little... Feeling a bit uneasy about Fenrir's growth, Sejun poked Fenrir's belly out of spite. Who gave you permission to get stronger without asking? Keeking? Fenrir rolled over and hugged Sejun's poking finger. HMPH. I'll let it slide this time. The softness and warmth from Fenrir's touch made Sejun smile gently. When Theo and his party arrived at Boar City, Ionanim and your companions, welcome. Meerkat Trey, who had taken over the market of Boar City after the wild boars loyal to landlord Grid were driven out, came out to greet them warmly. Kayut. Trey, where is the target of the request? Could we discuss it inside the inner castle? We've prepared a meal. Kayut. All right then, though Iona wasn't hungry, she didn't refuse. It was because Trey, who kept stretching his neck and looking around anxiously, seemed uneasy. It's a trap. Someone was definitely lying in wait in the inner castle with a trap set up. Kayut. It's not bad since I get to spend more time with Theo Nim. Happy about spending more time with Theo, Iona followed Trey into the inner castle. On the way to the inner castle, though it was a declining city, it was too quiet. As if there was no one around. As they entered the inner castle, clang! The iron gate fell, closing the inner castle door. I'm sorry. They said if I didn't bring Ionanim here. Kayut. It's all right. Power of gravity. Iona stopped Trey, who was apologizing to her, and began chanting a spell to prepare for battle. Meow. Hurry up and stamp it. Meow. Pio. Stamp it properly here. Yes. Meanwhile, Theo and Pio were intimidating Trey into stamping a slave contract. Is it because of me again? Thinking that falling into a trap was due to his bad luck again, Uran began to take money out of his pocket. At that moment, thump! a giant red boar appeared from the inner castle. It was Pex, who had been a subordinate of Grid in the past. Iona, I've been waiting for this moment. The enemy of Gridnim, Pex, who was destined to live in hiding forever, had gained power by chance and thought of avenging Grid. So, he took over Boar City, which was once their city, and held everyone living in the city hostage to force the mayor to call Iona. There were some riffraff beside him, but that wouldn't be a problem. He could just kill them all. With his plan? As Pex confidently smiled at Iona, gravity control. Iona applied 20 times the gravity on Pex. Everyone has a plan until they get hit. Quang! Goo! Unable to withstand the gravity, Pex was crushed flat to the ground. At the same time, his towering confidence was also crushed into the ground in an instant. He couldn't even move a finger under the overwhelming force pressing down on him. He realized he couldn't do anything against such a strong opponent. They were on a different level. He could see his broken white arm bone sticking out through his skin, unable to withstand the gravity. Blood was also oozing out through the hole. His consciousness began to fade. At that moment, "Do you need more power?" He heard the whisper that had given him strength before. Kayut, kayut, kayut. It's over, as Iona was about to deliver the final blow to the dying Pex. Yes. I'll offer my soul, give me power. Pex gritted his teeth and uttered his last words. And then, whoosh! At the same time as Pex's answer, a crimson mist began to flow out and envelop Pex's body. Hellfire! Sensing the immense energy, Iona quickly attacked Pex. However, the crimson mist blocked Iona's attack and forcibly lifted the fallen Pex. Crack! The sound of Pex's bones breaking as he struggled to withstand the 20 times gravity could be heard continuously. When the crimson mist fully covered Pex, a wolf head made of the mist appeared beside his head. Cook. I am the one who kills dragons. You foolish ones. Become my prey. The wolf head roared and moved Pex's body. Wind, create a storm at my command. Tornado. Iona hurriedly chanted a spell and cast magic. Woom. A powerful wind gathered and quickly formed a whirlwind that engulfed the body controlled by the wolf head. However, the whirlwind, which seemed capable of grinding everything to dust, lost its momentum as soon as it touched the crimson mist. Power of gravity. Iona immediately prepared another gravity spell. The crimson mist had nullified Hellfire and Tornado, but it couldn't nullify gravity control. Mini black hole. When Iona cast the spell, a black hole opened behind Pex and began to suck in everything around it with strong suction. But, cook. You can't kill me with that. Pex withstood the suction power with the strength of the crimson mist, but that was his limit. Kayut. Let's see how long you can last. Power of gravity. At my command, strike the enemy. This time, Iona used mini black hole in front of Pex. Eek! I like this. Unable to endure it, Pex's body was torn in two and sucked into the black hole. Just as the black orb that emerged from Pex's body was about to be sucked into the black hole, meow! A golden line slashed through the air, and the black orb disappeared. Theo had used the one meow slash to save the black orb from being sucked into the black hole by sacrificing a bit of his strength. Pooh hut. It's a 0.001% power fragment. Theo put the black orb into his bag to give it to Sejun later. A little later, having completed the request, Theo and his party finished the meal tray hurriedly prepared. Kayut. Theo Nim, I'll finish up quickly and return. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. They parted ways, promising to meet again. Late afternoon. Queuing. Dad, Quenji is back. Quenji, who had been digging up kudzu roots, returned to the farm. Queuing. Dad, eat this. Sure. Thanks. Let's eat together, Quenji. Sejun and Quenji each ate a blue kudzu root peacefully. You have consumed a blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potentials increase by 5. After eating the kudzu root. Queuing. Dad, Quenji is going for special training. Quenji stood up immediately. I'll go with you. Sejun followed Quenji. I need to have a chat with Black Rabbit. It had been days since Black Rabbit reached the 99th floor of the tower, but he showed no intention of going back down. So Sejun planned to ask what was going on. Queuing. Got it. Hold tightly to Quenji. Okay. At Quenji's words, Sejun hugged Quenji tightly. Otherwise, he could fall. Queuing. Here we go. Quong. Using his telekinesis, Quenji flew like Superman. And then, Sejun fluttered like a cape behind Quenji. A moment later, queuing. Big brother is training over there. While floating in the sky, Quenji pointed down to the ground. Yuck. 9901. There, Black Rabbit was doing jumping squats with a black minotaur on his back, jumping 10 meters with each squat. Yuck! One more. Black Rabbit finished his last jumping squat and collapsed. Black Rabbit, it's time to go home. Sejun waited for the training to end and then approached Black Rabbit. Then, Yak! Uncle, don't get married. This brat. Black Rabbit's sudden words riled up Sejun. But, Yak! Uncle, I'm really scared of the night. After hearing the next words, he understood. Like father, like son. It's okay. Your dad was like that too. Chapter 377, go. Black Rabbit. TL, Hangak, meow meow meow, Pio. Pio, Kuik. Kuik. Humming a tune, Theo, Pio, and Uran cheerfully walked through the merchant's passage. They were on their way to the 99th floor of the tower. Originally, before meeting Iona, they were planning to find a pickpocket named Kiba, who was 7th on the blacklist. However, I want to see Chairman Park, meow. With one word from leader Theo, their destination changed. Thanks to this, they encountered Jormungandr fragments twice and robbers 8 times, resulting in the obtaining 5 white coins and 150 slaves. The synergy between Lucky Theo and Unlucky Uran was incredible. At that moment, Theo Nim, it's a fork in the road. A fork in the road appeared before them. Poohoo hut. Uran, you lead the way, meow. Theo positioned slave-attracting bait Uran at the front. Yes. Should I prepare money too? Poohoo hut. Of course, meow. And so, the 3 of them were devoured by a Jormungandr fragment. A moment later, Theo emerged, having obtained 3 white coins and 20 slaves. Poohoo hut. Theo's journey was never boring. Black Rabbit, trust me, Sejun shouted confidently. He had the strong lower body radish on his side. But, Yak! Uncle, even with the strong lower body radish, it's tough. Black Rabbit, who had already tried the strong lower body radish, spoke in a dejected voice. Well, the strong lower body radish was already well known among the rabbits, so Black Rabbit must have used it too. Above all, there was no way Father Rabbit wouldn't have recommended it to the Black Rabbit, who inherited his genes. Is that so? Still, don't worry. Sejun was slightly flustered but spoke confidently again. It might be difficult to loan, but he would show the power of collective intelligence. If Korea has naval web, then he has slave web. Slaves, send me foods that are good for the lower body. And so, after Sejun requested help from the collective intelligence and was comforting the Black Rabbit as they arrived at the farm, the slave of the Blue Tower sends 10 bottles of wriggling eel extract, saying it's good for the lower body. Whoosh! With the message, a pillar of light descended before Sejun, revealing 10 small glass bottles. Wriggling eel extract. Extract made from 1,000 vigorously wriggling steel eels. Upon consumption, it activates lower body muscles and enhances reproductive abilities. The taste is extremely fishy. Creator, Zelga, Blue Tower Farmer. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade, B. The fishy taste of 1,000 eels. Black Rabbit, want to try this? Hup. Sejun held his breath. Pop. Opened the lid and held it out to the Black Rabbit. Then, Yak! Ack! What's this? Black Rabbit screamed, covering his nose. It seemed too difficult to consume it as it was. He would have to make Theo, who liked fishy things, try it later. As Sejun hurriedly closed the glass bottle and put the eel extract in the void storage, the slave of the Purple Tower sends 1 kilogram of the deadly Chinese bush clover, saying it has side effects but is immediately effective for lower body strengthening. With the message, a pillar of light descended, revealing a purple herb. Deadly Chinese bush clover? The name itself sounded dangerous. Sejun checked the options of the purple herb. Deadly Chinese bush clover? A poisonous herb grown inside the Purple Tower. It has absorbed enough poison and its toxicity is at its peak. Upon consumption, it causes poisoning and activates lower body muscles strongly for 10 minutes, greatly enhancing reproductive abilities, but results in immediate death afterwards. It has a very bitter taste. Shelf life, 70 days. Grade, C. Is there anyone I need to kill? It seemed that Veronica held some resentment towards me. The slave of the Purple Tower says that they sent what came to mind and asks not to misunderstand. Veronica, feeling a bit guilty, hurriedly sent a message. For now, I need to hide this. Sejun moved everything to the void storage, leaving not a single leaf behind to prevent others from eating it. The slave of the Green Tower asked their subordinates, and they say dragon claws are good for the lower body, sending 5 pieces they had cut off. Next, Ophelia sent her own claws. However, there was no way those claws would have such an effect. It was a baseless rumor. Wow. These claws are as big as my face. He he he. I should make a sickle or a hoe out of these later, Sejun said, holding Ophelia's claw to his face. Thanks to her, he had sturdy materials to make farm tools. As Sejun put Ophelia's claws into the void storage, the slave of the White Tower asked their grandfather about good food for the lower body but was scolded, saying hatchlings don't need to know, and the slave is now crying. Arjux's message appeared. Sorry about that. I'll make you something delicious later. The slave of the White Tower smiles, saying they want to eat pancakes. Sure. But if you laugh after crying? No, never mind. Sejun wanted to tease, but he held back, not wanting to make Arjux cry again after just stopping. After comforting Arjux, there's nothing good. Sejun was deep in thought. There was no word from Auric, and none of the things sent by other slaves were useful. He needed to send Black Rabbit back quickly. For now, I should try making some nourishing food with what I've got. Wriggling eel extract. Deadly Chinese bush clover. If he removed the poison from the Chinese bush clover with detoxifying green onion and used garlic and some yangju to mask the fishy taste of the eel extract, that would solve the poison and fishy smell. Adding Kianyang chili pepper and bean sprouts for a spicy and refreshing taste to counter the greasiness of the eel. If he also added the strong lower body radish and octopus to enhance the nourishing effect. It's perfect. Sejun, who ran a cooking simulation in his head, confidently headed to the cooking area. At that moment, Keek! Sejun saw mushroom ants bustling around Leah Road. It wouldn't hurt to add a few shiitake mushrooms. Sejun added shiitake mushrooms to his bean sprout eel radish soup recipe. Hey guys, can I have some shiitake mushrooms? When Sejun approached the mushroom ants and spoke to them, Keek! The mushroom ants called out to their comrades. Keek! Keek! 5 mushroom ants approached with a dignified walk as if saying they have the elixirs. Elixir, shiitake mushrooms have been harvested. Thanks to this, Sejun harvested 5 elixir shiitake mushrooms from the backs of the lined-up mushroom ants. Thank you, guys. Sejun expressed his gratitude to the mushroom ants, took the harvested shiitake mushrooms, and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. 4th floor of the Black Tower. Now, flesh eaters. Eat to your heart's content. Michael, leading the mutated cherry tomatoes from the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tower, spoke. Mutated by the power of destruction, the cherry tomatoes had acquired the menacing name Flesh Eater. Keek! At Michael's command, as the flesh eaters slowly moved forward, waves of red and green undulated. The number was enormous as Michael brought all the cherry tomatoes from the Experience farm. Squirm! Squirm! They picked up anything that could be eaten, whether monster or hunter, with their stems, and put it into their mouths. As the flesh eaters devoured their prey, red mist gathered around Michael's body. Coo coo coo! I feel overflowing with power. Michael laughed in satisfaction, feeling an exhilaration he had never experienced before. At that moment, to be satisfied with this level of power, you are still far from fighting dragons. Create more flesh eaters and increase your power. Coo coo coo! Understood, as Michael agreed with the whisper's suggestion and infused the ground with the power of destruction. Crack! Crack! Flesh eaters began to sprout. Although they were still young, in just a few days, they would grow into adults and start their activities. Thus, the 4th floor of the tower began to be cleared by Michael. However, protect Sejun Nim's farm. When the dragon warriors guarding Sejun's grape farm encountered the flesh eaters, Michael lost all his forces in an instant. The power of the flesh eaters was effective only up the 4th floor level. It didn't work against the dragon warriors. Moreover, the numerical advantage of the flesh eaters couldn't compare to the number of black skeletons. Damn it! Faced with a threat to his life, Michael fled to Earth without a moment's hesitation. And that greatly helped Halfers. Outskirts of destruction. Halfers, unable to send locusts to Earth no matter how hard he tried, sent a giant leech to Earth. As expected, the leeches are not efficient. Halfers spoke in a bored voice, looking at the Earth that had turned a little redder than before. Since he had interfered, he planned to watch until Earth was completely destroyed, even if it took time. At that moment, who? Flesh Eater? The 8th calamity was born, and its location was between the locusts and the giant leeches. In other words, it meant that they could be sent to Earth right now. Coo coo coo. A new calamity. 8th calamity, go and show your power. Halfers sent the flesh eaters to Earth. All right. Done. You have achieved the feat of creating the first strong lower body wriggling eel radish soup in the tower. The recipe for strong lower body wriggling eel radish soup has been registered at Cooking LV9. Your proficiency in Cooking LV9 slightly increases. With Sejun's shout, the dish was completed. Here, Black Rabbit, come and try this. Since he made only one serving due to the limited eel extract, Sejun hurriedly called Black Rabbit. He needed him to eat it before anyone else did. Payak! Okay. Black Rabbit hurried over at Sejun's call. And then, slurp! He quickly ate the nourishing dish Sejun had made. How is it? Sejun asked in an expectant voice. But, Payak! Payak! I do feel stronger, but it seems a bit weak. Black Rabbit shook his head. It seemed that better ingredients were still needed. Now, it's all up to Auric. Auric, show the power of collective intelligence. As Sejun awaited Auric's message with his last hope, the slave of the Brown Tower sends 5 bottles of goblin lower body strengthening elixir with a lewd smile, saying he didn't know you liked such things. Just in time, along with Auric's message, 5 glass bottles containing red liquid appeared. No way! Damn it, I'm innocent! Sejun shouted loudly in response to Auric's misunderstanding. The slave of the Brown Tower says with a lewd smile that he knows everything, and that he went through a lot of trouble to get it specially from the Goblin Elder. So please acknowledge his efforts. Auric's misunderstanding was too deep. What do you know? Sejun said in a frustrated voice as he checked the glass bottles. Goblin lower body strengthening elixir? A medicine made by blending things good for the lower body according to a secret recipe passed down by the Red Goblin tribe. Upon consumption, it activates lower body muscles strongly for 3 hours, greatly enhancing reproductive abilities, but it cannot be stopped in the middle. You might die if you don't have enough stamina. Usage restriction, stamina 3000 or higher. Creator, Elder Itaki of the Red Goblin tribe. Shelf life, 1 year. Grade, B. This guy? Sejun muttered. Even though he sent it for me to eat, knowing my stamina is weak, he still sent something like this. He was trying to get rid of me. I knew it from the moment he laughed slyly like that. Sejun resolved to check anything Auric sent him twice, even 3 times, from now on. Still, fortunately, this seemed like it would help Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, how about this? When Sejun showed the goblin lower body strengthening elixir to the exhausted Black Rabbit. Payak! Uncle, thank you. Suddenly, confidence overflowed on Black Rabbit's face. Good, go. Black Rabbit. When Sejun nodded, Payak! Uncle, I'm off. Black Rabbit grabbed the glass bottle and hurriedly ran home. Now, the night was no longer frightening for Black Rabbit. And then, meow? Where is Black Rabbit going? Meow. Payak. Pooh hut. I see, meow. Black Rabbit, hang in there, meow. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo, who had brought a lot of gifts for Sejun, returned. Chapter 378, Kehihihi. Success, TL, Hangak. TL note, I have decided to rename Little Flamey to Sparky, which will be now used from this chapter. On a vast ranch in Texas, USA. Hying. A horse leisurely running around the wide plains was grazing on grass. The horse finished eating the grass it was eating and moved to eat another grass with a red berry attached, about a span long. And as it brought its mouth to the grass, kayak! The red berry opened its mouth and attacked. Hying. The horse, startled by the unexpected attack, quickly ran away, and the flesh-eater closed its mouth again, waiting for the next prey. Fortunately, the next prey soon appeared. Tweet tweet. A sparrow approached, aiming to eat the head of the flesh-eater that looked like a berry. Kayak! This time, the flesh-eater caught the prey and swallowed it whole. A moment later, crunch! The flesh-eater, having devoured the sparrow, grew in size. In this way, flesh-eaters throughout Texas rapidly increased in size, devouring bugs, mice, and small birds. And then, kakak! The effect is good. Halfaz let out a sinister laugh as he watched the earth being dyed red. Theo, did you collect Yoren's money well? Sejun asked, attaching Theo, who was clinging to his face, to his lap. Pooh hut. Of course, meow. There's no money in this world that Vice Chairman Theo can't collect, meow. Look at this, meow. At Sejun's question, Theo, who had been revving up his pride, promptly put his front paw into the bag and took out the money. 1 point for trillion tower coins. 9.9 billion tower coins had been gloriously burned to capture Fenrir's core fragment that was being sucked into a black hole. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, how about this, meow? Theo looked at Sejun with a smug smile. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, will you still not give me the monopoly on your knee, meow? All right. I'll extend the knee monopoly by 1 month. As Theo predicted, Sejun gave him a 1-month extension on the knee monopoly. Pooh hut. Everything is going according to my plan, meow. I have more, meow. Having secured a 1-month extension on the knee monopoly, Theo now took out a black orb. This is a 0.001% fragment of Fenrir's core, meow. Give me 2 more months for this, meow. Well, with just this, Sejun received the core fragment with an unimpressed expression. At that moment, you have acquired a fragment of the door leading to the 10th tower. A fist-sized brown wooden fragment separated from the core fragment, and a message appeared. Pooh-hoo heart. Pooh-hoo heart. Theo smugly laughed with a look that said, can you still not extend it, meow? TCH, they're fine. 2 more months extension on the knee monopoly. This had to be acknowledged. Sejun had no choice but to comply. Theo had found the incredibly rare fragment of the door leading to the 10th tower. Vice Chairman Theo, have you had dinner? Pooh-hoo heart. I haven't, meow. But before dinner, there's one more thing to take out, meow. Theo boldly declared, taking out 31 jewel teeth of Lizarn. Pooh-hoo heart. Chairman Park, it's actually a 3-stage combo, meow. With this momentum, I will extend the lap monopoly by 3 more months, meow. Theo's grand plan to gain a total of 6 months of knee monopoly with the 1-month, 2-month, 3-month combo. What? These are the Earth Jewels. Sejun was shocked to recognize the identity of the jewel teeth. How many are there? Pooh-hoo heart. Theo's lips curled up higher and higher in response to Sejun's reaction. Everything seemed to be going according to Theo's plan, but damaged Earth Jewel contains the soul of the Earth attribute god, sealed and devoured by the wolf Fenrir who hunts the god and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. The Earth Jewel containing the soul of the god is damaged, preventing the soul from absorbing the power of the Earth. If placed around a farmer with Earth attribute talents, the damaged Earth Jewel will gradually restore to its original form. The higher the level of the farmer's Earth attribute talents, the faster the restoration. The Earth Jewel had a problem. It was damaged when Lizarn created teeth with it. Aha! That won't do. The item is defective. Vice Chairman Theo, are you playing tricks on Chairman Park? Sejun said with a mocking tone as he checked the options. He was thrilled to knock down Theo's arrogance. Ha ha ha. Vice Chairman Theo, the one with the last laughs wins. And the one who will be laughing at last is me, Chairman Park. Just as Sejun was rejoicing over taking Theo down a peg. Meow? Vice Chairman Theo would never play tricks on the great Chairman Park. Meow. Startled by Sejun's words, Theo quickly checked the options of the jewel. And then, meow. Chairman Park, I'm sorry, meow. With his ears drooping, Theo apologized to Sejun in a gloomy voice. My 3-stage combo has failed, meow. No, it's not something you need to apologize for. I can restore the Earth Jewel, Sejun said, bringing a churu treat to Theo's mouth to comfort the disheartened Theo. Sejun possessed quite a strong Earth attribute talent. A talent that only blooms when wearing the straw hat of the Earth god, Patrick, favored by the Earth. Although the talent only blooms when wearing the straw hat, since Sejun wore the hat all the time except when sleeping, it was practically his talent. Chomp chomp chomp. While Theo was happily eating the homemade tuna churu. Is it really true that it gets restored just by having it nearby? Uncertain about the description, Sejun checked the Earth Jewel. Damaged Earth Jewel, a 0.02% restoration in progress. The Earth Jewels had already started restoring the moment they came into Sejun's possession. However, at this rate, it will take almost a month. Restoring 31 Earth Jewels at once was too slow. To speed up the process, he put 30 of them in the void storage and kept only one in his pocket. He. The strategy of focusing on one. When Sejun finished organizing the Earth Jewels, Pooh-hoo heart. Chairman Park, since everything went well, so extend the knee monopoly by 3 months, meow. Good things must be shared, meow. Feeling full and happy after eating the churu, Theo smiled broadly and shouted. And then, all right. 3 months extension. Sejun, who seemed like he would refuse, readily accepted Theo's request. Ahoom. Originally, you give an extra rice cake to someone you hate. It's absolutely not because he was captivated by Theo's smile. TL? Which translates as you give an extra rice cake to someone you hate is a Korean proverb meaning being nicer to people you hate, you actually reduce your hate. Pooh-hoo heart. Chairman Park, rub my belly, meow. Theo lay on his back and exposed his belly to Sejun. Pat pat. He indulged him. Pooh-hoo heart. The 3-stage combo is a success, meow. Like that, it ended happily with Sejun and Theo laughing together. A little later, I should bury this in the ground. Sejun buried the 0.001% fragment of Fenrir's core that Theo had brought, in the sundred red pepper field just like before. Meow. Chairman Park, let's go to sleep now. I'm sleepy, meow. Theo, who had been waiting for Sejun to go to sleep, whined with a voice full of drowsiness. All right. Let's go. Sejun headed to bed with Theo. And then, gulp, he ate the medicinal mugwort and passed out. Kerr. Gorarong. Curarong. As the snores of Sejun, Theo, and Fenrir resonated, the 386th night of his stay in the tower came to a close. While everyone was asleep, Sparky, are you ready? Yes. Flamin' him, I'm ready. On the 79th floor of the tower, Sparky was preparing to become the second world tree of the Black Tower. Good. Then here I go. Yes. With Sparky's response, Flamey's root sent a golden apple, the size of a fist, to Sparky. The golden apple was absorbed into Sparky's roots as if it were being soaked in. Then, Flamin' him, my body feels hot. Just endure a bit longer. It'll be over soon. Yes. Starting from Sparky's roots, a golden hue began to spread, and as the entire tree turned golden, with a burst of golden light, Sparky explosively grew. Black Tower Administrator Area. Eileen, clutching the crystal orb, was diligently searching for the power of destruction. Gah! Why isn't it coming out? No matter how hard she tried, the power of destruction wasn't being detected, causing Eileen to throw the crystal orb in frustration. The crystal orb rolled away and stopped after hitting the wall. At that moment, whoom, the crystal orb vibrated. Ooh? Did it find it? Eileen checked the crystal orb with a sense of expectation. She wondered if, by some stroke of luck, it had found the power of destruction. However, one of the growth conditions for the Black Tower has been exceeded. Ooh? It was a different message. Exceeded? Eileen hurriedly checked the conditions for the Black Tower. Black Tower growth conditions, 7/8. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create more than 10 new varieties, exceeded, 23/10. Cultivate more than 330 million square meter of farmland, unachieved. Grow a world tree, exceeded, Podori, Sparky. Acquire more than 10,000 pieces of the world's energy, unachieved. Own more than 5 relics, achieved. Achieve 3 great achievements, achieved. Increase the number of entrances to the Black Tower to 120, unachieved. Sparky, there was an additional world tree. Thanks to this, only one more condition needed to be met for the Black Tower's growth, but Eileen couldn't feel happy. TL, if you are confused about why only one is left, whereas the previous message shows 3 as still unachieved, it is because in the case of exceeding a condition, one additional condition will be considered achieved. This was mentioned in Chapter 282. Keong. Sejun is doing so well, I'm the only one not doing well. Compared to Sejun's recent achievements, she wasn't being much help to him. Keong. Eileen became gloomy. That's right. Sejun told me to eat something sweet when I'm feeling down. Remembering Sejun's advice, she soothed her burning frustration with the cool and sweet watermelon juice Sejun had made for her. At that moment, thump! Thump! The great brown dragon, Gerrick, waddled into the Black Tower Administrator area, causing small vibrations. Who? Gerrick Hopper. HMPH Eileen, am I still a weak dragon? The 350-year-old Gerrick, who had pestered his parents to come here, looked at Eileen and spoke arrogantly. At that moment, thump! Thump! Another red hatchling entered. It was Perion, the 550-year-old hatchling of the Great Red Dragon. What? Gerrick, you're already here? Perion Hyung, you're a bit late? Ah. I saw the letter late because I was sleeping. As the two were talking, thump! Thump! Eileen, hello. Who? Perion Hopper and Gerrick Hopper are here too. Following Eileen, the youngest, the 300-year-old hatchling of the Great Silver Dragon, Sylvia, waddled into the Black Tower Administrator area. Who? Hello, everyone, hello. Next, the 600-year-old hatchling of the Great Blue Dragon, Harkin, and the 400-year-old hatchling of the Great Purple Dragon, Poby, arrived. Eileen's mass provocation letters had worked perfectly. K-hee-hee-hee. It's a success. Although the hatchling of the Great Golden Dragon, Hocus, didn't come, it was still a success. While Eileen was rejoicing, Eileen, you, even though you're the youngest, calling us weak. After greeting each other, the hatchlings decided to teach the impudent youngest who had provoked them a lesson. However, hee. Annie, Oppers, I'm sorry. I just missed you all and wanted to see you. Eileen, who had used the mass provocation, had suddenly turned into an obedient and sweet youngest. To apologize, I'll give you this. It's really delicious. It also increases your magic power. Eileen began serving the magic cherry tomatoes, promoting Sejun's crops one by one. And then, oh, it's really delicious. Wow. My magic power actually increased a little. This thing called a sweet potato makes you stronger. Sejun's delicious crops naturally became explosively popular among the hatchlings. While the hatchlings were raving about Sejun's crops, that Eileen, how dare she call me weak even though she's the youngest. Thump. With a proud expression, the 500-year-old hatchling of the great golden dragon, Hocus, arrived at the black dragon's territory, tightly holding his mother's hand. But, who? Upon arrival, Hocus quickly lost his confidence. Water? Give me money quickly so I can buy sweet potatoes. Buy me peanuts. Corn. Corn. Bwee. There, the once fearless hatchlings were pestering their parents to buy Sejun's crops. Chapter 379, Eileen can do that too. TL, Hangak, 38th floor of the Golden Tower. Quagwagwang. Amidst the dazzling sky where lightning struck dozens of times per second, a massive land floated in the air. The edges of the land floating in the sky were ominously dark red, but in the center of the land, there was a large flower garden. Inside the flower garden, new varieties created by Sejun and various other crops were growing. It was Emila's flower garden, and in the light, a figure was watering those crops. It was Emila Eyebeans, apostle of the Creator God. As an apostle of the Creator God, Emila had guarded this place according to the Creator God's will for thousands of years. Kids, just hang in there a little longer, Emila said soothingly to the crops. The tasks prepared by the Creator God to drive away destruction were finally being solved one by one. Of course, they had only just begun to be solved. Completing the tasks was an entirely different matter. A path far more arduous than any they had faced so far awaited them. But how is Park Sejun solving the tasks left by the Creator God? Emila said in a voice filled with confusion. Feeling sorry for Sejun, who was too weak to bear the Creator God's tasks, she had given him shoes and cheered him on, and later even saved his life. Saving his life was purely by chance. Sejun happened to be on the same floor as Emila. Emila didn't have high expectations for Sejun. To her, Sejun was too weak, and it wouldn't have been surprising if he died the next day. Furthermore, his status was, well, there was no point in even talking about it. So naturally, she thought other dragons and tower farmers would complete the Creator God's arrangements. However, the results came much faster and entirely different from what Emila had expected. The stabilization of the 9 towers. Cooperation among the 9 dragons. Collaboration between the tower farmers and the dragons. Restoring the divine power of the gods. Cooperation and exchange among the tower farmers. Growing the tower into a great tower. Overcoming the trials of the 10th tower. Lifting the curse of forgetfulness on the 9 dragons, etc. The 10 tasks left by the Creator God to grow strength to fight against destruction. Each task was absurdly difficult. Of course, the Creator God never intended for one person to solve all these tasks alone. But somehow, Sejun had been dragging other dragons and tower farmers by the scruff of their necks and carrying them along. Thanks to that, the possibility of completing the Creator God's tasks before destruction awakens has increased. The light, responding to Emila's joy, grew even brighter. But, oh no, they've already caught up. Feeling the Apostle of Destruction tracking her, she hurriedly moved the Creator God's temple elsewhere. This is too much. While Hocus was bewildered by the other hatchling's bravery, Hocus Oppa, come on over. Eileen, who had spotted a new customer, welcomed Hocus warmly. That's right. I'm not here to see the other hatchlings. I'm here to show that bratty youngest one how strong Hocus y'all. Thanks to that, Hocus could remember why he had come here. He was furious. He was very furious. Eileen, you called me weak in that letter. As Hocus was about to get angry with Eileen, recalling the feelings from reading the letter. Hocus Oppa, I'm sorry for calling you weak in the letter. I just wanted to see everyone. Here, take this as an apology. When Eileen handed him an armful of Sejun's crops. Or whom? Well, that can happen. But be careful from now on. His anger melted away like frost in the sun. Okay. Try them quickly. They're really delicious. Coo. Really? And after tasting the sweet crops from Sejun. Mom dash. Buy me all of these. If you don't, I'll keep crying. Water. Hocus started pestering his mom, who was greeting other hatchlings' parents, to buy Sejun's crops for him. The other hatchlings weren't naturally brave. Their desire to eat more of Sejun's crops made them brave. After a while, Eileen, here's the money. Give me a lot of peanuts. I want 3 watermelons. I want a sack of potatoes. Thank you, Annie and Oppa. Eileen took the money that the brave hatchlings had earned and sold Sejun's crops. As Eileen happily turned the hatchlings into customers for Sejun's crops. Anton, is Eileen all right now? Yeah, she used to have heart problems. Other hatchling parents asked Anton, who was watching Eileen with an expressionless face. She's completely healed now, Anton answered in a cold, detached voice, as if talking about someone else. Really? That's a relief. Congratulations, congratulations. The dragons gave formal congratulations to Anton, and then, how's the red tower? It's improved a lot since I planted those flame beans. What about the blue tower? They started asking about each other's well-being to break the awkward atmosphere, and the conversation naturally shifted to their children. My Poby is already swallowing A-grade poison. My Pion is practicing hellfire magic these days. My Harkoon has mastered making the essence of water. My Hocus is already using lightning. It soon turned into a bragging session about their children. The parent dragons boasted about how exceptional their children were, quickly bringing the atmosphere to life. No, it became too heated. Anton quietly listened to their conversation while keeping an eye on Eileen. As the parent dragons were busy bragging about their children. Guys, look at this. I can polymorph now. Harkoon, wanting to show off to his younger siblings, used polymorph magic to transform into a handsome blue-haired man. Ha ha ha. How do I look? Harkoon laughed, expecting his younger siblings to be impressed by him, but Eileen can do that too. Polymorph. The youngest, Eileen, used polymorph magic, drawing all the attention of the younger siblings towards her. What? Eileen is younger than us? Mom said you need to be at least 700 years old to use polymorph. As a result, the young hatchlings, who couldn't yet use polymorph magic, were greatly shocked. Dad, Mom's a liar. I want to polymorph too. Hocus, Poby, Gerrick, and Sylvia went to their parents, demanding to be able to use polymorph magic as well. However, the parent dragons were even more shocked than the hatchlings. Typically, hatchlings could start learning polymorph magic around the age of 700 to 900. This was because you needed to be at least 700 years old to have enough stable magic power to use polymorph magic. Harkoon, who used polymorph magic at 600, was considered a prodigy, but to polymorph at 200 years old. Moreover, Eileen was a dragon who had almost no magic power until recently because of her heart problem. What the hell? Anton, be honest. What did you feed Eileen? No, just tell me quietly. Anton, share your parenting secrets. Anton, don't keep it to yourself, tell us too. The parent dragon surrounded Anton and asked in excited voices. I didn't do anything. Our Eileen grew up on her own. Anton answered with the same cold expression and voice, shrugging his shoulders. As he finished speaking, the corners of his firmly closed lips lifted slightly, almost imperceptibly. No matter how cold he tried to appear, Anton was still a dad. At that moment, aunties, uncles. If they eat a lot of these, oppas and unis can polymorph like Eileen too. They're 1 million tower coins each. Eileen seized the opportunity and promoted the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes to the parent dragons. Mom, buy me those. Hocus wants to polymorph too. Dad, if you don't buy those, don't think about playing with Sylvia anymore. The brave roars of the hatchlings compelled the parent dragons to purchase 10 billion tower coins worth of elixir-grade cherry tomatoes each. Afterwards, the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes became an essential magic supplement for raising hatchlings. Kihihihi. I need to tell Sejun about this when he wakes up. Eileen, now having something to boast about to Sejun, smiled brightly. 99th floor of the Black Tower. On the morning of the 387th day since entering the tower. All right. As Sejun opened his eyes, the tower's administrator says she is pleased to see you awake. Eileen, who had been eagerly waiting for Sejun to wake up, immediately started talking. The tower's administrator says a tremendous event occurred while you were sleeping. The tower's administrator boasts that she has turned all her dragon siblings into your customers. The tower's administrator excitedly says she will now tell you the whole process from the beginning, so listen carefully. Eileen began to recount how she had brought the hatchlings and got them to buy Sejun's crops. Wow! That's really amazing. Oh. How did you come up with that idea? That's incredible. Wow. Really? Eileen, you're definitely a genius dragon. Sejun responded with genuine enthusiasm at intervals, helping Eileen stay excited and talk till the end. After listening to Eileen's story, he stepped outside. Master! Flamey, who had been resting in the warm sun, called out to Sejun and jumped onto his shoulder. Flamey! How have you been? Good. Having not seen Flamey for a while and worried about her, Sejun felt relieved seeing her leaves more vibrant than before, indicating she was doing well. Sejun walked around the farm, chatting with Flamey. But the grapes haven't been growing well lately. Is it because Podori is busy being the world tree? Sejun asked Flamey casually as he walked past Podori. Hee. That can't be. The grapes will probably grow by tomorrow. That soon? Of course. Because I'll make sure of it. Podori's branches trembled at Flamey's answer. Unaware of this, Sejun continued talking with Flamey and returned home. After having breakfast, he moved to the rice field bathed in golden light. This was the field where Sejun had first planted the rice seeds he obtained from the seed shop. All right. Let's harvest. Sejun grabbed a sickle and started cutting the well-ripened rice stalks. Swish! You've harvested 5,619 golden rice stalks. Your job experience slightly increases. Your harvesting LV8 proficiency slightly increases. Due to the cold effect of the sickle of freshness, the shelf life of the harvested crops increases by 5 days. You've gained 393,330 experience points. Thanks to the power, abundance, the harvest was immense. You've leveled up. You've gained 1 bonus stat point. Strength increases by 10. Sejun reached level 80. And then, a job quest has occurred. Job quest, gather 10,000 comrades to help with farming. Reward, unlock level 81, 1 billion tower coins, 100 to all stats. Once again, a job quest appeared to block Sejun's level up.
It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story.
All that experience will go to waste. Sejun sighed, looking at the many golden rice stalks still remaining. But you currently have 131,921 comrades helping with farming. You have completed the job quest with overwhelming results. The reward is doubled. As a reward for completing the job quest, level 81 is unlocked. As a reward for completing the job quest, you have received 2 billion tower coins. As a reward for completing the job quest, all stats have increased by 200. This time, thanks to Sejun's tenant farmers, he was able to easily complete the job quest. Oh. Today's a day for power leveling. Sejun started harvesting the rice with a flurry of sickle strokes and leveled up for more times, reaching level 84. Hee. Sejun smiled happily, thinking about eating rice made from the harvested rice. Chapter 380, What is the mission of the World Tree? TL, Hangak, Black Tower, 4th floor, block them, clang, down with the bone class system. At the shout of Sejun's first hoe, Philip, the skeletons cried out as they saw the flesh-eaters approaching. Although all the flesh-eaters that Michael led were dealt with, their heads were filled with seeds. When the flesh-eaters died, those seeds were planted in the ground, and dozens of times more flesh-eaters appeared than before. The dragon warriors and the skeletons fought with all their might to fend off the flesh-eaters, but the more they killed, the more they multiplied. Eventually, they began to be pushed back. Just as the vineyard was about to be overrun by the flesh-eaters' attack. Hello. We are the slaves sent by Theo Park. Theo's new slaves began to arrive one by one. When Father Rabbit asked to stop sending slaves to his farm, Theo had been sending new slaves to the 4th floor of the tower. Thanks to this, the new slaves from Theo kept flowing into the vineyard, maintaining the front line. Black Tower, 99th floor. Chairman Park, what's that, meow? It smells delicious, meow, Theo asked excitedly, pointing at Sejun, who was cooking while covering his nose with the leaves Flamey gave him. Hee. Vice Chairman Theo, does it smell good? Pooh hut. Yes, meow. It's a mouth-watering smell, meow, hee. I knew Theo would like it. Sejun, who was making eel churu with the eel extract he had received from Zelga, smiled, satisfied with Theo's reaction. Since he had completed the quest and received good rewards thanks to Theo, he thought of eel churu as a way to reward him. In addition, he also grilled fish of various kinds, which Theo liked. A while later, Quenji, let's eat. Sejun, who had finished preparing dinner, called Quenji. Today's menu was rice, with side dishes of home-cooked meals and grilled fish. And he placed the eel churu in front of Theo. Meow. It's a cat feast, meow. Chairman Park, thank you, meow. Excited by the eel churu and various kinds of grilled fish, Theo thanked Sejun and began to eat. Theo didn't ask Sejun why he was being so kind all of a sudden. Pooh hut. I must have done something good again, meow. That's the kind of cat I am, meow. Theo confidently received the feast. At that moment, coo hey hey hey. Queuing. Hee hee hee. It smells delicious. Kihihit. King. Hee-hit. The smell is nice today. Quenji and Fenrir showed interest in Theo's feast, especially the strongly fishy-smelling eel churu. Perhaps due to the strong fishy smell of the eel churu, they didn't show any interest in the other food. Pooh-hoo-hut. I'll share it, meow. Wanting to show off his big brother's dignity to his younger siblings, Theo put some eel churu in Quenji and Fenrir's bowls. And then, chomp chomp chomp. Queuing. It's really delicious. King. This is super delicious. Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir ate the eel churu excitedly. Quenji and Fenrir ate it with rice. Is it that delicious? Seeing the three of them eating, Sejun also became curious about the taste of the eel churu. So he scooped a bit from the glass jar containing the eel churu and tasted it with his tongue. A savory and umami taste swirled around his tongue. If he just added rice to this eel rice bowl? It was an eel rice bowl without eel. No, to be precise, it was an eel rice bowl without eel flesh, since it was made with eel extract from 1,000 eels. Sejun's hands began to move busily. Since it was made for Theo to eat, he needed to adjust the seasoning a bit. He added soy sauce, 2 fried eggs. Hee. Slew up. Wiping the saliva pooling in his mouth, Sejun mixed the ingredients with rice. You have achieved the feat of making eel extract bibimbap for the first time in the tower. The recipe for eel extract bibimbap has been registered at Cooking LV9. Your proficiency of Cooking LV9 has slightly increased. The dish was completed. Before long, the cat feast for Theo turned into a sumptuous grand feast for Sejun. Ha ha, goodwill is always the best. Gulp. It looks delicious. Seeing the glossy rice grains, shining with a brown glaze, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Shall I try it? Just as Sejun was about to scoop a big spoonful of rice into his mouth. Queuing. Daddy, Quenji wants to mix the fried eggs in the rice too. King. Hey. Why do you get to have more? Quenji and Fenrir presented their bowls to Sejun. Thanks to this, Sejun had to mix the rice for both of them before he could eat. After finishing the rice mixed with the extract of 1,000 eels. It's greasy. A strong sense of greasiness washed over him. He needed something fresh. Sejun got up and took out the 3-time silenced pineapple created by Quenji from the void storage. Guys, eat up. After cutting the pineapple into bite-sized pieces for Quenji and Fenrir, he popped a slice into his mouth. The fresh tanginess of the pineapple cleansed the greasiness from his mouth. Ah, that's refreshing. As Sejun was eating the pineapple with a satisfied smile. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I enjoyed the meal, meow. Now, rub my belly, meow. Theo, who had eaten both the eel churu and the grilled fish, climbed onto Sejun's lap and lay down. He was quite heavy, having eaten a lot. As Sejun was rubbing Theo's belly, queuing. Daddy, Quenji wants to be petted too. King. My belly too. Having finished the pineapple, Quenji and Fenrir approached Sejun. All right. Lie down, guests. At Sejun's words, Quenji and Fenrir lay down neatly. A moment later, Gororong, Kurong, Kirorong, Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir, who had been petted by Sejun, lay sprawled out and fell asleep. It's time to sleep. Sejun took the 3 of them to bed and, after eating some medicinal mugwort, fell asleep with them. In front of the Golden Tower. I got here first. What are you talking about? I marked this spot since yesterday. I've been here since a week ago. The 8 dragon clans, excluding the Grey Golden Dragon of the 9 dragon clans, were fighting over territory. The reason was the red mist. Recently, in order to earn tower coins, the dragons had been eradicating the red mist around the tower, making it increasingly unsafe to hunt. The dragons had to get closer to destruction to hunt the red mist, which was extremely dangerous. So, they flocked around the Golden Tower, the only place where red mist hunting wasn't done by the 9 dragon clans. As the dragons were fighting for territory, the red mist gradually enveloped them. And then, thank you, dragons, for coming out to be hunted. The red mist transformed into Kruger, the destroyer of mountains and 7th seat of Apostle of Destruction. Who? The dragons, who had been fighting each other, turned their eyes towards the Apostle of Destruction. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Having honed their aggression by hunting the red mist, they were no longer the cowardly dragons who used to be terrified at the sight of an Apostle of Destruction. We don't need to fight each other anymore. Massive tower coins incoming. Yeah, let's take it down before others come. Everyone okay with equal shares? Okay. Exchanging glances, the dragons cautiously surrounded the Apostle of Destruction. Kruger, who expected the dragons to flee, found himself surrounded instead, and seal times. He hurriedly tried to break the seal, but fire! Whoosh! The dragons launched a preemptive breath attack. And the price of carelessness was death. Wow! Tower coins! How much is all this? It was the first victory achieved by dragons other than the clan heads against an Apostle of Destruction. As the morning sun illuminated the 99th floor of the Black Tower, all right, Sejun woke up. And then, Mio! He got up from his spot, equipped Theo on his lap, went outside, and the stamina corn, invigorated by the farmer's footsteps, expresses its gratitude by boosting your strength. Strength stat potential increases from 2003 to 2004. He walked around the farm, letting the crops hear his footsteps. But how much are my stats now? Sejun hadn't checked his stats lately because it often made him feel discouraged. Still, since all his stats increased by 200 yesterday, he figured he must be stronger now. Sejun decided to check his stats with determination. Stats are potential, strength, 1973 to 2004, stamina, 2336 2406, agility, 1690 1795, magic power, 3321 3561, mental strength, 159 500. Am I strong? Although the numbers were high, Sejun found it difficult to judge whether he was strong or weak, given that he was on the 99th floor of the tower. He often thought, with these stats, I must be strong, but he'd faced near-death experiences many times, keeping him humble. But I'm stronger than Blackie, aren't I? Sejun was confident he was stronger than Fenrir. After checking his stats, Sejun turned and headed back home. On his way back, at this rate, I can harvest them by evening, just as Flamey said. Sejun spoke as he looked at the grapevine branches laden with tiny grapes. Then, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and ate with Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir. After breakfast, just as he was about to start his morning chores, Pio! Hello, Sejun Nim! Hello! Pio and Yoren appeared. They had stopped by the Kingdom of Cove on Theo's orders. Theo had sent them to check if King Louis of the Kingdom of Cove had found the land deed for the 80th floor of the tower. Pio! Theo Nim! Here's the land deed for the 80th floor of the Black Tower. Pio handed the land deed to Theo. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, I brought this. Meow. Theo handed the land deed to Sejun. Good job, Vice Chairman Theo. Poohoo hut. I always do well. Meow. Yes, you do. You two did well too. Sejun patted Theo's head and encouraged Pio and Yoren. Pio, Sejun Nim, there's more. Pio pulled out a large sack from his pocket. What is this? Pio, it's egg fruits. Sparky, the world tree, asked me to bring them to you. Sparky, the world tree? Pio, yes. Sparky became the world tree this time. Really? I'll have to go congratulate it later. Sejun opened the sack and found it filled with elixir egg fruits in yellow, red, green, blue, and 4-color stripes. Unlike the grapevine, Sparky was hardworking as soon as it became the world tree. What is the mission of the world tree? World peace. No. You idiot. What? It's not? When you were becoming a candidate for the world tree. Forget that. From now on, the mission of the world tree is to bear delicious fruit for Sejun Nim. Got it. Thanks to this, the grapevine even had to undergo mental training from Flamey. Thus, Sejun obtained the land deed for the 80th floor and the elixir egg fruits. Guys, go inside. Sejun cancelled all his plans and had everyone enter the void storage to move to the 80th floor of the tower. Once everyone was inside the void storage, clang! Sejun closed the void storage and swish! The summoning function for the initial engraving of the Black Tower 80th floor farm land deed is activated. Sejun unfolded the land deed of the 80th floor, and he disappeared. Thus, Sejun vanished from the 99th floor of the tower. Ah, this is nice. Unaware of Sejun's disappearance, Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr were sipping some yangju with snacks made by Sejun at the fountain. We'll be gathering again in just a few days. Indeed. It's been almost 3 months since the first meeting. That's right. Ramtur, what do you mean right? This time, we're meeting at your Red Dragon's territory. What? Then this isn't the time for this. At Tyr's words, Ramtur shouted. Since all the leaders were gathering, there was quite a bit to prepare before the meeting. Especially the food. At the first meeting, the great golden dragon Artemisiel had treated the other dragons to his cuisine. As a result, it would be embarrassing for Ramtur if he neglected the food preparations for the next meeting. However, ha ha ha, Ramter was confident. I'll just ask our Sejun to make it. Even though time was tight to prepare from now, Sejun could make it possible. Sejun! Ramter called out for Sejun, but of course, Sejun, who was no longer on the 99th floor of the tower, couldn't answer. This won't do. Eileen! Ramter hurriedly went to find Eileen to figure out Sejun's location. Chapter 381, Quenji is now unsealed. TL, Hancock, Texas, USA. Oh. Found it. A hunter discovered plants that had grown to about the middle of his shin, bearing excessively large red fruits compared to their stems. Slice. Without hesitation, he cut the part connected to the red fruits with his sword. Thud. Thud. He then stomped on the fallen fruits, crushing them. Then, you have defeated a young flesh-eater. You have gained 300 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 2 bonus stats. Messages appeared. Heh. This is my second level up today. Leveling up is really easy. The hunter laughed as he moved to find another flesh-eater. Meanwhile, the seeds inside the crushed red fruits began to take root in the ground. You have arrived at the 80th floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the 99th floor, the topmost floor, to the 80th floor. You have descended 19 floors. All stats increased by 19 due to the effect of title, Retrogressor. Sejun arrived at the 80th floor of the Black Tower. What kind of farm is this? As Sejun hurriedly tried to determine if there were any threats to his life nearby. Clank! Chairman Park! I missed you, meow. Theo opened the void storage and leapt towards Sejun's face. Hey! It hasn't even been 30 seconds since we separated from each other. Sejun moved as quickly as possible to dodge Theo's charge, but, smack! It was all in vain. He was caught in Theo's pink jelly paw. Indeed, escaping Theo's clutches was impossible. Poohoo hut, meow. As Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck to pull him off his face as Theo was smiling victoriously. Queuing. Quenji wants to cling to Daddy's face too. King! Catch me! Following Theo, Quenji and Fenrir also jumped out from the void storage, launching themselves towards Sejun's face. Smack! Smack! As a result, Sejun wrestled with the kids for a while before he could figure out what kind of farm this was. Fruits with yellow stripes scattered on the ground. Oh. These are Korean melons? It was a Korean melon farm. Sejun excitedly picked one Korean melon. You have harvested a Korean melon. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 1 experience point. Messages appeared. Judging by the lack of modifiers and experience points, it wasn't an item. He. So what? Sejun wiped the melon clean with his clothes. Crunch. He removed only the stem and took a big bite of the melon with its skin. Oh. It's delicious. The skin wasn't tough, adding a crisp texture. The flesh part was slightly sweet with a crunchy texture, and the part with the seeds inside was sweet like sugar. Sejun enjoyed the melon alone, exuding a sweet fragrance. Queuing. Daddy, Quenji wants to eat too. King. Give me some too. Me too. Quenji, Fenrir, and Uran looked at Sejun with drooling mouths and earnest eyes. Whom? I wasn't trying to eat it alone. I was just checking if it was poisonous first. Sejun made a lame excuse out of embarrassment, but, queuing. Quenji will check from now on because he is strong. Quenji, being a filial son, said he would check first from now on, looking concerned for Sejun. Queuing. Weak daddy might die from eating it. Hitting him with facts. Here. Eat. Hit by the facts, Sejun, with a hurting heart, cut the Korean melon and gave it to the 3. A little while later. Ku hey. Queuing. He. It's delicious. Kihi. King. He. I'm full. Hey. Rub my belly. He. It's delicious. The 3 laughed contentedly after eating 100 melons. To be precise, Quenji 850, Uran 849.75, and Fenrir 80.25. But why isn't the quest appearing? There was nothing unusual about the farm, nor were there any creatures occupying it, but the land deed quest did not appear. As Sejun was feeling puzzled, a quest has been generated. Quest, the Korean melons, which have been ruthlessly killed and unable to grow properly, seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Capture the Korean melon thief. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed. The land deed quest appeared. Melon thief? He. It's time for Detective Sherlock Sejun to step in. Poohoo hut. Then Assistant Theo, son of Detective Sherlock Sejun, will also step in, meow, queuing. There's also Detective Sejun, colleague of Detective Sherlock Sejun. Theo and Quenji quickly brought out their alter egos at Sejun's words. Culprits always return to the scene of the crime. You guys harvest melons and guard this place. Pio. Yes. Yes. Sejun had Pio and Yuran guard the melon farm. Taoyong. Yes, master. He called Taoyong, intending to search for Fenrir's core fragment along the way. Let's go. Sejun and his party set out to find Fenrir's core fragment and the melon thief. Crunch. Crunch. Ku hey hey hey. Kihihit. Quenji, Fenrir, and Sejun were eating the harvested melons on top of Taoyong's head. It felt like a picnic. Taoyong, do you want some melon too? Sejun wanted to give some delicious food to the hard-working Taoyong, but, master, I find soil the most delicious. To Taoyong, who lived off eating soil, melons were not appetizing. Rumble. Taoyong moved in a spiral trajectory centered around the farm, gradually getting farther away from it. After traveling for a while, north, the message appeared and then stopped. Taoyong, reverse. Sejun quickly called Taoyong back to the previous location. A fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 20 kilometers north. He detected the signal of Fenrir's core fragment. Great! Taoyong, run north. Yes, master. Kwa kwa kwang. Following Sejun's command, Taoyong sprinted north at full speed. And then, roar! Black giant bear Rak, ruler of the Oran mountain. They found Rak, a massive black bear 20 meters tall, with a black orb emitting red mist embedded in its forehead. Kayak! And roe deers that were at risk of being eaten by Rak. Should I call Arjux? Sejun was contemplating whether to summon Arjux. Queuing. Quenji will show the results of his special training. Quenji stepped forward confidently. Queuing. Dad, shout unseal to Quenji. Ooh? Unseal? Quenji doesn't have a seal though? Queuing. Just shout it anyway. It seemed Quenji was envious that only Arjux had been unsealed. All right. Quenji, unseal. When Sejun said it, queuing. Quenji is now unsealed. Bam! Quenji kicked the ground hard and charged toward Rak. As Quenji flew toward Rak, his body grew massive, and he reverted his weight, which he had lightened with his talent, light body movement. In an instant, Quenji's height grew to 70 meters, and his weight increased by 1,000 times. Kwang! Kwuoyong! Rak, struck squarely in the face by Quenji's gigantic paw, bigger than Rak's head, tumbled and rolled several times, trying to find balance to stable itself before falling collapsing. Cooing! Quenji roared at the fallen Rak and quickly ran towards it. Kwang! Headbutting Rak's face. Ouch! That must hurt. Sejun felt pity for Rak being crushed under Quenji's massive body. Quenji's headbutt was that powerful. Bam! Quackwang! Quenji then relentlessly punched Rak's face without stopping. The battle between the crimson giant honey bear and the black giant bear. No, it was a one-sided beating by Quenji. Seeing this, Sejun's heart swelled with pride. A moment later, Kueoyo times. Queuing. I won. Quenji roared victoriously, holding Fenrir's core fragment in his front paw, which he had taken from the forehead of the unconscious Rak. Then, thud. Thud. Quenji approached Sejun. Queuing. Dad, Quenji won because he unsealed. With eyes full of expectation, Quenji boasted his victory to Sejun, wanting to be praised. He. Our Quenji did very well. I'll give you a 5-star stamp. TL, well, it might not be the case in other countries, but in South Korea, children are given stamps for excellent works performance, which is what Sejun is doing here. Sejun gave Quenji the highest praise. Queuing. I'm excited. Quenji beamed with a wide smile, thinking about receiving the 5-star stamp. Cute little guy. Sejun smiled at Quenji. Despite being a gigantic bear of 70 meters, Quenji only seemed cute to Sejun. Your soul is filled with the sight of great cuteness. Mental strength has increased by 10. Sejun's thoughts were proven true as his mental strength increased, and by 10 points no less. Now, let's shrink back. Though he found Quenji adorable, constantly looking up was straining his neck. Queuing. Dad has to say seal. It seemed Quenji wanted to maintain the seal concept from now on. Sure, if my son wants it, I'll go along with it. Seal. As Sejun spoke. Queuing. Quenji began to shrink back. Ku hey hey hey. Queuing. He. Dad, here it is. Quenji, now small again, held out his front paw with Fenrir's core fragment to Sejun. At that moment, King, my core. Fenrir jumped from the sling bag, aiming for the core fragment. But, Grab. King? Ooh? Sejun caught Fenrir and put him back into the sling bag. Fenrir was too slow to get the core fragment. Blackie, no. This is forbidden. Sejun teased Fenrir, calling it forbidden right in front of the core's rightful owner. Luckily, Fenrir didn't understand. Preventing Fenrir from taking the core, Sejun picked up the core fragment. Then, you have obtained a fragment of the door leading to the 10th tower. With the message, a brown wooden piece the size of a fist separated from the core fragment. He had obtained the third piece of the door to the 10th tower. Oh. It's a 0.07% one? Sejun's voice was slightly surprised as he confirmed the power contained in Fenrir's core fragment. Arjuk struggled with a 0.1% one, and Quenji crushed a 0.07% one. Our Quenji has gotten much stronger. It seemed the special training with the Minotaur King was very effective. Should I get special training from the Minotaur King too? Sejun thought about getting special training from the Minotaur King himself and put the core fragment into the void storage. But why do my legs feel empty? Feeling something was missing, Sejun looked at his knee and saw that Theo was not there. Where did he go? As Sejun was looking for Theo, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I found slaves to work on the farm, meow. Theo appeared, excitedly waving slave contracts. It turned out he had gone to get hoof prints from the deer. At that moment, you have turned all Korean melon thieves into slaves. Quest completed. You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the Korean melon farm land deed on the 80th floor of the Black Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is now activated. A message indicating the completion of the quest appeared. Oh, so these guys were the Korean melon thieves. Thanks to the message, Sejun realized that the deer were the Korean melon thieves. Hee. In the end, Detective Sherlock Sejun has solved the cold case. Although Theo and Quenji did the work, Sejun took the credit. Thus, Sejun managed to handle 2 tasks at once. Let's head back. Kayak. The deer responded to Sejun's words. Kwuoyong. Even Rak, who had been unconscious, responded as he woke up. Theo had gotten Rak's print on the slave contract while he was unconscious, making him a slave. Theo was truly diligent and thorough when it came to making slaves. After returning to the farm, Sejun had the slaves manage the farm. Let's go home. Sejun, taking the harvested melons from Pio and Uran, returned to the 99th floor of the tower. And then, you have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. As soon as Sejun arrived on the 99th floor, Sejun Ramtur, who had been eagerly waiting at the waypoint, called out desperately for Sejun. Chapter 382, Vice Chairman Theo, do you know your crime? TL, Hanguk, Black Tower Administrator Zone. Mid-level Administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun's Dragon Warrior Helmet Cavalry has defeated 10 Flesh Eater of the 8th Calamity. Mid-level Administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun's contribution have increased by 10 points. Mid-level Administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun subordinate Theo Slave has defeated a Flesh Eater of the 8th Calamity. A slave's contribution belongs to the master, and a subordinate's contribution belongs to the superior. Mid-level Administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun's contribution have increased by 1 point. The notifications indicating Sejun's increasing contribution points kept appearing on the crystal orb. Hee. Let's see how much our Sejun's contributions have accumulated. Eileen, who was watching the crystal orb, checked Sejun's contributions. Then, Black Tower 4th floor Flesh Eater extermination contributions. First place, Park Sejun, 11,499,712. Second place, Han Taijun, 2,812. Third place, Leon, 1,729. The contribution rankings displayed on the crystal orb showed Sejun's contributions overwhelmingly in first place. It was natural, because when the Dragon Warrior Helmet Cavalry, Black Skeletons, and Theo Slaves on the 4th floor of the tower defeated the Flesh Eaters, all the contributions went to Sejun. You have defeated 17,211 Flesh Eaters on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. There are 2,811,918 Flesh Eaters remaining on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. The number of Flesh Eaters on the 4th floor of the Black Tower has decreased by 7 compared to 24 hours ago. Hee. Good. It's stable. Thus, Eileen was monitoring the number of Flesh Eaters on the 4th floor of the tower, leaving them be for Sejun's contributions. Hee. I need to gather contributions to make Sejun stronger. Thus, unbeknownst to Sejun, a contribution factory on the 4th floor of the Black Tower was running non-stop for 24 hours a day without rest. 99th floor of the Black Tower. What? You want to serve my food at a meeting attended by the 9 dragon heads? Yes. It's 11 days from now. At Sejun's question, Ramtur nodded enthusiastically. Is this a good thing? Sejun pondered if there was any danger to him because of this. It wouldn't happen, but what if the food he made didn't suit the taste of the leader of the Golden Dragons? Naturally, the leader of the Golden Dragons, after eating the terrible food, would be furious. How dare you make such terrible food, Park Sejun, die. He would curse Sejun and send killing intent his way. Then Sejun would be done for. It was best to refuse. As Sejun continued to think negatively, Poo-hoo-hut. Ramtanim, our chairman Park is a precious being, meow. Theo, who had come out of the void storage, clung to the back of Sejun's head and shouted. Of course. I, the great red dragon Ramturza here, promised to treat our Sejun with the best of treatment. Poo-hoo-hut. Ramtanim, then how much will you pay for the best treatment, meow? Theo asked, rubbing his front paws together as Ramtur made promises with his name on the line. I haven't agreed to it yet. Thanks to this, it became difficult for Sejun to refuse Ramtur's offer. When I think about it, my food isn't so bad as to make someone angry. He broke free from his negative thoughts. And then, what should I make to receive praise from the leaders? Sejun's thoughts turned to making delicious food, receiving praise from the dragons, and increasing his mental strength. While Sejun was pondering what menu to create, the negotiations between Ramtur and Theo were reaching their final stages. Poo-hoo-hut. Ramtanim, Chairman Park is very expensive, meow. Offer more, meow. All right. I'll give you 100,000 scales of the Great Red Dragon, 1 ton of the Great Red Dragon's claws, and 10 kilograms of the Great Red Dragon's horns. No more than this. Deal, meow. Finally, the deal was made. With those materials, it seemed possible to build a house using the dragon's body parts combined with the existing materials. Should I really build a house? While Sejun was imagining building a house using dragon scales and claws in his head. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, did I do well, meow? Theo, who had finished the negotiation, wagged his tail and looked at Sejun. Praise me quickly, meow. Yes, you did well. Ramtanim, I won't let you down. Sejun patted Theo's head and spoke confidently to Ramtur. Pwa-ha-ha-ha. Good. Then I look forward to a grand feast that 10,000 great dragons can eat. Satisfied with Sejun's words, Ramtur laughed and left. Yes. Goodbye, 10,000? But didn't you say the meeting was only for the leaders of the 9 dragons? As Sejun was startled. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I told Ramtanim to invite many dragons to show off your greatness, meow. Theo, smiling innocently, looked at Sejun with a face that said, did I do well, meow? Poo-hoo-hut. I've already signed the contract, meow. Theo showed the contract he made with Ramtur, which had a terrifying clause about death upon violation. Of course, the contract bore Sejun's sign on it. The great Chairman Park can do everything, meow. Theo always carried a bag of contracts with Sejun's sign on them. He. Really? So, our Vice Chairman Theo did that. Poo-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Theo, who lacked any sense, thought Sejun was praising him and perked up his ears, answering in an excited voice. He. Vice Chairman Theo, do you know your crime? Squish. Sejun expressed his anger by gripping Theo's cheeks tightly. Chairman Park, I'm sorry, meow. Theo, having learned from many experiences that Sejun grabbing his cheeks meant he was angry, immediately apologized. Why is Chairman Park angry, meow? Theo hurriedly tried to think why Sejun was angry. Then he came to the wrong conclusion, thinking, Chairman Park must be angry because I invited too few dragons, meow. Chairman Park, calm down, meow. I'll go to Ramtanim and ask him to invite 10,000 more, meow. So Theo tried to calm Sejun by inviting more dragons. What? You're going to invite 10,000 more dragons? It only fueled Sejun's anger further. Chairman Park, I'm sorry, meow. As a result, Theo suffered Sejun's wrath even more, getting his cheeks pinched for almost over an hour. My cheeks are numb, meow. While Theo was rubbing his cheeks with his front paws. 10,000 dragon servings. How many servings would it be if 1 dragon serving was calculated as a human serving? Sejun started calculating how many servings he needed to prepare. Previously, Kaiser ate about 3,000 roasted sweet potatoes and said it was a decent meal. Assuming the average dragon eats only half of what Kaiser does, he would have to calculate 1 dragon portion as 500 human servings. Then, calculating 1 dragon portion as 500 human servings, 10,000 dragon servings would be 5 million human servings. Is this even possible? First, it seemed necessary to secure ingredients for 5 million servings. First, I need to harvest the grapes. As soon as Sejun returned to the farm, he started harvesting the grapes hanging from the grapevine. You have harvested one bunch, 25 grapes, of vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Your job experience has increased very slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has increased very slightly. You have gained 1,750 experience points. He. Sejun's mouth widened with joy at the substantial experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained one bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 10. Thanks to this, he leveled up to 85. I'll harvest the rest tomorrow. Sejun stopped his work as the sky darkened and began to take care of the remaining tasks. First, he planted a 0.07% piece of Fenrir's core at the location of the thick darkness cherry tree, and in the empty field, he planted melons. Oh, right. I have this too. Sejun checked the damaged jewel of the earth in his pocket. Jewel of the earth. Inside his pocket, the damaged jewel of the earth had been completely restored. God, please give me something good. Sejun carefully buried the jewel of the earth in the ground and took out another damaged jewel of the earth and put it in his pocket. Then he ate some medicinal mugwort and went to bed early. The next morning. All right. As Sejun woke up, the seal of the jewel of the earth has been broken. Sans, the god of sand, who was sealed in the jewel of the earth, is released from the seal. Sans, the god of sand, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Sans, the god of sand, spread sand over a 3.3 square meters area to repay his debt. Sans, the god of sand, who was trapped in the jewel of the earth, had been released. He. Sand? Is it golden sand? Although the message seemed trivial, Sejun excitedly went to the area where the sand was spread. And then, oh! Golden sand! As Sejun had expected, it was golden sand. He. Thank you, god of sand, Sansnim. I will build a shrine for you. Sejun prayed in gratitude to Sans and paved stones on the 3.3 square meters path. Sans Road. Sans, the god of sand, who repaid us with golden sand. He was a dazzling god. Sejun created the Sans Road, inscribing the achievements of Sans. Ooh? I should make breakfast. Realizing he had delayed his tasks while making the Sans Road, Sejun hurried to the kitchen to cook. Thus, the farm on the 99th floor of the tower became quiet. Coo hey. Queuing. He. Just one more 5-star stamp and I'll have all 10. Quenji, heading to the kitchen, looked proudly at the paper with 9 5-star stamps. When he collects all 10 stamps, he will receive 1,000 tower coins as pocket money. Then Quenji will have saved 10,000 tower coins. Coo hey. Queuing. He. I need to help Dad quickly and get the stamp. Quenji carefully folded the paper and put it in his snack pouch. At that moment, thud! Quenji's pocket money pouch fell out of his pouch. Quenji hurried to pick it up, but his pocket money pouch disappeared. Cooeng! Quenji's money is gone. Quenji started crying loudly and began digging at the ground where his pocket money pouch had disappeared, partially destroying the Leah Road. Seed Shop Headquarters. 10 mushroom ants, tenant farmers of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, have passed by your shrine. Divine power increases by 0.001. Ho. The mushroom ants are diligent as always. So busy. As Leah was smiling broadly at the messages about the divine power increased by the mushroom ants, herbalist Quenji of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has passed by your shrine. Divine power increases by 1. Quenji had passed through the Leah Road. Did Quenji come to pray in the morning? Leah thought that Quenji, who passed by the Leah Road every morning, was praying for her. At that moment, herbalist Quenji of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun offers 9,000 tower coins as a sacrifice to your shrine. Do you accept the offering? A message appeared. Yes. Of course, I should accept it. Leah nodded vigorously. The offering has been accepted. Divine power increases by 0.9. Leah's divine power increased in proportion to the value of the offering. Oh. How long has it been since I received an offering? As Leah wore a touched expression, herbalist Quenji of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has partially destroyed your shrine. The amount of divine power you can receive decreases. Herbalist Quenji of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has partially destroyed your shrine. Your shrine has been completely destroyed. A message appeared stating that the shrine had been destroyed by Quenji. No, why did you destroy it? Wasn't that money given to me? Leah was on the verge of tears. Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has built a shrine for you. Fortunately, Sejun, who heard Quenji's cries, rushed over, comforted Quenji, and restored the Leah road. Chapter 383, I've received many stamps from the slaves, meow. TL, Hangak, time to get to work. After having breakfast, Park Sejun went to Podori to harvest the grapes left from yesterday. Kurong. On Sejun's back was Quenji, who had fallen asleep while whining. Even though Sejun had given him an allowance, the mental shock of losing his allowance seemed quite severe. Of course, Quenji wasn't the only one clinging to Sejun's body. In the sling bag on his chest was Fenrir, and on his lap sat Theo. Am I some kind of koala? Sejun lightly lamented his situation and then, good morning, Podori. He greeted Podori. Yes. Good morning, Sejun Nim. Podori responded to Sejun's morning greeting in a polite voice. Since becoming a world tree, Podori's voice had always carried an air of arrogance, but starting from yesterday, it had suddenly reverted to its old self. Thanks to this, Sejun felt relieved of the burden and chatted with Podori about various things while harvesting grapes. Then, Podori, by the way, how can our Flamey become a world tree? Sejun asked Podori, who had become a world tree, for career counseling for Flamey. What? A world tree? Podori was greatly flustered by Sejun's question. The flustered response implied Flameynim has already surpassed the world tree, but Sejun took it differently. Does our Flamey have no hope of becoming a world tree? Sejun misunderstood and continued to harvest grapes silently afterward. After harvesting the grapes, Sejun went to the winery to make grape wine for the dragon meeting. Normally, it would be impossible to make grape wine in 10 days, but fermentation. Using fermentation LV4. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, the fermentation period is reduced by 1 day. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, the process slightly speeds up. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, the flavor slightly deeper. Your proficiency in fermentation LV4 slightly increases. Sejun had the fermentation skill he had diligently leveled up until now. With the fermentation skill reaching level 4, he gained an effect that allowed him to shorten the fermentation period by 1 day once a day. After maturing the grape wine this way, Sejun also made samyangju with the golden rice. Until now, Sejun had made samyangju using rice flour obtained from wealth-devouring rice dough. Now that he had plenty of rice, he wanted to try making samyangju with his own crops. As Sejun steamed the cooked rice to use in the base liquor, queuing? Is it time to eat? Quenji woke up to the savory smell. Quenji, are you hungry? Queuing. Queuing. Yes. Quenji is hungry. Quenji responded confidently to Sejun's question. What is this confidence for? Here, eat this for now. Sejun peeled an egg fruit and handed it to Quenji. Hey. Quenji ate it deliciously. At that moment, tap. Fenrir tapped Sejun's chest with his front paw, calling him. King. King. I want to eat that too. Give it to me quickly. All right. Here, when Sejun quartered the egg fruit and gave a piece, Fenrir began to eat it hungrily. Chairman Park, I want the yolk too, meow. Theo, true to his habit of aiming for power, only eats the yolk. Got it. Here, Sejun gave the yolk to Theo and ate the white himself. While the 4 of them ate the egg fruit, the cooked rice was ready, and Sejun put the base liquor in a jar, then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. First, let's wash the rice. When Sejun poured water into the bowl of rice, queuing. Quenji will help Daddy too. Quenji, eager to receive the last 5-star stamp and get his allowance, raised his front paw and shouted. Okay. Then, Quenji, wash the rice. Queuing. Got it. Quenji will wash the rice well. Quenji answered and, after cleaning his front paws, began washing the rice. Da. In the meantime, Sejun took out egg fruit and vegetables from the void storage. Today's lunch menu was fried rice topped with a fried egg, an omurice. Oh, I need to take out the tomato sauce too. When Sejun took out a glass jar of tomato sauce from the void storage, queuing. Daddy, I finished washing the rice. Quenji, who had finished washing the rice, called out to Sejun. Okay, got it. When Sejun placed the washed rice in the cooker, chock. Hey. Queuing. He. Quenji did a good deed, so he gets a stamp. Quenji, who had been waiting, eagerly handed over a paper with sparkling ice to get a stamp. Good job. You've received all your stamps, so here are 1,000 tower coins. Hey. Queuing. He. Daddy, thank you. When Sejun gave him the money, hey. Queuing? Queuing. He. Big brother, do you need anything? Quenji got 10 stamps and received his allowance. Quenji boasted about his allowance to Theo. What? Do you get an allowance every time you collect 10 stamps? Queuing. Yes. Pooh-hoo-hut. Hearing Quenji's response, Theo smiled brightly. When it comes to stamps, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the best, meow. I've received many stamps from the slaves, meow. Though he hadn't counted the stamps on the slave contracts, it was easily over 100,000. Chairman Park, I, your Vice Chairman, have also received many stamps, meow. So give me the overdue allowance, meow. Confident Theo demanded his allowance from Sejun. Those stamps are different from these. Sejun tried hard to explain the difference. I don't know about that, meow. Give me the overdue allowance, meow. But Theo had no intention of understanding. All right. After explaining for a long time, Sejun gave Theo 1 million tower coins as an allowance. Pooh-hoo-hut. I got my allowance too. Theo carefully put the allowance he received from Sejun into his bundle. In the meantime, the rice was done. Dadada. Sejun started cooking by chopping vegetables. He put chopped onions, carrots, and other vegetables into a heated frying pan, stir-frying them with butter and ketchup, mixing them well. After mixing the vegetables well, he added rice and stirred it again to make fried rice. Then, he put the fried rice in a large frying pan with beaten eggs, wrapping the rice with the eggs to complete a giant omuris. It's done. Here. Quenji, draw whatever you want on the eggs. When Sejun gave Quenji the tomato sauce to drizzle on the omuris, Quenji eagerly started drawing. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Queuing. He. Quenji will get another 10 5-star stamps and receive an allowance. Quenji earnestly drew 50 stars. Quenji was serious about the stars. Queuing. Quenji, finish the drawing. Then let's eat. Queuing. Got it. Quenji happily ate the omuris at Sejun's words. Blackie, enjoy your meal too. Sejun put omuris in Fenrir's special bowl and gave it to him, then started eating. After finishing lunch, Theo and Quenji, please go catch some fish. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. When it comes to fish, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the best, meow. Queuing. Got it. Sejun sent Theo and Quenji to catch fish and went to the kitchen to make rice dough for Goretiok. Sejun began preparing food for 5 million servings for the dragon's meeting. After a while, thunk. Thunk. Guard Theo has defeated a giant tuna. You've gained 5,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Theo. Herbalist Quenji has defeated a giant mackerel. You've gained 7,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points earned by Herbalist Quenji. As Sejun was kneading the rice dough, messages appeared before his eyes. Messages appeared almost every second. Were there always this many fish in the pond? Sejun, unaware that Flamey's roots were driving monsters from the sea into the pond, was puzzled. Level up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Strength increased by 10. Thanks to this, Sejun leveled up comfortably while kneading the rice dough. Since the amount that needed to be made was enormous, even after making dough again and again, there was still a lot left to make. And then, Chairman Park, we brought the fish, meow. Queuing. We caught a lot. When Sejun saw the fish that Theo and Quenji had brought, this isn't going to work. He realized that it was impossible to prepare 5 million servings with just this team. Summon the slaves. So, he summoned Arjux, Veronica, Zelga, and Auric and assigned roles to each of them. Quenji and Arjux, knead the rice dough for Goretiok. Theo and Veronica, handle the fruits. Zelga and Auric, prepare the fish. After assigning the tasks, Sejun stirred the liquor in the jar at the brewery and returned. Hey! Who prepares the fish like that? He shouted at Zelga, who was completely mashing the fish instead of just cleaning it. No, this is how to make the extract. Who said to make the extract? Just remove the guts. Yes, Kakak. Sejun Nim, I was doing it properly. Auric grinned slyly at Sejun, who was scolding Zelga, showing the fish he had prepared. Good. You're doing well, Kakak. Thank you, Zelga, this is how you do it. Sejun taught Zelga how to clean the fish again. Just as he was about to get back to his own work, Sejun witnessed a horrifying scene. Scratch. Scratch. Auric scratched his butt, then picked his nose, scratched his ear, and continued to handle the fish with the same hand. Auric, Kakak. Yes, what is it? Who told you to touch the food with hands that you scratched your butt, picked your nose, and scratched your ear with? Kakak. Is that a problem? Auric asked in a voice that implied he didn't understand what the issue was. Apparently, goblins had no concept of hygiene. You're eating all of that, Kakak. Oh, thank you. Auric eagerly took the fish, even the ones Zelga had mashed. Was this his plan all along? Kekak, Sejun thought as he watched Auric's sly smile. After that, Sejun assigned Auric to garbage cleaning. 2 days passed just processing the ingredients. On the 392nd day, the blue moon, which Sejun was encountering for the 14th time since entering the tower, rose. A blue moon in the dark night sky. Finally, the background befitting the name Blue Moon was set. It's beautiful, Sejun spoke as he looked at the blue moon. At first, it was a terrifying moon that caused monsters to rampage, but now, it was just a beautiful moon. He. It's also a moon that makes the crops better. Swish, swish. Sejun smiled contentedly as he looked at the fields where blue energy was forming. At that moment, Stella Hizron, the great silver dragon and the 10th tower's helper, has sent a voice message orb. Receiving the voice message orb requires 1 million tower coins. Would you like to receive the voice message orb? A voice message orb sent by Stella had arrived. She really sends these diligently. I'll accept it. Sejun received the voice message orb. As 3 pieces of the door leading to the 10th tower have been collected, the door connects imperfectly. You can now send a reply to Stella Hizron, the great silver dragon and the 10th tower's helper. A new message appeared before Sejun. I can send a reply? Moreover, sending a reply didn't cost him any money. Then I'll send this. Sejun sent the voice message orb that Stella's mother, Chrisella Hizron, had requested to Stella. And so, the voice message orb went to Stella. HMPH. Finally, a reply. Stella played the voice message orb. And then? You bastard! How dare you mock me? Stella was enraged after listening to the voice message orb. Somehow, instead of Chrisella's voice, the voice message orb contained an hour of Sejun and his companions playing around for an hour. It was Sejun who had accidentally infused the voice message orb with magic power, activating the recording spell. Chapter 384, Sausages Growing on Trees. TL, Hangak, Eileen, tell Chrisella Tildenim that I've sent the voice message orb and give this to her. The tower's administrator says okay. Sejun handed Eileen the voice message orb sent by Stella. And then, he. Shall we start the harvest? Quenji, let's go. Queuing. Sejun, along with Quenji, started harvesting the crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Due to the large scale of the farm, there were many blue-colored crops to harvest. Other tower farmers returned to their respective towers, as the blue moon also appeared in other towers when it rose. You have harvested magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 500 experience points. While harvesting cherry tomatoes, I'm thirsty. Feeling thirsty, Sejun ate one of the cherry tomatoes. NOM. You have consumed a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your magic power has increased by 5. He. The effect is good, and it tastes great. Quenji, it's delicious, right? Queuing. Yes. It's really delicious. Quenji, who was harvesting the cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon with Sejun, nodded vigorously while eating the cherry tomatoes. Sejun and Quenji continued harvesting while occasionally snacking on the crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon. In total, they were able to harvest over 2,000 blue-colored crops. Let's go to sleep now. Queuing. Got it. Quenji is going to sleep. Good night, Dad. Quenji bowed at a 90-degree angle to Sejun and ran to the pink fur's house. Meow. Chairman Park, let's go to sleep too, meow. Theo, who had been waiting clinging to Sejun's leg waiting for him, yawned and whined. Ha. Yeah. Let's go to sleep. Sejun, seemingly infected by Theo's yawn, yawned as he headed to the bedroom. At that moment, the seal of the jewel of the earth has been broken. Mud, the god of mud, who was sealed within the jewel of the earth, is released from the seal. TL, like before, the author has used the English word mud as the name of the god, so the translation will also be a mud. The phrase god of mud in Korean translates to god of mud in English. Mud, the god of mud, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Mud, the god of mud, lays down mud bricks on a 3.3 square meter path to repay the favor. A message appeared in front of Sejun's eyes. Mud bricks? I need to check this out. Excited, Sejun, who had received rewards from the god of pebbles and the god of sand in the past 2 days, went to find the place with the mud bricks. Ooh? They really are mud bricks. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, there were no jewels or gold. There were only dark-colored mud bricks. Is there something inside the brick? Thinking there must be something inside the brick, Sejun broke the brick in half. Despite being a brick, it was not hard at all. And then, what is this? There were no jewels or gold inside, as Sejun had hoped. Instead, a sweet scent began to waft out. Not just any sweet scent, but a luxurious one. Why is there such a smell from a mud brick? Could it be? With a slight suspicion, Sejun carefully licked the mud brick. Surprised by the taste of the mud brick, Sejun began to munch on the brick. After eating the entire mud brick, he carefully stored the bricks in the void storage. Land moving. With gratitude, Mud rode. Mud, the god of mud, who repaid us with chocolate bricks. He was a sweet god. Sejun created a 6.6 square meter mud road for the god of mud. Chocolate. I'll eat it again when I wake up. Imagining eating chocolate in the morning, Sejun ate some medicinal mugwort and fell into a deep sleep. Black Tower Administrator's Area. Our Sejun's contribution points are rising well. Eileen checked Sejun's contribution points through the crystal orb and smiled with satisfaction. And then, Sylvia Unny, we have a new crop this time. It's called Korean melon. She promoted the Korean melon while writing letters to the hatchlings. Eileen was very busy these days, managing the tower, handling the contribution factory on the 4th floor, and customer service. Send. After sending the letter to Sylvia, Eileen was about to write a letter to Hocus when, thud, a giant silver dragon landed in the administrator's area. It was Chrysella Hisron, Stella's mother. Chrysella visited every 2 to 3 days to ask about Stella and buy Sejun's crops. She especially liked the wind cabbage. Grandma Chrysella, hello. Eileen, who was writing a letter, ran over to greet Chrysella. Yes. Do you have any news about our Stella? Yes. And my Sejun has also sent the voice message orb to Aunt Stella, Eileen answered, taking out the 3rd voice message orb sent by Stella. Really? You didn't listen to it, did you? Chrysella asked nervously. The voice message orb definitely contained Stella's harsh swearing, and it would be a disaster if Eileen listened to it. My daughter's marriage. Of course not. Please check it. Eileen handed the voice message orb from Stella to Chrysella. All right. There are no traces of it being played. And you said he sent the voice message orb I gave you too. Yes. Then could you deliver this one as well? Chrysella asked Eileen to deliver a new voice message orb. It contained Chrysella's nagging, telling Stella to stop swearing. After finishing her business, Chrysella said, Eileen, could you give me some wind cabbage and the usual items? Yes. She bought Sejun's crops, paid Eileen 31 billion tower coins, and left. The next morning. All right. Sejun, who had woken up, lifted his upper body, meow, and put Theo on his knee before getting out of bed. They say eating chocolate in the morning is good for health. Recalling a piece of news favorable to him, Sejun opened the void storage and went inside. Then, he picked up a chocolate brick, broke it into pieces with his hands, and put a piece in his mouth. Sweet. Very sweet. Sejun came out, smiling happily at the sweetness of the chocolate melting in his mouth. As he was walking around the farm, the tower's administrator says that Grandma Chrysella asked to send another voice message orb. Eileen spoke to him. Really? I can send as many as she wants. Sejun received the voice message orb from Eileen. I'll send this to the great silver dragon Stella Hisron, the 10th tower's helper. He sent it to Stella. But, you lack the magic power to open the gate to the 10th tower. Nothing came easy for Sejun. What he had sent yesterday was using the passage Stella had opened. In other words, he had hitchhiked. It won't work. Sejun gave up immediately and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. A little while later, summon the slaves. After eating breakfast, Sejun summoned Arjux, Veronica, Zelga, and Auric again to prepare the ingredients. There were still enough ingredients left to prepare for 3 million servings. Sejun, along with Theo and Quenji, diligently prepared the ingredients as well. While everyone was busy preparing the ingredients, why is our Sejun so busy these days? Exactly, what is he doing? The amount he's preparing is huge. As the dragons were drinking at the fountain, they curiously watched Sejun. Ha. It's because Sejun made a contract with me. Ramter laughed heartily as he spoke. A contract? Sejun's business is because of the dragons meeting? Something seems off. There are 9 of us, but the amount Sejun is preparing is enough to feed 10,000 dragons. Right. Isn't there something else going on? Ha. No, it's true. Sejun said he would make enough food for 10,000 dragons. What? 10,000? But why didn't he tell us? Why should he? It's for my kids anyway. Ramtur, who often ate delicious things alone, felt guilty about being the only one eating Sejun's food. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to feed Sejun's food to the other great red dragons. But, what? That's not fair. Our kids have mouths too, the other dragons strongly protested. Their feelings were the same as Ramtur's. Okay, then just bring 10 each. So Ramtur conceded a bit. Are you kidding? Only 10. I will bring 1,000. Me too, 1,000. They stubbornly insisted on bringing 1,000 dragons each. Okay. But make sure not to spread the word. Got it. He. I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't worry. I'm known as tight-lipped Tia. Ramtur made them promise to keep it a secret and gave his permission. However, he. Hocus Oppa, our Sejun is making food for the dragons meeting this time, so make sure to go and eat. Eileen informed the hatchlings that there would be plenty of food at the upcoming dragons meeting. Moreover, Grandma Brachio, at the upcoming dragons meeting, she told the customers of Dragon Market as well. Out of the 10,000, about 1,000 would be our share, right? As a result, each dragon clan started picking dragons to bring to the meeting, assuming they would have their share. 3 days later, he. Sweet, coo-hey-hey. Queuing, he. It's sweet. In the late afternoon, while Sejun and Quenji were sitting together eating chocolate and resting, the seed shop is now open. Park Sejun Nim's rank is extraordinary. The 11th seed shop opened. 5 types of seeds available for sale today are shown randomly. At the current rank, you can buy as many seeds as you want within 50 tower coins. And then, sausage tree seed 1 to 50 tower coins. Sugarcane seed 10 to 45 tower coins, blueberry seed 10 to 22 tower coins, paprika seed 20 to 15 tower coins, cabbage seed 50 to 10 tower coins. The items appeared. This time too, the prices were a bit higher than before. But, a sausage tree. Sejun's gaze was fixed on the top line. Sausages growing on a tree. That's impossible. In the past, he would have doubted it, but there's a milk lake too. Since Sejun had already seen other amazing things, he thought it might be possible. Still, he decided to look at the other products first. Sugarcane, paprika, and cabbage were all new seeds in the seed shop, and they were good crops. This time it is regular cabbage. Although he had plenty of money and wanted to buy everything, unfortunately, there was a purchase limit of 50 tower coins. After pondering what to buy, Sejun made his decision. Honestly, the answer had been clear from the moment he saw it. I'll buy the sausage tree seed. He chose the sausage. You have purchased 1 sausage tree seed. 50 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun's account at the seed bank. 500 points have been accumulated in the seed shop mileage. A total of 1101 points have been accumulated in the seed shop mileage. As soon as the payment was completed, 1,000 points have been deducted from the seed shop mileage for the next rank up. Park Sejun's rank has increased from extraordinary to transcendent. At the transcendent rank, 7 types of seeds are shown randomly. Transcendent rank seeds are added to the shown products. At the transcendent rank, you can purchase as many seeds as you want within the amount of 500 tower coins. The level of seed shop LV3 has increased. Sejun's seed shop level had increased, and a small leather pouch containing a seed fell into Sejun's hands. He. Sausages. Sejun carefully planted the sausage tree seed in the ground. He. Since the master likes it, I'll quickly prepare some nutrients so the sausage tree can grow fast. Watching Sejun, Flamey decided to make small nutrients that the sausage tree sprout could consume. It seemed that soon another world tree would appear in the Black Tower. Chapter 385, Chairman Park is invincible, meow. Hanguk, Seed Shop Headquarters. Black Tower Farmer Park Sejun has purchased a sausage tree seed. 50 tower coins have been deposited from Park Sejun's seed bank account to the seed shop. 50 tower coins are converted into 50 divine power. The divine power is distributed to Vienna, the god of sausages. Park Sejun bought the sausage tree seed I posted. Vienna, congratulations. Now, when the sausages grow times, Vienna, the god of sausages cheered, and the other gods congratulated her. Thank you. Guys, take this. Just as Vienna had received divine power when she was in need, she shared her divine power with other struggling gods. And then, Park Sejun, the non-combat gods chanted Sejun's name in unison. Of course, their voices were too faint to reach Sejun. At that moment, thud. That's a lot of noise. A giant combat god passed by, muttering a word, and the non-combat gods became as quiet as dead mice. But they didn't feel as miserable as before. Thanks to the divine power given by Sejun, no gods were disappearing due to a lack of divine power, and sealed gods were gradually returning. As the footsteps of the combat god receded, Park Sejun, they began to chant Sejun's name quietly. Now that Park Sejun's seed shop rank has risen to Transcendence, we can sell more expensive seeds. Let's quickly post Transcendence rank seeds in the seed shop, then I'll post this. Dragon fruit. The gods eagerly awaited the opening of the next seed shop, filled with anticipation. A small but positive change was occurring among the non-combat gods. TL note, there is actually a tree that is named as Sausage Tree. Search on Google for more info. Good. About 1 million servings left. Let's work hard today too, guys. Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, can keep going as long as I'm by Chairman Park's side. Meow. Queuing. Quenji is always energized. Yeah. Hyung. Just trust me. Yes, I will work hard today as well. Kelkulkul. Leave it to us. Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and the other tower farmers responded energetically to Sejun's words. There was a reason the other tower farmers enthusiastically followed Sejun's orders. It was because I love eating the food Sejun Nim makes. If it weren't for Eileen Nim, I would have kidnapped him. It's a shame. For lunch, Sejun Nim will give us delicious steamed potatoes again, right? Kelkulkul. If I stay here, I can avoid Grave Nim's nagging and enjoy a delicious lunch. It was because of the meals Sejun made for them. Thanks to that, they worked joyfully, looking forward to their meals. As everyone was focused on preparing ingredients. King. After eating that yellow, chewy thing, I feel stronger. Fenrir, who had eaten roasted sweet potato slice made from golden sweet potatoes infused with Blue Moon's energy for the first time, was excited beside Sejun. King. Hey! Give me more, Fenrir barked, sitting in front of Sejun, asking for more roasted sweet potato slices. However, no. If you eat too many snacks, you won't be able to eat your meal later. Since Sejun planned to make fish porridge with fish fillets for lunch, he didn't want Fenrir to fill up on other food, so he didn't give him any more roasted sweet potato slices. King. You're mean. Realizing that Sejun had no intention of giving him more roasted sweet potato slices, Fenrir walked out of the kitchen with a disappointed look. But it was all an act to deceive Sejun. Thump. Thump. As soon as Fenrir left the kitchen, he ran with vigorous steps to the place where the Creator God's tablet was. Kihi. King. Hee. I have a secret stash. Fenrir went to his secret stash, pulled out various items, ate until he was full, and then lay down on the ground. Kirarong. And fell asleep. Of course, at lunchtime, with a full belly, Fenrir could only eat a little of the fish porridge Sejun made. King. I should have eaten more. Pat. Pat. As Sejun stroked the belly of Fenrir, who was lying on his back looking disappointed. It's finally the last one. He swallowed the last of Eileen's healthier meatball piece. Gulp. You have consumed a piece of Eileen's healthier meatball. You have consumed all 500 pieces of Eileen's healthier meatball. All stats increase by 300. Along with the message, Sejun felt a surge of power throughout his body. All stats have exceeded 2000. Your status has increased. The potential of all stats increases by 500. Resistance to other energies increases by an additional 10%. At the same time, as all his stats reached 2000, his resistance increased further. Eileen, thank you. I've become stronger thanks to you. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Eileen after consuming all the meatball pieces. The tower's administrator says she is glad that you have become stronger. The tower's administrator says that the necklace charging is almost complete, and she will give you a specially prepared dish the next time she meet you. The tower's administrator says her cooking skills have greatly improved and you can look forward to it. Yeah, there was more. Sejun's expression darkened considerably. Texas, USA. Hunters unintentionally caused a massive breeding of the flesh-eaters as they hunted them. The seeds of the flesh-eaters took root in the ground and grew rapidly, only to be hunted again by the hunters. After several repetitions over a few days, the number of flesh-eaters increased exponentially, outpacing the hunters' ability to kill them. Now, the hunters were facing the consequences of their actions. Run away! The hunters fled from the flesh-eaters. However, wriggle. Wriggle. Green stems wrapped around the legs of the hunter at the back. The captured hunter quickly stood up and cut the stems entangling his legs, but by then, dozens more stems had wrapped around his body. And then, wriggle. Wriggle. More stems tightly bound the hunter, preventing him from escaping, and dragged him back to the main body. And then, save me, crunch! The head of the flesh-eater swallowed the hunter whole. Behind the flesh-eater that swallowed the hunter, tens of thousands of flesh-eaters followed. Crack! Crack! The flesh-eaters moved their route slowly in the direction where the other hunters had fled. In that direction was Austin, the capital of Texas. All right. Let's start cooking now. Since making 5 million servings in a day was impossible, Sejun began with soups that took a long time to prepare. The types of soups were sweet potato soup and potato soup. Expand. Using the guardian wooden shield, Sejun created firewood and placed it in 2 hearths. The unending staff, which used to be the firewood maker, had already been exhausted long ago. Contrary to its name, it no longer extended, and Sejun had given it a proper farewell through cremation. While putting firewood into the hearths and boiling the soup, Battler, the creator of the guardian wooden shield and the god of battle, does not allow the use of this divine relic. Crack! With the message, sparks flew from the shield. Feeling a jolt, Sejun dropped the shield. Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. Queuing? Dad, are you okay? Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee, and Quenji, who had come to help with cooking, hurriedly asked. It was natural for them to worry as Sejun seemed to be in pain. I'm fine. But what is this? Not permitted? Sejun recalled the message and examined the guardian wooden shield. Then, usage restriction, strength 500 or above, stamina 500 or above, farmer not permitted. A new condition, farmer not permitted, was added to the usage restrictions. He had been using it just fine until now, so why the sudden change? Guess I'll have to go chop wood from now on. Sejun spoke nonchalantly as he pondered where to get wood. Meow. This shield bullied Chairman Park. Meow. Queuing. Quenji will punish the shield that hurt Dad. Theo and Quenji glared at the guardian wooden shield, thinking about how to punish it. Unlike that useless farmer, you two seem worthy of using my shield. I am Battler, the god of battle, the creator of this divine relic guardian wooden shield. I will allow the warrior who grabs the shield first among you to use my divine power. They heard the arrogant voice of the god of battle, Battler. But, meow? Did you just call our Chairman Park useless? Meow. Queuing? Did you just insult Quenji's dad? It only fueled their anger further. Queuing. You hurt Dad and insulted him. Unable to contain his anger, Quenji threw the guardian wooden shield high into the air. Queuing. Quenji's 10,000 step punch. He launched his fist towards the sky. Quenji's new technique was designed to attack an enemy 10,000 steps away, ensuring Sejun wouldn't get hurt. Of course, it could attack even more distant enemies. Bang! With Quenji's punch, the shield shattered into pieces, creating a loud explosion in the sky. At that moment, you fool! How dare you destroy my divine relic? A red aura descended from the sky towards Quenji. Quenji, it's dangerous. Meow! Theo quickly used his meow step to stand in front of Quenji, and the red aura was absorbed into Theo's body. Pooh-hoo hut. Giant Chairman Park, please take care of. Theo collapsed. Next to the seed shop headquarters was the combat shop headquarters. Just as the non-combat god sold seeds in the seed shop headquarters, the combat god sold weapons and combat skills in the combat shop headquarters. Of course, the scale and grandeur were vastly different. The combat shop headquarters was much larger and more splendid, fitting the massive bodies of the combat gods. In one of the rooms in the combat shop headquarters, Kuhaha finally found it. The god of battle, Battler, who had been searching for his divine relic, the guardian wooden shield, with his eyes closed, opened them. But, why is my divine relic being used by some insignificant farmer? He soon frowned. An insignificant farmer was using his divine relic as firewood. This bastard! So, he set usage restrictions to prevent the relic from being used. Is there any warrior around worthy of using my divine relic? Using his divine relic, he scanned the surroundings. And, oh, there are. And 2 of them at that. Both are exceptional warriors. He informed the 2 that the warrior who grabbed the shield first would be allowed to use his divine power. But this fool! How dare he destroy my divine relic? Battler, enraged, descended his soul through the divine relic. Now that it had come to this, he planned to take over the body of the one who destroyed it and steal the tower coins from those around him before returning. However, Theo's intervention changed his target. Well, a cat's body is also usable. Battler thought it was no big deal as he tried to seize Theo's spirit and dominate his body. But, how can there be a spirit body larger than mine? Battler, who had entered Theo's mental world, was startled by the gigantic spirit towering over him. The spirit was at least 3 heads taller than he was. What was even more startling was that this gigantic spirit wasn't the owner of the body. What? Was there someone who entered before me? As Battler racked his brain to figure out who the opponent was, Giant Chairman Park, teach him a lesson, meow. Theo, clinging to the giant Sejun's knee, pointed at Battler and shouted. Thud. Thud. The giant Sejun charged at Battler and threw a punch. Bang! But the giant Sejun was knocked down by Battler's uppercut. His fighting skills were just as they were in reality. Kuhahaha. How dare you challenge me, the god of battle, Battler, with such skills? Bang! Bang! Laughing, Battler approached the giant Sejun and began to beat him up. However, Giant Chairman Park, get up, meow. Chairman Park is invincible, meow. This only turned Theo, Sejun's knee's devout follower, into an even stronger fanatic. Chairman Park is Yin, Vin, Cybele. Fueled by Theo's unwavering belief, the giant Sejun grew even larger. Chapter 386, as expected, real Chairman Park's lap is the best, meow. TL, Hangak, Black Tower Administrator Area. Cakekeek. I found it. Eileen, who had been searching for power of destruction with her destruction detector for several hours, rejoiced when she found its location. One of the divine relic owned by Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, has disappeared. One of the Black Tower's growth conditions changes to unachieved. An alarm appeared on the crystal orb. What? Who dared to mess with Sejun's relic? Eileen hurriedly used the crystal orb to find Sejun and locate the one who had taken his relic. However, no suspicious figure appeared in the crystal orb. Sejun, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Grandpa Dash, Eileen called for Kaiser's help. What? Someone dared to touch our Sejun's relic. Got it. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Eileen's words, Kaiser flew swiftly to Sejun. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, wake up, queuing. Queuing. Big brother, Quenji was trying to protect you. You mustn't die. What Kaiser saw was Sejun holding the collapsed Theo, with Quenji crying hysterically beside them. Sejun, what happened? Kaiser Nim, please help. Theo was struck by a red light and collapsed. A red light? Queuing. Queuing. Quenji was scolding the relic was messing with Dad, and it broke while punishing it. Quenji explained the recent events. You heard the voice of Battler, the god of battle? Queuing. Yes. Listening to Quenji's explanation, Kaiser pondered. Did he descend directly? Kaiser had sensed a different aura from Theo's body and was now beginning to understand. That rascal Battler must have entered Theo's body to take over. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Mental dive. Kaiser placed the hand of the black dragon statue on Theo's body and entered Theo's mental world. What is this? Seeing the enormous Sejun growing larger, the god of battle, Battler, was astonished. Can it grow even bigger here? To become a spiritual entity of that size, one would need an enormous amount of divine power or receive immense faith from the owner of this mental world. Not just immense faith, but absolute belief without a shred of doubt would be required to explain such a size. However, that's impossible. Everyone has a self, so it's impossible to absolutely trust someone more than oneself. Moreover, he had never heard of a god maintaining such a size with divine power in these times when gathering divine power was difficult. An incomprehensible phenomenon. Slap! What's important now is not that nonsense. I am Battler, the god of battle. I will defeat any enemy. Battler slapped his own cheeks to rouse his fighting spirit. However, it was a futile effort. Pooh-hoo-hut. Now I've Supergiant Chairman Park, meow. Supergiant Chairman Park, punish Battler, meow, punish him. Responding to Theo's shout while clinging to the Supergiant Sejun's knee, the Supergiant Sejun slowly reached out his hand. HMPH. Battler scoffed and tried to dodge Sejun's hand lightly. Thud. Ooh. I can't move. Under the pressure created by the Supergiant Sejun's hand, Battler couldn't move an inch and ended up captured by Sejun's hand. I, the god of battle, a prisoner. This alone was already a significant disgrace. How dare you disregard my Chairman Park, meow. And you tried to hurt my little brother Quenji, meow. I'll punish you, meow. Slap. Slap. Theo's tiny front paw, smaller than Battler's fingernails, slapped him. It didn't hurt, but it made him feel even more mocked. You. Don't you know the pride of a warrior? Treat me like a warrior. Unable to bear the humiliation, Battler shouted while simultaneously preparing to escape at the first opportunity. Though the power of the Supergiant Sejun was strong, it wasn't enough to completely destroy Battler. As Battler gritted his teeth, Meow. I don't know anything about a warrior's treatment, meow. Instead, I'll let you stamp this, meow. With Theo's words, a contract appeared. What? A stamp. Battler frowned at the mention of a stamp. Because he had seen many gods fall to ruin after stamping wrong contracts. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. You just need to stamp here, meow. No way. Battler clenched his thumb into a fist to avoid stamping, but a small gap inevitably formed. Pooh-hoo-hut. Vice Chairman Theo, never give up, meow. As a cat, Theo easily slipped into the gap and stamped Battler's thumb on the contract. It was so small that Battler felt nothing. However, meow, why isn't it stamping, meow? Battler's thumbprint didn't appear on the contract. Something's wrong, meow. Even after multiple attempts, when the stamp didn't appear. My slave Garen, come out, meow. Theo summoned Garen. Did you call for me, Theo Nim? Yes. Garen, why isn't the stamp working, meow? Theo asked while pressing Battler's thumb on the contract. This happens when there's a significant disparity in power between the parties. If the other party rejects, the stamp won't take. Meow? Then if he agrees, it will work, meow. Yes. If the other party consents, it's possible. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. I just need to get Battler's consent, meow. Theo Nim, who owns this hand? This guy is Battler, the god of battle, meow. What? The god of battle, Battler? Are you trying to make the god of battle your slave? Garen, you know him too, meow. Of course. He's one of the highest-ranking gods. Garen responded in an excited voice. But if it's definitely impossible, yet Garen thought, maybe Theo could do it. If Theo got Battler's stamp, the hierarchy would. I'm senior, so I'd be higher, right? The heart of Garen, the god of jewel frogs, swelled with grandeur at the thought of having the god of battle, Battler as his junior. Theo Nim, good luck. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Garen, you can go back now, meow. Theo dismissed Garen and slipped back out of the gap. Battler, consent to the stamp, meow. HMPH. I'd rather die than stamp that. Stamp it, meow. No way. Battler stubbornly refused to stamp. Supergiant Chairman Park, punish him, meow. Squeeze. At Theo's command, the supergiant Sejun tightened his grip on Battler, but useless. Battler resisted to the end. Stamp it, meow. No. As Theo and Battler continued their tussle. Who? What's this? Did I enter the wrong mind? But Sejun's mental strength shouldn't be this strong. The great black dragon Kaiser, who had entered Theo's mental world, was bewildered upon seeing the much larger supergiant Sejun. He had definitely entered Theo's mental world, but seeing the giant Sejun made him think he had mistakenly entered Sejun's mind. Pooh-hoo-hut. Kaiser Nim, it's so good to see you, meow. Theo, clinging to the knee of the supergiant Sejun, greeted Kaiser warmly. Seeing Kaiser gave Theo an idea on how to get the stamp. If there's a power difference, reduce it. Theo, you're truly beyond imagination. Kaiser, understanding the situation as he saw Theo waving his paw at him, was astounded. He knew Theo trusted Sejun, but not to this extent. It was an endless, boundless trust. To Theo, Sejun was a god. An absolute god. No deity could defeat Sejun within Theo's mental world. Theo, but where is Battler? Pooh-hoo-hut. He's over there, meow. Theo pointed to the hand of the supergiant Sejun, where Battler was seen there with his head bowed in defeat. Koo-ha-ha-ha. No way. Who's this? Isn't it Battler, the god of battle? Kaiser, who had initially prepared for a fight with Battler, now relished in the sight. He deliberately faced Battler, who was trying to avoid eye contact, taunting him. The two had known each other since before the tower existed and did not have a good relationship. Eek! Battler, embarrassed to be seen in such a humiliating position by Kaiser, wanted to flee but was helplessly restrained by the supergiant Sejun. At that moment, Pooh-hoo-hut. Kaiser Nim, could you stamp this for me, meow? Theo held out the contract to Kaiser. A stamp? That's right, meow. You just need to stamp it here, meow. Theo pointed to the designated spot on the contract, next to where his own paw print was already stamped. Theo planned to elevate his status by getting Kaiser's stamp and then obtain Battler's stamp. Ha-ha-ha. Of course, I'll stamp it for you. Thud. Kaiser willingly stamped the contract. Thank you, Kaiser Nim, meow. Now I can get the stamp, meow. No, thank you. to be able to personally watch the scene of Battler becoming a slave. Hurry and get the stamp. Pooh heart. Got it, meow. With Kaiser's stamp, Theo eagerly dashed into the gap of Battler's hand and press. Obtain Battler's stamp. This can't be. I clearly blocked it. How? Am I really a slave now? The god of battle, Battler? This is impossible. Pooh heart. It's possible, meow. Slave, hand over something useful for Chairman Park, meow. Theo began to extort the newly enslaved Battler. Ha ha ha. That guy, Battler, has a lot of good stuff, so ask for everything. Pooh heart. Got it, meow. Kaiser encouraged Theo, watching with amusement as Theo extorted Battler. A little later, meow. Is this really all, meow? For every new thing I find I will have Kaiser tilde Nim hit you with a breath, meow. Theo, holding an armful of potions, skill stones, and weapons he had taken from Battler, asked. Now I really don't have any more. Battler replied in a voice of utter resignation. Meow? Why aren't there any divine relics, meow? Hand over the divine relics, meow. What? Hearing Theo demand divine relics after taking everything else from him, Battler was left speechless. Do you think divine relics are that common? Are you sure you don't have any divine relics, meow? Yes, and the one I did have got destroyed by that bear. Slap. He's not a bear, he's my little brother Quenji. But Battler, you're totally penniless, meow. Theo reprimanded Battler for calling Quenji a bear and spoke in a dismissive tone. What? I have a lot compared to others. Battler, enraged by Theo's words, shouted in frustration. Got it, meow. I'll believe you, meow. Next time, bring even more, meow. HMPH. There probably won't be a next time. As Battler's descent time ended, he shouted with relief and disappeared. And then, Pooh heart. We will meet again, meow. Theo looked at the spot where Battler had vanished, feeling certain they would cross paths again. Theo, see you outside. Pooh heart. Got it, meow. After Kaiser disappeared, Theo packed the items he received from Battler into his bag. Let's meet again, Supergiant Chairman Park's lap, meow. Theo hugged the knee of the supergiant Sejun tightly and closed his eyes. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, are you okay? When the unconscious Theo opened his eyes, Sejun asked with a worried voice. Kaiser had reassured Sejun before leaving, but he was still concerned. However, Pooh heart, even with my eyes open, I'm on Chairman Park's lap, meow. As expected, the real Chairman Park's lap is the best, meow. Seeing Theo happily rubbing his body on his knee, Sejun felt there was no need to worry, just as Kaiser had said. What are you talking about? Get up already. Sejun, needing to find wood to cook porridge since Gordian wooden shield was gone, tried to get up hurriedly. At that moment, Pooh heart. Chairman Park, I've got something good, meow. Theo entered his bag, revealing the items he had received from Battler, and Sejun sat back down to examine them. Among the items were 2 unending staffs that could be used as firewood. Oh. Vice Chairman Theo, well done, Pooh heart. Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Theo replied in a haughty voice, vigorously rubbing his forehead against the hand that was patting him. Chapter 387, Then I Think I Can Do It. TL, Hangak, 4th floor of the Black Tower. Hello. By the orders of Theo Tildenim, when the slave sent by Theo arrived at the grape farm. Welcome, newbies. I am Koto, the instructor. Down with the bone cast system. Senior slave Koto greeted the new slaves. After a brief training to help the slaves adapt to the grape farm, they would be sent out to fight against the flesh eaters. What? The new slaves were confused by Koto's final shout. What was that about? But, down with the bone cast system, Koto shouted again without backing down. Down with the bone cast system. Whatever. The slaves, who were watching the situation, quickly echoed Koto's words. Their lives were already messed up, and they felt it would be a real hassle if things got even worse here. As the new slaves chanted down with the bonecast system, welcome, newbies. Congratulations on joining the Crying Skeleton Gang. Down with the bonecast system, down with the bonecast system. The new slaves, without knowing why, found themselves joining the Crying Skeleton Gang and chanting against the bonecast system. And then, keek! The enemies are coming. Attack! Down with the bonecast system. Enemies are coming from the left too. Down with the bonecast system. That became their slogan. With the continuous influx of Theo's slaves, the front lines of the grape farm were maintained stably today as well, and Sejun's contributions were steadily accumulating. Black Tower, 99th floor. Ku hey hey hey. Queuing. Hee hee hee. I'll get another 5-star stamp after this. Thud. Thud. While Quenji was infusing magic into the unending staff, extending and breaking it to put firewood into the hearth. Pooh hut. Pet me here too, meow. Sure. Sejun, with one hand, was petting Theo's belly while inspecting the items Theo had snatched from Battler with the other hand. Warrior's Potion. When consumed, all stats increase by 30% for 30 seconds. Remaining amount, 10 drops. Usage restriction, none. Creator, God of Battle, Battler, Grade S. What is this? Theo said he got this from a god? Sejun was puzzled by the Warrior's Potion's options. Its effect is worse than my beans. His beans required eating for at once, but increased all stats by 300%. But this one only increased all stats by 30% for a mere 30 seconds. Thinking it might not be made by a god, he checked the contents again, and it clearly said Creator, God of Battle, Battler. A god who makes items worse than his crops. That god called Battler must be really weak. Sejun thought Battler was a weak god. If Battler knew he was not only robbed by Theo but also considered weak, he would be furious. Sejun then inspected a skill stone. Combat skill stone, Warrior's Roar. When magic is infused into the skill stone, you can learn the skill, Warrior's Roar. Usage restriction, warrior-related jobs. Grade A. Infuse magic? Excited at the thought of learning a combat skill, Sejun immediately infused magic into the skill stone. But, you cannot learn the skill because you do not have a warrior-related job. He was blocked by the usage restriction. As expected, it didn't work. So unfair. So unfair. Sejun put the skill stones into his pocket and, meow, picked up Theo by the scruff and placed him on his knee. Then, after stirring the soup once more, he headed to the brewery. Fermentation. He used the fermentation skill on the grape wine and sealed the Yangju well after adding the supplementary ingredients. In about 2 days, the Samyangju would be ready. After finishing the work in the brewery, it was already dinner time. While Sejun was grilling fish and corn over the fire used to boil the soup, the tower's administrator says she have found the location of Power of Destruction on the 60th floor of the Black Tower. Really? Then I should secure the land deed for the 60th floor of the tower first. Thanks, Eileen. Try this. Sejun sent the corn cheese he was making for dinner to Eileen. The tower's administrator says the corn and the stretching cheese are really delicious. Yes. From now on, I'll keep making delicious things, so you don't have to cook, Eileen. Sejun spoke carefully, hoping to convey his feelings. Eileen? After that, Eileen didn't respond. What's this? Is she mad because I told her not to cook? The poor guy misunderstood again today. At that moment, meow? Theo, sensing something, raised his head and looked outside. Multiple fragments of Fenrir's core have been detected 20 kilometers northeast. A message suddenly appeared in front of Sejun. Everyone, gather up. Upon seeing the message, Sejun hurriedly called Quenji and the 4 tower farmers who were preparing ingredients. It was definitely an enemy attack, considering there were multiple fragments, not just one. Multiple fragments of Fenrir's core have been detected 10 kilometers northeast. While the group was gathering, the distance to the enemy had halved. Now it's 9.5 kilometers left. As Sejun informed the group of the distance to the enemy. Chairman Park, it's not the enemy, meow. It's Iona, meow, Theo said to Sejun. Iona? You mean Iona is coming right now? Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Really, actually, I called you all for dinner. Embarrassed, Sejun entered the kitchen, and the group followed him into the kitchen. A few minutes later. Kayut. Hello, Sejun Nim. Yeah. Come on in. Iona, who had arrived in no time, greeted Sejun while wrapping Theo's tail around herself. Theo Nim, here. I brought this because I saw you gathering them last time. After greeting Sejun, Iona handed Theo 10 Fenrir's core fragments. Pooh hut. Iona, thank you, meow. Chairman Park, look at this, meow. As soon as Theo received the Fenrir's core fragments from Iona, he offered them to Sejun. Pooh hut. Praise me, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, excellent. Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am always excellent, meow. While Theo proudly responded to Sejun's praise. Thank you. It's nothing. Sejun and Iona exchanged words with their eyes. After petting Theo's head, Sejun ate corn cheese while inspecting the Fenrir's core fragments. Kihi. King. Hee hee. It's so delicious. Fenrir, the real owner of the core fragments, was so engrossed in the corn cheese that he didn't even notice his core fragments nearby. Most of them are less than 0.01%. After checking the power contained in the core fragments, Sejun carefully hid them in the void storage. Then, he had a pleasant meal while chatting with his group. After dinner, thud. King. Butler, I'm so full. Fenrir, who had eaten a lot of corn cheese and had a bulging belly, lay down in front of Sejun and asked for help. Got it. Sejun helped Fenrir digest by rubbing his belly. A little while later, Kororong. Fenrir, who was being petted by Sejun, fell asleep. Hee hee hee. I made him sleep. Sejun laid Fenrir on the bed and went out, burying the Fenrir's core fragments that Iona had brought in the field. And then, gulp. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter medicinal herb. The talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina, is activated. Stamina increases by 9. Ooh. I still can't get used to this. He passed out after eating the medicinal mugwort. On the 395th day of Sejun's stay in the tower, which could have been a big problem because of Battler, he safely passed the day thanks to Theo. Austin, the capital of Texas, USA. Citizens are advised to follow the soldiers' instructions to evacuate the city. The roads were completely jammed with vehicles fleeing Austin to escape the approaching flesh-eaters. While Austin's roads were paralyzed with refugees. Check if there are any gaps. Yes, sir. 300 hunters urgently dispatched from nearby cities prepared to fight the flesh-eaters at Austin's perimeter. They created sturdy barricades by lying cars down and stacking them several layers thick where there were solid walls. Their plan was to hold the line for about 3 days to give the refugees time to escape the city. As they were checking their positions and waiting for the enemy, keek, the flesh-eaters began to appear. Crunch, crunch. After about 10 minutes, the flesh-eaters reached the hunters' barricades. The flesh-eaters were naturally blocked by the barricades and couldn't advance. Attack! Those things have high resistance to fire magic, so magicians use wind magic. Yes, sir, do not overexert yourselves. We just need to buy time. Hunters armed with swords and spears climbed onto the barricades to lure the flesh-eaters away from other areas. Hunters using bows or magic attacked from tall buildings, occasionally dealing with those that tried to bypass the barricades. 2 hours later, the ground in front of the barricades was stained red with the fluids from the slain flesh-eaters. Ping. Soren, at this rate, we could hold out for a week. A hunter, who had precisely shot a stalk connecting a flesh-eater's head to its body, separating them, spoke to his colleague. Right. Maybe evacuating the people was unnecessary. As Soren responded, go. The fluids from the dead flesh-eaters in front of the barricade suddenly started to gather. With the accumulation of the flesh-eaters' corpses, Halfers had sent additional calamities. The mass soon transformed into a giant leech. What? A leech? Ret, boom. Before Soren could warn the hunters guarding the barricades, the giant leech attacked the barricade. Hunters were swallowed by the giant leech, drained of their blood, and turned into mummies in an instant. Without grapes. Retreat. The hunters hurriedly got into the cars they had prepared and abandoned their position. However, rumble. The ground shook. Boom. A giant leech emerged from beneath the ground, swallowing the car. There wasn't just one giant leech. Keek. Thus, the flesh-eaters and giant leeches entered Austin together, and there were still 2 million citizens in Austin who hadn't evacuated. Black Tower, 99th floor. As the night deepened, pip pip. Good evening, everyone. The Golden Bat, Peacebays, started its activities. As soon as Peacebays woke up, flap, flap, it went to the kitchen and began eating the fruit Sejun had prepared. Nom, nom, pip pip. The grapes are so delicious. After finishing its meal, Peacebays stirred the still-cooking soup on behalf of Sejun. Hello, I'm Peacebays. Nice to meet you, and greeted the sausage tree that hadn't even sprouted yet. Then, it headed to the eastern cave for training. As usual, it was to practice the skills of its seniors. But, pip pip, pip pip. Today, it was having quite a tough time. Pip pip. Brother Quenge's new technique is difficult. It was due to Quenge's new technique, Quenge's step punch. No matter how much it practiced, accurately hitting a distant target was challenging. Pip pip. But I won't give up. With a determined shout, Peacebays started its training from step 1. And then, pip pip. I succeeded up to 1,200 steps. Peacebays, who had completed the Peacebays 1,200 step punch, flew home with a satisfied face. At that moment, Peacebays, are you fully charged? Flamey had come looking for Peacebays as the situation on Earth had become urgent. Although Flamey could go herself, the enemy was too small in size. No. But how far is the distance? Distance? Roughly 12,000 kilometers. Pip pip. Then I think I can do it. How? Pip pip. I just practiced a new technique. Peacebay's step was quite different from Quenge's. Pip pip. Flamey, see you on Earth then. With that, Peacebays moved to Earth. It's that way. Pip pip. Yes. Peacebay's 1,200 step punch. Peacebays used its new technique towards Austin. Chapter 388, Quenji beat Oryx severely. TL, Hancock, Austin, Texas, USA. The streets was filled with people who had heard the news of monsters entering the city and were fleeing from their vehicles in panic. And then, Keck, not long after, as a flesh-eater appeared from a distance. Get out of the way. Hurry up and go. Run. People began abandoning their belongings and hurriedly ran away. However, the roads were already packed with cars, and the path between the cars was so narrow that only two people could barely pass through. People wanted to move quickly, but they couldn't. Keck. Kwong. Fortunately, the flesh-eaters' speed slowed down as they struggled to clear the cars blocking their path. Everyone stay calm. If we move orderly, we can outpace those creatures. Yes. We can all survive if we move slowly. People who overcame their fear began to speak out courageously. Hearing these voices, those who regained their senses started to move in an orderly manner. By moving in an orderly fashion, their pace quickened compared to when they were in a rush, and they began to widen the distance between themselves and the flesh-eaters. As people widened the distance from the flesh-eaters, boom! A giant leech suddenly emerged from the ground, attacking the front of the refugees trying to escape Austin. It had traveled underground. Help! Run! The people, who had just felt relieved thinking they could finally escape the city, screamed. A giant leech in front and the flesh-eaters from behind. It was a dire situation. Then, bang! Something invisible from the sky crushed the giant leech flat. Who? And in the sky, the shape of something that had split the clouds remained. It was the shape of a giant bat. Of course, the same shape was imprinted on the ground where the giant leech had been. It was Peacebay's 1,200 step punch. Flamey had told Peacebays that the earth was round, and after hearing Flamey's words, Peacebays used the skill in a parabolic arc. That's why it came from the sky. Bang! Bang! Continuing, explosions and bat imprints appeared where the flesh-eaters were, dealing with most of the monsters. As it was dealing with invisible areas, it couldn't completely handle them all. However, the number of remaining flesh-eaters was now down to about 100, a manageable number for the hunters. Pip pip. Flamey Tildenim, I'll head back now. Sure. Good job. From the rooftop of Handler Building in Gangnam, Seoul, Peacebays, who had dealt with the monsters in America, returned to the tower. Of course, in Peacebay's hands were foods that Sejun would love. And then, hee. This should get a lot of views. A YouTuber filmed Peacebays flapping his wings toward America and disappearing and uploaded the video. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Alright, Sejun, who woke up in the morning. The seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Fons, the god of the spring, who was sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Fons, the god of the spring, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Fons, the god of the spring, creates a spring on a 3.3 square meter piece of land to repay his benefactor. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 5.75% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increases by 0.1. He briefly checked the messages while lying down. A spring? Considering the god's reward so far, it wouldn't be just ordinary water. Hee. What could it be? Sejun's curiosity was piqued. Mio, after grabbing sleeping Theo by the nape and putting him onto his lap. Pooh hut. Theo hugged Sejun's lap tightly, smiling contentedly. This guy? Sejun, his lips curling up in satisfaction, marked the date on the wall and stepped outside. Naturally, Iona, who was sleeping on Theo's tail, accompanied him. Thus, Sejun set out to find the spring. However, where is it? Even after circling the entire farm, he couldn't find the spring. I'll have to ask Quenji to find it later. Since Quenji could fly using telekinesis, he would have a good view from the sky. Kayut. Although Iona was nearby, Sejun didn't want to wake her, as she was sleeping contentedly, wrapped around Theo's tail for the first time in a long while. Time to make breakfast. Unable to find the spring, Sejun arrived at the kitchen. Who? Why is this here? The spring Sejun had been searching for was inside the kitchen. But, is this milk? Sejun looked at the milky white liquid inside the spring. It was filled with milk. Oh. Do I finally have my own milk spring too? Sejun chuckled, scooped up a glass of milk, drank it, and started cooking. The menu, roasted sweet potatoes, because they would taste amazing with milk. A while later, coo hey hey hey. Queuing. Hee hee hee. It was delicious. Ki hee. King. Hee hee. It was delicious. Quenji and Fenrir, who had eaten roasted sweet potatoes with milk, lay down with their butts pressed against Sejun's. Slurp. Sejun petted them while drinking a latte made by mixing milk into his self-brewed coffee. After finishing his latte, land moving, he created a 1.5 square meter Fons road for the god of the spring, Fons. Though he liked milk, it wasn't as good as chocolate, so he made a 1.5 square meter road accordingly. Fons Road. Fons, the god of the spring, who rewarded us with a milk spring. He was a pure white god. Sejun made the road and started cooking again for the dragon meeting. He stirred the soup once, went to the brewery, and used his fermentation skill. And then, summoned the slaves. He summoned the other tower farmers. Let's make Gararetiiox. They began making Gararetiiox together. Sejun and Quenji, Theo and Iona, Arjux and Veronica, Zelga and Auric formed teams, placing dough in molds and pressing them to make Gararetiiox. By the time they reached lunchtime, the 4 teens had made an enormous amount of Gararetiiox without stopping, almost enough to form a small hill. For reference, the Gararetiiox they made were only a fraction of the prepared dough. What should I do with this? Though he could store it in the void storage, he would have to take it out again later, which would be double the work. Arjux, call Ramtur Tildanim. Okay. Hyung. As Sejun was contemplating, he instructed Arjux to call Ramtur to take the Gararetiiox away. Collect. Our Sejun, you've worked hard. Refresh. Ramtur collected the Gararetiiox and cast recovery magic on Sejun and his companions before leaving. And then, Ramtur Tildanim personally casting recovery magic. The only time Grave Tildanim uses magic on me is when he's angry. Seeing this for the first time, Zelga and Auric were greatly shocked. Great dragons usually treat beings of lower rank as mere insects. But casting recovery magic and even encouraging Sejun, who was of a lower rank than them. Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildanim, what scam have you played on the dragons? Teach me too, Auric, laughing slyly, asked Sejun. He wanted Grave to stop hitting him. However, meow. Chairman Park doesn't scam people, meow. Queuing. Quenji's dad doesn't scam people. Theo and Quenji, enraged, grabbed Auric by the collar and dragged him to a corner, returning with bruises around his eyes. At that moment, growl. Quenji's stomach growled. Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildanim, it seems Quenji Tildanim is hungry. Let's have lunch. At some point, Auric had started referring to Quenji as Quenji Tildanim instead of just Quenji. Yes, let's eat. Lunch was, of course, Gararetiiox. Zelga, eat this with it. Thank you. He gave shrimp paste to Zelga, who preferred fish, to dip the Gararetiiox in. After having lunch, they continued making Gararetiiox until dinner. Guys, good job today. Let's have dinner before you go. Since they had worked especially hard today, Sejun decided to treat the tower farmers to dinner. Opening the void storage with the intention of making some simple pancakes, Sejun spotted something. Ooh? What's this? Right as he opened the storage, he saw an item wrapped in a black bag with a yellow post-it note attached. It's pork belly that Master Sejun likes. Enjoy. From Peacebays. Peacebays, thank you. Sejun, thankful to Peacebays who was likely listening somewhere, reached into the black bag and pulled out its contents. A chunk of red meat greeted Sejun. Hee hee hee. Pork belly, however, oh. I told the others not to leave. Sejun soon realized that there were many mouths to feed this pork belly to. Should I hide it? While Sejun was contemplating, Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildanim, that looks delicious. Auric, who had appeared out of nowhere, caught sight of the pork belly. Sigh. Go pull out some green onions and napa cabbages. Kelkulkul. Yes, since he had been caught anyway, Sejun decided to share it. Sejun made a green onion salad using the green onions Auric brought, and cut the napa cabbage into bite-sized pieces to use as wraps since they didn't have lettuce. Once the preparations were complete, sizzle, they grilled the pork belly and ate it together deliciously. As the atmosphere became more lively, Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildanim, I have some good liquor. Let's drink together. Auric handed Sejun a bottle he pulled from inside his pants, which seemed to have a dimensional magic spell cast on them. Although Sejun didn't like where it was pulled from, his curiosity about the liquor from another tower made him accept the bottle. Since it was contained in a bottle, he thought the contents inside would be fine, but horrible goblin whiskey? A whiskey made only with rotten food using a secret method passed down from generation to generation of the Red Goblin tribe. Upon consumption, you will be poisoned by B-grade poison. If you have a grade or higher poison resistance, you will not be poisoned. Usage restriction, stamina 1000 or higher. Maker, Red Goblin Tribe Elder Wiki. Shelf life, 10 years. Grade, A. Seeing the description, Sejun changed his mind. Auric, do you have poison resistance? Kelkulkul. Of course. What grade? Kelkulkul. Naturally, A grade. We Red Goblins fall into two categories, those who survived by achieving A-grade poison resistance and those who died trying. Really? Then do you think I have a grade poison resistance? Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildanim isn't a Red Goblin, so of course you don't. He. Knowing that, you still offered this to me. Quenji beat Auric severely. This was unforgivable. Queuing. Quenji will teach him a lesson. At Sejun's words, Quenji, who had been chewing on a piece of napa cabbage piled with 3 slices of pork belly and green onion salad, quickly swallowed the food and stood up. Meow. Auric tried to harm Chairman Park. Meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will punish Auric too. Meow. How dare you try to poison our Sejun Hyung? Moreover, Theo and Arjux also stood up, and Auric was dragged away by the 3 of them. Kelkulkul. Everyone, calm down. At least let me know what did I do wrong. Even while being dragged away, Auric had no idea what he had done wrong. I should put this away first. Sejun packed away the horrible goblin whiskey. Poison might come in handy someday, just like when he caught the giant electric eel with Eileen's food in the past. But it's a bit disappointing not to drink it after getting ready, Sejun said, looking at the empty glass. Should I go have just one drink? Suddenly craving alcohol, Sejun went to the brewery and opened the lid of the jar containing the samyangju. Whoa! Looks like it's done? A golden glow emanated from the jar. The samyangju made with golden rice was completed. And then, you have achieved the feat of making the first golden samyangju in the tower. The recipe for golden samyangju has been registered in Cooking LV9. Your proficiency in Cooking LV9 has slightly increased. An achievement message appeared just as Sejun thought. You have obtained a clue to achieve a great feat. A quest has been generated. A quest message also appeared following it. Is this the quest? He. This is too easy. Sejun smiled brightly after reading the quest content. Chapter 389, I can't believe it, meow. Chairman Park lasting for 10 seconds, meow. TL, Hangak, quest, make each leader of the Great 9 Dragon clans drink a glass of golden samyangju. Great Black Dragon Kaiser Pratani, 0-1. Great White Dragon Kellyan Mamib, 0-1. Great Golden Dragon Artemis Yol, 0-1. Great Silver Dragon Chrysella Hizron, 0-1. Great Red Dragon Ramtur Zahir, 0-1. Great Blue Dragon Kin Asta, 0-1. Great Brown Dragon Grave Runmar, 0-1. Great Green Dragon Brachio Iorg, 0-1. Great Purple Dragon Tir Peton, 0-1. Reward, 15 drops of Harvest Elixir. What kind of quest is this, to make dragons who can easily drink regular samyangju drink the golden samyangju? If you just give it to them, they'll drink it well on their own. He. The quest was so easy, but the reward was so good that Sejun couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, the leaders of the 9 dragon clans were all gathering soon, so there was no need to go out of his way. It was as good as done. But what's the option that requires it to be given to the leaders? Sejun checked the options of the golden samyangju. Golden samyangju? This is a liquor brewed 3 times using golden rice as an ingredient. It has a high alcohol content. When consumed, it activates a powerful anti-curse effect. If your mental strength is weak, it can cause extreme drunkenness. It has a sweet aroma and deep flavor. Chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade, SSS. It's not meant to make the dragons drunk. And the dragons wouldn't have weak mental strength, so they wouldn't get drunk from it. Then, anti-curse? Are they all cursed or something? Of course, it didn't make sense for such incredibly strong dragons to be cursed, but this was the most likely scenario. And Sejun's guess was correct. The dragons were under the curse of forgetfulness. Samyangju made from the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough could only temporarily lift the curse of forgetfulness, not permanently. This was why the dragons were so obsessed with samyangju. while the taste was one reason, they mainly drank it to lift the curse. Of course, there were dragons who drank it just for the taste. Ka-ha-wa-ha. Drink up. Ooh-ha-wa-ha. Sejun's liquor is the best. The snacks are the best too. Hee. Eat this spicy Kiangyang chili pepper, then drink a glass of Samyangju. Ku, it's amazing. Da-ha-ha-ha. I heard our Sejun is making a new liquor. I'm already looking forward to the dragon meeting. As usual, Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramter, and Tyr were talking while drinking near the fountain. At that moment, Ramter, but our purple dragon seems to be bringing around 1,500. Tyr cautiously brought up the topic. What? No way. I clearly said 1,000. Ramter rejected it firmly. I know. I do. But the hatchlings spread rumors that there would be delicious food at the dragon meeting. So our Poby went around telling everyone, and other dragons found out. Nonsense. How would the hatchlings know about that? Whom? Sorry. It seems my granddaughter wanted to help Sejun and told the other hatchlings. What? At Kaiser's words, Ramter was speechless. All the hatchlings of other dragon clans knew about it. Then the other dragon clans would bring at least 1,000 too. Ramter was furious at Eileen, who caused this trouble. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Eileen was only 200 years old, a young dragon, but she was the administrator of the Black Tower. Shouting at Eileen and getting kicked out of the Black Tower would mean losing any route to meet Sejun again. I'll first ask Sejun if he can increase the amount of food and then decide. Since it's because of us, let's go together. And so, the four went to find Sejun. He. Guys, come here. I'll give you a kiss. Meow. No way, meow. Queuing. Daddy's breath smells bad. King? How dare you try to put saliva on the noble wolf Fenrir, first seat of the Apostle of Destruction? What are you doing? What they saw was Sejun, lips puckered, trying to kiss Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir, who were squirming in his grasp. Of course, the strong Theo and Quenji pushed Sejun's face away with their paws, leaving Fenrir, who was weaker, to receive Sejun's kisses. Sejun had drunk a glass of golden Samyangju to taste it before going to bed, intending to fall asleep immediately. Sejun's drunken habit was to fall asleep. It didn't matter if he got extremely drunk. However, the extreme drunkenness status effect was a bit different from what Sejun expected. The drunken habit would activate randomly. This is the chance. The dragons realized that now, with Sejun drunk, was their chance. They quickly stated their business. All right then. Let's make it 20,000. As expected, Sejun readily agreed. But, in return, you have to receive my kisses. He. A big hurdle awaited them in the form of Sejun's kisses. Should we just knock him out and claim he agreed? Should we? Ramter, you just close your eyes and take it for the team. Are you crazy? While the dragons' opinions were leaning towards knocking Sejun out and claiming he agreed. Great dragons, what if Eileen Nuna kisses Chairman Park instead? Meow. Theo suggested a solution. Eileen? Oh. That would work. What? Eileen kissing? Over my dead body. Other dragons thought it was a good idea, but Kaiser was vehemently opposed, getting highly agitated. My cute, pretty, and beautiful granddaughter kissing. Even if I acknowledge Sejun, this old man is not ready, it's too soon by 100,000 years. By 100,000 years, Sejun would already be dead, but Kaiser couldn't even imagine his granddaughter kissing another man. They had already kissed once before, but Kaiser didn't know about that. Despite Kaiser's strong opposition, the tower's administrator says it is an excellent idea and praises Theo as Sejun's right-hand man. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Theo, am Chairman Park's excellent right-hand man, meow. The tower's administrator says she will be brushing her teeth, so Theo should prepare to activate the absolute protection engraved on Kyra's necklace. Understood, meow. Eileen and Theo were already preparing. Ki. Kissing Sejun is a rare opportunity, and then, whom? Should we step aside? Yeah. It's a bit awkward with old folks around. You punks. Over my dead body. Hold him down. The dragons dragged Kaiser away. They had recorded Sejun's words that he would increase the number of dragons invited to the dragon meeting to 20,000 if he just got a kiss. After a while, Eileen Nuna, I've activated absolute protection, meow. When Theo finished preparing, Sejun, I missed you. Eileen appeared before Sejun. Eileen? Yes, it's me. Oh. Eileen. He. Let's kiss. Okay. Sejun, smiling foolishly, puckered his lips towards Eileen, who quietly closed her eyes and leaned in with her own lips. Smooch! Although their lips remained pressed together for quite a while, Sejun did not pass out. Or maybe 1 second felt like an eternity. It was sad to say, but it was normal for Sejun to pass out as soon as they kissed. Although Sejun had become stronger, Eileen had grown even more during that time. However, meow. I can't believe it, meow. Chairman Park lasting for 10 seconds, meow. Hearing Theo's words, that didn't seem to be the case. My Sejun held out for 10 seconds. Eileen quickly opened her eyes upon hearing Theo's words. Then she saw Sejun's handsome face, eyes closed. Since he was still standing, he hadn't passed out. At that moment, swish! Sejun's eyes opened as he felt Eileen's gaze. And then, Eileen? Thud! Sejun collapsed, nose bleeding. 12 seconds was Sejun's limit. Still, it was a remarkable improvement, thanks to the fragment of Fenrir's core absorbed into Sejun's body. However, kihihit. King. Hee. Tastes good. The only being who could explain this, Fenrir, was safely enjoying dried sweet potato slices inside the void storage. Theo, please take care of Sejun. Eileen Nuna, got it, meow. Eileen quickly moved to the administrator's area to avoid causing any trouble for Sejun, entrusting him to Theo. Hee. I spent 12 whole seconds with Sejun without him passing out, while Eileen was delighted about spending the longest time with an awake Sejun. Hee. Sejun was dreaming happily about going on a picnic with Eileen, Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, leave it to me, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will surely fix Chairman Park's ugly face, meow. Squish. Squish. Theo pressed his paws on Sejun's face, kneading it earnestly. Whenever Theo saw Eileen's face and then Sejun's face, he always felt a surge of determination. Black Tower, 75th floor.
It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story.
Wandering Merchants Association Chairman's Office. A new candidate for the legendary merchant title has appeared after a long time. Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchants Association, said joyfully while looking at the documents that had just arrived. List of legendary merchant promotion candidates. Elite Wandering Merchant Theo. Theo had finally met the requirements for the legendary merchant promotion by earning over 10 trillion tower coins. I need to notify him to take the promotion exam. Mason wrote a letter summoning Theo for the legendary merchant promotion exam and sent it via a messenger bird. And then, P.O. I'll deliver that letter. P.O., who happened to have business on the 75th floor of the tower and had a messenger bird license, took the letter addressed to Theo. Since Theo couldn't leave the 99th floor of the tower to help the busy Sejun, P.O. had been collecting money with Uran on behalf of Theo. Of course, the fee was split 50-50. Since P.O. wasn't skilled enough to receive money as excellently as Theo yet, so it was gaining experience by collecting small amounts under 10,000 tower coins. P.H. I'll work hard to become the excellent right front paw of Theo Nim. P.O. Uran Nim, let's go see Theo Nim. Okay, and so, P.O., the right front paw, and Uran, the left front paw of Theo, headed to the 99th floor of the tower. P.O. Run away. P.O. Uran Nim, that's not the way. P.O. Stamp it. Of course, thanks to Uran's misfortune, the journey to the 99th floor was tough. The next morning. What? Did I really say to invite 20,000 dragons? Yes. Pwahahaha. You definitely said so. You said if you got a kiss, you'd increase the number to 20,000. A kiss? Sejun was bewildered by Ramta's words as soon as he woke up. Did I really say that? I definitely drank golden samyangju before bed, and I didn't sleep. Although there were gaps in his memory, he did recall bits and pieces, including the kiss with Eileen. Thinking about the kiss with Eileen made Sejun's face flush red. Whom? All right, I understand. Pwahawa. Great. Thank you. Then I'll leave it to you. Refresh. Feeling a bit sorry, Ramter used a healing spell on Sejun and returned to the fountain. Well, I guess I'll have to change my plans a bit. Sejun had originally planned to make fried fish with the fish. As the amount he had to make doubled, he hurriedly changed the menu to spicy fish stew. When increasing the amount, soup is the best. Alright, I need red pepper powder first, so I need to harvest the sundred red peppers. Summon Arjux. Hyung. Good morning. Sejun, along with Quenji and Arjux, harvested the sundred red peppers. You have harvested sundred red peppers. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. While Sejun was harvesting the sundred red peppers, a small sprout emerged from the ground from the sausage tree seed. And then, Hut. Sausage, you've woken up? Here. Eat this. It's a sapling nutrient. Flamey, who had been waiting for the sausage tree seed to sprout, handed over a tiny nutrient supplement. Flamey was starting early education for it to become a world tree. Chapter 390, Hee. I need to feed him this too. TL, Hancock, Austin, the capital of Texas, USA. Currently, the city center has become an empty city with no people. No, to be precise. Keek. It has become a city of flesh-eaters. Although Peacebays dealt with the flesh-eaters, their seeds remained. Neither Flamey nor Peacebays knew that they needed to remove the seeds as well. CIA headquarters meeting room. In the presence of the director and key executives, Robin was reporting the findings of his investigation. We analyzed the satellite images taken when the bat shape was etched into the ground in Austin, but we didn't find anything special. However, analyzing the atmospheric images, we determined that a force suddenly acted at a point 100 meters above Austin. Were there any witnesses who saw the golden bat? At an altitude of 100 meters, there should be witnesses. The director, who was listening to the report, asked. There are no survivors. Then who is the most suspicious entity? The most suspicious is the golden bat that appeared in Harbin, which China claims as their divine beast. In the last section of the report, the analysis department attached a report stating an 87% similarity between the golden bat and the bat shape. So the report suggests that what saved America is China's divine beast. The expression on the director's face, speaking with a sigh, was unusual. The same went for the other executives. What? No, that's not it. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Peter, an agent on his third day of work who had followed Robin, quietly raised his hand. Simultaneously, Robin's face crumpled. Hey, read the room. He had brought the new recruit to the meeting because there was supposed to be a debrief with the director afterward. With the atmosphere already tense, the moment the newbie added an irrelevant comment, the meeting room's atmosphere would freeze over, turning into the Arctic, and he would be dispatched to the Arctic after getting on the director's bad side. Stay quiet. Can't you see the mood? Robin shot laser-like signals at Peter with his eyes, but, nod. Peter seemed to take it as encouragement from his mentor, nodding resolutely. And then, take a look at this. He confidently showed the director and CIA executives the screen of the laptop he was using. YouTube? You bastard! You were watching YouTube during the meeting? Robin, who had hoped he had a genius recruit like in the movies, despaired. It was confirmed he was heading to the Arctic. Should I hand in my resignation? While Robin was seriously contemplating pulling out his resignation letter from his pocket. Currently, it's 5 a.m. This is the 110th day of Miracle Morning. In the meeting room, where everyone was stunned into silence, a video began playing. About 2 minutes into the video, guys. Do you see that? Over there. On the building rooftop. Isn't that the golden bat? The man in the video exclaimed excitedly, filming a rooftop of a building. On the rooftop, a single golden bat was perched on the railing, flapping its wings towards the sky. The video ended with the golden bat holding a black bag and disappearing. Whom? What's your name? When the video ended, the director asked for Peter's name. Peter Lee. Peter answered energetically to the director's question. Okay. Peter, I see the golden bat in this video, but why did you show it to us? Because this video is a witness to the Austin incident. Witness? Yes. If you watch the video, Peter continued explaining while watching the video. The golden bat appeared at 5:03 a.m. Seoul time, swung its wings, and at 3:05 p.m. Texas time, the bat-shaped marks appeared. Wait! Considering the 14-hour time difference between Seoul and Texas, does that mean it crossed 12,000 kilometers in 2 minutes and dealt with the monsters? The deputy director, listening, checked the time difference on his smartphone and asked in a shocked voice. Yes. To be exact, it's 1 minute and 53 seconds. I couldn't believe it myself. So I found the GPS coordinates of the building in the video and analyzed the direction in which the golden bat swung its wings, and it matches Austin. How is that possible? Where exactly is the location of the building in this video? It's the Hanla building in Gangnam, and it's owned by Park Sejun. Peter, who had already investigated, spoke without hesitation. What? Park Sejun? Why is that name coming up here? The CIA executives in the meeting room were all flustered by Peter's report. Park Sejun. Currently, he is a hunter who has a significant influence on Earth by selling crop items and is known to be the strongest among the hunters. However, it is known that he has never left the tower for everyone's safety since entering it. But now, the golden bat, which China claimed to be their divine beast, appeared on the rooftop of Park Sejun's building. Something is up. Robin, immediately head to Korea with Peter. Go and find out the relationship between the golden bat and Park Sejun. What? Korea? Robin, who was listening to Peter's explanation in a daze, answered. Yes. Hurry, yes. We'll leave immediately. Well done, Peter. Robin looked at Peter with admiringly, nodding approvingly, and Peter also nodded back to Robin, who believed in him. 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Now it's time to dry. Greenhouse. Greenhouse LV4 is activated. A warm greenhouse is created within a radius of 2 kilometers. Your proficiency of Greenhouse LV4 increases. Sejun used the greenhouse skill to make the sundered red peppers as if they were in a vinyl greenhouse. Since there were only 2 days left until the dragon's meeting, there was no time to air dry the sundered red peppers naturally. Quenji, gently blow some wind inside here. Queuing. Understood. Sejun instructed Quenji to blow wind inside the greenhouse. Wind was necessary for drying. After a few hours of drying the sundered red peppers, crackle. They were so dry that they crumbled at a slight touch. Good. Iona, please grind this. Kayut. Sure. Power of the wind, crush my enemies. Tornado. With Iona's magic, the sundered red peppers were finely ground, and the red powder was stored in Sejun's void storage through Iona's magic. At that moment, Kelkulkul. Sejun Tildenim, I have finished making the Gararetiox. Do you have any other tasks for me? Auric, who had made Gararetiox with other tower farmers, hurriedly ran over to report, trying to regain the points he lost to Sejun yesterday. Good job. Take a break for a while, Kelkulkul. Yes, when Auric left, the porridge was complete. The Gararetiox were complete. The Samyangju was complete. The grape wine would be opened on the day of the event. Sejun checked the current situation. Now, I just need to cut the fruits for dessert and cook the spicy fish stew, and we're done. It seemed like everything would be almost finished by tomorrow morning. At that moment, hey, go. Quenji's stomach made a loud noise as he was proudly looking at the paper with 5-star stamps he had received from Sejun. It was lunchtime. It's time to eat. The most convenient thing was the freshly made Gararetiox, so Sejun decided to make soy sauce tteokbokki for the first time in a while, using the soy sauce he had brewed himself. Finally, yesterday, the soy sauce and soybean paste were completed. Normally, it would have taken a long time, but thanks to the fermentation skill it was completed sooner. Wow! Hyung Tildenim, you're making soy sauce tteokbokki? Guys, this is really delicious. You guys haven't tried it, right? I've had it before. Arjux, who had already tasted it before, boasted about the taste of soy sauce tteokbokki to the other tower farmers. While Arjux was chattering away, everyone, let's eat. Sejun called his companions after making the soy sauce tteokbokki, and then, hey. Queuing. He. It's delicious. He. As expected of Sejun Hyung, as expected, Sejun Nim's cooking. This is really good. But I still prefer Sejun Nim's steamed potatoes. Kelkulkul. It's truly delicious. In that spirit, next time I'll make rice cakes with goblin vision. No, thanks. Everyone started eating the soy sauce tteokbokki, showering Sejun's cooking with praise. King? Hey! What about my food? You seem to be neglecting me lately. Fenrir, feeling neglected because Sejun had been busy preparing for the dragon's meeting, complained. I know. I have food for you too, Blackie. Here, Sejun finally chopped the soy sauce tteokbokki to make it easier for Fenrir to eat and put it in his bowl. Chomp. Delicious. Fenrir, who had been whining just a moment ago, quieted down after eating the soy sauce tteokbokki. The feelings of neglect melted away along with the soy sauce tteokbokki in his mouth. having taken care of Fenrir's meal as well. Hee. I'll eat it spicy. Craving a spicy flavor, Sejun sprinkled the pepper powder made from sundred red peppers on his tteokbokki and ate it. Then, you have consumed sundred red pepper powder. If exposed to light for 1 minute, one of your stats will randomly increase by 0.0002. Messages appeared. After 1 minute, you have received enough light. Your strength stat has increased by 0.0002. Sejun's stats began to increase as he sat quietly, absorbing the light. Although the increase was small, gaining stats while eating delicious food was practically a bonus. Your soul is filled with the outpouring of praise. Your mental strength increases by 3. His mental strength also increased. Hee. Today's lunch was satisfying. Sejun chuckled happily as he ground coffee beans to make coffee. Pio. Hello, Sejun Nim. Hello. Pio and Yoren appeared. Pio. Theo tilde Nim. A letter. Pio, sitting on Sejun's knee, handed a letter from the Wandering Merchant Association to Theo, who was grooming himself. Meow? Who sent this, meow? Theo, who had never received a letter before, read the letter with a puzzled look. And then, poo-hoo heart. Theo kept laughing as he read the letter. Vice Chairman Theo, what's in the letter? Sejun, who became curious about the contents of the letter seeing Theo like that, asked. Poo-hoo heart. Chairman Park, the Wandering Merchant Association has invited me, Vice Chairman Theo, to take the Legendary Merchant Promotion Exam. Meow. Legendary Merchant? Poo-hoo heart. That's right, meow, Theo said in a smug voice. Starting as a novice wandering merchant, I am finally about to become a legendary merchant, meow. Chairman Park must also be a part of this glorious moment, meow. Theo thought about getting the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower, so that he can go to the Wandering Merchant Association headquarters with Sejun. And he imagined himself becoming a legendary merchant while receiving congratulations from Sejun. Poo-hoo heart. Just thinking about it makes me excited, meow. About what? It's something like that, meow. Chairman Park, I'll be back after a quick trip down, meow. Okay, got it. Oh, by the way, if you come across the land deed for the 68th floor of the tower, bring it back too, Sejun asked Theo since Eileen mentioned sensing the power of destruction on the 68th floor. Understood, meow. Pio, Yoren, let's go, meow. Have a safe trip. While Sejun was seeing Theo off, Kihit. King. Hee. I figured it out. Fenrir had a great realization. King. Since receiving my core, the butler's food has gotten tastier. So if I give more of my core, the food will get even tastier, right? Fenrir was mistaken. Sejun simply made the food he wanted to, and it just happened to suit Fenrir's taste. However, Fenrir, who considered himself a clever wolf, believed he couldn't be wrong. And then, Kihit. King. Hee. I need to feed him this too. Holding the 1% core fragment that Sejun had given him to play with as a toy, Fenrir began to look for an opportunity to put the core fragment into Sejun's mouth. Swallowing a core fragment beyond one's capacity would be incredibly painful. But, King? Blackie. Why are you trying to put this thing with your saliva on it into my mouth? He failed. Chapter 391, I'm cancelling this, meow. TL, Hancock, Minnesota, USA. Father, it would have been better if you had just handed over the chairman position obediently, Michael said as he entered the huge house's foyer. Michael, you're insane. Killing a dragon that doesn't even exist? Get a grip. Gaggle's chairman, William, shouted at Michael in an angry voice. Hundreds of hunters were surrounding Michael. A few days ago, Michael had started acting strangely after coming out of the tower. He began killing people. Not just a few, but hundreds. When William found out, he sent hunters to subdue Michael and asked him why he killed people. Cook. To kill the dragon and rule the tower, I need power. Give me your chairman position as well, father. Then, Michael, who was talking nonsense, was confined to a hunter-only mental hospital. However, Michael managed to kill all the hunters guarding and hunters admitted inside the hospital and escaped to show up here. It's okay to kill him. I have plenty of sons anyway. Yes. At William's words, the head of the security team responded and signaled the other hunters. The hunters then quickly rushed at Michael. Cook. That's how it should be. Then I will take the chairman position with my own power. Michael laughed sinisterly and charged at the approaching hunters. This can't be. The fight ended in an instant. With Michael's massacre, no one could properly see Michael's movements. Then, Goodbye, Michael, spare cuck. Michael became the new chairman of Gaggle. 99th floor of the Golden Tower. Inside a cave. Boom! Thanks to the massive lightning striking the ground, the inside of the cave was bright as day. The cave housed residential facilities and vast fields where thousands of elves lived. Usually, the elves quietly farmed, but now, Cecilia, fighting. Cecilia, you can do it. All the elves were standing around the cherry tomato field, cheering for the blonde elf who was diligently harvesting cherry tomatoes in the field. Cecilia, the tower farmer of the Golden Tower, was participating in the first event of the Harvest Festival, the cherry tomato harvesting competition. Not long ago, while harvesting cherry tomatoes, an elf had harvested the High Elf's cherry tomato altar. Cecilia had offered 15 different crops she harvested to the altar and held the Harvest Festival. As a result, the first event of the Harvest Festival, the cherry tomato harvesting competition, was held, and Cecilia participated in it. The outcome was Cherry Tomato Harvesting Competition Rankings. First, Cecilia, 13,172 tomatoes. Second, Penelli, 2,300 tomatoes. Naturally, Cecilia took first place with an overwhelming score. Cecilia Nim, that's unfair. Cecilia Nim is greedy. She received some complaints from the young elves. As a reward for first place, she received 5 A-grade magical cherry tomatoes. Magical cherry tomato? Unlike the regular cherry tomatoes they ate, these were items. The producer was the Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, who was also a tower farmer like her. It increases magic power by 10 for 10 minutes. While 10 magic power was not very useful, the fact that eating a crop could increase magic power was amazing. However, since they didn't focus on taste, it would not be as delicious as my cherry tomatoes. According to Cecilia's common sense, it was natural. It's obvious that the taste would be inferior if some of the nutrients go to magic power. Still, I should try it. Kids, each of you have one. Thank you. NOM. Cecilia offered the magic cherry tomatoes to the young elves and picked one up herself, putting it in her mouth and biting down. But then, splat! The moment the cherry tomato juice burst, Cecilia realized that these cherry tomatoes were entirely different from the ones she used to grow. So delicious. They're incredibly tasty. The phrase "are bursting with juices" naturally came to mind. As Cecilia savored the flavor of the cherry tomato, she looked at her hand to grab another one, but, wow! This is really delicious. Is this really a cherry tomato? The other elves had already taken them all. Cecilia, you fool! Why did you offer them? While Cecilia was berating herself for more than a day for not being able to forget the taste of the cherry tomatoes, the second event of the Harvest Festival, the Cherry Tomato Eating Contest, will begin shortly. Participants who wish to join the contest, please gather in front of the High Elf's giant cherry tomato altar. The second event of the Harvest Festival had begun. This time, I won't give any to anyone, Cecilia firmly resolved as she participated in the contest. On the way down the tower, Pooh Hut. Where do you think we should go to find the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower, meow? Theo asked his companions. They had already visited every possible place, so he was asking his companions where to go next. He. If we just ask a passing merchant, they might tell us, right? Yoren replied with a slightly dazed look on his face. His expression naturally made one want to scam him. At this point, isn't it Yoren's fault rather than the scammers? With that dazed look, and having a lot of money, he had the kind of face that made even an ordinary person want to scam him. As Theo pondered the topic of whose fault it is that Yoren gets scammed, meow, Kayut. I contacted the association and found out that the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower is with the Wandering Merchants Association, and the land deed for the 68th floor of the tower is held by the Lizard King of the Lizard Men, Iona answered, opening her eyes. Though it seemed she had been sleeping, she had made the vice-chairman of the Wizards Association find out the location of the land deeds. The information power of the Wizards Association was impressive. Meow? Is that true, meow? Iona, thank you, meow, Kayut. I'm happy to be of help to you, Theo Tildenim, but where is the Lizard King, meow? Pio, I know. The Lizard King is on the 69th floor of the tower. Pio, eager to share what he knew, raised his wings and answered quickly. Pooh Hut. Then we'll stop by the 75th floor first, then head to the 69th floor, meow. Thanks to Iona's information, Theo and his companions headed straight to the 75th floor without any detours. Then, Theo Tildenim, there's a fork in the road. A fragment of Jormungandr, brought on by Yoren's misfortune, appeared. Pooh Hut. Yoren, which way, meow? I want to go left. Got it, meow. Hearing Uran's answer, Theo swung his front paw toward the left path. Then, crack! The left path, no, the fragment of Jormungandr, split into 6 pieces. Clink! Pio! Pio quickly flew over and picked up the falling white coins. After dealing with the fragment of Jormungandr and moving a little further. Cook. Lucky me, finding 3 newbies here. The life-draining wizard Roku, will take your life force. And of course, your belongings. A green goblin in a black robe appeared, but, I don't like your laugh, meow. Whack! He was knocked out by Theo's punch to the back of his head. Pio! Stamp it! Thump! In the meantime, Pio took out a slave contract, got Roku's handprint on it, and looted his belongings. Kayut. Theo Tildenim, please leave Roku to me. He's a wanted criminal by our Wizards Association. In return, I'll give you the reward money. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. By the way, how much is the reward, meow? Kayut. It's 5 million tower coins. They also got an extra reward too. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, there's always much to gain when traveling with Uran, meow. Theo walked confidently with a bright smile towards the 75th floor of the tower. A little while later, when Theo and his companions arrived at the office of the Wandering Merchants Association. Welcome, Chairman Iona of the Wizards Association, legendary merchant Uran, diplomat Pio of the Kingdom of Cove, and Theo Tildenim. Nice to meet you all. Then, it seems Theo Tildenim has passed the first stage of the legendary merchant promotion test. Mason greeted the group and informed Theo that he had passed the first stage of the legendary merchant promotion test. Meow? What do you mean, meow? Theo was flustered by Mason's words. He planned to take the promotion test with Chairman Park. He didn't want to pass it now. Didn't you know? The first stage of the legendary merchant promotion test is to bring 3 reputable figures from the Black Tower to verify the merchant's connections. I assumed you all came together because Uranim informed me beforehand. No, meow. I'm cancelling this, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am not taking the promotion test yet, meow. Theo, who wanted to pass the promotion test together with Sejun, shouted. Ah. I see. Then, if you're not here for the promotion test, why have you come? Mason asked the reason for their visit. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Mason, sell me the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower, meow. The land deed for the 75th floor of the tower? One moment, please. Mason instructed a subordinate to bring the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower. But, Chairman, the subordinate returned empty-handed and whispered to Mason. If only you had come a little earlier. It was sold 10 minutes ago. It was already sold. Meow? To whom did you sell it, meow? We don't know. We received 5 times the market price in exchange for not asking for their identity. Kayut. Theo Tildenim, let's hurry. If it's only been 10 minutes, they might still be nearby. Got it, meow. With that, Theo stepped outside. Where could the land deed for the 75th floor be? Theo stretched his front paws forward and called out earnestly for the land deed for the 75th floor. I, Vice Chairman Theo, have golden front paws, meow. Then he felt a pull. But, meow, there wasn't just one pull. I'll check them all, meow. Let's go, meow. Theo grabbed Pio and Uran with his front paws and disappeared using meow step. Theo moved quickly, checking everything he felt a pull towards, but they were all other items, not the land deed. Only one left, meow. Theo headed towards the last pull. And then, stop right there, meow. Theo called out to a brown orc he felt the pull from. What do you want? Wait. Who is this? The brown orc turned around at the call and, upon seeing Uran, smiled brightly. Barker? On the contrary, Uran's expression was not good. It was natural. Barker was the one who had taken a commission of 300 billion tower coins to find treasure for Uran only to abandon him in a maze and run away. Thanks to this, Barker held a proud spot as the 10th name on Uran's blacklist. Just when he thought he could settle down and quietly live on a farm, was this a divine revelation telling him to pull one last big job? Barker's eyes gleamed as he looked at Uran. Uran, I'm sorry about that time. I got lost myself? Barker hurriedly started preparing his next scam. What? You didn't abandon me? If Uran were alone, he would have the misfortune of being scammed, but the moment he is with Theo, Uran's misfortune disappears and turns into Theo's luck. Kayut. Theo Tildenim, This is Barker, a client killer who deliberately abandons clients in dangerous places and runs away. With the Mercenary Association's bounty of 15 million tower coins and other bounties combined, it exceeds 100 million tower coins. Thanks to Iona, who could provide real-time information from the association, they could collect a hefty bounty as well. Pooh-hoo hut. Let's get the stamp from him first and talk later, meow. Theo smiled as he approached Barker. Pooh-hoo hut. Pio took out a slave contract and prepared to stamp it. He. Uran, thinking of hitting Barker, pulled out some money from his pocket. Chapter 392, he. It's give and take. TL, Hangak, Black Tower Administrator Area. He. I hope our Sejun gets stronger quickly after eating this. Eileen laughed as she looked at the black liquid boiling in the giant pot. It was a healthy dish for Sejun. Because Sejun gave Eileen a kiss, they met sooner than Eileen had expected, so she would deliver the food later. He. Now it will be complete after boiling for a day, Eileen said as she closed the lid of the giant pot. Just then, thud, a massive dragon and a small dragon hanging from its tail entered the administrator area. It was the grey golden dragon Godiella and her son Hocus. Hello, Aunt Godiella. But what brings Hocus Oppa here? Eileen greeted Godiella and asked, looking at Hocus. Usually, only Godiella came to buy the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. Eileen, I can polymorph now too, Hocus said, puffing out his nostrils strongly in response to Eileen's question. He had come to brag to Eileen that he could now polymorph. Since Harkoon polymorphed at 600 years old and was called a genius, it was worth bragging about. Having already received tremendous praise among the golden dragons, Hocus' confidence was sky-high. Here. Look. Polymorph. Hocus used polymorph and transformed into a blonde man. Naturally, he was incredibly handsome due to his racial traits. Though the polymorph was unstable, and horns slightly protruded from his head, they were not visible if he covered them with his hair. Hoo. Eileen, how do I look? Hocus spun around, showing off his appearance to Eileen. He. My Sejun is still the best looking. Watching Hocus, Eileen recalled Sejun's handsome face. No matter how you looked at it, Hocus was much more handsome, but Eileen's taste was not ordinary. Wow! Hocus Oppa, you look amazing. When Eileen praised Hocus, yeah. Hoo. Receiving praise from Eileen, who was 350 years younger, made Hocus feel very pleased. After Hocus finished showing off his polymorph, Eileen, can you give me the white cherry tomatoes? Godiella stated her business to Eileen. Yes, just a moment. Eileen took out 50 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes from her storage. These days, Eileen didn't sell elixir-grade cherry tomatoes in large quantities. The reason was that when Eileen initially sold them to the 9 dragon clans for 10 billion tower coins each, the stock of elixir-grade cherry tomatoes had greatly decreased. The elixir-grade cherry tomatoes were being consumed in large quantities within the tower because Sejun, Eileen, and the Black Tower members were eating them together. So, originally, they weren't going to sell any more elixir-grade cherry tomatoes until the stock increased, but an incident occurred. Parion, a 550-year-old hatchling of the Great Red Dragon, succeeded in polymorphing immediately after consuming the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. When that news spread to other hatchling parents, they clamored for cherry tomatoes at the Black Tower. Thus, Sejun came up with the idea to sell 50 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes every 3 days. Then wouldn't it be better to just sell 500 in a month? Eileen didn't understand, but accepted it since it was Sejun's opinion. However, Eileen, can you also give me 10,000 each of the peanuts and magical cherry tomatoes I ate last time? Yes. Now, she understood Sejun's intention. The frequent visits of the dragons had significantly increased the sales of other crops. Mom, also get dried sweet potatoes and garetiox. And today, they even had additional sales of Hocus snacks. Eileen, give me 10 each of what Hocus mentioned. No. 100 each. Buy me 100 each. As his mother tried to buy fewer snacks, Hocus started to whine. Oh dear, Godiella sighed as she watched Hocus. This thoughtless son of mine. Your father worked so hard breathing fire that his throat hurt to earn this money times. Eileen, give him 100 each. Yes, after all, no parent can win against their child. Hoo. Thanks, Mom. Feeling happy with his snacks, Hocus clung to Godiella's tail and acted cute. HMPH. You're only grateful at times like this. Go hug your dad when he comes back and thank him for his hard work. Got it? Yes. Although Godiella spoke nonchalantly, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Eileen watched silently as Godiella and Hocus interacted warmly. Is my Sejun's contribution points increasing well? She quickly checked Sejun's contribution points through the crystal orb. Black Tower 4th floor Flesh Eaters extermination contributions. First place if Park Sejun, 17,520,042 monsters. Second place, Han Taijun, 3,112 monsters. Third place, Leon, 1,934 monsters. The ranking was overwhelmingly dominated by Sejun, with his number increasing by about 6 million compared to before. Kehehehe. Just 2.5 million more, and I can make Sejun stronger. Mid-level administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun's contribution have increased by 1 point. Kehehehe. It's rising well, as Eileen was smiling while looking at Sejun's contribution rising through the crystal ball. Thud. A great purple dragon hurriedly entered the administrator area. Hello, Aunt Zain, Eileen greeted. Yes, Eileen, can you give me all the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, magical peanuts, and magical cherry tomatoes you have? Poby's mother, Zain, demanded all crops related to magic. Zain had heard the news that the 500-year-old Hocus had successfully polymorphed just a moment ago. According to age order, the next in line for polymorphing was her 400-year-old Poby. But what if Garrick, who was 350 years old, or Sylvia, who was 300 years old, polymorphed first? She absolutely couldn't stand to see that happen. To prevent that, Zain had urgently flown over to buy all the peanuts and cherry tomatoes that helped with magic growth. Please wait a moment. It was another busy day for Eileen. Black Tower 99th floor. All right. Let's call it a day here. After having lunch and finishing the fruit preparation with Quenji and the tower farmers, Sejun spoke in a satisfied voice. Your soul is filled with fulfillment from accomplishing many tasks. Mental strength increases by 5. In the meantime, his mental strength had also increased. And then, everyone, gather around. He called his companions for one last meal together. Although there was still spicy fish stew left, he could eat that alone. After the final meal, guys, thank you for your hard work. Take these and enjoy them. Sejun gave gifts to show his gratitude for their efforts. He gave pancakes to Veronica, steamed potatoes to Zelga, and soybean paste to Auric. Auric seemed to like fermented food in general, so among Sejun's foods, he liked soybean paste the most. Thank you, Sejun Nim. Thank you, Keik. Thank you. Call us again if you need anything. Okay. Take care. Sejun sent off Veronica, Zelga, and Auric, then went to the bedroom with Arjux and Fenrir. Arjux, good night. Okay. You too, Hyung, good night. Arjux lay down with his head resting on Sejun's arm and closed his eyes. But, I'm not going to sleep. When the butler falls asleep, I'll quickly put my core in his mouth. Fenrir showed his determination not to sleep, as he wanted to feed Sejun his 1% core fragment. However, Blackie, good night. When Sejun petted Fenrir's head about twice, Kirarong. Fenrir was the first to fall asleep, snoring softly. Thus, in the early morning when everyone was asleep, King. Oh no. I fell asleep. Fenrir hurriedly opened his eyes and looked around. Kuioia. Ararong. He saw Sejun and Arjux deeply asleep. A perfect opportunity. Yeah, I fell asleep on purpose. I was originally aiming for this time. Fenrir, unable to admit that he had dozed off before a critical mission, which was unbecoming of the noble god-hunting wolf and the first seat of Apostle of Destruction, convinced himself it was all part of the plan. He then placed the core fragment he had been holding into Sejun's mouth. Squish! Squish! Kihihi! King! Hee. My core, go in and tell him to make something delicious. With a desperate desire to eat something delicious, he diligently pressed the core fragment with his front paws. Then, gulp! Fenrir's core fragment slid smoothly down Sejun's throat. Kook! Sejun, who swallowed Fenrir's core fragment, writhed in pain and fainted. Experiencing such a strange occurrence while asleep, Sejun was indeed having an unusual experience. As Sejun passed out, Kihihi! King? Hee. There'll be something delicious for breakfast, right? Kirarong. Fenrir, expecting a delicious breakfast, climbed onto Sejun's chest and fell asleep. And then, a wolf? Sejun dreamt of being pinned down and licked all over by a giant wolf. Yuhyok. Having a nightmare, Sejun woke up early. You have forcibly ingested a purified piece of Fenrir's core. You have absorbed a core fragment containing 1% of Fenrir's power. The power of the existing Fenrir's core fragments has been combined. You now have 1.0078% of Fenrir's power accumulated in your body. The range to detect other Fenrir's core fragments has greatly expanded. The range to detect the power of the Apostle of Destruction has greatly expanded. Sejun looked at the messages that appeared before him with curiosity. I've been forcibly ingested Fenrir's core fragments again? Who the hell keeps forcibly feeding it to me? Sejun hurriedly asked Eileen if anyone had entered his bedroom, but Eileen didn't know either. Fenrir had woken up briefly at dawn. Coincidentally, at that time, Eileen had been searching for the power of destruction. Moreover, even Peacebase was training during that time, so there were no witnesses. Is it okay to keep eating this? Sejun spoke in a concerned voice. Last time, he had let it slide because the message said it saved him, but no matter how purified it was, he doubted whether he should keep eating Fenrir's core fragments. At times like this, Theo, the thief catcher, should be here. Ararong. Kurong. Someone intruded at dawn, and you guys are still sleepy? Sejun grumbled at the two who were sleeping soundly, marked the date on the bedroom wall, and stepped outside to start his morning on the 398th day of entering the tower. Now, all that's left is to boil the spicy fish stew. Sejun walked around the farm, organizing his tasks for the day. As he was walking around the farm, the 6-clove garlic of mental strength is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. Stamina stat potential increases from 3023 to 3024. A message indicating an increase in potential appeared. Up to this point, it was nothing unusual. An additional effect occurs due to Fenrir's power. Stamina stat increases by 0.1. Once Fenrir's power accumulated in Sejun's body exceeded 1%, additional effects began to appear. What is this? As Sejun wondered, the seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Raxel, the god of rock salt, who was sealed in the Earth's gem, is released from the seal. Raxel, the god of rock salt, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Raxel, the god of rock salt, creates a rock salt mine on 3.3 square meters of land as a token of gratitude. The god, released from the Earth's jewel, repaid Sejun and departed. A rock salt mine? It wouldn't be regular salt, would it? Maybe golden salt? Sejun, filled with anticipation, went to find the rock salt mine. However, it's just regular salt. The rock salt mine created by Raxel, the god of rock salt, contained only regular salt. Raxel Road. Raxel, the god of rock salt, who repaid us with a rock salt mine. He was a very stingy god. So, to match the stingy god, Sejun also made a 1 square meter road. He. It's give and take. Sejun was merciless even with gods. Chapter 393, Finally, I can rest. TL, Hangak, 75th floor of the tower, Mercenary Association branch. Bang! Pooh hut. Give me my bounty, meow. Theo, having retrieved 1.3 trillion tower coins that Uran had been scammed out of and the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower, burst through the door of the Mercenary Association. Ooh hee. Behind Theo, holding the rope that tied up Barker, whose eyes were bruised blue, Uran entered with a satisfied expression. What? Who dares to, Who dares to cause trouble in the Mercenary Association, The mercenaries, who had jumped up and drawn their weapons to punish the rogue who dared to roughly open the door of the Mercenary Association, quietly sat back down. The mercenaries avoided making eye contact with Theo and his party as if they had seen something they shouldn't have. Whoa! Did I almost die just now? They didn't see me frowning, did they? It wasn't because of Theo. Kayut. It was because of Iona, who was wrapped around Theo's tail, laughing pleasantly. Iona, the wizard of great destruction. She was one of the beings that mercenaries must be aware of if they were to survive. She was not only the master of the Wizard Tower and the chairman of the Wizard Association, who were also major clients of the Mercenary Association, but also because too many mercenaries had disappeared after underestimating Iona's cute appearance. Recognizing Iona was a very fortunate thing for the mercenaries, but it's a shame, meow. It's a shame. I would have gotten their stamps. It was very regrettable for Theo and Pio, who had missed the chance to make more slaves. A little later, here is the bounty for the client killer Barker. The Mercenary Association's bounty is 15 million tower coins, and including the bounties placed by other clients, the total comes to 103 million tower coins. The branch manager of the Mercenary Association, having heard that Iona had arrived, personally came out to calculate the bounty. Pooh hut. Thank you, meow. Thus, Theo handed over Barker and pocketed the bounty. Pooh hut. Now let's go to the Lizard King, meow. Theo, Iona, Pio, and Uran moved to the 69th floor of the tower, where the Lizard King resided, to obtain the land deed for the 68th floor that Sejun had asked for. 99th floor of the Golden Tower. The cherry tomato eating contest is starting. With the message announcing the start of the contest, baskets filled with cherry tomatoes appeared in front of the participating elves. And then, oh, what's this? Are these really cherry tomatoes? The elves who ate the cherry tomatoes were astonished. These are the food for the eating contest, not the prize? Cecilia was shocked in a different way than the other elves. This was because all the tomatoes in her basket were magical cherry tomatoes. Then what will they give as a prize? I must win first place. Cecilia, who had participated to obtain magical cherry tomatoes, was fired up. But despite her intense determination, Cecilia's hands moved very slowly. Cecilia's limit was 5 cherry tomatoes. Even among elves who ate little, she ate particularly little. Due to the lack of food, this was usually advantageous for survival. I want to eat more, but today, it was incredibly frustrating. Cherry tomato eating contest rankings. First, botany, 30. Second, Irigin, 29. 1920th, Cecilia, 5. In the end, Cecilia came in last place. Who? This cherry tomato is white. Wow! This is really delicious and increases magic power by 10, and could only watch as the elves who placed first, second, and third ate the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. So petty, they didn't even offer me one. Cecilia resented her ungrateful comrades and prepared for the next contest. The third contest must be a tomato wine drinking contest, right? Drinker Cecilia is coming. Cecilia ate liver-friendly foods as she prepared for the third contest of the Harvest Festival. Black Tower, 99th floor. Guys, fill it up with water. Ice cube, queuing. Okay. Hyung. Water ball, Kuung. Moo. Following Sejun's instructions, Quenji, Arjux, Pink Fur, and the Black Minotaurs began pouring water into the massive stone pot. Arjux used magic, while the others fetched water from the pond and the fountain to fill the pot. At first, because the pot was so large, it seemed like trying to fill a broken jar, but over time, the water level gradually rose. Once the pot was filled, Sejun added the ingredients for the spicy fish stew into the stone pot and, snap! With a flick of his fingers, he created a massive flame and threw it into the fire pit stacked with firewood. Then, whoosh! The firewood caught fire, and flames rose. However, because Sejun had added ice to the pot to fill it with water, the temperature was low, and the water didn't boil quickly. Quenji, queuing fu, queuing. Queuing. Got it. I'll use queuing fu. Ku-eng. At Sejun's request, Quenji blew a strong wind into the fire pit. Then, whoosh! The flames instantly became several times stronger. Thanks to that, the massive stone pot filled with 1 million servings of spicy fish stew began to boil rapidly. Hee. Cooking is all about the heat. Sejun then seasoned the boiling spicy fish stew. Great. It's done. Arjux, go call Ramter Tildenim. Okay. Hyung, once the spicy fish stew was ready, he called Ramter immediately. There was no room, so it had to be cleared out quickly. Collect. Our Sejun has worked hard. Refresh. Ramter, who took the spicy fish stew in the stone pot, cast a recovery spell on Sejun and the other companions before leaving. After Ramter left, land moving. Using his skill, Sejun created another giant stone pot over the fire pit. And then, guys, pour it. They began filling it with water again. Hee. Just 9 more times, and it'll be done. When they were making the 6th batch of 1 million servings of spicy fish stew, guys, hang in there just a little longer even if it's tough. Sejun, drinking a blue mugwort juice potion to recover his magic, cheered on Arjux, Quenji, Pink Fur, and the Black Minotaurs, with a face that looked like he was dying from exhaustion. However, his companions didn't seem to share Sejun's sentiments at all. This isn't tough at all. All the others were perfectly fine. As usual, Sejun was still quite weak compared to anyone who might be concerned about others here. King! Hey! Don't overdo it. You still have to make my food later, to the point that even Fenrir, the sunfish, was worried about him. Phew. I'll rest for a bit. In the end, Sejun took a break alone. I'm so tired. I should at least have some coffee. As Sejun was grinding coffee beans, trying to endure with the power of caffeine. Your soul is filled with the great praise from the elves from the Golden Tower. Mental strength has increased by 30. A message appeared indicating his mental strength had increased. Golden Tower elves? Did I lean soul to them too? Since he had no direct connection to the Golden Tower, Sejun thought that the crops Eileen sold must have reached the elves of the Golden Tower as he brewed his coffee. Still, with his mental strength greatly increased, much of his fatigue disappeared. Ah. This is good. Sejun was able to drink coffee in a good mood and go back to making spicy fish stew. Black Tower, 69th floor. Is this the place where the Lizard King is? Meow. Theo asked Pio as they entered the boundary of the massive farm, Draken's Grand Farm, where many lizard men were working. Pio. Yes. At that moment. Isn't this the Great Golden Cat, Theo Park, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon? Tomorrow, the lizard man Grand Warrior guarding Draken's Grand Farm, noticed Theo and quickly greeted him. Theo and Tomorrow had met in the past when locusts appeared on the 67th floor of the tower. Back then, Theo was just a beginner wandering merchant, but now he was traveling with Iona, the Wizard of Great Destruction, and Uran, the legendary merchant. Theo had truly come a long way. Pooh Hut. Nice to see you again, Tomorrow, meow. But to be precise, I am the Great Golden Cat with the deadly dragon claws, Theo Park, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, meow. Theo kindly corrected Tomorrow about his title. Ah. Yes. I see. So what brings you here? Tomorrow cautiously asked Theo about his purpose. As a grand warrior holding a significant position in the Lizard Kingdom, Tomorrow was well informed about the tower's affairs. And that information included details about Theo, the Slave King. Previously a naive and unscrupulous merchant, he had now evolved into a ruthless and bloodless Slave King, a highly dangerous individual to be wary of. Thus, Tomorrow quickly intervened to ensure that none of his subordinates became Theo's slaves. I came to buy the land deed for the 68th floor from the Lizard King, meow. The land deed for the 68th floor of the tower. That's right, meow. How much? Meow. I'll let him make the first offer, meow. That way, I can haggle 3 times, meow. Theo was excited at the thought of using his 3-time haggling tactic after a long time. But, Theo Park Tildenim, I am truly sorry. If the Lizard King had the land deed for the 68th floor, he would have gladly given it to you. But the land deed for the 68th floor is in Dino, the capital of the Lizard Kingdom, located on the 70th floor of the tower. We can't give it to you, meow. What do you mean, meow? Then why not go to the 70th floor and bring it, meow? Well, you see, the Lizard Kingdom originally ruled from the 65th to the 70th floors of the tower. However, while eradicating the locusts on the 67th floor, their national power significantly declined. They tried to recover, but then, to make matters worse, Sejun disappeared to the 77th floor of the tower, prompting the Black Minotaurs to march down in search of him. This caused a massive horde of upper-level monsters to invade the 70th floor, putting the kingdom in jeopardy. To prevent further disaster, the Lizard King sealed Dino, which had been the capital of the Lizard Kingdom for centuries, and retreated to the 69th floor. After the monster invasion subsided, the Lizard King attempted to reclaim Dino with his forces, but a gigantic phoenix wreathed in intense flames had nested there. They had no choice but to return to the 69th floor in defeat. Pooh Hut. So, if we get rid of the bird, we can obtain the land deed, meow? Theo asked after hearing Tomorrow's explanation. What? It's not just any bird, it's a PH. Pooh Hut. I understand, meow. Then we'll split the treasure inside 50 to 50, meow. Quickly, stamp the contract, meow. Interrupting Tomorrow, Theo handed him the contract. Just a moment. I'll get permission from the Lizard King first. Got it, meow. There's no other way to reclaim the capital now anyway. Thinking there was nothing to lose, Tomorrow hurriedly grabbed the contract and ran to the tent in the center of Draken's Grand Farm. A little while later, Theo Tildenim, please, you must reclaim Dino, the capital of our Lizard Kingdom. Tomorrow returned with the contract stamped with the Lizard King's seal. Pooh Hut. Don't worry, meow. Taking the contract, Theo and his party ascended the tower. However, Theo didn't stop at the 70th floor but kept moving. Kayut. Theo Tildenim, you passed it. Pooh Hut. No, meow. We're going to Chairman Park first, meow. Kayut. Why Sejun Tildenim? Pooh Hut. We're going together with Chairman Park, meow. Chairman Park can go the 70th floor, meow. I'll go to the 70th floor with Chairman Park, take down the bird, and give the Lizard Kingdom's treasure and the 68th floor land deed to Chairman Park, meow. Then we'll move to the 68th floor and find the power of destruction with Chairman Park, meow. Lastly, I'll go to the 75th floor with Chairman Park, take the legendary merchant promotion test, and become a legendary merchant while receiving congratulations from Chairman Park, meow. Theo was planning his journey with Sejun in his mind. Kayut. That sounds fun, Pooh Hut. It will be fun, meow, as Theo thought about his journey with Sejun and moved to the 99th floor of the tower. It's done! Sejun, having handed over the 10th batch of spicy fish stew to Ramtur, was shouting with joy. Finally, I can rest! Chapter 394 He. Now it begins. TL, Hangak, Black Tower, Administrator's Area. He. It's complete! Eileen smiled brightly as she opened the lid of the pot. Inside, the black liquid had disappeared, leaving only a single black lump. He. It turned out just as I thought, though it was unclear what she had intended to make. The black lump before her looked like a definite culinary failure if it was supposed to be food, but Eileen seemed satisfied with the result. Let's cut it into small pieces so Sejun can eat it easily. Talk. Eileen meticulously cut the black lump into uniform pieces. Although it was fine to eat in one go, the medicinal effect was too strong for Sejun's digestion. A little while later. He. Sejun, take this. Eileen sent her health dish, cut into 1,000 pieces, to Sejun. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Ah, this is nice. Lying on a stone platform after dinner, Sejun spoke as he gazed at the early evening sky, with a nice blend of light and darkness. He. I should just relax and eat well for a while. Balance is important in everything. Having worked for several days, it was now time to relax. Hey. Kihihit. On either side of Sejun, Quenji and Fenrir were lying down, pressing their bottoms against Sejun's, enjoying his petting. Kihihit. King. He. As expected, I was right. Where can I find more fragments of my core? Fenrir, having eaten the cheese egg roll that Sejun made for dinner, was once again convinced of his thoughts. If something as delicious as a cheese egg roll came up again, it seemed worth giving another fragment of his core. While Sejun, Quenji, and Fenrir were enjoying the post-meal satisfaction, the tower's administrator announces with a confident voice that she have completed a dish for you. Who? Tha, thank you. I thought she had forgotten. Sejun, with a flustered expression, thanked Eileen and opened the pouch that appeared on his hand. Inside the pouch were cube-shaped, almost charcoal black pieces that were hard to call food. Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece. This is called a cookie? Until he saw the name, he never would have guessed this was supposed to be a cookie. Honestly, even after seeing the name, he would believe it if someone said it was coal, given its appearance. Eileen, being a great black dragon, seemed to really like the color black. It wasn't burnt, it was deliberately made black. That must be it, right? Sejun picked up a black cookie piece and checked its options. Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece. A special nutritional cookie made by the great black dragon Eileen Pratani, containing top-grade elixirs, specifically for Park Sejun, the Black Tower's farmer. The cookie has been divided into 1,000 pieces for Park Sejun's safety. Due to the immense heat and pressure applied in its making, the efficacy of the elixirs is nearly intact, but the cookie has become hard enough to break diamonds. Consumption increases all stats by 0.5. Consuming all 1,000 pieces of Eileen's special nutritional cookies increases all stats by 500. Usage restriction, all stats 1500 or above. Cook, Great Black Dragon Eileen Pratani. Shelf life, none. Grade, SS. Previously, Eileen's healthier meatball piece was said to be as hard as diamond. Now, this was said to be hard enough to break diamonds. Eileen's skills were improving daily. She had created an even more formidable weapon, dish. The dish seemed to match Eileen's confidence in its greatness. Vitality. Sejun first emptied his stomach with a skill, NOM. And then put one piece of Eileen's special nutritional cookie into his mouth. Sejun tried to dissolve the cookie piece in his mouth, but it was so densely packed that it had no taste. Realizing that biting into it might break his teeth, Sejun immediately swallowed it. Then, you have consumed Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece. The medicinal properties within Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece are densely packed. It will take 20 hours to fully digest Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece. Messages appeared. Oh. This doesn't make me feel full, it just took a long time to digest. So, can I eat a lot at once? Sejun picked up the cookie pieces and slowly put them in his mouth one by one. Nothing happened until he reached the 5th piece. It seems okay. Gulp. Gaining confidence, Sejun began swallowing 2 to 3 pieces at a time quickly. He. Good. At this rate, I can eat 100 pieces a day and finish all 1,000 pieces in 10 days. Just as Sejun, full of confidence, swallowed the 15th piece, the strong medicinal properties inside your body are turning into poison. A grade S poison will form in 30 seconds. Ooh? Poison? Grade S poison. Green onion. Sejun hurriedly ran into his void storage and chewed on an S-grade detoxifying green onion. Then, you have consumed a detoxifying green onion. For 1 hour, you will detoxify any poison of grade S or below. No poison will be created in your body. Messages appeared. Phew, Sejun let out a sigh of relief. If he had been just a bit slower, had he not harvested the S-grade detoxifying green onion as a reward for detoxifying Tyr's deadly poison in the past, he would have been in big trouble. From now on, I'll safely eat only 10 pieces. Even though he could detoxify while eating more, the medicine transformed into poison would also be detoxified. It's like spending a lot of money on nutritious food and then taking diet pills that block nutrient absorption. You have survived a deadly crisis. Talent, sturdy vitality activates. Stamina increases by 1. I know that too. Annoyed, Sejun snapped at the message, feeling frustrated for almost dying from his own greed when there was no danger around. Thus, Sejun survived another day. Queuing? Queuing? Dad, why did you suddenly get up? Are you going to eat snacks? King? King, why only you? Give me some too. Quenji and Fenrir, who had been calm while Sejun ate Eileen's cookies, followed him into the void storage. Thanks to this, they had another snack time. Sejun sensed Theo's presence from afar. Did he already get the land deed? At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo suddenly appeared, clinging to Sejun's face and rubbing his own face against Sejun's head. Theo's new technique, meow meow step, allowed him to move a few kilometers almost instantaneously, although it was limited to moving towards Sejun. Kayut. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Iona's voice was heard in his ear. Meow, yeah. Iona, hello. Sejun greeted Iona after pulling Theo off his face by the scruff of his neck. Vice Chairman Theo, did you get all the land deeds? He asked while setting Theo on his lap. No, meow. I only got the land deed for the 75th floor, meow. So, let's go get the land deed for the 68th floor right away, meow. Theo said, hugging Sejun's lap tightly. Hey. Me too, Pooh Hut. Yes, meow. I'm going with Chairman Park to the 70th floor, meow. Why the 70th floor? We've already been there. The sealed capital of the Lizard Kingdom, Dino, on the 70th floor, has the land deed for the 68th floor, meow. On the 70th floor? When we looked around before, there was definitely nothing there. All right. Then let's sleep and go in the morning. No, meow. We're leaving right now, meow. The journey is waiting for us, meow. It'll get dark soon anyway. If Chairman Park says so, I understand, meow. Then let's go to sleep, meow. Despite initially insisting strongly, Theo calmed down immediately at Sejun's words. The next morning. Pooh Hut. Then let's depart, meow. Sejun and his companion set off for the 70th floor of the tower. As Sejun headed to the 70th floor, the second dragon meeting was starting in the Red Dragon's territory. Pa. It's been a long time since so many dragons have gathered like this, Ramtur said with a bright expression, looking at the dragons filling the Red Dragon's territory. It's almost impossible to mobilize this many dragons outside of wartime. But today, a total of 20,000 dragons had gathered, with 4,000 great red dragons and 2,000 dragons each from other tribes. Moreover, the dragons, who perceive a day as just a second, were not late at all to the appointed time. The large number of attendees was a sign of respect for the dragon hosting the meeting, so Ramtur puffed out his chest with pride. Then let's start the meeting. At Ramtur's words, the meeting began. Within a 1,000 kilometers radius of each tower, only the dragons managing that tower should hunt the red mist, and other dragons are forbidden to hunt there. I think 2,000 kilometers would be better, then there would be overlapping areas. Are you trying to take over the area around the Golden Tower? Unlike the first dragon meeting, the second meeting was fiercely contentious. And, what on earth is going on? Artemisiel, the leader of the Great Golden Dragons, and other Great Golden Dragons could not understand the current situation. Dragons fighting over who gets to hunt the red mist? They were also irritated. The atmosphere clearly showed that the dragons were blatantly targeting the areas around the Golden Tower. We'll handle our tower ourselves. And any dragons wanting to hunt in our territory must get separate permission. Thus, Artemis quickly stepped in to organize the situation, and thanks to that, the meeting ended swiftly. Good. Since the meeting is over, any dragons who wish to return may do so. At Ramtur's words, not a single dragon left. Everyone was waiting for something. Poo-hoo-hoo. Of course, no one would leave. Pa-ha-ha-ha. Then, since we have prepared some modest food for the dragons attending the meeting, please enjoy it. With Ramta's words, food appeared in the center, and the dragons began to fill their bowls with food. Since the food was unfamiliar, no one took a lot at first. Garetiok and honey. It's sweet potato soup. The hatchlings who had already tasted Sejun's food filled their bowls to the brim. Hocus, let's pack some in our dimensional storage too. Yes. Hakun Hyung, I'll pack some for Sylvia too. Apparently not satisfied, the hatchlings even stashed extra food in their dimensional storage for later. While the dragons were filling their bowls with Sejun's food. Here. Take a glass each. Ramta brought out a bottle filled with golden samyangju. What a pity, if it weren't for the contract with Sejun, I would drink it all by myself. Ramta licked his lips as he looked at the bottle in his hand. Sejun had only given him one bottle of the golden samyangju. Sejun had a feeling that this golden samyangju was something extraordinary, so he provided only one bottle to complete the quest. Additionally, he made sure to draw up a separate contract stipulating that each leader of the dragon clans must drink a glass so that Ramta wouldn't drink it all by himself. Gurgle. As Ramta tilted the bottle, the golden liquid flowed out, accompanied by a rich aroma. When did our Sejun make something like this? No way. What kind of alcohol is this? That sneaky Ramta. Did he receive new alcohol from Sejun all for himself? Kaiser, Kellyan, and Tia, who drank Sejun samyangju daily, could tell just by the aroma that this was different from the usual samyangju. To the great dragon clans. By then, Ramta had filled the other leaders' glasses with the golden samyangju and raised his glass. Cheers! The other leaders also raised their glasses and drank in unison. Gulp! Oh, the leaders marveled at the taste. At that moment, you have consumed the golden samyangju. The curse of forgetfulness is lifted. The curse of forgetfulness that had been cast on the leaders of the 9 dragon clans was completely removed. And then, the great black dragon Kaiser Pratani has drunk a glass of golden samyangju. The great white dragon Kellyan Mamib has drunk a glass of golden samyangju. He. Now it begins. Sejun watched the messages, eagerly anticipating the flood of rewards that would follow. Chapter 395, My Guys Are Scarier. TL, Hangak, Red Dragon's Territory. Was there something this delicious? The dragons were thrilled as they ate Sejun's food. And then, where did Lord Ramta get this food? The dragons were naturally curious about the source of the food. At that moment, Uncle Alex, I know. It's made by Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, and Eileen sells it there. Aunt Hannah. Sylvia knows. It was made by Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. The hatchlings eagerly showed off their knowledge to the dragons. This was the result of Eileen's efforts to teach the hatchlings. The tower farmer of the Black Tower? Park Sejun? Can you eat Park Sejun's cooking if you go to the Black Tower? Thanks to this, Sejun's fame started spreading among the dragons. All the leaders of the great 9 dragon clans have drunk a glass of golden samyangju. You have completed the quest. You have obtained 15 drops of harvest elixir as a quest completion reward. Poohat. The first reward has arrived. Sejun laughed as he looked at the message. He felt as excited as if he had received a text that a package had arrived at his door. At that moment, you have achieved the great feat of breaking the curse of forgetfulness placed on the great dragon race. As a reward for this great feat, you have obtained the title, Dragon Race's Helper. No matter the difference in rank, dragons will no longer despise you from now on. Your abilities will now apply to dragons as well. The last reward arrived. Dragon Race's Helper? Sejun didn't quite understand the last message, and despise, what's that about? I've never been despised by a dragon. I've been ignored for being weak, but never despised. I swear, this title is completely useless. Sejun thought that the second reward was of no benefit to him. From afar, the great black dragons praise your food highly. Your soul is greatly fulfilled by the high praise of numerous beings of high rank. Your mental strength increases by 1,000. Your mental strength has reached the limit of 500. Your mental strength cannot increase further. You have achieved a mental strength of 500. Your feeble will now slightly affect the world. The third reward, which Sejun hadn't even thought of, arrived. Sejun's mental strength increased significantly due to the high praise from the black dragons who ate his food. By 1,000, no less. In the past, there was no reaction even when dragons ate his food. However, with the title, Dragon Race's Helper, and his talent, the soul that healed its wounds activated on the dragons. On top of that, the timing was perfect as the hatchlings revealed that Sejun was the one who made the food, allowing him to receive proper praise. Thus, Sejun's mental strength instantly soared to the potential limit of 500. Sejun briefly experienced a terrible headache that felt like his head would split. This was because the excessive mental strength of 700 was putting a strain on his soul. While food consumed by the mouth can be excreted, there was no other way to handle mental strength but to endure it. When the pain subsided, "But it's really useless," Sejun said as he looked at the last message. His mental strength stat had reached 500, but the only change was that the word veris was removed from a very feeble will, making it feeble will. Moreover, its impact on the world was still very slight. "Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow? Squish." "Squish?" Theo asked, pressing Sejun's right temple with his front paw. "Queuing? Daddy, are you okay?" Quenji also asked in a worried voice. Though they didn't speak, the rest of the party looked at Sejun with concern. "It hurt a little, but I'm fine now," Sejun reassured his worried companions. At that moment, King! Hey! Of course, your head hurts when you handle your mental strength like that. You need to do it like this and then like this. Watch carefully and follow me. Fenrir was eagerly trying to teach Sejun advanced techniques for handling mental strength, but, oh, is my Blackie hungry? We'll have a meal later, so hold off on snacks for now. Unfortunately, the conversation didn't get through. Sejun thought Fenrir was asking for a snack and patted his head to comfort him. "Now, let's head to Dino. Kayut. I'll guide the way." Iona, who knew the location of Dino, the capital of the Lizard Kingdom before it was sealed, led the way. Just as they were about to set off, from afar the great white dragons praise your food highly. A series of astonishing messages appeared, and Sejun's mental strength increased beyond what he could handle. There was something Sejun had overlooked. There were a total of 9 dragon clans. The praises from the remaining 8 dragon clans poured onto Sejun. From afar, the great red dragons praise your food highly. Your soul is greatly fulfilled by the high praise of numerous beings of high rank. Your mental strength increases by 2,000. Furthermore, the number of red dragons was twice that of other dragon clans, so his mental strength increased twice as much. Sejun's soul, which gained a total of 9,000 mental strength, beyond what he could bear. Bang! Thud! Sejun heard a bursting sound and fainted. "Chairman Park has fainted again." Meow. Queuing. "Dad, wake up." Theo and Quenji hurriedly began massaging Sejun's unconscious body. "King! Hey! I told you to do it like this." Fenrir, angry that Sejun wasn't listening, quickly placed his head against Sejun's head. Inside Sejun's mental world, one side of the mental world's wall had a huge hole. Due to the massive influx of mental strength from the dragon's praises, a hole had formed in Sejun's mental world. Too much mental strength was poison to Sejun, whose mind was as fragile as a sunfish. Sejun desperately clung to the ground, trying to resist the suction force coming from the hole. He instinctively knew that being sucked into that black hole would be the end. And indeed, the outside of Sejun's mental world was extremely dangerous. Emptiness. A world where nothing existed. If Sejun's mind were sucked into the emptiness, it would be devoured and vanish. Despite his desperate resistance, Sejun's body was getting closer to the hole. No, to be precise, the ground Sejun was holding onto was being sucked into the hole. As Sejun was on the verge of being swallowed by the emptiness. Go! I told you to do it like this. A giant wolf appeared in Sejun's mental world, grumbling. Its body was curled up. Compared to Sejun's mental world, Fenrir's mind was enormous. Fenrir carefully wiggled his front paws to avoid tearing Sejun's mental world and blocked the hole in Sejun's mental world with his huge paw. With the mental world walls being this thin, no wonder there's a hole. I need to reinforce the walls with the excess mental strength. Fenrir closed his eyes and concentrated, reinforcing the boundaries of Sejun's mental world with the mental strength that couldn't be used anyway. While Fenrir was strengthening Sejun's mental world, Sejun opened his eyes. "Chairman Park, you're awake." Meow. Queuing. "Dad, are you okay?" Theo and Quenji, who were massaging Sejun's body, called out to him. "Yeah, I think I'm fine." "But why am I lying down?" "Chairman Park, you fainted again." Meow. Queuing. "Dad, it seems you almost died again." "Fainted?" Sejun looked puzzled at their words. "What? There was nothing special that would make me faint." There is." Sejun then remembered that he had fainted upon receiving the message about his enormous increase in mental strength. He also recalled nearly being sucked into something inside his mental world. It seemed like he shouldn't casually give food to dragons in the future. "But I feel like I heard Blackie's voice." Fenrir was too large, so he couldn't see his face. Was it my imagination? Sejun was pondering whether he actually heard Fenrir's voice. Your soul has been strengthened. Your mental strength potential has increased to 3,000. A message appeared. What's going on? Sejun was puzzled about the reason behind his increased potential. At that moment, Kirarong. He heard Fenrir snoring by his head. Fenrir was exhausted from entering Sejun's mental world. However, Blackie, you punk, I almost died and you're sleeping comfortably? Unaware of this, Sejun was annoyed at Fenrir. Boo-boo-boo-bop. King. King. I'm tired. Play with someone else. So, Sejun mischievously blew raspberries on Fenrir's belly. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, do it to me too, meow. Queuing. Quenji likes belly raspberries too. Theo and Quenji presented their bellies. A little while later. Now, let's go. Taoyong. After giving belly raspberries to the two and carefully putting the deeply sleeping Fenrir into the sling bag, Sejun called for Taoyong. After traveling for about an hour on Taoyong, they arrived at a large lake. Kayut Kayut Kayut. We are here, Iona pointed to the lake and said. Pio, this is where I came last time. Pio, who had patrolled this area before, recognized the place. But where is the capital supposed to be? Sejun asked Iona, looking at the seemingly empty lake. Power of magic, cancel. Instead of answering, Iona used a spell. Then, whoom! A giant dome-shaped grey barrier appeared over the lake, slowly turning into light and shattering. And the giant walls of Dino, hidden by an illusion spell, appeared. The lake's water was just a moat for the fortress. It had been hidden by a top-tier illusion spell, which was why Pio couldn't find it before. And then, cocky! At the highest point of the castle, a bird roaring and spewing flames could be seen. Phoenix. However, who? That's. In Sejun's eyes, it looked like a giant chicken with thick legs, perfect for being called chicken. Gulp. No, it wasn't me. It was Quenji. Whom? Let's try talking first. Vice Chairman Theo, go and tell it to move aside. Sending Quenji seemed like it would end up with neck twisting or biting, so Sejun sent Theo instead. Got it, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo ran towards the phoenix. And then, cockheck! The phoenix, talking with Theo, suddenly got angry and created a massive fire. It seemed really mad. What did he say? Sejun wondered why the phoenix was angry. Bang! Suddenly, Theo appeared behind the phoenix and knocked it out with a blow to the back of its head. Pio! Meanwhile, as if expecting something like this, Pio flew energetically from the start and received the phoenix's footprint right on time. Yeah. Well, Theo did talk to it before hitting it. Could this also be considered self-defense? With a newly established concept of self-defense in mind, Sejun entered Dino, the capital of the Lizard Kingdom. Upon reaching the spot where the phoenix had fallen, pluck! Pluck! Pooh-hoo-hut! Theo was plucking the phoenix's tail feathers and laughing like a villain. Then, Chairman Park, take these, meow. He handed Sejun 10 of the phoenix's tail feathers. What are these? I don't know, meow. I just felt a pull from them, meow. Pull? At Theo's response, Sejun hurriedly checked the red feathers. Phoenix's tail feather. These tail feathers of the immortal phoenix contain the powerful essence of flame and are an excellent material. If used to craft equipment, there is a high probability of creating legendary-grade items. Using these feathers, you can create fire attribute weapons, staff that double the power of fire attribute attacks, or farming tools that increase crop growth speed by 5%. Grade, SSS. Oh. These are great. Farming tools that increase growth speed by 5%. Pooh-hoo-hut. Did I do well, meow? Yes, you did well. Pooh-hoo-hut. I know, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Queuing. In the meantime, Sejun stopped Quenji from twisting the phoenix's neck and woke the phoenix up. Cockheck! Cocky! Eek! My feathers! As soon as the phoenix woke up, it created flames of anger upon seeing its bare tail, but, hark! Stay still, meow! With a single growl from Theo, not wanting to get hit again, it quickly extinguished the flames. Then, so, why did you settle here? After the phoenix calmed down, Sejun asked why it had taken over Dino. Cocky! It's safe here. The phoenix explained that it originally lived on the 95th floor of the tower, but fled here to escape monsters that coveted its power. Really? Then we'll send you back home. Cocky? Cocky? Really? But really scary guys have taken over my nest. The phoenix's voice was filled with hope and fear as it responded to Sejun. Don't worry, he. My guys are scarier. Sejun smiled wickedly, like a villain. Poo-hoo-hut, coo-hey-hey-hey. Theo and Quenji also followed Sejun's lead and laughed as wickedly as they could. What's going on? The Phoenix felt like it had teamed up with the villains. Chapter 396, Poo-hoo-hut. Take me to the supergiant Chairman Park, meow. TL, Hangak, Black Tower, 70th floor. The Phoenix will wait here. He. Then, let's go rob the treasure vault, shall we? Guys, let's go, Poo-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Let's sweep it all up, meow. Sejun and his party entered the castle in search of the treasure vault of the Lizard Kingdom. The interior of the castle was wide, with many paths branching off in a complex manner, but, Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, over there, meow. My front paw is being pulled, meow. Theo, clinging to Sejun's knee, raised his front paw to lead Sejun to the treasure vault. He. This is really exciting. Sejun, who had never robbed someone else's treasure vault before, spoke in an excited voice. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, just trust me, meow. Theo, the professional treasure vault thief, said with a haughty voice, puffing up with pride. All right. I'll trust only you, Vice Chairman Theo, Sejun said as he patted Theo's head. Usually, Sejun would find Theo's arrogant attitude annoying, but today, Theo's presence was very reassuring. A short while later. Is it here, Poo-hoo-hut? That's right, meow. It's here, meow. Following Theo's golden front paw navigation, Sejun and his party arrived in front of a gigantic door. As the party hurried to open the door and enter the treasure vault, Kayut. Wait a moment. There are spells here. Iona stopped the party. The treasure vault was protected by multiple layers of security spells to prevent intruders. Kayut. Iona analyzed the patterns of the spells cast on the treasure vault. Cancel. With a single spell, Iona nullified all the security spells on the treasure vault. Truly, a great wizard was on a different level. Queuing. Quenji used his strength to open the now unsealed treasure vault door. Kugum. The door opened with a heavy sound. Inside, jewels and gold were piled up to a height of about 5 meters. Poo-hoo-hut. Gather everything from here to here, meow. Theo drew a line in the center of the treasure vault floor to indicate to the party how much treasure they should take. While the party was busy gathering the treasures, tack. Sejun started tapping the walls and floor of the treasure vault. Meow? Chairman Park, what are you doing, meow? Ho. Just wait. In places like these, there are often hidden spaces, Sejun said in an excited voice. He had seen it many times in movies. Well, it didn't matter if he couldn't find anything. He was doing it for fun. Meow? Really, meow? Chairman Park, can you find a hidden space, meow? Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's leg, looked up at Sejun with eyes full of admiration. As expected, Chairman Park is amazing, meow. Finding treasure with his golden front paw was a greater ability, but to Theo, a Sejun zealot, everything Sejun did seemed amazing. Of course, he must definitely find it. Sejun's eyes turned serious at Theo's gaze. What had started as fun now had to be done to maintain his authority. As Sejun diligently tapped the walls, thunk. Ooh, this sound here is different. The sound from the wall in the right corner of the treasure vault was light and hollow compared to other places. Fortunately, there was indeed a hidden space. Vice Chairman Theo, your claws, please. Got it, meow, scratch. As Theo extended his claws, Sejun grabbed Theo's front paw and started cutting the wall in a circular shape with a serious expression. After cutting the bottom, thud, Sejun pushed the cut wall with his foot. Kunk. The wall fell and, oh. There it is, a hidden passage appeared. Quenji, queuing? Did you call me, Dad? Quenji, who was packing treasures into Sejun's void storage, ran over at Sejun's call. Yeah. Let's explore in there with Dad. Sejun pointed to the passage beyond the wall. Queuing. Quenji loves exploring, Dad. Quenji quickly took his position in front of Sejun. Then let's go. With Theo, Quenji, and Iona leading, Sejun entered the passage. Unlike the treasure vault, the passage was dark due to the lack of lighting. But with Iona's magic, it wasn't inconvenient. As they moved along the passage, they arrived at a room made of golden walls. What is this? As Sejun looked at the lizardman statue with a red gem embedded in its forehead, standing in the middle of the room. Fate has not yet decreed my death, it seems. The entity within the red gem also looked at Sejun. The lizardman's race god, Kelly. Kelly had been enshrined here since the founding of the Lizard Kingdom. However, ever since being sealed, he had been waiting for his death, but Sejun and his party had arrived. Kelly quickly searched the surroundings for a suitable body to inhabit. Though his strength is the weakest, that one is their leader. I must choose him. Kelly chose Sejun as the body to inhabit. Although his strength was weak, it was evident that everyone in the party relied on Sejun. As Kelly prepared to transfer into Sejun's body, the red gem began to glow. Chairman Park, it's dangerous, meow. Step back, meow. Theo, who had experienced this before, shouted to Sejun and lunged at the lizardman statue, grabbing the red gem. And then, poo-hoo-hut. Take me to the supergiant Chairman Park, meow. Theo lost consciousness. Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun hurriedly laid Theo on his lap and checked his condition. Queuing. Big brother fainted too. Everyone is so weak. As Theo collapsed right after Sejun in one day, Quenji cried while massaging Theo's body. However, contrary to their worries, Theo's lips curled up into a smile. Kayut. It seems he's having a good dream. Only Iona, who had experienced this before, smiled as she watched Theo dreaming. A little later, you have destroyed the race god of the lizardman, Kelly. Due to the effect of title, Godslayer, you absorb a portion of the power of the deceased race god of the lizardman, Kelly. All stats increase by 20. Mental strength increases by 100. Along with the message that he had destroyed a god, Sejun's stats increased. Thanks to this, Sejun understood how he had obtained the title of Godslayer. It's because of Theo. Sejun didn't understand why Theo's killings were credited to him. But he just accepted it. Many incomprehensible things happen when Theo is involved. But I didn't know Godslayer had such an effect. As Sejun laughed while experiencing the effect of title, Godslayer for the first time. Poo-hoo-hut. As expected, real Chairman Park's lap is the best, meow. Theo, who had woken up, enthusiastically rubbed his body against Sejun's lap. Once Theo was awake, he. Guys, take this too, poo-hoo-hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow. I didn't think of taking the wall, meow. Theo, who had learned a thing or two from Sejun, marveled as he dismantled the golden wall of the room where Kelly had been. They took only half the wall, as per the agreement. Successfully looting the hidden location, the four of them, he, poo-hoo-hut, coo-hey, kayut, returned to the treasure vault and started packing up the remaining treasures. The Red Dragon's territory, poo-ha-wah. Everyone looks like they're having fun. Ramtur, the great leader of the Red Dragons, looked around and spoke. The dragons had finished eating the soup, garetiox, and fruit Sejun had prepared, and were now drinking alcohol with spicy fish stew as a side dish. Drinking alcohol with the spicy fish stew made the drinks go down smoothly. Thus, the second dragon meeting was a success, but the other leaders felt immense pressure. Because when they host the next dragon meeting, they would have to do at least this much. However, there were two leaders who did not feel any pressure. One was Artemisiel, the leader of the Great Golden Dragons, who had already hosted a dragon meeting. The other was Kaiser Pratani, the great leader of the Black Dragons, who would host the third dragon meeting. Even though the third dragon meeting would be held in the Black Tower, which should add pressure, Kaiser was not worried. Rather, he was eagerly waiting for the 30 days to pass so that the third dragon meeting could start. Coo-hoo-hoo. Since there's enough time left, I should ask our Sejun to make the next dragon meeting even grander. Kaiser's mind was filled with thoughts of hosting a more magnificent dragon meeting than Ramtur's. Coo-hoo-hoo. The alcohol tastes good. Hey, take it easy. You're next after me. Seeing Kaiser's triumphant expression, as if he had already won, made Kellyan uneasy. Poo-ha-ha-ha. Now, let's all toast to the prosperity of the great dragon race. To the great dragons, to the great dragons. As the dragons continued drinking, guys, let's go see Eileen. She must be lonely by herself. Yeah, let's go. We can also get some delicious food. Sure, as Eileen's older oppa Gerrick, should go and play with her. Ah. Me too. Sylvia, her Annie, will play with Eileen too. The hatchlings, worried about the youngest Eileen being alone, decided to go to the Black Tower to play with her. When all 6 hatchlings agreed to go to the Black Tower, Mom, we want to go to the Black Tower. Mom, we want to go to the Black Tower to play with Eileen. Dad. Sylvia wants to go to the Black Tower. The hatchlings went to where their parents were gathered and firmly expressed their intention. If they didn't get permission, they were ready to cry right away. We'll really cry. The parents, who wanted to continue their fun, sighed and carried the hatchlings, flying to the Black Tower. Ah. It's already full, Sejun said, looking at his void storage, which was packed with treasures. Then, let's put the rest in Vice Chairman Theo's bag. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. While the group was packing the remaining treasures into Theo's bundle, King Fenrir woke up. Blackie, you're awake? Are you hungry? Sejun placed Fenrir's food bowl on one side of the treasure vault, filled it with milk, and added 3 pieces of dried sweet potato. Since Fenrir had missed his meal while sleeping, Sejun gave him 3 pieces. Kihit. King. He. As expected, a butler who knows gratitude, Fenrir thought that Sejun knew he had saved him. Chomp. 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 While Fenrir was busily eating, heave-ho, Sejun continued to move the treasures. At that moment, Pio. Sejun Nim, I found it. Pio, who had been gathering treasures, flew to Sejun with a document in his beak. It was a land deed for the 68th floor of the tower. Pio, good job. Here, take this. Sejun patted Pio's head and handed him a pouch filled with peanuts. Pio, thank you. Pooh hut. Pio packed the peanut pouch and smiled brightly. A little while later, let's go. Sejun and his party, who had gathered half of the treasure in the vault, stepped outside. As they were exiting, cocky, they heard the cry of the phoenix from outside. What is it? Let's hurry out. Quenji, queuing. Got it. Quenji used his telekinesis to quickly move Sejun and the flightless Uran outside. Theo clung to Sejun's knee, and Iona hung onto Theo's tail, moving with Sejun. When they got outside, catch it, don't overdo it, just bind its wings first. Thousands of skeleton mags were hunting the phoenix. Key power of gravity. Crush the enemies at my command. Gravity control. Furious that they had targeted Theo's belonging, Iona became enraged and used gravity magic, and crack! The skeletons, crushed under 5 times the normal gravity, shattered instantly. As the skeletons shattered like that, Pooh hut. How dare you target Vice Chairman Theo's slave, meow. They're all getting stamped, meow. Theo, Quenji, Pio, and Uran collected the thumb bones of the skeletons and got their stamps on the contracts. You bastard! What are you doing? Our comrades will avenge us. A skeleton with only its skull intact, trying to intimidate the enemy, shouted. Meow? There are more comrades, meow? For Theo, this was very welcome news. Where are your comrades, meow? That is? Hurry up and tell me, meow. Slave King Theo persistently inquired about the location of the next potential slaves. Chapter 397, he. I have a lot of this. TL, Hangak, Black Tower Administrator Area. Black Tower 4th Floor Flesh Eater Extermination Contributions. First, Park Sejun, 19,920,042 monsters. Second, Han Taijun, 3,312 monsters. Third, Leon, 2,134 monsters. He. Everyone, keep it up. Eileen cheered for those fighting hard on the 4th floor of the tower while looking at Sejun's contribution displayed on the crystal orb. He. If we take down just 10 million more, I can buy a power to make our Sejun even stronger. While powers could be purchased with money, Eileen aimed for a special power that could only be acquired through contributions. Mid-level administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park Sejun's contribution have increased by 1 point. He. It's rising well. While Eileen was playing by herself while watching Sejun's contribution points go up like that, thud, several dragons entered the administrator area. They were parent dragons and hatchlings. Eileen, where are you? Eileen, Hocus Oppa is here. Your Sylvia Unny is here too. As soon as the hatchlings arrived at the Black Tower, they ran towards Eileen, calling out for her. Ah. I was having fun just now. Eileen put down the crystal orb and went to greet the guests. Welcome, Unny, Oppas. Eileen, you must have been bored by yourself, right? Who? We'll play with you. Eileen was taken aback by the hatchlings who were eager to play with her. No, I'm not bored. Watching my Sejun's contribution rise is so much fun. Hocus Yol, will make sure you're not bored. What are you talking about? Sylvia will play with Eileen and have fun. No way. I will play with her. The hatchlings argued over who would play with Eileen, not knowing her thoughts. How can I get Unny and Oppas to play together without fighting? In the meantime, Eileen thought of a way for everyone to play together. If she played with just one hatchling, the others would sulk. If the sulking hatchlings didn't visit the Black Tower, it would mean a decline in Sejun's crop sales. That can't happen. Sales that have gone up once must never go down. Never. They needed a game that everyone could play together. Ah. That will work. Unnie, Oppers, let's play hide and seek, Eileen suggested to the hatchlings, who were still arguing. Hide and seek? What's that? Never heard of it. The hatchlings were intrigued by the new game. Hide and seek is. Eileen explained the rules of hide and seek. Of course, Eileen learned about hide and seek from Sejun. In the past, Sejun, wanting some alone time, played hide and seek with the tower members, intending to hide and not come out. However, he was found immediately. Pooh-hoo-hut. Found you, meow. Since the seeker was Theo, getting caught was inevitable. This was before Sejun knew Theo had a Sejun detector. Thus, Sejun became the seeker right away. As he wandered around looking for the hidden ones, he realized that if he didn't find them, he could have alone time by himself. But, queuing. Quenji's hungry, and can't hide anymore. Because Sejun wasn't looking for him, Quenji cried out, and the hide-and-seek ended. Ki-hee-hee-hee. Sejun was really funny back then. Eileen laughed as she recalled Sejun's flustered expression. So we just have to hide without using magic? Yes, Hakunoppa. Oh. That sounds fun. Then Garrick will be the seeker. Fortunately, the hatchlings showed interest in hide-and-seek. Then hide quickly. I'll start counting. 1, 2, as Garrick covered his eyes and started counting. Eileen, hide with me. Hakun Hyung, you're too big. We'll get caught if we hide together. So Eileen, come with me. The hatchlings began to fight over who would hide with Eileen. At that moment, he. Sylvia, am the smallest here. So, Eileen will hide with Sylvia. Let's go, Eileen. Sylvia grabbed Eileen's hand and ran. Thus, Eileen ended up hiding with Sylvia. Eileen, just trust me. Okay. She followed the confident Sylvia. But since Sylvia had never played hide-and-seek before, she didn't hide well. Sylvia, Unnie, you were about to go over there, right? That's a really good idea. Eileen subtly suggested a hiding place to Sylvia. Who? Of course. I know, since I am your Unnie. He. Sylvia, pleased with Eileen's words, managed to find a good hiding spot as Eileen intended. After playing hide-and-seek for a while, the hatchlings became hungry. Let's eat something. Sure, the hatchlings wanted a snack. Eileen, can you give us some garetiox with honey? We want some dried sweet potatoes. We want roasted corn. The parents began to buy snacks from Eileen. Playtime was playtime, and business was business. Eileen was thorough in separating the two. Ki-hee-hee-hee. This works well too. Eileen, back to being a seller from a pampered youngest, smiled as she sold Sejun's food. The parent dragons were also very satisfied with the situation. Since the hatchlings were playing among themselves, they could relax. Should we meet at the Black Tower regularly from now on? That sounds good. While the parents were planning their future gatherings, let's play hide-and-seek again. The hatchlings, having finished their snacks, started playing again. This time, Eileen is the seeker, so Unnie and Oppers, hide quickly. Initially, Eileen thought she was just being playful with her Unnie and Oppers. 1, 2, 3. As Eileen counted with her eyes closed, her face was soon filled with genuine joy. 70th floor of the tower. Where are your comrades? Meow. I will never tell you. Speak. Meow. Despite Theo's pressure, the skeleton didn't reveal the location of its comrades. Vice Chairman Theo, don't get too worked up. If we find their thumbs, we can make them talk. Once they become slaves, their thinking will have no choice but to change. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, Chairman Park is smart. Meow. Following Sejun's advice, Theo quickly found the skeleton's thumbs and started stamping the contracts. Guys, let's help out too. Sejun and the others also found the thumbs and stamped the contracts. Several hours passed like that. Oh, my back. Sejun, who had been diligently finding thumbs and stamping, stood up and stretched widely. Mio, Kueen, Q, Piyut. His companion stretched along with him. This is harder than collecting treasure. Sejun looked at the towering piles of sorted thumbs and said, with so many skeletons, finding and stamping the thumbs was an enormous task. There were still many unchecked bones left. At that moment, gruel. Quenji's stomach rumbled. It was dinner time. Since finishing today seemed impossible, the remaining work would have to be done tomorrow. Let's eat first. Vice Chairman Theo, please catch some fish. Got it, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo hunted fish from the moat, and Sejun prepared and grilled them deliciously. As expected, fish grilled with Chairman Park's care is the best. Meow. Queuing. It's delicious. King. King. More. Give me more. While the group enjoyed their grilled fish. Swish. Swish. A pile of fish bones quickly accumulated. Then, crunch. Crunch. A strange noise came from the pile of fish bones. Ooh, what is it? Meow. Queuing. When Sejun got up to check the pile of bones, a skeleton? There, a skeleton skull was munching happily on fish bones. Meow. That's the guy who didn't tell us his comrade's location earlier. Meow. Theo recognized the skeleton and said, really? Now that he thought about it, they still hadn't found that skeleton's thumb bone. You like this, who? Sejun said as he moved the surrounding fish bones out of the skeleton's reach. Then, the skeleton visibly showed its disappointment. It seemed willing to do anything as long as it could eat the fish bones. He. I have a lot of this, Sejun said as he took out the fish bones he had stored for making broth from the void storage. The skeleton mimicked swallowing. Though it couldn't actually swallow, it acted like it did. If you stamp this contract, I'll give you one of these fish bones every day. How about it? If you want to stamp, move your thumb bone. When Sejun said this to the skeleton, rattle, rattle. Suddenly, the sound of moving thumb bones was heard from all around. The skeleton in front of him wasn't the only one who wanted the fish bones. As a result, the maintenance cost for the skeletons went from 0 to 1 fish bone a day, but it was no burden at all. As expected, Chairman Park is a genius. Meow. Aha. Doing this much is nothing, Sejun modestly replied to Theo's praise, but internally, he. Maybe I really am a genius? He felt incredibly proud. A little while later, they found and stamped the contract on all the moving thumb bones. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, Anise says there are many slaves on the 96th floor of the tower. Meow. Theo had found out the location of more comrades from Anise, the leader of the skeleton mags. The 96th floor of the tower? Kayut. The 96th floor of the tower is ruled by Regis, the Lord of Bones, who is considered sacred even among the sacred bones. Really? But we're stronger, right? Sejun asked Iona, slightly uneasy due to the impressive title of Lord of Bones. Kayut. Of course. We're more than enough. If you're worried, should we call the Minotaur King and the Black Minotaurs? Should we? Feeling uneasy, Sejun immediately nodded. Then I will contact the Minotaur King right away? No. We need to go to the 68th floor first, so contact them later. Kayut. Yes. After finishing his conversation with Iona, Sejun played with Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir before falling asleep. 99th floor of the Golden Tower. The third event of the Harvest Festival, the Cherry Tomato Juice Drinking Contest, will begin shortly. Participants who wish to join the contest, please gather in front of the High Elf's giant cherry tomato altar. What? Not alcohol, but juice? The elves, who were expecting alcohol, were taken aback. No way. Cecilia was no different. Yay! Instead, young elves who could now participate cheered. And then, I'm so full. Cecilia came in last place again. But the honey-infused magical cherry tomato juice was really delicious. Cecilia smiled, recalling the taste of the juice she had just drunk. However, the rewards will be even tastier, right? I'm so jealous. Thinking about the rewards, she quickly became sad. Oh. It's the rewards. Meanwhile, the winners of the contest received their prizes. Horrible cherry tomato goblin whiskey? It was an S-grade alcohol made by mixing Sejun's cherry tomatoes with the horrible goblin whiskey that Auric had brought to the Brown Tower. Thanks to this, Auric gained immense recognition from the Red Goblin tribe, but for the elves, it was a disaster. Let's at least try it. Despite the name, it must taste good. Yeah, the winners who drank the rewarded alcohol ended up vomiting everything and passed out. Phew. Thank goodness. Cecilia was grateful she didn't win. Later, when the winners woke up, they were so traumatized that they shuddered even at the mention of goblins for months. The next morning, you guys go to the 4th floor of the tower, meow. Yes, the skeleton mags, under Theo's command, left for the 4th floor of the tower, preciously holding the bundle of fish bones inside their rib cages. And then, guys, go inside the storage. Sejun put his companions into the void storage and, swish! The summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 68th floor farm of the Black Tower has been activated. Sejun unfolded the deed for the 68th floor and disappeared. Chapter 398. Peace Bays, sorry, TL, Hangak, you have arrived at the 68th floor of the Black Tower. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 31. Park Sejun arrived at the 68th floor of the tower. No room for complacency, as he quickly checked his surroundings to ensure there were no dangers. Clank. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo popped out of the void storage and clung to Sejun's face. Hey! I can't see. Sejun was about to scold Theo, who was blocking his view at this critical moment. Pooh-hoo hut. There's nothing around that could threaten Chairman Park, meow. Boo-boo-boo-boo. Sejun blew air into Theo's belly to give a belly fart in response to his comment. Pooh-hoo hut. It tickles, meow, while Sejun was playing with Theo. But why aren't the others coming out? Curious, Sejun peered into the void storage. Kurong. Kirarong. Pirarong. Urarong. The rest of the party was sound asleep on the golden floor of the storage. They must have been exhausted from the arduous task of finding the thumb bones and stamping them yesterday. Vice Chairman Theo, cover them with a blanket. Understood, meow. Sejun ordered Theo to cover them with blankets. Clank. And close the void storage so they could sleep comfortably. At that moment, a fragment of Fenrir's core I-0.5% has been detected 270 kilometers to the south. A message appeared indicating that a fragment of Fenrir's core had been detected. Thanks to the additional 1% Fenrir's core he had absorbed, the detection range had increased, and he could sense the power contained within the core fragments. He. How convenient. Now, Sejun didn't need to wander around until Fenrir's core fragments were detected, allowing him to leisurely inspect the farm. There were 500 trees on the farm, each bearing an abundance of bright red fruits, smaller than a bottle cap. What kind of fruit is this? Pluck. When Sejun harvested a fruit, you have harvested a cherry. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 1 experience point. Messages appeared. Ah. So they're cherries. This was a cherry tree farm. These are delicious. Pluck. Pluck. Sejun harvested the cherries, ate the flesh, and put the seeds in his pocket to plant later on the 99th floor farm. Since he had 15 drops of the harvest elixir received as a quest reward, growing a cherry tree would be easy. Right. I should also use 1 drop on the sausage tree. He. Delicious tilde sausage tilde. As Sejun sang a song while thinking of a delicious recipe with sausages. Chairman Park is excited, meow. I'm excited too, meow. Delicious tilde meow tilde grilled fish tilde meow tilde. Theo also sang his favorite food song following Sejun. While Sejun and Theo sang and harvested cherries. Clank. Queuing. Quenji is awake. Quenji emerged from the void storage and clung to Sejun's back, who was picking cherries. Quenji, did you sleep well? Ku hey. Queuing. He. Yes. Quenji, who had just woken up, rubbed his face against Sejun's back in a good mood. Pio, I just took a short nap. Sleeping on gold, hey, it must have been a sweet nap. I'll have to sleep on gold from now on. Following Quenji, Pio and Uran also woke up and came outside. At that moment, King. The sound of Fenrir crying came from inside the void storage. What is it? Sejun entered the storage. King? Why won't this come off? Fenrir was struggling to remove a golden bracelet decorated with jewels stuck around his waist. How do you sleep to get that stuck on your waist? Is our Blackie flexing? Sejun teased Fenrir, lifting him by the scruff of his neck. The bracelet slid off easily. Blackie, let's go outside now. Sejun put Fenrir into a sling bag, slung it over his shoulder, and went outside to join his companions in harvesting cherries. After a while, when Sejun had harvested all the cherries within arm's reach, land moving, using his skill, he made the ground beneath the field rise up, allowing him to harvest the cherries from the upper parts of the trees. But, what's this? Why are these cherries like this? Most of the cherries at the top of the trees were slightly damaged, as if someone had pecked at them. At that moment, a quest has occurred. Quest, the cherry trees want revenge on the cherry pecker who eats cherries for fun and only leaves them wounded. Catch the cherry pecker. Reward, recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed. A land deed quest appeared. Cherry pecker? Ah. Now that I think about it, I haven't been recognized as the owner of the land deed yet. Only then did Sejun realize that he had not yet become the owner of the farm. Catching them should be easy. The culprit would appear at the scene again, so all he had to do was wait in hiding. Moreover, we have a specialist in staking out. Peace Bays. Pip times. In response to Sejun's call, Peace Bays, who had been sleeping attached to Sejun's but answered in a sleepy voice. It was dawn for Peacebays. Peacebays, I'm sorry. He was sorry for waking him up, but also for something else. I ate sweet potatoes for breakfast. Feeling various kinds of guilt, Sejun massaged Peacebays with his fingers. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, it's okay. Thanks to Sejun's massage, Peacebays fully woke up and answered in a vigorous voice. Hide here, and when you see the cherry eaters, chase them and let me know where they are. Since Sejun knew that Peacebays was next to Flamey in terms of weakness, he didn't tell him to fight directly. Pip pip. Yes. Leave it to me. Peacebays saluted Sejun and disappeared into the air. He used his stealth skill. Then let's go find the core fragment. With Peacebays in stealth mode, Sejun and his companions left the cherry tree farm. Sejun and his companions, or more precisely, Theo, Iona, and Quenji, who had strong energy, would keep the cherry peckers away. So Sejun decided to collect Fenrir's core fragment while staying far away from the cherry tree farm. You guys watch the farm from a distance and help Peacebays if a fight breaks out. Pio. Yes. Yes. For Peacebay's safety, Sejun stationed Pio and Yuran near the cherry tree farm. And then, Toryong. Sejun rode south with the remaining companions and Toryong. After traveling 270 kilometers south, they arrived at a huge lake. And there was a giant fish with a fragment of Fenrir's core embedded in its side. Cog, the predator king of Lake Yuran. There were no other creatures in the lake. It seemed Cog had eaten them all, true to its name. Meow. It's a giant fish, meow. While Theo cheered at the sight of Cog, bang! Cog, having spotted Sejun and his companions, charged towards them, creating a water stream. Chairman Park, lend me some money, meow. Sure. Sejun, who had abundant wealth, readily agreed. However, he didn't tell Theo to get it himself, as he might burn everything. Is this enough? Sejun took a handful of gold ornaments from the void storage and handed it to Theo. Pooh hut. Chairman Park's wealth is all I need, meow. Burn brightly, meow. Whoosh. At Theo's exclamation, the wealth disappeared, and Theo's body glowed with a golden light. Meow. As Theo swung his golden glowing paw, a golden magical blade shot out, cleanly slicing off the part where Fenrir's core fragment was embedded in Cog's side. Pooh hut. Quenji, catch it, meow. Tonight's dinner is grilled giant fish, meow. Queuing. Got it. At Theo's command, Quenji charged forward, striking Cog's head where Fenrir's core fragment had been removed. Herbalist Quenji has killed Cog, the predator king of Lake Yuran. You have gained 30 million experience points, 50% of the experience obtained by Herbalist Quenji. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Strength increased by 10. Thud. As Cog collapsed, Sejun's level increased. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, here it is, meow. Theo brought Fenrir's core fragment to Sejun. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun praised Theo and glanced at Fenrir. He was sure Fenrir would demand it. However, Fenrir showed no interest in the core fragment. He. I'll have him eat that later. Fenrir had decided to leave the weaker cores to Sejun from now on. Let's go back now. With his level up, Fenrir's core fragment, and something for dinner secured, Sejun was returning to the cherry tree farm when, pip pip. They're here. The cherry destroyers appeared in front of Peacebays, who was in hiding. Core. Their identity was revealed to be crows. The crows would peck at a cherry once, then move on to another, repeating the process. They really only pecked enough to make the cherries hold a grudge. While the crows were eating the cherries, pip pip. How dare they touch Sejun Nim's fruit? I'll teach them a lesson. Speaking in a frequency no one could hear, Peacebays used his pip step to quickly move. In an instant, Peacebays moved behind the crows and knocked them out by striking their heads. Thud thud thud. In the blink of an eye, 500 crows were knocked out and fell to the ground due to Peacebays' attack. When the crows were subdued, Peacebays, we're here. Sejun called out to Peacebays upon arriving at the farm. Pip pip. You're back. Peacebays appeared on Sejun's shoulder and greeted him. Yes. Nothing happened? Who? What is all this? Sejun, greeting Peacebays, was startled at the sight of the unconscious crows on the ground. Pio and Yuran had said there was no commotion at the cherry tree farm. That meant the enemy had no chance to resist. Peacebays, who did this? Pip pip. I did it. Peacebays puffed out his chest and looked at Sejun with eyes that said, didn't I do well, but our Peacebays is strong too. Sejun's eyes were filled with disappointment. While Sejun was realizing Peacebase's combat prowess and feeling disheartened. You have knocked out all the cherry peckers. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the cherry tree farm on the 68th floor of the Black Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. A quest completion message appeared. Poohoo hut, Pio, let's get the stamp, meow, Pio. Yes. In the meantime, Theo and Pio got the crow's footprints on the contract. Like that, the crows became the caretakers of the cherry tree farm under the condition of receiving 10 peanuts daily. Take good care of it. Leaving the cherry tree farm behind, Sejun. Waypoint on the 68th floor of the Black Tower has been saved. Arrived at the waypoint. The boss on the 68th floor was a general from the Lizard Kingdom who knew Theo, so they comfortably passed for free. Chairman Park, it's finally time, meow. Theo handed Sejun the land deed for the 75th floor of the tower. Yes, let's make our vice chairman Theo a legendary merchant. Sejun nodded at Theo and put his companions into the void storage, then unfolded the tower document. You have arrived at the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Thus, Sejun arrived at the farm on the 75th floor of the tower. You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the acacia tree farm on the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. This time, he became the owner of the farm without any quests. Acacia? Did it bear any fruit? While Sejun was pondering how to utilize the acacia trees. Clank! Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Iona, let's go, meow. Theo came out of the void storage and called Iona. Kayut. Yes. Power of space. Teleport. With Iona's magic, they arrived in front of the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association. And then, fail. Theo, who had visited Mason with Sejun, Quenji, and Iona, failed to pass the first stage of the promotion exam. Why, meow? Do you really not know? I don't know, meow. Phew. There are 2 individuals with no reputation, aren't there? Mason said, looking at Sejun and Quenji. Sejun and Quenji didn't have much reputation in the Black Tower. Chapter 399, Hee hee. Am I a social star now? TL, Hangak, the 75th floor of the tower, in the chairman's office of the Wandering Merchant Association. Mason of the Wandering Merchant Association was taking care of the usual association business. At that moment, knock. Knock. Chairman, Theo Park is here. A subordinate informed him of Theo's visit. All right. Let him in. Upon hearing the report, Mason quickly responded and got up from his seat. Theo, who had brought the great destructive wizard Iona, the legendary merchant Uran, and the Kingdom of Cove's diplomat Pio, but refused to take the first-level promotion test for legendary merchant. He wondered what kind of amazing individuals Theo had brought this time instead. A moment later, Poohoo hut. Mason, I've come to take the legendary merchant test, meow. Theo entered, bringing 3 renowned individuals for the first-level legendary merchant promotion test. However, except for Iona, the other 2 were unfamiliar even to him. I guess I have to use that. There was no way he wouldn't know these individuals, but to be sure, Mason picked up a blue rectangular panel from his desk. It was a fame detector, an item that evaluates and informs about the fame of everyone existing in the Black Tower. Detect fame. Mason brought Sejun, Quenji, and Iona within the rectangular panel and activated the fame detector. Then, fame points. Park Sejun, 3 points. Quenji Park, 13 points. Iona, 91 points. The names and fame of the 3 appeared. It wasn't a mistake. The fame of the 2, except for Iona, was indeed poor. Quenji at least had a double-digit fame, probably due to his win in the food fight competition. The cutoff for the promotion test was 70 points. What is this? Mason couldn't understand why Theo had brought the 2 of them. It seemed that urgent matters had come up for the legendary merchant Uran and the Kingdom of Cove's diplomat Pio, leaving Theo no choice but to bring just anyone. If only he had taken the test last time, this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, a test is a test. The chairman should not be swayed by emotions. After looking at Theo with pity, fail. He failed Theo in the first-level legendary merchant promotion test. After failing Theo, a few words were exchanged, and the atmosphere in the chairman's office turned chaotic. Chairman Park is my, Vice Chairman Theo's chairman, meow, and Quenji is my little brother, meow. There's no way they have no fame, meow. Mason, you're a fraud, meow. Angered by Mason's remarks about Sejun and Quenji having no fame, Theo began to argue. Ionanim, could you please do something about Theo Park? Mason tried to ask Theo's girlfriend, Iona, for help but Dash. You disrespected Sejun Nim and made Theo angry. Instead of calming things down, Iona was even more furious. Iona Nim, please calm down. Mason, who never imagined he would see the 5th level of anger in person, screamed in fright. At that moment, guys, calm down. Sejun stepped forward and calmed the two down. All right, meow, coyote. Yes, at Sejun's words, the two immediately quieted down. What is this? Mason was astonished to see Sejun, who was at the bottom in both fame and strength, calming down the currently hottest figures in the Black Tower, the Golden Cat Theo Park and the great destructive wizard Iona, with just a word. The thought of looking down on Sejun, who had the lowest fame and strength here, completely vanished. The person before him was no ordinary being. As Mason greatly revised his evaluation of Sejun, why did Theo fail? Sejun, who didn't yet know the content of the 1st level promotion test, asked Mason. Well, Mason, glad to have someone reasonable to talk to, hurriedly began explaining to Sejun. If he couldn't persuade Sejun here, the Wandering Merchants Association might disappear today. So, you're saying that he need to bring 3 people with a fame score of 70 or higher for the test to pass? Yes, it wasn't his fault. He was just delivering the test results based on the fame scores shown by the fame detector. Mason vigorously nodded his head in response to Sejun's words. Then can you show me the fame detector? Of course. Mason hurriedly showed the fame detector to Sejun. Sejun's expression hardened as he confirmed the scores displayed on the fame detector. They're too low, way too low. Eileen, the administrator of the Black Tower, Kaiser Nim, Kellyan Nim, Ramton Nim, and Tyr Nim all love my cooking so much. Moreover, my name is known among the dragons of other towers, and even the gods are asking me to build temples for them. And yet, my fame is just 3 points. And why is Quenji's fame higher than mine? By 10 points, no less. Something is seriously wrong here. At that moment, hey. Queuing. He. Quenji's fame is higher than Dad's. Quenji, who had climbed up onto Sejun's shoulder, looked at the fame detector and laughed. Sejun's expression grew even more rigid. Chairman Park, your face looks ugly, meow. Theo quickly pressed Sejun's face with his paws. Thanks to that, Sejun's mood improved slightly. Eileen, take a look at this. He sent the fame detector to Eileen. No matter how he thought about it, the item seemed broken. Queuing. Quenji won the food fighter competition. Quenji is famous. Meanwhile, Quenji, realizing that his fame was too low, grabbed Mason by the collar and shook him. Calm down. Shaking me won't increase your fame. Coyote. Chairman Mason, how can the you representing the Wandering Merchants have such a poor judgment? Aina looked at Mason with pity. It was all his own doing. Black Tower Administrator Area. Kring? What is this? Eileen tilted her head as she examined the fame detector Sejun had given her. But, how dare you give my Sejun only 3 points? Soon, she looked at the panel of the fame detector and fumed with rage. But why is my Sejun's fame so low? Eileen spoke with a puzzled expression. Sejun was almost as famous as an idol among the dragons these days. More than half of the great dragons, who don't interact with each other much, knew or had heard of Sejun's name, indicating how famous he was. And yet, his fame score was 3 points? Is it broken? Eileen, like Sejun, thought the fame detector was broken and inspected it thoroughly, but there was no error. At that moment, Kahawaha. Eileen, Grandpa's back. Kaiser, who had returned from the Red Tower, manipulated the Black Dragon statue to announce his return to Eileen. Grandpa, yes. Did my granddaughter, missed Grandpa? As Kaiser spoke emotionally, seeing Eileen welcoming him. Grandpa, why is my Sejun's fame like this? Eileen showed the fame detector to Kaiser. And then, Sejun's fame? What the? Why is our Sejun's fame just 3 points? Seeing Sejun's fame, Kaiser sobered up from the alcohol instantly. Right? It's strange, isn't it? Indeed. There's no way it could be like this. Even if our Sejun is insignificant, he has gained the recognition of us great dragons. 3 points is too much. Kaiser fell into deep thought. At that moment, Kaiser realized that he had blocked external information flowing into the Black Tower in the past to hide Eileen's identity. Eileen, check the external information link. External information link? At Kaiser's words, Eileen hurriedly picked up the crystal orb to find the external information link. External information link, blocked. Grandfather, the external information link is blocked. I knew it. Change that to connected. Okay, Eileen infused magic power into the crystal orb, changing the external information link to connected. Then, whoa! External information is being updated in the Black Tower. The amount of information to update is large due to the external link being closed for a long time. It will take 30 days to complete the update. Notifications appeared on the crystal orb. Prioritize updating information about Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. Prioritizing the update of information about Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. Update will take 3 minutes and 30 seconds to complete. A short while later, update of information related to Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, is complete. A notification appeared on the crystal orb. Oh, it's done! Eileen hurriedly checked the fame detector. Kahihi. Now Sejun's fame is the highest. Sejun, there seemed to be an issue with the administrator settings. Check it again. Having resolved the issue, Eileen sent the fame detector back to Sejun. Seed Shop Headquarters. 6 tenant farmer Mushroom Ants of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, have passed by your temple. Divine power increases by 0.0006. The Mushroom Ants are diligent today as well. Leah, the god of abundance, smiled contentedly as she felt the divine power entering her body and infused a portion of the accumulated divine power into a golden box. Leah was creating a new relic to give to Sejun. Heh. If I give this to Sejun later, he'll make my temple even bigger, right? Leah smiled happily as she thought about meeting Sejun and headed outside. She needed to take care of the gods who were feeling uncomfortable due to the lack of divine power. As Leah stepped out of her dwelling, wow, she heard the cheers of the gods. What is it? When Leah followed the sound, she found almost all the non-combat gods gathered together. Oh. For Mushroom Ants just passed by my temple. Whoa. The gods cheered at the words of Peblos, the god of pebbles, who was glowing with the divine power he had received. Guys, take this. Peblos handed out some of the divine power he had received to the gods who didn't look well. Thank you. The gods who received the divine power looked a little better. Oh. Mushroom Ants just passed by my temple too. In the meantime, Sans, the god of sand, began to glow. Wow. The gods cheered again. And, take this. Sans also shared some of the divine power he had received with the gods who didn't look well. Until now, Leah had almost single-handedly taken care of the gods without divine power, but now other gods who had received temples from Sejun were helping out. As expected of Park Sejun. Park Sejun. Park Sejun. As Leah walked towards where the gods were gathered and chanted Sejun's name. Park Sejun. Park Sejun. The gathered gods also began to chant Sejun's name. While the non-combat gods were uniting by chanting Sejun's name. Why is it so noisy? A combat god from the neighboring building shouted loudly. Normally, they would have shut up immediately, but now we can also be self-sufficient in divine power. They were no longer their past selves. Park Sejun. Park Sejun. In voices barely audible, the non-combat gods continued to chant Sejun's name. Queuing. Queuing. Quenji's dad is Park Sejun, and mom is Pink Fur. Quenji's teacher is the Minotaur King, so why isn't Quenji famous? Mason, who had been grabbed by the collar and shaken by Quenji for several minutes, groaned in distress. The tower's administrator says there was an issue with the Black Tower administrator settings. The tower's administrator says to check the fame detector again. Okay. Thanks, Eileen. In the meantime, Sejun rechecked the fame detector that Eileen had sent. He. As expected, it was wrong. Sejun smiled contentedly as he looked at his updated fame score. Quenji, wait a minute. Here. Look. Now we passed the test, right? Sejun stopped Quenji from shaking Mason and showed the fame detector to Mason. Fame scores? Park Sejun, 553 points. Quenji Park, 113 points. Iona, 131 points. Quenji and Iona's fame scores had also increased due to their connection with Sejun. What? Triple digits. Mason was shocked to see the triple-digit fame scores for the first time. The highest fame score possible in the Black Tower was 100 points. However, he had never seen anyone reach 100 points before. But now, 3 people had fame scores exceeding 100 points. And the highest score was 553 points. While Mason was in shock, Park Sejun, 554 points. Sejun's fame increased by 1 point. Thanks to the gods chanting Sejun's name. Sejun's fame was continually rising. Heh. Am I a social star now? Sejun looked at Mason with a smug expression. Chapter 400, from now on, call me legendary merchant Theo Park. TL, Hangak, Ahum. Theo Park Tildenim, you have passed the first stage of the legendary merchant promotion test. Congratulations. Mason, who had witnessed the unbelievable sight of a 3-digit fame score, announced Theo's passing of the test while still somewhat dazed. Pooh Hut. Thank you, meow. Chairman Park, we did it, meow, Theo said in a bright voice, rubbing his face against Sejun's knee. Kayut. With his right front paw, he patted Iona's head, who was hanging on his tail. At that moment, queuing. Dad, Quenji is hungry. Quenji, who was holding onto Mason's collar and shaking it vigorously, grabbed Sejun's hand and whined, seemingly hungry. Just a moment. Sejun took out a boiled egg, fruit and milk from the void storage. King? Fenrir, who had been sleeping in the sling bag, slowly lifted his head and looked around. What are you eating? Did Blackie wake up to eat a snack too? When Sejun pulled out some dried sweet potato strips and put them in Fenrir's mouth. Kihihit. King. Hee. It's tasty. Chomp. Chomp. Fenrir chewed on the dried sweet potato strips a few times before falling back to sleep. Then, tap. Sejun and Quenji sat at the table in the chairman's office, sharing the boiled egg fruit. Sejun was also feeling a bit peckish. Here, Pooh Hut. It's delicious, meow. Mason, bring on the second test, meow. Theo shouted at Mason in a confident voice while eating the yolk Sejun gave him. Yes. The second stage of the legendary merchant promotion test requires you to bring 1,000 employment contracts. The second test was to determine if the candidate had the capability to hire a large number of employees as a legendary merchant. Pooh Hut. That's too easy, meow. Theo pulled out a thick bundle of contracts from his bundle. Nearly 200,000 contracts. Although they were all slave contracts. Oh. Theo Park Tildenim, you treat your employees very well. To Mason, they appeared to be favorable employment contracts that guaranteed daily wages and meals and did not require more than 8 hours of work per day. Hiring so many employees, you are indeed impressive. You have passed the second stage of the legendary merchant promotion test as well. Pooh Hut. I am naturally impressive, meow. Chairman Park, don't you agree, meow? Of course. Our Vice Chairman Theo is truly amazing. Usually, he wouldn't indulge him, but today was a special day. Moreover, he couldn't dampen the enthusiasm outside, so Sejun praised Theo a bit excessively. Pooh Hut. I know I'm amazing, meow. The amazing Vice Chairman Theo and Great Chairman Park have done it again, meow. With Sejun's lavish praise, Theo became even more proud and said in an extremely confident voice, Mason, bring on the next test, meow. Thanks to Sejun's praise, he became even more proud and spoke in an immensely confident voice. Yes. The third stage of the legendary merchant promotion test is to test the power of a legendary merchant. A legendary merchant needs to excel in both business and strength. While Mason was explaining the test, putting on the monocle-type strength reader, Chairman Park, lend me some money, meow. All right. Theo borrowed money from Sejun. I can't let our Vice Chairman Theo be underestimated. Burn it all, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun gave Theo 1/3 of the treasures from the void storage. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park has a lot of wealth to burn, meow. When Theo happily burned the treasures given by Sejun, whoosh! Theo's body shone with such a brilliant golden light that it almost looked like the sun. And then, bang! The strength reader, which could measure up to 999, was destroyed. Ah! That was an expensive item. Mason was devastated as he picked up the pieces of the broken strength reader. It was the latest model, upgraded at great cost after the previous one got destroyed while measuring the Minotaur King's strength reader. While Mason was in despair, Chairman Park, did I do well, meow? I completely smashed it, meow. Theo, hanging onto Sejun's knee with a proud expression, boasted about his achievement. Praise me quickly, meow. Our Vice Chairman Theo did well, Pooh Hut. I know, meow. I did well, meow. Theo grew even more arrogant after receiving Sejun's praise. Pooh Hut. Mason, bring on the next fourth stage test, meow. Yes. The fourth stage of the legendary merchant promotion test requires you to bring a total of 11 trillion tower coins, combining the 1 trillion promotion fee and 10 trillion in extra funds. The fourth stage test was a test of financial power, the most crucial condition for becoming a legendary merchant. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. Chairman Park, lend me money, meow. Sure. Here, Sejun took out 11 trillion tower coins from the void storage and handed them to Theo. Mason, here it is. Theo Park Tildenim, you have also passed the 4th stage of the Legendary Merchant promotion test. He easily passed the 4th stage test as well. Then let's start the final test for the promotion to Legendary Merchant. Mason took out 5 scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Theo. Each was numbered from 1 to 5. What's this, meow? Wait a moment. You have to open those in order. Forcing them open will disqualify you from the promotion to Legendary Merchant. Mason hurriedly stopped Theo from opening the scrolls as soon as he received them. Meow? At the mention of disqualification, Theo hurriedly put the scrolls down. That can't happen, meow. I'm going to become a Legendary Merchant and receive Chairman Park's congratulations, meow. Whom? Please listen to my explanation first. Got it, meow. When you open those scrolls, a list of items registered with the Wandering Merchant Association will appear randomly. Mason continued his explanation. The final test is to bring the items listed in the 5 scrolls within 3 months. You can either find them yourself or buy them with money. The final test was to see if the candidate had the ability to procure necessary items as a Legendary Merchant. However, this test unofficially tested one more thing. It was luck. If you were lucky, easy items would appear, making it easy to become a Legendary Merchant, but if you were unlucky, it could list nearly impossible items to obtain. By the way, the items you obtain will disappear. But if you don't pass the test, the items will be returned as they are. But if you pass, you will be rewarded with items worth the total value of the obtained items. Then open the first scroll. The test will begin as soon as you open the first scroll. Got it, meow. SSSK. As Theo opened the first scroll without hesitation, a list of items began spinning rapidly inside the scroll like a roulette. The quickly spinning colorful letters indicated the difficulty of obtaining the items in 5 colors. Starting from the least difficult yellow, followed by green, blue, red, and the nearly impossible to obtain black. Let's see how good Theo Park's luck is. Mason watched Theo scroll with great interest. However, it's a dud. Mason looked at the red letters on the scroll with a disappointed expression. 1 phoenix tail feather? Of all things, the first item was the difficult to obtain phoenix tail feather. It could take all 3 months just to find this one. Some merchants are like this. They have good luck usually, but in critical moments, they are unlucky. As Mason anticipated Theo's failure in the Legendary Merchant promotion test like that. Vice Chairman Theo, here. Sejun handed a red feather to Theo. Pooh-hoo hut. Thanks, Chairman Park, meow. When Theo placed the feather from Sejun onto the scroll, SSHHH, the feather disappeared, and the writing on the scroll vanished, showing the word passed. Pooh-hoo hut. That was too easy, meow. SSSK. When the excited Theo opened the second scroll, Mason was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. How did he prepare the phoenix's tail feather in advance as if he had seen the future? He really seemed to have good luck. As Mason acknowledged Theo as a lucky, the letters stopped. Black? The color indicating the impossible difficulty of obtaining an item. Did he use up all his luck at the beginning? This will be tough. This time, Mason was 100% sure Theo would fail. 1 branch of the World Tree. Because, as far as he knew, there was no World Tree in the Black Tower. It was an item that couldn't be obtained no matter the effort. However, Vice Chairman Theo, here, Sejun took out a branch of Podori that he had stored in the void storage and handed it to Theo. Pooh-hoo hut. Thank you, Chairman Park, meow. When Theo placed the branch on the second scroll, the word apostille appeared. The third scroll showed red letters. But, 1 staff of calamity. Iona, give me the staff, meow. I'll get you a better one later, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes, he passed without any tension at all. The 4th scroll was black again. 1 red bone club. The red bone club didn't mean just any red-colored bone, it meant the favorite weapon of the Minotaur King. It was impossible to take the favorite weapon from the strongest being in the Black Tower. However, queuing. Quenji has a red bone club. Quenji took out a red stick from his snack pouch. The Minotaur King had thrown it away, saying he didn't need it, and Quenji had kept it in his snack pouch to use as a toy. Clearly, the world was desperately trying to prevent Theo from becoming a Legendary Merchant, but, pooh-hoo hut. It's too easy, meow. Theo lightly dismissed the world's resistance. Am I dreaming right now? Mason couldn't grasp what was happening before his eyes. What was even more astonishing was that Theo hadn't even gone out once to gather the items, and it hadn't even been an hour since the Legendary Merchant promotion test started. It was truly unbelievable. Pooh-hoo hut. Now it's the last one, meow. In the meantime, Theo opened the 5th scroll. At that moment, flash! A dazzling light burst from the scroll. Golden color, Was there such a color? Mason was astonished. Even though he had overseen multiple legendary merchant promotion tests, it was the first time he saw this color. It was certain. The world did not want Theo to become a legendary merchant. Otherwise, 10,000 scales of the Great Black Dragon, it wouldn't ask for such an impossible item. Even though Theo was a subordinate of the Great Dragon, no dragon would give away 10,000 of their scales. What? Vice Chairman Theo, here. Pooh Hut. Thank you, Chairman Park. Meow. Sejun took out 10,000 scales of the Great Black Dragon from the void storage and handed them to Theo, and the word past appeared on the 5th scroll as well. As he finished obtaining all the items like that, whoa! The scrolls numbered 1 to 5 floated into the air and began to merge into one. Oh my god! Mason watched in a daze as the extremely difficult items combined. He couldn't imagine what kind of item would come out. While Mason was watching the items combine, Mason, am I a legendary merchant now? Meow. Theo asked Mason. Ah, yes. Now, Theo Tildenim is the 4th legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. Chairman Park, I'm a legendary merchant now, meow. Theo, who received Mason's acknowledgement, quickly ran to Sejun. I'll receive congratulations from Chairman Park first, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, congrats on becoming a legendary merchant. Pooh Hut. I'm so happy, meow. Passing the legendary merchant promotion test with Sejun and receiving congratulations made Theo extremely happy. Queuing. Big brother, congrats on becoming a legendary merchant. Kayut. Theo Tildenim, congratulations on becoming a legendary merchant. Quenji and Iona also congratulated Theo. Pooh Hut. Thank you, meow. From now on, call me legendary merchant Theo Park, meow. The atmosphere was incredibly cheerful. At that moment, thud, a black bag fell from where the 5 scrolls had merged.